Lin Mo, here is 100,000 federal credits. Stay away from my daughter, linking from now on. You are just a talentless commoner who could not even get into a martial arts academy. You are not worthy of being with someone with her heavenly physique. When he was 16, the father of the top genius girl in Donghai City slammed a stack of cash into Lin Mo's face. Back then, Lin Mo did not pick up the money. He just coldly left behind the words, "Do not bully the young because they are poor," and walked into the monster-infested wilderness. Everyone thought this pride-wounded loser was a dead man. Until 3 months later, in the wilderness on the outskirts of the Donghai base. On an abandoned highway, damaged vehicles were everywhere, with blackened bloodstains and white bones scattered beside them. Several monster-like creatures wandered the road, their muscular bodies hunched, sniffing the air to search for signs of life. Swish! A sword light tore through the air, fast as lightning. The monster in the front could not even react before its head flew into the sky, spraying blood everywhere. Roar! The remaining monsters whipped their heads around, their ferocious eyes locking onto the source of the sword light. Standing there was a black-haired youth, wearing simple alloy armor and holding an alloy sword. Before the monsters could pounce, Lin Mo lunged again. His movements were as swift as a ghost, and several sword flashes wove into a net. 6 more heads dropped in unison, 6 headless bodies crashed to the ground, and scarlet blood splattered everywhere. Ding, monster killed, black iron treasure chest dropped. Listening to the cold mechanical voice in his mind, Lin Mo casually wiped the blood from his blade and looked toward the Donghai base city in the distance, a cold smirk curling on his lips. The Su family. At the martial arts college entrance qualification match in 2 days, he would not only return alive, but would also crush all the geniuses to get admitted into the nation's top 5-star martial arts academy. 7 demons dropped a black iron chest. Not bad luck. Open it. With a flick of his thought, the treasure chest in his mind opened immediately. Obtained 2 blood essence pills and 1 tier 1 alloy fragment. Lin Mo did not hesitate and muttered, "Refine the blood essence pills, fuse the alloy fragment." A wave of heat instantly swept through his body, causing the energy in his danshan to surge as his physical strength climbed steadily. Bang! With a shake of his aura, he made a direct breakthrough. In just 3 months, by killing monsters and looting chests, his cultivation had skyrocketed like a rocket to the 6th stage of martial disciple. His physique had even transformed from an ordinary body into a 1 in a million spirit body. Open the panel. A digital screen, visible only to him, appeared. Host Lin Mo. Cultivation Martial Disciple, 6th stage. Weapon Common Alloy Weapon, upgradable. Main Martial Arts, Sword Shadow Art, upgradable. 1 Sword Style, upgradable. Trace Missing Steps, upgradable. Cultivation Technique, Breathing Technique. Innate Talent, none. 6th stage of Martial Disciple. Lin Mo stretched his back. He had been transmigrated to this blue star for exactly 16 years. This place is countless times more dangerous than his previous life. Dimensional spaces connected, allowing countless ferocious alien creatures to invade, causing local life forms to mutate and become beasts and demons. At first, humans were able to hold the upper hand with high-tech thermal weapons, but as time went on, the invading monsters became increasingly terrifying, and the human race retreated step by step, losing vast territories and populations. At the brink of life and death, ancient martial arts legacies were unearthed. With the spiritual energy pouring in from dimensional rifts, the once faded path of martial arts flourished again. Everyone started practicing martial arts. With a large number of martial experts emerging, humanity finally found its footing again on this broken planet. The old national structures were shattered, and the Blue Star Alliance was reorganized into 5 major federations. The Huaxia Federation, where Lin Mo lived, built steel base cities to defend against the demons. Within these bases, martial arts academies sprang up, becoming cradles that continuously supplied the human race with strong fighters. The primary path to entering a martial arts academy is through the college entrance exam. Children in every base city enter martial arts schools at the age of 6, studying until the age of 16 when they face the life-defining exam. The martial arts academies are built by the Federation with massive resources. For commoners, getting into one means a promising future and is the ultimate dream to change their destiny. Lin Mo's martial arts talent after reincarnation was extremely poor, and he barely reached the 3rd stage of martial disciple just before turning 16, so logically he was completely disqualified from the martial arts academies. To make matters worse, he had no background. He never saw his mother growing up, and his father went missing when he was 10, leaving behind only enough money to barely survive. If a commoner cannot enter the academy, their path to obtaining free cultivation resources is cut off. In a base city where policies prioritize martial artists, those below the level of a martial artist can only remain at the bottom of society in the slums for their entire lives. This is definitely not the life Lin Mo wanted. The turning point appeared 3 months ago. During a trial, he landed the finishing blow on a dying monster and unexpectedly triggered a treasure chest, which awakened his system. As long as he kills demons or beasts, there is a chance for them to drop treasure chests containing wonders that boost his strength. Using the system, Lin Mo went on a mad hunting spree against the demons. At this terrifying speed, he would surely reach the 7th stage of martial disciple before the exam. As long as he gets into the academy, he will have a chance to sprint toward the elite zone. I can go back to gather now. Lin Mo dug out the grayish-white inner cores from the bodies of those demons. These are the core essence of the demons, and also proof of his kills. Returning to the gathering point, over 30 fellow students had already assembled. On the perimeter, 2 men in their 30s sat cross-legged with their blades stuck in the ground. These 2 were the academy instructors in charge of the training, martial masters and powerhouses, who were the backbone of the Donghai city base. Lin Mo, you are the last one again. Do you know how dangerous it is in the wilderness? You are being irresponsible with everyone's lives. Just as Lin Mo arrived, a teenager stepped forward and sneered to cause trouble. Lin Mo glanced at him and said coldly, "Kaien's Hu, there is still 1 minute until the gathering time. I am not late." After Lin Mo's strength surged, it threatened Zhu Hu's status in the class, and the 2 became bitter rivals. But Zhu Hu did not know that Lin Mo did not even consider him an opponent. Even if they fought now, Lin Mo would have absolute confidence in defeating him instantly. Too lazy to pay attention to Zhu Hu, Lin Mo walked straight up and placed a cloth bag in front of the 2 instructors. "Instructor Zhang, Instructor Wang, I killed 78 demons during this training. Please inspect them." 78 demons. As soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of everyone on the scene were instantly glued to that bag, their expressions filled with shock. 78 monsters. The students present were all deeply shocked. Ordinary students could hunt at most 10 or so, while the excellent ones could manage only 20 or 30. Lin Mo's achievement was enough to rival Zhu Hu, the publicly recognized top student in the class. But Zhu Hu was a 7th stage martial apprentice, an elite student guaranteed a spot in a top martial arts academy. For Lin Mo to achieve this at only the 6th stage made the difference in their talent immediately apparent. Damn it, Zhu Hu's face turned livid. In the standard class, he had always been leagues ahead of everyone else. That was until 3 months ago, when Lin Mo claimed to have awakened a special constitution, causing his cultivation to skyrocket from the 3rd stage to the 6th stage. After several trials, he had become a direct threat to his status. Zhu Hu naturally did not know that this so-called special constitution was just a cover for Lin Mo. Human constitutions are divided into ordinary and special ones. An ordinary constitution is the most common mortal body. A special constitution is one that differs from the ordinary due to innate or acquired reasons. Special constitutions are graded into mystic, spirit, earth, heaven, and god tiers, with strength, speed, and spiritual energy absorption rates far exceeding those of mortal bodies at the same stage. Lin Mo had originally obtained a marrow cleansing pill from a bronze treasure chest. It was this pill that changed his constitution, and after testing, it happened to meet the standards of a spirit body. After the mentor finished counting Lin Mo's results, he announced for the class to assemble and return to the base city. The entrance to the base city was guarded by the military for inspections. This was the final line of defense for the city. Once breached by monsters, the city would surely turn into hell. When Lin Mo and the others arrived, other classes from the academy were already in position, organized into different camps. 3 of these camps were particularly eye-catching. The students were well-equipped, and their aura far surpassed the others. Those were the academy's elite classes. Their minimum cultivation was at least the 5th stage. Someone like Zhu Hu at the 7th stage was not uncommon among them, and the top-tier students had even reached the 9th stage, just 1 step away from becoming true martial artists. Once the military check was complete, each class returned to the academy one after another. According to tradition, there was a 2-day holiday after the trials. The homeroom teacher, Chin Hong, announced the break and added, "Lin Mo, Zhu Hu, come to my office." Teachers on Blue Star held respected positions, and homeroom teachers were all at the martial master level, possessing their own private offices. Lin Mo walked through the corridor and arrived at the office door. Before his hand even touched the door, a voice came from inside. "Come in." Lin Mo pushed the door open and entered. Chin Hong had changed into a loose white training suit, and Zhu Hu was sitting to the side waiting. "Sit," Chin Hong gestured kindly. Lin Mo sat cross-legged next to Zhu Hu. Zhu Hu let out a cold snort and turned his head away, only holding back because Chin Hong was present. Chin Hong's gaze swept over the two of them, and he got straight to the point. "You two are currently the seedlings in our class, with a solid chance of getting into a martial arts university. The minimum standard for a martial arts university is the 7th stage, but there are score reductions for special constitutions, so even though Lin Mo is at the 6th stage, his admission is guaranteed. However, martial arts universities are also ranked, and I hope you can strive for better ones." Lin Mo was slightly taken aback. He knew there were different universities, but was not clear on the specific divisions, so he immediately asked, "Teacher Chin, how are these university rankings actually classified?" Zhu Hu, sitting nearby, scoffed, and Chin Hong was also momentarily surprised. But remembering Lin Mo's strength from 3 months ago, he realized it was normal that he would not know, so he explained. Martial arts universities are divided into 1 to 5 stars based on overall strength and their contribution to fighting monsters. 1 star is the lowest, and 5 star is the highest. There are only 2 5-star universities, Kyushu University in the capital and Kunlun University in the Demon City. 1-star universities have the lowest requirements. A 7th-stage martial apprentice can pass with a normal performance. Special constitutions have a score reduction mechanism, so those at the 6th stage can get in. Lin Mo realized then that he and Zhu Hu could only get into a 1-star university for now. Fearing they might be disappointed, Chin Hong comforted them. Getting into a high-star university is not necessarily a good thing. Enjoying more resources also means facing monsters in more brutal conditions, especially the 2 5-star universities, which are located on the front lines and consistently rank in the top 2 for death rates among all martial arts universities. Lin Mo's eyes lit up when he heard that. Others might be afraid of death, but he could get loot boxes by killing monsters. Being a hunter in the wilderness meant uncontrollable risks. A martial apprentice could run into a monster at the martial master level, or even a martial grandmaster level, and get wiped out instantly. But universities were different. Their training grounds had been cleared, and there would never be an overleveled death trap. By joining a university, his risk-to-reward ratio would be maximized. "Teacher, what are the admission standards for Kyushu University and Shu University?" Lin Mo asked immediately. Chin Hong thought he was just curious and replied casually, "The recruitment is extremely strict. For a 4-star university, you only need to kill 3 peak 9th stage monsters during the entrance exam. But for these 2 5-star universities, you must kill 3 monsters that have truly entered the martial artist realm. Kill 3 martial artist level monsters." Lin Mo and Zhu, who were both equally shocked. The gap between a 9th stage martial apprentice and a martial artist is an uncrossable chasm. A newly ascended martial artist can easily take down a dozen 9th stage martial apprentices. What is more terrifying is that when a monster reaches the martial artist level, it undergoes a transformation and develops initial intelligence. At the martial apprentice level, trained humans can easily defeat monsters of the same rank, but once they reach the martial artist realm, ordinary human martial artists can only barely hold their own. To actually land a kill, one's overall quality must far exceed that of an ordinary martial artist at the same rank. The requirements for the 2 5-star universities are extremely harsh. Not only do you have to become a martial artist before the age of 16, but your combat skills must far surpass those of your peers. The difficulty level is more than just 1 notch higher than a 4-star university. Seeing Lin Mo and Zhu Hu stunned, Chin Hong explained, "These 2 5-star universities hold a transcendent status. They are built upon the ruins of an ancient martial arts civilization, and the training conditions are far beyond anything you could imagine. The graduates there are at least martial masters. As long as they practice normally after graduation, becoming a martial grandmaster is a certainty. Remember, that is just the minimum standard. Graduate as a martial master, and inevitably become a martial grandmaster in the future." Lin Mo and Zhu, who were deeply shocked. The martial arts levels on Blue Star are categorized as martial apprentice, martial artist, martial master, martial grandmaster, martial sage, martial supreme, and martial god. In the East Sea Bay City, if a family produces a martial artist, they can live a comfortable life. A martial master is considered middle class, while a martial grandmaster is already a true member of the upper class. But I digress. Chin Hong shifted the topic. 5-star universities are too hard to get into. Our academy has not produced such a genius in a long time. In your current class, only Su Lingqing has a sliver of a chance. Su Lingqing. Hearing this name, Zhu Hu's eyes burned with obsession, and he shivered with excitement. Possessing a heaven-tier constitution, Su Lingqing is the legend of this year's batch, sitting firmly at the top spot since she entered the school, with no one able to shake her position. She is also the publicly recognized school belle, the goddess in the dreams of countless boys. Compared to Zhu Hu's fanatical reaction, Lin Mo remained very calm. In this world, he should be the one who has known Su Lingqing the longest. Because both of them are transmigrators and already knew each other in their previous lives. When they first transmigrated, meeting an acquaintance in a strange land made them quite close. But as Su Lingqing revealed her astonishing talent and coupled with her prominent family background, the gap between them grew larger and larger. They had fewer topics in common, and every time they met, they could only engage in dry, nostalgic small talk, eventually drifting apart. What made Lin Mo completely cut ties was Su Lingqing's father, Su Hongkai, 3 years ago. The man came to find him, doing nothing more than warning him, a mere mortal body, not to let a toad lust after swan meat. Lin Mo felt deeply humiliated at the time and promised never to approach Su Lingqing again, and in a moment of hot-headedness, he threw down a cringeworthy line. Do not mock a young man for being poor. In the 2+ years that followed, reality proved that it was indeed just hot-headed nonsense. Until 3 months ago. With the loot box system, Lin Mo was certain that surpassing Su Lingqing was only a matter of time. Next, Chin Hong briefed the two on the details of the martial arts college entrance exam qualifiers. The martial arts entrance exam requires actual combat against monsters. To manage security and resources, each base city conducts a preliminary screening, and only those who pass are qualified for the official exam. This year's qualification standard for Donghai City is to hunt a level 6 martial apprentice monster. For Lin Mo, this was a breeze, but he was still filled with anticipation. Finally, he could head out of the city to hunt monsters again. Monsters are strictly forbidden inside the city. Ordinary students only get 1 chance a month to go outside for real combat in the final 4 months before the exam. This is why Lin Mo only discovered 3 months ago that he could loot treasure chests from killing monsters. With limited opportunities, he has to cherish every single time he goes out. After offering a few words of encouragement, Chin Hong waved for the two of them to leave. Walking on the road, Lin Mo pondered his future. Killing monsters to loot chests was his core path to strength, but high rewards came with high risks. Ordinary schools offer too few opportunities to leave the city, so the top 2 institutions, Jiezhou and Kunlun, were the best fit for him. Although their death rates are among the highest, the state invests massive resources into training talents and would never let them die in vain, so the actual death rate is likely under 10%, which is well within an acceptable range. The problem now is how to get in. Level 6 martial apprentice is still too weak. Lin Mo clenched his fists. If he had more opportunities to go outside, his strength would be far beyond this. I must seize the qualifying match in 2 days. If I can loot a bronze or even a silver chest, my strength will surely take a leap. Treasure chests are divided into 9 ranks: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, star radiance, bright moon, and scorching sun. Based on his exploration over the past 3 months, hunting monsters at level 7 martial apprentice or below only drops black iron. To get a bronze chest, the target must be at least level 8. Besides, the drops depend entirely on probability. The more intense the battle, the higher the drop rate. You will not find high-level monsters in the usual training zones for regular classes, but the qualifiers are different. The authorities will release a large number of high-level martial apprentice monsters, making it an excellent place to farm. 2 days later, the Donghai City Martial Arts College entrance exam qualifiers officially began. Donghai Bay City has 8 districts and 40 martial arts academies. Anyone over 16 can sign up, but after excluding those with weak cultivation or who chose to forfeit, there were still over 30,000 participants. Those without the strength not only failed to qualify, but also risked their lives. If it were 3 months ago when Lin Mo was only a level 3 martial apprentice, he would have had to choose to give up. The qualifiers were held outside the Donghai base city. The perimeter was already sealed off by the military, with heavily armed warriors patrolling in tight formation, maintaining strict security. "All gather now, collect your combat suits, weapons, and healing potions," a soldier shouted, his voice so loud it made many students' ears buzz. He was clearly a true warrior. Lin Mo followed the line and received his combat kit. The specialized combat suit and weapon inside were expensive and would fetch a high price on the market. Once the supplies were distributed, an officer marched toward the front with powerful, tiger-like strides. Just by standing there, an invisible pressure enveloped the entire field. Such strong presence, even stronger than Teacher Chin. He must be a martial arts master. A martial arts master is already a member of the upper class in Donghai City. The officer's eyes scanned the crowd like lightning. The qualifiers will last for 3 days. You will enter at 3 o'clock this afternoon and finish exactly 3 days later. The trial grounds are divided into 2 areas. The combat zone is monitored to record your kill count, while the rest area has no surveillance for you to recover. Remember, internal fighting is strictly prohibited. Violators will have their qualification revoked at best, or be executed on the spot at worst. If you encounter mortal danger, press the distress button inside your combat suit, and a temporary energy shield will pop up, but pressing it means you forfeit. With the rules announced, the soldiers immediately organized the candidates to enter. The trial grounds were divided into 30 zones by high-voltage electric fences and mysterious spirit patterns, with 1,000 people in each zone. Lin Mo was assigned to Zone 6. Teaming up is allowed, and while it improves hunting efficiency, the scores are split. Unless they are very close friends, most candidates choose to go solo. Lin Mo had no acquaintances in Zone 6 anyway, and since he had to deliver the killing blow to loot the treasure chests, he would be at a huge loss if someone else stole his kills. Therefore, upon entering the trial grounds, Lin Mo did not hesitate to slip into the wilderness alone and begin his hunt. Rip! With a brilliant flash of his blade, Lin Mo drew his sword. A single stroke swept past, the beast's head flew into the air and its body collapsed. Beast slain obtained a black iron treasure chest. The moment he got the black iron chest, Lin Mo chose to open it. Predictably, it was just another low-grade blood energy pill. Absorbing the pill, a warm current flowed through his body. Lin Mo felt he was nearing the peak of the 6th stage of the martial apprentice realm. If I get a few more low-grade blood energy pills, I should be able to break through to the 7th stage, Lin Mo thought, flicking his wrist and slicing his alloy sword through the air. With that, Lin Mo darted away again to hunt for more beasts and demons. Lin Mo walked along the asphalt road of the trial zone. This area was once a town, but it had been destroyed during a demon tide. Although most of the small town was in ruins, some buildings and intact streets still remained. While walking, Lin Mo suddenly heard the sounds of a fight. He crept over and saw sharp saber glows clashing against monstrous demonic energy on an abandoned basketball court. 3 figures were hunting a demon. They were 1 man and 2 women. The man was exceptionally strong, at the 8th stage of the martial apprentice realm, while the 2 women were only at the 7th stage. It was clearly a team led by the man. Their opponent was also an 8th stage demon, and judging by the density of its demonic energy, it was no ordinary 8th stage creature. It was nearly at the threshold of the 9th stage. This put the trio at a disadvantage, even though they were working together. When the 3 saw Lin Mo arrive, they were initially pleased, but their expressions turned to disappointment once they saw his cultivation level. Get out of here, this is not a battle you can interfere with. If you get caught in the crossfire and have to trigger your rescue beacon, you will lose your eligibility for the martial arts college entrance exam. The man said coldly. If he were at the 7th stage, they might have found him useful. At the 6th stage, he would be nothing but a liability. Lin Mo watched the demon, his mind racing. This demon's strength is near the 9th stage. With my current cultivation, if I leapfrog my rank to kill it, the chance of dropping a chest is high, and it would likely be a bronze treasure chest. Once I get a bronze chest, the contents might be enough to push me directly to the 7th stage. Fellow student, I can help. Lin Mo spoke up. A 6th stage apprentice wants to help. Just do not get in our way, the 2 women snapped. This demon's strength is infinitely close to the 9th stage. Only a 7th stage apprentice could barely be of any use. At the 6th stage, let alone helping, a full force strike might not even break through the demon's defenses. Lin Mo did not argue, he retreated to the side. Of course, this retreat did not mean he was giving up. He knew that with the strength of the three, they were no match for the demon. He was simply waiting for the right moment. Just as Lin Mo predicted, after a short struggle, one of the 7 stage girls could not hold on any longer. The demon's claws, wreathed in roiling demonic energy, knocked her weapon away and prepared to deliver a killing blow. Oh no! The girl's face turned pale. The demon's last strike was too strong. If she did not trigger her rescue device now, she would be eliminated. Just as she reached for her rescue device, a sharp sword light arrived in an instant. The demon's demonic aura dissipated instantly, and thick black blood began to flow from its body. Roar! The demon let out an angry roar and retreated violently. Sword shadow technique at the mastered level. The 8th stage student was shocked. Although sword shadow technique was a basic skill, very few people could master it while still in the apprentice stage. Fellow student, let us work together. Seeing Lin Mo's true strength, the trio's attitude shifted immediately. My sword strikes are high damage, so I will handle the finishing blow, Lin Mo agreed, but he staked his claim on the final kill. His current score was already enough to qualify for the entrance exam. His only goal in joining them was the treasure chest. Agreed, with that settled, the 4 of them charged at the demon. The 2 7th stage apprentices focused on peripheral harassment, while the 8th stage man held dual sabers and took on the main frontal assault. His sabers had fish scale patterns. As he swung them, they moved like swimming fish, making his attack pattern impossible to trace. One had to admit that his strength was quite impressive. He was actually holding his own against a demon nearly at the 9th stage. Compared to the man's soft and deceptive style, Lin Mo's swordplay was exceptionally sharp and piercing. A faint blue light gathered on his blade. He rarely struck, but whenever he did, he inflicted deep wounds on the demon. The demon was forced back, roaring in frustration. Not only did it have to face the dual saber wielder, it also had to guard against the sudden sword strikes and the constant, nagging interference from the 2 girls. The Battle of the 4 was being broadcasted to a large building outside the trial zone. Inside the building were rows of monitoring screens. Most of the feeds showed little action, with only a few locations seeing intense fighting. I wonder if our Donghai city will produce any real talent this year, 2 martial arts grandmasters remarked as they watched the screens. These 2 grandmasters were from the Donghai City Education Bureau. Every year during the martial arts qualifying tournament, they would watch these feeds to identify candidates with the potential to enter 4-star or 5-star universities, who would then receive a month of special training. The level of students this year is about the same as in previous years. It would be good if we can get 5 or 6 to pass into Kyushu University or Kunlun University. The 2 grandmasters' side, Donghai City was only a small base city, and usually only a single-digit number of students made it into 5-star universities each year. Their main goal this time was not to find 5-star hopefuls, but rather those capable of hitting 4-star institutions. 5-star schools are too difficult. They require students to reach the martial artist level and have high combat power. Even the average newly advanced martial artist struggles to pass. Compared to 5-star, 4-star universities are significantly easier, so they were scouting for seeds to enter those. Old Wu, take a look at screen 32, the smaller, thinner grandmaster said, nodding toward one of the displays. The scene on that screen showed Lin Mo and the others attacking the demon. It is just 4 people surrounding a demon that has not even reached the 9th stage. Do not be so surprised, Old Wu said, losing interest immediately. They were looking for students capable of entering 4-star schools, and such a candidate would need to be able to tangle with a 9th stage demon on their own. Since the demon on screen had not even reached the 9th stage and still required all 4 to fight it, they clearly were not the prospects he was looking for. No, look at that 6th stage student, Old Zia replied, shaking his head and focusing intently on Lin Mo. What is so interesting about a 6th stage apprentice? Old Wu was dismissive, but out of respect for his colleague, he took a closer look and his eyes suddenly lit up. Mastered sword shadow technique, mastered traceless steps. He has mastered 2 basic spiritual skills. Old Wu was slightly startled. While these were just basic entry-level skills, very few in the apprentice stage could master both. And yet this 6th stage apprentice had mastered both. Combined, his combat efficiency would be doubled, making him perfectly capable of fighting above his rank. I just checked his file. He awakened a special constitution 3 months ago. Our bureau tested him and classified it as a spiritual body. He was only at the 3rd stage 3 months ago and is already at the 6th. A vertical light screen appeared in front of old Wu, displaying Lin Mo's basic information as he scrolled. To go from the 3rd to the 6th stage in just 3 months after awakening, perhaps his constitution is not just a simple spiritual body, old Zia observed, staring at the screen. Old Zia said, as martial arts grandmasters, they knew certain secrets. Those who awakened special constitutions later in life always experienced a period of explosive growth. But a common spiritual body should not allow for 3 stages of progress in 3 months. This meant Lin Mo's constitution was not the simple spiritual body the Bureau had detected. It was not that the Bureau was wrong, but rather that some special constitutions reveal their true grade only as time passes and they are developed. It is a pity the awakening time is too short and his cultivation is too low. Breaking into a 4-star university is almost impossible, old Zia sighed. To meet the 4-star recruitment standards, one generally needs power beyond that of an average 9th stage apprentice, and simply having a special constitution is not enough to trigger a threshold reduction. For 1 or 2-star schools, a special constitution is enough to lower the barrier, but 4 and 5-star schools have no shortage of special constitution candidates. For instance, 4-star schools generally set the threshold for a special constitution reduction at the Earth grade. Only with an Earth grade constitution will they lower their recruitment requirements. And Lin Mo's constitution was listed as a spiritual body, regardless of its potential real grade. Keep an eye on him. If his performance continues to impress, maybe we can give him a chance. Old Wu had a gut feeling that this 6th-stage apprentice was not simple. Rip. Inside the trial grounds, the 4-person assault was relentless. The demon's wounds deepened, and most of its demonic aura dissipated. It tried to flee several times, but Lin Mo forced it back. It is time to end this. As the demon stumbled, leaving a massive opening, Lin Mo unleashed a sword strike. A cyan flash of light shimmered. His sword was fast to the extreme, like a thin line of death. Mastered sword flow. Seeing the skill, the 8th stage apprentice's heart trembled. He had actually mastered 3 basic spiritual skills. As though the blade sliced through the neck, the demon's head flew high into the air as black blood sprayed out. Demon slain, obtained 1 bronze treasure chest. The moment the head flew off, the electronic voice echoed in Lin Mo's mind. Lin Mo trembled with excitement. It really dropped a bronze treasure chest. He wondered what this chest would bring him. Open the bronze chest. Lin Mo willed it, and the bronze chest opened immediately. Obtained 1 intermediate blood essence pill, 1 insight fragment, and 1 alloy fragment. An intermediate blood essence pill. Lin Mo was quite excited. The black iron chests had only yielded low-level blood essence pills, which were becoming less and less effective as his cultivation level increased. Refine. Lin Mo muttered to himself again. A surging heat flowed through his entire body, tempering the flesh and blood within. His bones crackled like popping soybeans, and wisps of spiritual energy began to form in his danshan. Boom! An aura burst forth from Lin Mo's body, and the force of the wind blew away the surrounding fallen leaves. 7th stage martial apprentice. Lin Mo had originally expected to open several more black iron chests and refine a few low-level pills to break through. But after opening the bronze chest, refining just 1 intermediate pill was enough to complete the breakthrough directly. The physical prowess of a 7th stage martial apprentice is indeed incomparable to that of the 6th stage. Lin Mo slashed down with his alloy sword, and the air itself hummed with the strike. If he were to fight that monster again now, he was confident he could kill it alone, even without the help of the other 3. Fellow student, congratulations. The 8th stage martial apprentice who had been there earlier stepped forward to build a rapport with Lin Mo. I am Deng Shan, from Xinjiang No. 1 High School. These 2 are my classmates, Su Zhu and Li Ye. Xinjiang No. 1 High School. Lin Mo was slightly surprised. The Xinjiang district was the most prosperous part of Donghai City, so the Xinjiang No. 1 High School was naturally recognized as the strongest martial arts academy in the city. My name is Lin Mo, from Tianquin No. 1 High School, Lin Mo replied, cupping his hands in a salute. Tianquin District. Deng Shan was a bit surprised this time. Tianquin District was considered the bottom tier in Donghai City, with a less-than-thriving economy and consistently poor results in the annual martial arts college entrance exams. to think Lin Mo came from that district. However, Deng Shan immediately reconsidered. A district is still a district. There are bound to be some geniuses. Lin Mo must be a famous figure at his school. Lin Mo, how about we team up to hunt monsters from now on? Deng Shan invited him. Lin Mo's strength had been formidable even before his breakthrough. Now that he had leveled up, Deng Shan suspected he might not even be his match. I will pass, having just broken through. I am not yet familiar with my new strength. I plan to hunt some weaker, strange beasts alone to get the hang of it. Lin Mo politely declined Deng Shan's invitation. For him, hunting in a group was too tiring, as he always had to make sure he landed the final blow to get the rewards. After bidding farewell to the trio, Lin Mo used his trace-dodging steps and vanished. Old Wu, look at that. The little guy has broken through to the 7th stage. I reckon his current combat power is no less than that of an 8th stage peak. Outside the testing grounds, 2 martial masters were watching the whole kill play out. Even with peak 8th stage combat power, it is still far below the admission standards of a 4-star academy, Old Wu remarked, still unconvinced by Lin Mo. But what if he breaks through to the 8th stage before the college entrance exam? Old Zia asked with a smile. He just hit the 7th stage, and there is less than a month left before the exam. How could he possibly break through again? Old Wu shook his head. Old Zia did not agree. He managed to jump from the 3rd to the 7th stage in 3 months. Breaking through one more stage in a month is not impossible. Old Zia's words made Old Wu fall silent for a while before he muttered, "Let us keep observing and see how he performs." After parting ways with Deng Shan and the others, Lin Mo did not continue hunting in the combat zone, but headed straight to the rest area. Besides the intermediate blood essence pill, the bronze chest had also yielded alloy fragments and insight fragments. Although he was using standardized equipment for the assessment and could not integrate the alloy fragments into his current blade, he could make use of the insight fragments. Insight fragments were items that helped one enter a state of epiphany. Lin Mo had obtained these from black iron chests before, but he wondered if the ones from a bronze chest were more effective. In the rest area, after steadying his state, Lin Mo activated the insight card fragment. He set the subject of his insight to be the one-sword style. The one-sword style was a technique with extreme single-target lethality, perfect for dealing with monsters and strange beasts. Soon, a virtual stick figure wielding a sword appeared in his mind, executing the movements of the one-sword style that Lin Mo was so familiar with. However, the subtle nuances, the trajectory of the strike, and the speed were all different from his own. Lin Mo fell into an epiphany, beginning to absorb the techniques demonstrated by the stick figure. A few minutes later, Lin Mo stood up, drew his sword, and slashed through the air. Rays of sword light actually manifested. It really is like this, but it is still a hair away from perfection. I will need actual combat to fully master the one-sword style. Joy filled Lin Mo's face. Before, he could barely consider his one-sword style to be at the major achievement level. Now, it was only a step away from perfection. Once he attained perfection, he would have the capital to fight a 9th stage martial apprentice, an average one of course. Time to head back to the combat zone for some real fighting. Lin Mo set off directly for the combat zone. Squelch! In the combat zone, Lin Mo's sword severed the head of a 7th stage monster. He could now kill monsters of this level with effortless ease. This intensity is not enough. I need something stronger, he said, shaking his head and dashing off to find more dangerous prey. In search of stronger monsters, Lin Mo leaped between the buildings of the abandoned street. He needed a vantage point to locate the monsters. Finally, he found a high-rise that was still relatively intact. Standing on the roof, he could overlook several streets at once. After reaching the top, Lin Mo decided to rest, as most low-tier monsters and strange beasts had a habit of being active at night. Although Lin Mo was specifically targeting beasts of at least the 8th stage, in reality, creatures at this level were not even considered true low-tier monsters. It was much like humans. Only by stepping into the realm of a true martial artist could one really be said to have embarked on the path of martial arts. As the sun set and night fell, the temperature dropped, and the town began to stir with activity. Roar! Before long, a strange beast, nearly 2 meters tall, began patrolling the street. An 8th stage bloodthirsty iron boar. Looking down from his height, Lin Mo clearly identified the creature. Bloodthirsty iron boars were thick-skinned and highly defensive, with massive charging power. Their tusks were especially dangerous. Even someone a stage higher could be severely injured if hit. Knowledge about bloodthirsty iron boars that his teachers had taught in class flashed through Lin Mo's mind. This beast's strength was likely on par with the monster he had faced earlier. You will do. Lin Mo leaped down, using anchor points on the building to quickly descend to the street, charging directly at the boar. Before the beast could even fully react, a cyan sword shadow emerged. Compared to before, Lin Mo's strikes were faster now, his attacks channeled into a single focused line. As the blade fell, bloody gashes appeared on the beast's body. Thick-skinned indeed. Lin Mo quickly put some distance between them, feeling a flicker of surprise. His one-sword style was much stronger than before, yet it could only leave shallow cuts on this creature. The boar's defense was significantly higher than the peak 8th stage monster he had fought earlier. Of course, this did not necessarily make the boar stronger. It simply specialized in defense and raw power, while being far more clumsy than its peers. Lin Mo's strategy was to leverage his speed to wear the beast down until it died. After being wounded, the boar grew exceptionally irritable, charging at him like a runaway truck. As the beast lunged, Lin Mo used his trace-dodging steps to slide out of the way. But quickly, a dark blur followed. The boar had lashed out with its tail. Lin Mo ducked and slid, narrowly evading the attack. Bang! The tail slammed into the wall behind him, causing the structure to collapse instantly. Terrifying power. Lin Mo became extremely cautious. His damage to the beast was limited, yet a single strike from the boar would likely leave him severely wounded. In other words, the beast could afford to make many mistakes, but he could not afford a single one. Bang! The boar was no pushover. It charged with its full body, and besides ramming and tail swiping, it would occasionally leap high to stomp on him with its iron hooves. Lin Mo began to look somewhat battered. Jumping and rolling, he was covered in dust from head to toe. While evading, he still managed to find windows of opportunity to use his one-sword style to inflict wounds. As he left another gash, he forced himself to stay calm. This will not work. Its defense is too thick. Even a 9th stage martial apprentice would have trouble breaking through. Unless I achieve perfection in the one-sword style, I will run out of stamina and spiritual energy long before it does. Lin Mo knew clearly that only by reaching perfection could he land a lethal blow. Then let us make it perfect. Determination flared in his eyes. His sword became faster and faster, and the spiritual energy channeling into the blade began to emit a cyan glow. Not fast enough, not lethal enough, I can go faster. The scene from his epiphany flashed in his mind, each strike growing swifter and the resulting wounds becoming deeper. I understand now. In that exact moment, it clicked. He had been focusing solely on the speed and trajectory, forgetting that the infusion of spiritual energy was just as vital to a spirit technique. With this realization, everything opened up. A dazzling light erupted in the dark night. Rip! Lin Mo and the bloodthirsty iron boar flashed past each other, and the entire street fell silent. Squelch! A fatal gash opened across the head of the boar. Blood sprayed out like a geyser. The massive corpse collapsed limply, twitched instinctually for a moment, and then went completely still. One sword style perfected. What? The lethality of the sword style at perfection level is simply not in the same league as the mastery level. When Lin Mo had only mastered the sword style, every strike could only leave a thin scratch. However, after reaching the perfection level, this single strike of his nearly sliced through half of the bloodthirsty iron boar's throat. Sword style perfection level. Outside the trial grounds, Old Wu's face was filled with shock. It is already rare for a martial apprentice to cultivate a basic spirit skill to the mastery level. As for a martial apprentice reaching the perfection level in a basic spirit skill, that is practically 1 in a million. Old Wu, what do you think? My judgment is pretty good, is not it? Take a look at this kid. Old Zia looked quite smug at this moment, feeling his judgment was superior. He can have one of the spots. At this moment, even Old Wu had to admit that with Lin Mo's current strength, if he could truly break through to the 8th stage of the martial apprentice rank, then getting into a 4-star academy would be no problem at all. Inside the trial grounds, Lin Mo roughly estimated his combat power. He should be able to hold his own against an average 9th stage martial apprentice level monster or exotic beast. However, Lin Mo did not go out of his way to find monsters of that level, because being able to fight them does not mean being able to kill them. Monsters and exotic beasts may have low intelligence, but they are not idiots. If they cannot win, will not they just run away? With his current strength, killing a monster or exotic beast is still a bit difficult. Unless I can cultivate the evasive steps to the perfection level. To deal with monsters and exotic beasts running away, one has to be faster than them. Looks like I have to keep hunting 8th stage martial apprentice monsters to get bronze treasure chests. Lin Mo was in no rush to look for 9th stage monsters now, choosing instead to seek out 8th stage monsters and exotic beasts to hunt. However, the drop rate for bronze chests from hunting 8th stage monsters now was much lower than before he had broken through. When he was at the 6th stage, killing an 8th stage peak monster directly dropped a bronze treasure chest. Besides good luck, the main reason was that at the time, there was a massive gap between his cultivation and that of the 8th stage peak monster, which significantly increased the drop rate. Now that Lin Mo is at the 7th stage, the gap with the 8th stage monsters has narrowed considerably, so the probability naturally decreases. For instance, that bloodthirsty iron boar just now did not drop a chest. However, the solution is simple: just hunt more monsters and exotic beasts. Roar! On the final day of the trials, in a ruin-filled area, an angry beast roar echoed out, as a fierce-looking exotic beast was seen constantly fleeing through the rubble. What was most surprising was that this beast, which had the strength of an 8th stage peak martial apprentice, was being hunted by someone who was only at the 7th stage. That 7th stage martial apprentice was naturally Lin Mo. He moved with light steps, closely tailing the beast, when suddenly he burst into a sprint, and a flash of green light streaked past the creature. Boom! Immediately, the body of that 8th stage exotic beast was torn into two, and blood gushed out. Exotic beast killed, obtained a bronze treasure chest. The mechanical prompt made a small arc appear at the corner of Lin Mo's mouth. For the past 2 days, he had been fully dedicated to hunting 8th stage martial apprentice monsters. Fortunately, there were plenty of monsters and beasts in this trial area, so he did not have to waste much effort looking for them. Since killing that bloodthirsty iron boar, he had gone on to kill several more 8th stage monsters. Including this one, he should have 3 chests in total. The first 2 yielded blood chi pills and alloy fragments, but no comprehension shards. He wondered if this chest would contain one. With a silent thought, Lin Mo opened the bronze treasure chest. Obtained 2 intermediate blood chi pills and 1 comprehension shard. A comprehension shard. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. With this, he could upgrade his evasive steps to the perfection level, which would give him the capital to potentially take down a 9th stage martial apprentice. Thinking of this, Lin Mo decided to head back to the rest area first. Halfway back, Lin Mo felt a massive surge of lightning power rampaging through the air. A loud, shrill roar echoed out, a very peculiar roar that carried a sound like rolling thunder. At the same time, Lin Mo could see from a distance that lightning was ravaging a grove of trees. Beyond the lightning, there were ripples of spiritual energy, clearly indicating someone was hunting an exotic beast. Such powerful lightning energy, I fear this beast has the strength of a true martial artist. Lin Mo was shocked, as a 9th stage martial apprentice level beast would never possess such immense pressure. And to be able to hunt a monster of this level, it meant the student must also be at the level of a martial artist. Stepping into the martial artist rank at 16. This would surely make them the most outstanding prodigy in any martial arts academy in Donghai City. Let us go take a look. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Mo could not resist the curiosity and went around to see who was fighting. Lin Mo approached the area, concealed his presence, and squinted his eyes to watch the beast in the middle of the fight. The beast's body was over a story high, covered not in ordinary fur but in a special type of silver scale, with arcs of lightning flowing, leaping, and crackling across them. Just by looking at its appearance and aura, Lin Mo knew this beast was far stronger than anything he had hunted before. And the candidate fighting this beast was actually a girl. She wore tight black battle armor that outlined her slender and perfect physique. Above that was a fair, long, swan-like neck and a cold, proud face. Below, her battle skirt revealed a pair of straight, long, and dazzlingly white legs. Whether in terms of strength or beauty, this girl was formidable. Lin Mo watched the girl standing face to face with the beast, his emotions oddly stirred as he slowly uttered 3 words. Su Linking. The person before him was the strongest student at Tianquin No. 1 High School, the one most qualified to challenge for a 5-star academy, Su Linking. Like Lin Mo, she was also a transmigrator. 2 days ago, our teacher said she was only at the peak of the 9th stage of martial apprentice. It seems the teacher's intelligence was wrong. Looking at her aura, she must have been a martial artist for quite some time now. Lin Mo could clearly feel the aura on Su Linking, restrained yet profound. It was definitely not the state of someone who had just broken through. Su Linking stood off against the beast for a moment before a pair of swords appeared in her hands. Twin swords. Lin Mo recognized the weapon Su Linking was most skilled with. The twin swords had two forms, one where the sheaths were combined together, and the other where the two swords were separated. As the twin swords appeared, a wave of spiritual energy burst from Su Linking's body. The next moment, she flicked her wrist, and the swords spun, attacking the beast with lightning speed. Su Linking was extremely fast. Lin Mo could barely keep up with her movements. Every strike she made was impeccably reasoned. Based on Lin Mo's calculations, it seemed her basic spirit skills had all reached the perfection level. In the sky, sword lights crisscrossed, shining with a blinding golden radiance, with sword energy surging everywhere. The swords were incredibly fast, and each ray of light possessed such tremendous power that it could have slain a 9th stage martial apprentice monster. Beyond raw power, from Lin Mo's perspective, he could see that Su Linking's attacks were not only powerful but highly skillful, with tricky angles that made her next move impossible to predict. After trading dozens of blows, the beast was covered in many wounds. Although both had the cultivation of a novice martial artist, their combat power was clearly not in the same league. Dual sword strike. Su Linking shouted, and the twin swords, which had been linked together, separated into two blades, unleashing two dazzling rays of golden light. The golden light caught the beast off guard. Even as it dodged one strike, the other cut deeply into its body. In an instant, a gash was torn into the beast's body, and blood splattered everywhere. However, Su Linking did not stop. Instead, her dual sword technique grew even more ferocious. More and more wounds appeared on the beast's body until finally, its scales were almost completely shattered. Crack! Finally, Su Linking thrust both swords into the beast's head simultaneously, putting an end to its life. At that moment, Lin Mo quietly retreated. As he left, Su Linking seemed to sense something and glanced in his direction, a flash of thought crossing her eyes. After going far away, Lin Mo returned directly to the rest area. Having witnessed Su Linking's combat, Lin Mo finally realized the gap between them. This gap made him feel a sense of frustration. Once, because both were transmigrators, they had shared topics and were friends who could talk about anything. But as time passed, Su Linking's talent was revealed, and the gap between them grew so large that they were no longer in the same social class. They spoke less and less, and each meeting became a repetitive, dull, and flavorless exchange. During this time, Lin Mo could feel Su Linking gradually distancing herself, which was one of the reasons he had stopped bothering her. Just as the saying goes, the departure of an adult is always silent. Whether it was the arrogant look on Su Linking's father's face when he once confronted him, or the quiet distance Su Linking had put between them, it all ignited a desire within Lin Mo to become stronger. In this world, only the strong are respected and treated as equals. If his talent were good enough and he were strong enough, Su Linking's father would not have come to his door with such arrogance. If he were strong enough, Su Zhang would not have chosen to distance herself so silently. I am not strong enough yet. Lin Mo consumed that comprehension shard. I can be even stronger. Driven by strong obsession and past humiliation, Lin Mo's mind became exceptionally calm at this moment, as the mysteries of the evasive steps from the comprehension shard revealed themselves one by one. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Mo's figure constantly wove through the rest area. His footsteps were like shadows, elusive and unpredictable. His speed was like a gale, creating afterimages that were far stronger than his previous evasive steps. Even Lin Mo had not expected that the stimulus of seeing Su Linking would allow him to push his evasive steps to the perfection level using just one comprehension shard. What? Trace stepping mastered. Lin Mo let out a soft sigh. He had not expected that such a stimulus would allow him to reach the mastery realm of trace, stepping directly through the comprehension shards. Now that both my single sword style and trace stepping are mastered, I should be able to kill common level 9 martial apprentice demonic beasts. Lin Mo made a rough estimate of his own strength. Open attribute panel. As the thought formed in Lin Mo's mind, a digital light screen visible only to him manifested. Host Lin Mo. Cultivation level, Martial Apprentice level 7. Weapon Common Alloy Weapon, upgradable. Main Spirit Skills, Sword Shadow Technique, upgradable. Single Sword Style, upgradable. Trace Stepping, upgradable. Technique Breathing Method. Innate Divine Abilities, none. My Single Sword Style and Trace Stepping can still be improved. Lin Mo was somewhat shaken. Both skills were already at the Mastery realm, yet they could still be improved. Could it be that there is a higher realm beyond Mastery? Lin Mo frowned. According to his current knowledge, a spirit skill is divided into 4 realms. Entry-level, Minor Success, Great Success, and Mastery. Mastery should be the peak, but this system's screen actually shows that they can still be upgraded. Then that means they can still be improved. If I have the chance to hunt more monsters and drop more treasure chests, I will try it again with some comprehension shards. Compared to his common knowledge, Lin Mo trusted the system more. Because he was at the bottom of the world, there were many things he did not know, and many of his perceptions might be wrong. The martial arts qualification exam has ended, and the score recording is complete. All candidates, please return to the rest area for a unified exit. As soon as this voice rang out, the candidates returned to the rest area one after another. Lin Mo felt a bit reluctant. After all, he did not often get the chance to hunt demonic beasts so freely. Once the soldiers brought all the candidates out of the assessment grounds, they received their martial arts qualification exam scores. The entire martial arts exam was monitored, and the footage was sent to a large-scale artificial intelligence for comprehensive evaluation and scoring. There are 2 ways of scoring. First, if you hunted the demonic beast alone, the AI would give you a score based on the beast's strength. If you hunted it with others, the score would be awarded based on your performance during the hunt. The latter case prevents strong individuals from carrying weaker ones to farm monsters for high scores. Because the score is based on your performance in the hunt, not just whoever landed the final blow to kill the beast. Naturally, the AI's efficiency was extremely high. You could basically find out your score the moment you left the exam hall. This score included the total, the composition of the score, and the details of the points gained in every battle. Lin Mo received his score as soon as he walked out. 2 days before the martial arts qualification exam, Lin Mo had gone online to search and learn about it. The scores for the martial arts entrance exam are divided into D, C, B, A, and S. These 5 levels correspond to 5-star level academies, meaning D corresponds to the lowest 1-star academy, and S corresponds to the highest level 5-star academy. Each level is further subdivided into scores from 1 to 9. Lin Mo's B score meant he could apply for a 3-star martial arts academy. 3-star, that is still not quite enough. Although a 3-star academy is pretty good, Lin Mo's goal was a 5-star academy. But it seems the gap between Lin Mo and those 2 5-star martial arts academies is still quite large. When the martial arts qualification exam ends, the scores are not only given to individuals, but the academies also receive a report on their students' scores. While Chin Hong was in his office drinking coffee, he also received the scores sent by the academy. Let us see how these little brats performed. Chin Hong opened the email sent by the academy, and a list appeared immediately. Juhu C. Not bad performance. Chin Hong noticed Juhu first. This performance was already beyond his expectations. Tianquin No. 1 High School's martial arts exam results had never been great, and he was teaching in an ordinary class. Being able to produce a student qualified for a 2-star academy was quite good. But as Chin Hong looked further down, his eyes froze and he rubbed them, his face showing disbelief. Lin Mo B, how is that possible? Seeing Lin Mo's score, Chin Hong could not help but gasp, his face full of disbelief. A B score meant Lin Mo already possessed the strength for a 3-star academy. Generally, those who get into a 3-star academy need at least the strength of a peak level 8 martial apprentice or a newly advanced level 9. Based on Chin Hong's prior understanding of Lin Mo's strength, even if he were a fierce fighter, he would be at most a peak level 7 martial apprentice. I need to verify this. Chin Hong suspected there was a statistical error in the scores the school sent. As soon as Chin Hong contacted the director of education, a rather rough voice sounded from the other side. Chin Hong, I was just about to call you. Your class has produced a real gem this time, a B score in the qualification exam. That is not the point, though. The point is that the City Bureau included this Lin Mo in our Academy's shortlist for the Seed Project. Seed Project Sprint. The coffee cup in Chin Hong's hand shattered. He was stunned by what he heard from the other end of the line. Chin Hong knew very well what this Seed Project Sprint represented. Every year after the qualification exam, Donghai City selects a group of students who have the potential to reach for 4-star and 5-star academies for intensive training, increasing their chances of getting in. But getting into this program is very difficult because it is not just about the score. It depends on whether you have shown the potential for such an attempt during combat. Tianquan No. 1 High School does not have many people who make it into this program every year, and those who do are usually students from the key classes. For an ordinary class student like the ones he taught, just getting into a martial arts academy is considered excellent. Entering the Seed Project, it is something he would not even dare to imagine. And now Lin Mo actually made it onto that list. Director Zhang, this is not a time for jokes, Chin Hong said with a hoarse voice. Joking? I am busy enough as it is. I have no time to joke with you. Actually, you are the one who has been a bit shady, Chin Hong. You had such a good gem in your class and kept it hidden. Were you afraid those people in the key classes would steal him away? Anyway, I have other things to deal with. I am hanging up. After the call ended, Chin Hong finally emerged from his shock. What kind of transformation did Lin Mo go through to reach this level? Chin Hong really wanted to know. What? The martial arts qualification test lasts for 3 days, and it involves fighting against demons and exotic beasts. Most examinees are physically and mentally exhausted after the assessment. Therefore, the academy does not require students to return immediately. Instead, they are allowed to go home and rest for 2 days before coming back. Upon returning home, Lin Mo first retrieved his alloy sword. During the exam, everyone used the weapons provided by the testing center, so Lin Mo naturally did not waste the alloy fragments he obtained by merging them there. Integrate all alloy fragments to upgrade. Lin Mo muttered to himself, and the alloy sword in his hand underwent a quiet transformation. In just a few seconds, although the appearance of the alloy sword had not changed much, Lin Mo could feel that the blade was sharper, the whole sword was significantly heavier, and some simple mystical patterns had appeared on the blade. However, for Lin Mo, this bit of extra weight was nothing at all. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, flicked his wrist, and swung the alloy sword through the air. Due to the rapid swing, the alloy sword caused friction and vibration in the air, creating a piercing whistling sound. Haha, I did not expect the fusion of alloy fragments to provide such a massive upgrade this time. A smile appeared on Lin Mo's face. The improvement of the alloy sword far exceeded his expectations. It seems the alloy fragments from the bronze treasure chest are a cut above those from the black iron chest. Based on the extent of the sword's transformation, Lin Mo deduced that the quality of alloy fragments from bronze chests was 1 grade higher than those from black iron ones. This alloy sword is probably better than the equipment used by some martial artists. It would definitely fetch a high price if sold. After multiple reinforcements and fusions, the quality of this alloy sword surpassed that of standard weapons used by ordinary martial artists on the market. The value of this sword alone exceeded the sum of all his other possessions. It would be a shame to sell it. Lin Mo rubbed the alloy sword, looking a bit reluctant. After the martial arts qualification test ended, Lin Mo had already planned to sell the alloy sword, because he needed opportunities to hunt demons and exotic beasts. As long as he hunts enough demons to bring his sword shadow technique to perfection and raise his cultivation to the 9th stage of the martial apprentice rank. Only with 3 perfected entry-level spiritual skills and a 9th stage martial apprentice cultivation level would it be possible to hunt martial artist level demons and beasts. However, most opportunities to hunt involve going outside the city, and to do that as an individual, one must hold a martial artist qualification. If it is an organization, the requirements are appropriately relaxed. For example, if the academy organizes field practice for students near the college entrance exam, it will be approved as long as they send sufficient security guards. Besides that, there are some profit-driven agencies that use connections to obtain the qualifications to organize groups to go outside the city. At that point, as long as you are willing to pay a fee, they can take you out of the city to hunt demons and even protect your safety within a certain range. Of course, that fee is quite expensive, and to pay for it now, Lin Mo has no choice but to sell the alloy sword. I will keep an eye on the agencies over the next 2 days, ask for leave once I return to the academy, and then sell the sword. Lin Mo already had a plan in mind. As the college entrance exam approaches, the academy does not strictly restrict students, and getting leave is quite easy. After 2 days of resting at home, Lin Mo headed to the academy. Just as he arrived in class, he heard some classmates discussing the results of the martial arts qualification test. Lin Mo is here. I wonder how he did on the qualification test. Judging by his usual performance, he should get a D rating, but compared to Zhu Hu, he is definitely going to be far behind. Zhu Hu reached the 8th stage of martial apprentice a few days ago. I heard his qualification score is C. He could even get into a 2-star martial arts university. Many people whispered among themselves as they saw Lin Mo enter the classroom. After all, only a few people in ordinary classes can get into a martial arts university, and during the last training session, Lin Mo killed 78 demons with outstanding results. He had 1 foot in the door of a martial arts university. Zhu Hu actually broke through to the 8th stage of martial apprentice. Lin Mo overheard these remarks, and he was slightly surprised by Zhu Hu's breakthrough. Of course, after the brief moment of surprise, he did not give it another thought. His current strength is enough to kill an average 9th stage martial apprentice, so even if Zhu Hu reached the 8th stage, it did not mean much to him. As they were talking, Zhu Hu and his lackeys entered the classroom. As Zhu Hu walked in, he naturally drew envious gazes from most of the students. Although the qualification test score is not the final grade for the actual entrance exam, it is a very strict assessment, and the gap between it and the real results is usually not very large. A C score is enough to get into a 2-star martial arts university, which might set him on a completely different life path. Zhu Hu enjoyed the envy, feeling quite smug, and as his eyes swept the room, they landed on Lin Mo. Seeing Lin Mo's indifferent expression, Zhu Hu felt a bit annoyed, so with a smirk he walked over. "Our dear classmate Lin Mo, may I ask how you did on the martial arts qualification test?" Zhu Hu walked over, leaned a hand on the desk, and asked with a mocking look in his eyes. He secretly hoped Lin Mo would not even get a D-grade rating, though he knew that was unlikely. He knew enough about Lin Mo's strength to know a D should not be hard. But so what, if he had not broken through, he might have been wary, but now that he had advanced and his score was above a D, he felt confident. Lin Mo glanced at Zhu Hu, understanding his intentions. B. Lin Mo replied calmly. There was no point in hiding it. Qin Hong would announce the results shortly anyway. But the whole class was stunned. B. A score like that is good enough for a 3-star martial arts university. 3-star universities are not something ordinary class students can dream of. At Tianquan No. 1 High, only top students in the key classes can manage that. How can that be? A B score requires the strength of an 8th stage peak or early 9th stage martial apprentice. Even if Lin Mo has a special physique and can fight above his level, his cultivation is only at the 6th stage. He is bluffing. There is no need for that. The head teacher will announce the scores in a minute. Why pretend to be something you are not? You will just be humiliated soon enough. The students in the class did not believe Lin Mo could achieve a B. After all, that score was out of reach for an ordinary class. Lin Mo, you are not even trying to make your lies believable. I am an 8th stage martial apprentice and only got a C. How could a mere 6th stage student get a B? Zhu Hu sneered, releasing his 8th stage aura, causing several weaker students to quickly take a few steps back. If you only got a C as an 8th stage martial apprentice, that just proves you are weak. And for the record, I am at the 7th stage. Lin Mo stood up, unleashing his 7th stage aura. Even though his cultivation level was lower than Zhu Hu's, his presence actually suppressed him. Level 7 Martial Disciple. Seeing the aura radiating from Lin Mo, many students in the classroom began to buzz with noise. They had not expected that it was not just Zhu Hu who had broken through. Lin Mo had also achieved a breakthrough. Lin Mo actually broke through as well. This was something Zhu Hu never expected. He had originally thought he could suppress the other guy, but now it seemed that would not be possible. If Lin Mo wants to reach a B-grade standard, he needs to hunt at least 6 peak level 8 martial arts demons or beasts. Even if you have broken through to the 7th level of a martial disciple, you still could not possibly do it. Zhu Hu still did not believe that Lin Mo could get a B-grade score. Lin Mo could not be bothered to argue. He could take on 10 guys at Zhu Hu's level 8 martial disciple. Soon, Qin Hong arrived in the classroom. This time for the martial arts qualification tournament, our class did quite well. 8 people passed, and 3 of them received a rating above D. Zheng Gang, your score is D, but it is very close. You are currently at the peak of level 6 martial disciple. If your family can afford it, buy some potions that aid in breaking through. If you can reach level 7 before the college entrance exam, getting into a martial arts university should not be a problem. Qin Hong said to Zheng Gang. And Zhu Hu, a score of C, not bad. As long as you do not perform poorly in the martial arts entrance exam, getting into a 2-star martial arts university should not be an issue. Hearing Qin Hong's praise, Zhu Hu's eyes showed a hint of pride, and he could not help but puff out his chest. But deep down, he felt a faint sense of unease, because since Qin Hong called his name second, it meant there was someone with a better grade than him. In this class, besides Lin Mo, who else could surpass him in martial arts? Could his score really be Bei? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Zhu Hu kept comforting himself like this in his heart. After finishing with Zhu Hu, Qin Hong turned his gaze toward Lin Mo, his face filled with an unmistakable smile as he said, of course, the best performance in this qualification tournament was from Lin Mo. With a score of B, he is ranked first among the regular classes in our academy. It really is B, damn, it is actually true. That is incredible. A level 7 martial disciple actually got a B that is enough to get into a 3-star martial arts university. The classroom erupted into noise instantly. A B score at Tianquan First High School was definitely an elite result, not just in regular classes, but even in the key classes. Zhu Hu's face turned ashen. He did not expect Lin Mo's B score to be real. How is this possible? He is only a level 7 martial disciple. How could he have a B rating? Zhu Hu simply could not imagine how Lin Mo had obtained that score. Everyone quiet down. At that moment, Qin Hong's deep voice resonated, filled with spiritual energy, instantly suppressing all the noise. As a master-level powerhouse, the students in the class were all in great awe of Qin Hong. Of course, this is just your martial arts score. You will also have to take the academic entrance exam soon, with mock tests coming up, so you should all prepare well. In the coming time, students taking the martial arts entrance exam can ask me for leave if you have other arrangements. Qin Hong also knew that, as the martial arts entrance exam approaches, parents who are well off will take their children for specialized training, teach them techniques for hunting demons and beasts, or invest resources to see if they can help their children achieve another breakthrough. Therefore, the school is quite lenient with martial arts exam candidates during this time. All right, everyone, study by yourselves. Lin Mo, come out with me. Qin Hong called Lin Mo out. After following Qin Hong out, Lin Mo was brought to a luxuriously decorated office. In this office sat a middle-aged man with slightly graying hair and an older look. This middle-aged man looked spirited and exuded an invisible pressure just by standing there. His impression on Lin Mo was that he was very strong, at least much stronger than their homeroom teacher, Qin Hong. Director Zia, I have brought Lin Mo. Qin Hong was quite respectful in front of this person, and then introduced him to Lin Mo. Lin Mo, this is a leader from the Municipal Education Bureau, Elder Zia. This Elder Zia was none other than one of the 2 martial arts masters who were selecting talent during the martial arts qualification tournament. Elder Zia from the Municipal Education Bureau, but I do not really have much of a connection with the Municipal Education Bureau. Lin Mo realized from Qin Hong's address that this man likely held a high position. Young man, do not be nervous. Elder Zia gestured for Lin Mo to sit down and then said with a smile, during your qualification tournament, I watched the real-time monitoring, and I was quite impressed by you. To be able to train the sword style to the perfection stage, you are very impressive. Elder Zia praised Lin Mo highly. Perfected sword style. Standing to the side, Qin Hong finally understood why Lin Mo was able to get a B rating. Basic spiritual skills at the perfection stage are extremely powerful at the martial disciple level. Since Lin Mo had perfected the sword style, it was no surprise that he could hunt down peak level 8 martial disciple level demons and beasts. Lin Mo now understood why this man knew who he was. It turned out the other party had access to the real-time monitoring of the tournament. However, the other party probably did not know that besides the sword style, he had also mastered the ghostly steps to the perfection stage. You have great potential. If you can break through to level 8 martial disciple, you will have the strength to aim for a 4-star university. That is why I am here to invite you to join the Seed Sprint program. Elder Zia extended an invitation to Lin Mo. Seed Sprint Program. Lin Mo had not heard of this. At this point, Chin Hong explained from the side. Every year, to ensure Donghai City gets better results in the martial arts college entrance exam, they select a group of students capable of getting into 4-star and 5-star universities for intensive training, hoping to increase the number of students admitted to these top-tier institutions. Exactly, for this intensive training, Donghai City will provide substantial resources to assist your cultivation. They will also hire experienced martial arts powerhouses to come and give you guidance on techniques for hunting demons and beasts, Elder Zia added. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, will there be opportunities to hunt demons and beasts in this intensive training? Lin Mo did not have much interest in resources. For him, as long as he could hunt enough demons and beasts, he could increase his strength rapidly. Naturally, since we are going to teach you hunting techniques, we will definitely give you plenty of opportunities for actual combat, Elder Zia smiled. All right then, I will join this program. Hearing this, Lin Mo chose to join without hesitation. This way, he would not even need to sell his sword. Good, tomorrow, take this registration card and go to the Municipal Education Bureau to report. Elder Zia handed Lin Mo a registration card. Of course, this registration card was not made of any special material. After all, in this digital age, even if someone forged a card, once you get there, they can just check the system to see if you are in their records. The Municipal Education Bureau was located in a prominent spot in downtown Donghai City, surrounded by towering skyscrapers and buzzing with the comings and goings of flying cars. As Lin Mo reached the reception desk of the bureau, he saw a middle-aged woman arguing with a staff member while accompanied by a young man around his own age. Mrs. Wang, your child's name really is not on the list here, the staff member said with a forced smile on their face. How can it not be there? Old Wang told me himself that my son would be admitted to the Seed Sprint program. The middle-aged woman's voice was quite loud, carrying an unreasonable, demanding tone. But your son's name is truly not in the system. Perhaps you should check with Section Chief Wang to see if there has been a mistake. Even though the staff member was getting impatient, they could only continue to respond with a smile. Chumo took a look at the young man. His strength was actually quite decent, at the 8th level of martial apprentice. However, judging by his aura, he must have just broken through recently, putting him on the same level as Zhuhu. If one lacked some special means, they would indeed not be qualified to enter the Seed Sprint program. This is because the Seed Sprint program has a minimum requirement of aiming for a 4-star martial arts academy. Unless one has a rare special constitution that grants them a score reduction, a normal entrance exam would likely require combat power at the peak of the 9th level of martial apprentice at the very least. Clearly, this young man was far from meeting that standard. Lin Mo walked up, took out his admission certificate, and said to the staff member, "This is my admission certificate." Both the staff member and the middle-aged woman glanced at Lin Mo. My son is at the 8th level of martial apprentice and still does not qualify. You, a 7th level martial apprentice, have the nerve to come here with a fake certificate you probably bought somewhere. The middle-aged woman taunted Lin Mo mercilessly. The staff member's expression soured. Their mood was already ruined by the unreasonable person earlier, and now a 7th level martial apprentice was here causing trouble. Student, please do not come here to disrupt official business. Using a fake certificate could result in you being detained by the police if we were to look into it properly, the staff member said coldly. Then please just check it and you will know, Lin Mo replied. Impatient, the staff member snatched the certificate and entered the information carelessly. However, when the results appeared, the staff member was stunned. Lin Mo was actually on the Seed Sprint program list. My God, how powerful must his connections be to get in at the 7th level of martial apprentice? The staff member subconsciously assumed Lin Mo was someone with powerful backing. Because every year, quite a few people try to use connections to get into the Seed Sprint program. But usually those who get squeezed in are at least competent and not too weak. This was the first time they had seen a 7th level martial apprentice on the list. Student, verification is complete. You are indeed on the list. Please keep your admission certificate safe. The staff member's attitude toward Lin Mo did a 180-degree turn. The person in front of them clearly had immense backing, someone they could not afford to offend. What? This 7th level martial apprentice got in, but my son at the 8th level could not. Your education bureau is way too corrupt. The middle-aged woman was stunned, then shrieked, instantly drawing the attention of everyone around. Everyone, come judge this for yourselves. Look at this kid, a 7th level martial apprentice, somehow on the Seed Sprint program list. The Education Bureau is so corrupt. They are using our taxpayers' money to provide special favors to their own. The middle-aged woman did not care about making a scene and started causing trouble right at the entrance of the bureau. Many people, seeing Lin Mo's level of strength, began to point and whisper. 7th level of martial apprentice on the Seed Sprint list. This is insanely corrupt. Exactly, this is the first time I have ever heard of someone at the 7th level making the Seed Sprint list. Many people nearby joined the commotion, and for a moment, even the staff member did not know how to handle the situation. Lin Mo frowned. He just wanted to check in. He had not expected this kind of trouble. Lin Mo drew his alloy sword, vibrating it at high speed until it let out a sharp hum. Are you ready? Lin Mo looked at the 8th level martial apprentice. What? The 8th level martial apprentice was stunned for a moment. In the next second, Lin Mo took a step, leaving an afterimage in the air. Before the martial artist could react or even move, Lin Mo's sword was already resting against his throat. Bewildering Steps, Perfected Realm. It really is the perfected realm of bewildering steps. A 7th level martial apprentice actually mastered a basic martial skill to the perfected state. If a martial apprentice can reach the perfected state in basic skills, their combat power increases significantly. That 8th level martial artist did not even have time to react. In a real fight, that strike would have been lethal. Many keen-eyed observers nearby immediately recognized that the movement technique Lin Mo just used had reached the perfected realm. This meant that his selection for the Seed Sprint program was perfectly reasonable. What is going on? Why are there so many people gathered here? Just then, Elder Zia came down from upstairs. Bureau Chief Zia, the staff member, explained the situation upon seeing him. So you're questioning our selection for the Seed Sprint program? Then I will tell you now. Besides his mastered bewildering steps, his sword arts have also reached the perfected realm. Once he breaks through to the 8th level, he will have few rivals among martial apprentices. Do you still think he got in through the back door? Elder Zia spoke with a resonant voice, silencing the crowd with his authority. At the same time, many were secretly shocked. This guy was a monster. Not only did he perfect his movement technique, but his swordsmanship was also perfected. Lin Mo, come with me. Elder Zia beckoned for Lin Mo to follow him. I did not expect you to have perfected your bewildering steps. Elder Zia was quite surprised, as Lin Mo's movement technique had only been at the Great Achievement stage during the martial arts qualifying tournament. I only just perfected it recently, Lin Mo said, which was true. He had indeed only mastered it fully recently. Let us go, take the bus to the training base. Elder Zia led Lin Mo onto a floating bus. The students on board were at least at the 8th level of martial apprentice, with many having reached the 9th. Seeing that Lin Mo was only a 7th level martial apprentice, many of them were quite surprised. However, with Elder Zia present, there was no noisy questioning as there had been before. Lin Mo, these are the students in the Seed Sprint program. Of course, this is just this particular batch. Donghai City usually has 1,000 people participating in the training every year. Elder Zia explained to Lin Mo. So many people can aim for 4-star or even 5-star academies. Lin Mo was quite shocked. Of course not, Elder Zia waved his hand and said, the vast majority of them only have the potential to aim for a 4-star academy. For instance, the 8th level martial apprentices here have the combat power of those just entering the 9th level. If they can break through to the 9th level, they have the capital to compete for a 4-star academy. But the prerequisite is that they can break through. Take you, for example. If you can break through to the 8th level, you could certainly aim for a 4-star academy, but that is conditional on you making that breakthrough. If you have not done so in this final month, you will not make it in. Secondly, it depends on your performance during the exam. If your strength is just hovering on the threshold, one mistake and failing to get in is perfectly normal. 4-star academies are not that easy to get into. Elder Zia sighed slightly as the floating bus pulled away. About half an hour later, the hoverbus arrived at a continuous mountain range. The hoverbus stopped at the foot of the mountain, and everyone on board got off. Such dense spiritual energy. Some people exclaimed just after getting off the bus, as the concentration of spiritual energy in this mountain range was far superior to that in the downtown area of Donghai City. It is normal, this should be Mount Huling, and beneath Mount Huling lies the largest spiritual vein in our Donghai city, remarked someone who knew some inside information. What tight security? Lin Mo looked around. There were heavily armed soldiers guarding the entrance at the foot of the mountain, and all these soldiers possessed the strength of martial artists. Not only that, when Lin Mo looked up, he could see some drones flying, clearly patrolling the mountain range at all times. It is rumored that Mount Huling is one of the important sources of medicinal herbs for Donghai City, where many herbs needed by martial artists to improve their strength are grown. They are important materials for refining spiritual liquid, so the security is extremely tight. Lin Mo recalled some rumors he had heard about Mount Huling. Now that he saw it for himself, the security was indeed very tight. After getting off the bus, Elder Zia went over to talk to the soldiers for a few words, and then they let the group pass. Except for special circumstances, hovercars are strictly prohibited from entering Mount Huling. We can only walk up the mountain. Also, there are many restricted areas on Mount Huling. Do not run around and stay with the team. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, they have the right to shoot you on the spot. Elder Zia gave them a stern warning. Understood, the students who could come here were not idiots. They knew that Elder Zia was definitely not just scaring them. Although the path on Mount Huling was steep, all the students who came here, except for Lin Mo, were at least at the 8th stage of the martial apprentice rank. Everyone was capable of vaulting over walls and leaping onto roofs, so this bit of steep road was not very difficult at all. Finally, under the leadership of Elder Zia, the group arrived at a huge plaza on the top of the mountain. By the time Lin Mo and the others arrived, a large number of young figures had already gathered on the plaza. These young people were all high-spirited, their brows brimming with confidence and vitality. Those who were able to come here were basically the best of the best from various academies in Donghai City, and each of them was capable of getting into a 3-star institution. The purpose of their coming here was to aim for 4-star or even 5-star martial arts institutions. Of course, these geniuses had their own cliques, which were basically formed based on their academies, though there was one exception. That group only consisted of a dozen people. Their expressions were either indifferent or arrogant, and the spiritual power fluctuations emitted from their bodies were far stronger than those of ordinary people. Hardly anyone dared to approach where they stood. Even though everyone here was an elite from their respective martial arts academies, they looked at that group with awe and envy in their eyes. Because everyone in that group was a full-fledged martial artist. They were the seeds of this year's batch in Donghai City, capable of competing for 5-star institutions. In that same group, Lin Mo saw a familiar figure. Su Linking. Today, Su Linking was wearing a silver robe with a cold and arrogant expression, giving off a cold and elegant vibe. Lin Mo, it really is you. You were actually selected for the Seed Sprint project. Just as Lin Mo was looking at Su Linking, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Lin Mo turned his head and saw a familiar figure waving at him. Deng Shan. Lin Mo recognized the person. He was the 8th stage martial apprentice he had met during the martial arts qualification trials, Deng Shan. Checking out the beauty, are you? Let me see which pretty girl you are looking at. Deng Shan followed his gaze and saw Su Linking. Tusk, Su Linking. She's a famous beauty from our Donghai Martial Arts Academy. Yuan Hongbo, the #1 student at our Xinjiang #1 high school, is her most fervent pursuer. As Deng Shan was speaking, he suddenly thought of something and asked Lin Mo, "Are you from Tianquin #1 high school?" Yes, Lin Mo nodded. Deng Shan slapped his thigh and said, "Su Linking is also from Tianquin #1 high school. You guys must know each other, right?" "I suppose so." Lin Mo's answer was also ambiguous. "Then do you have her contact information?" Deng Shan's eyes became fiery. Lin Mo felt a bit uncomfortable being stared at by Deng Shan's sudden intense gaze. "No, do not look at me like that. I really do not." Lin Mo was not lying to Deng Shan. Because according to the law, one could only apply for a cerebral computer number after reaching the age of 14, and by that time, he and Su Linking were no longer in contact. Sigh, what a pity. I wanted to get Su Linking's contact information so I could brag to my buddies even if I could not add her. Deng Shan shook his head, looking quite regretful. Immediately, Deng Shan familiarly draped his arm over Lin Mo's shoulder and said, "Why are you the only one here? There should be some people from your Tianquin #1 high school who could enter the Seed Sprint project, right?" "I am from a regular class, so I am not close to those people. I do not even know who made it onto the list." Lin Mo shrugged. Damn, you are actually from a regular class. That is impressive. Getting onto the seed project list from a regular class is amazing. Deng Shan had not expected that Lin Mo was actually a student from a regular class at Tianquan No. 1 High School. He had originally thought that Lin Mo was a top student from a key class at Tianquan No. 1 High School. What is so impressive about that? You got in just the same. Deng Shan chuckled and then said in a low voice to Lin Mo, "Actually, in terms of raw strength, I am still a bit short of the standards for the seed sprint project, but my dad pulled some strings for me." Deng Shan gave Lin Mo a look that said, "You know what I mean." "But even if I got in, I am just a third-tier seed." Deng Shan sighed and shook his head. "Third-tier seed?" Lin Mo asked. "Is it possible that there are levels for those who get in?" "Of course there are," Deng Shan told Lin Mo. "Although theoretically everyone who comes here has the potential to impact a 4-star institution, in reality, less than a third of them will likely end up getting into one. Therefore, there are also levels among us seeds, which are divided into special-tier seeds, first-tier seeds, second-tier seeds, and third-tier seeds. Special-tier seeds are those who can compete for 5-star institutions, which are the dozen martial artists in that group. Next are the first-tier seeds, meaning those who, barring accidents, will basically be able to get into a 4-star institution. Then there are the second-tier seeds, who meet the true standards of the seed sprint project. And as for the third-tier seeds, they are basically all of us who got in through connections." Only after Deng Shan explained this did Lin Mo realize there were actually levels involved. "It is actually just a nominal title, so it is not that important." Lin Mo did not really care. "Nominal title? This is not just a nominal title. The treatment for each level of seed is different." Deng Shan shook his head, refuting Lin Mo's point. "Are there different treatments for each rank of seed?" Lin Mo did not know much about this information, so he humbly asked Deng Shan for guidance. "Of course there is a difference, otherwise why would they divide us into ranks?" Deng Shan smiled slightly and said, "For example, the special rank seeds will have martial arts masters providing one-on-one targeted training for their spirit skills, and they will reside in rooms engraved with spirit gathering patterns. As for the first rank seeds, their living environment is not bad either. They are taught by martial arts grandmaster level instructors and can apply to fight against demonic beasts at any time. Their treatment is far superior to that of the second-rank seeds and someone like me, a third-rank seed. Applied to fight against demonic beasts at any time." Lin Mo's eyes lit up instantly. What was his purpose for coming here? It was precisely to hunt demonic beasts. As long as there are enough demonic beasts, he could absolutely sprint to the 9th level of the martial apprentice stage, or even reach the warrior stage. However, Lin Mo was not sure if he could be evaluated as a first-rank seed. After all, his cultivation base was indeed a bit low compared to the others. In the following time, Deng Shan and Lin Mo chatted for a while, and before long, a distant bell chime echoed. Immediately, a white-haired old man in white clothes and white shoes stepped onto the high platform in the square. When the white-haired old man stepped onto the platform, the whole crowd fell silent. They could clearly feel the vast, sea-like aura emanating from the old man's body, an aura even stronger than that of the martial arts grandmasters who had led them here. This old man was a martial arts master. If being a martial arts grandmaster is the hallmark of stepping into the upper echelons of Donghai City, then a martial arts master represents the very peak of the city. "Hello everyone, I am the chief instructor for your intensive training. You can call me Instructor Yan." The old man spoke slowly on the platform. Although his voice did not sound particularly thunderous, every word was clearly transmitted into everyone's ears. "Hello, Instructor Yan." At this moment, everyone called out in unison. Instructor Yan did not waste any time. He pulled out a booklet and said, "According to the evaluations by each martial arts grandmaster, we have selected 13 special rank seeds, 93 first rank seeds, 498 second rank seeds, and 322 third rank seeds." Regarding these quotas for each rank, no one was surprised, as it was about the same every year. Next, I will announce them one by one in the order of the martial arts academies. On the platform, Instructor Yan added, "When your name is called, come up to the platform to receive your identification token." Xinjiang No. 1 High School, Yuan Hongbo, Special Rank Seed. No one was surprised that Xinjiang No. 1 High School was mentioned first, as it was indeed the strongest among all the martial arts academies in Donghai City. Immediately, a youth with sharp, star-like brows and clear-cut facial features swept onto the platform. Yuan Hongbo's strength was extremely powerful, with intense spirit energy fluctuations around him. Those fluctuations seemed to cut above the vast majority of warriors in their circle. He is the most ardent pursuer of Su Linking. Lin Mo sized him up. This guy was indeed very strong and not simple at all. No wonder he had the courage to pursue Su Linking so fervently. Xinjiang No. 1 High School, Li Feng, Special Rank Seed. The next youth to sweep onto the stage was also a warrior, but his aura was a bit weaker than Yuan Hongbo's. After several more people, the old man called out Deng Shan's name. Of course, Deng Shan going up did not attract much attention since he was only a third-rank seed. Everyone knew that such people were only on the list due to connections. The name calling continued, and one youth after another went up to receive their identification tokens. Not to mention the special rank seeds, even the appearance of a first-rank seed would attract many envious gazes. After all, first-rank seeds were taught by at least martial arts grandmasters, while second- and third-rank seeds only had martial arts masters for instruction. Soon, most people on the square had received their tokens, and the old man started calling out Tianquin No. 1 High School. This was normal, as the Tianquin district was at the bottom among all districts in Donghai City, so it was not surprising they were called last. Tianquin No. 1 High School, Su Linking, Special Rank Seed. When this name was called, many people cast their eyes toward the circle of special rank seeds. Although Su Linking was from Tianquin No. 1 High School, her fame was immense, spreading across almost every martial arts academy in Donghai City. Su Linking looked cold and proud as she stepped onto the platform to collect her identification token. She truly deserves the title of the No. 1 beauty of Tianquin's martial arts academies. She is indeed stunning. That is right, not only is she beautiful, but her strength is also immense. I see that her spirit energy fluctuations are no weaker than Yuan Hongbo's from Xinjiang No. 1 High School. It is a pity. I wonder why someone with such good talent ended up in the Tianquin district. Whispers erupted here and there. Of course, the discussion did not last long, and soon everyone quieted down again. After Su Linking stepped down, Instructor Yan looked at the jade booklet and announced, Tianquin No. 1 High School, Lin Mo, first-rank seed. When Lin Mo's name was called, he felt a surge of joy. He had not expected himself to actually be a first-rank seed. As he swept onto the platform, the entire arena instantly erupted into a commotion. 7th level Martial Apprentice. Since when can someone at the 7th level of Martial Apprentice get into the seed sprint plan? Exactly, and not only that, he is actually a first-rank seed. This backdoor deal is just too outrageous. It is unfair, extremely unfair. Instructor Yan, I suspect there is something shady going on. Instantly, waves of questioning voices were shouted out. Everyone was well aware that some people used connections to enter the seed sprint plan. However, those people were usually third-rank seeds, so nobody said much. But if you get in through the back door and still grab a first-rank seed spot, that is crossing the line, which naturally sparked protests from many. Seeing Lin Mo sweep onto the platform, Su Linking's cold, arrogant expression finally showed some fluctuation, and some familiar memories and images rushed into her mind. Lin Mo, the person who came from the same world as her. Originally, as her talent blossomed and his faded, the two had gradually lost touch. Su Linking did not deliberately try to maintain their once close relationship, and even though they were in the same academy, they had not exchanged a word in over 3 years. She never expected that she would hear news of Lin Mo in such an occasion today. Yuan Hongbo beside her also keenly noticed Su Linking's emotional shift and said with a kind smile, "What, you know this Lin Mo? We are from the same academy, so naturally I know him," Su Linking replied without denying it. "I do not know what your classmate was thinking. If you get in by the back door as a 7th level martial apprentice, you should keep a low profile. He actually dared to take a first-rank seed spot. I am afraid this will incite quite a bit of public resentment, and if he offends Instructor Yan, unless his background is immense, he will not have a good end." Yuan Hongbo looked at Lin Mo on the platform and shook his head with a look of disdain. When Lin Mo stepped onto the stage, even Instructor Yan was slightly surprised. Naturally, he was aware of the under-the-table dealings regarding the shortlist for the seed project. However, under normal circumstances, those in charge would not go too far. Even those who used connections to get in were at least at the 8th stage of Martial Apprentice, so everyone generally turned a blind eye. This was also how the third-tier seeds came to be. Yet it was extremely rare for someone at the 7th stage of martial apprentice to sneak into the seed project, let alone be assigned as a first-tier seed. Of course, Instructor Yan was a martial grandmaster, and his judgment was far superior to that of the students below. He could discern that although Lin Mo was at the 7th stage of martial apprentice, both his physique and spiritual energy were stronger than those at the 8th stage. Instructor Yan flipped through the notes on Lin Mo. Martial Qualification Tournament Score B, Mastery of Sword Style and Trace Hiding Step. 2 basic spiritual skills cultivated to perfection. Instructor Yan was slightly astonished. Being able to master 1 basic spiritual skill at the martial apprentice stage was the mark of a prodigy, yet this Lin Mo had actually mastered 2. In that case, even as a 7th stage martial apprentice, being rated as a first-tier seed was quite reasonable. Quiet. Instructor Yan raised his hand to suppress the noise, speaking up. Although this student is only at the 7th stage of martial apprentice, he has mastered 2 basic spiritual skills, sword style and trace hiding step, and is qualified to be a first-tier seed. Instructor Yan's words caused an uproar in the square. 2 basic spiritual skills mastered to perfection. How is that possible? Since Instructor Yan said so, it must be true. Many of the young people were amazed, as they knew full well how difficult it was to master basic spiritual skills. Upon hearing this answer, Yuan Hongbo's expression turned awkward, and he immediately changed the subject. 2 basic spiritual skills at perfection. It seems your classmate Lin Mo has quite good comprehension of skills. It is just a pity his cultivation talent is lacking. Yuan Hongbo's words sounded like praise for Lin Mo, but in reality, he meant that even if Lin Mo had strong comprehension, his poor cultivation talent meant he posed no real threat. After Lin Mo collected his identification badge and stepped down, Deng Shan exclaimed dramatically at him. Damn, 2 basic spiritual skills at perfection. Lin Mo, you are too incredible. I have just been lucky lately and had a flash of insight, that is all, Lin Mo replied modestly. Once everyone received their identification badges, they followed the instructions on them to find their residences. Following the directions, Lin Mo arrived at the dormitory area to see rows of luxurious, exquisite small buildings. These buildings were not tall, basically 3 stories each, and even from a distance, one could see they were divided into different grades. Obviously, these grades were to distinguish the tier of each seed. "Sai, the place you first-tier seeds live in is so much better than ours," Deng Shan said enviously from the side. Although everyone lived in similar small buildings, it was obvious that the spiritual energy in the buildings for 3rd-tier seeds was much weaker than that for 1st-tier seeds. After chatting with Deng Shan for a bit, Lin Mo arrived at his building. There, Lin Mo met his 2 roommates. One was rather lean, with spiritual energy fluctuations around the peak of the 9th stage of martial apprentice. The other was a young woman with a delicate appearance, also at the 9th stage of martial apprentice. Lin Mo. As soon as Lin Mo entered, both of them recognized him and called out his name. It could not be helped. Lin Mo had caused such a scene earlier that almost everyone participating in the seed project knew him. However, it was quite awkward for Lin Mo, as he did not know either of them and could not call them by name. Fortunately, the lean man sensed the awkwardness and introduced himself. "My name is Liu Ming." Yang Mengsu, the woman, added. "Nice to meet you both," Lin Mo replied, greeting them. Since they were going to be living together for over half a month, he needed to get along with his roommates. The accommodation was quite good, with everyone getting their own floor, providing some privacy. After greeting Liu Ming and Yang Mengsu, Lin Mo went up to the 3rd floor. When he got there, it had already been cleaned, and the bed, pillows, and quilt had all been replaced with new ones, with everything perfectly arranged. After settling in, Lin Mo received an email on his brain interface. The email was from the Education Bureau, clarifying which group Lin Mo was in and who his instructor was. "My instructor is actually Elder Zia." Lin Mo was surprised to find that his instructor was indeed Elder Zia. Not long after, Elder Zia added Lin Mo to a group chat. The group consisted of 11 people, Elder Zia, the instructor, and 10 group members. Elder Zia posted a message, "Gather at the plaza at 7:00 am tomorrow. I will rest well for the day. After tomorrow, I will apply for actual combat training against monsters." Lin Mo had already made up his mind to apply for real combat the next day. The next day, Lin Mo arrived at the plaza on time. The plaza was marked with group numbers, and everyone was standing in their respective group areas. Lin Mo found his group, and Elder Zia had already arrived. Lin Mo then surveyed the various groups in the plaza. The special tier seeds were in one group, and their instructor was none other than Instructor Yan. The first tier seed groups were all led by martial masters. The second and third tier seed groups had instructors at the martial warrior level. Of course, these martial warriors were much stronger than Lin Mo's homeroom teacher, Chin Hong. Chin Hong was only a junior martial warrior, while the instructors here were all senior martial warriors. Most of these instructors came from the military and possessed a wealth of experience in fighting monsters. Once Elder Zia saw all 10 members of his group had arrived, he calmly said, "Follow me." Immediately, Elder Zia led the 10 of them to a specific location. This place was a fortress with a wide open area in the center, and the surrounding walls were lined with cages made of black refined iron. The cages held various monsters and alien beasts, the weakest of which were at the peak of the 8th stage of Martial Apprentice, while the strongest were at the peak of the 9th stage. This is where you will train to fight monsters. The open area is made of special materials, so combat at your level will not damage the surroundings. You can go all out. Elder Zia introduced the facility. However, besides Lin Mo, the rest of you will not be engaging in real combat for the first few days, because your spiritual skills still have some flaws. I have reviewed your combat videos over the past few days and identified issues with how you use your skills, so I will teach you one by one. Elder Zia chose one person and asked them to demonstrate their skills. I watched your combat footage. You are too hesitant when thrusting your spear. It is not fast enough. Also, the balance of the spear is off, and the frequency of your spiritual energy infusion is problematic. Let me demonstrate for you. Elder Zia did not mince words. He pointed out the problems directly and demonstrated the techniques for the student. He then asked the student to demonstrate again, corrected them once more, and had them practice repeatedly while he moved on to the next student. In less than an hour, Elder Zia had pointed out the problems for all 9 other students and had them working on correcting their mistakes. Then Elder Zia turned to look at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, you have mastered your basic spiritual skills, so there is not much worth pointing out in that regard. However, your method of hunting monsters is far too crude. Now I will release one monster, and you will engage it in real combat. What? Real combat with a beast. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. He had originally been planning to apply for a chance to fight a demonic beast, but he never expected the opportunity to come knocking on his door. Do not get too happy just yet. The beast I have picked for you is not the same level as those you killed during the martial arts college entrance exam qualifiers. Those kinds of demonic beasts were far too weak for you. Old Zia said coldly, then pressed a remote control. A cage opened, and a violent roar echoed through the room. A completely silver-white wolf leaped out of the cage. The spiritual energy fluctuations radiating from its body had reached the 9th stage of the martial apprentice rank. This silver wolf just broke through to the 9th stage of the martial apprentice rank recently. It is neither too weak nor too strong, just right for you to spar with. After old Zia finished speaking, the other members of the group were quite astonished. A beast that had just reached the 9th stage of the martial apprentice rank was not considered strong to them. After all, as first-tier seeds, they were all at the 9th stage and quite powerful, and they had even solo killed beasts of that level before. But Lin Mo's cultivation is currently only at the 7th stage of the martial apprentice rank, not the 9th. Killing a beast 2 stages above his own is an incredibly difficult feat. At the very least, they admitted that they could not have done it when they were at the 7th stage. Just hit the 9th stage of the martial apprentice rank. The excitement in Lin Mo's eyes grew even more intense. During the martial arts entrance exam qualifiers, he had planned to find a beast at this level to practice on once he perfected his phantom step, but unfortunately, he ran out of time. Now, old Zia has arranged a fight with such a beast directly for him. This is simply perfect. With his current cultivation, the chance of getting a bronze treasure chest from killing an 8th stage beast is not very high, but the probability from killing a 9th stage one is significantly greater. Besides, a beast that has just reached the 9th stage is not particularly strong, and he is capable of hunting it. After emerging from the cage, the silver wolf glared at Lin Mo with scarlet eyes and let out an angry roar. It had not eaten in days, and as far as it was concerned, the young man with cultivation in front of it was the perfect meal. Howl! The silver wolf took 2 steps, then suddenly launched itself, turning into a silver blur as it pounced on Lin Mo. What incredible speed! Lin Mo reacted quickly, using his phantom step to dodge the wolf's pounce by a hair's breadth. At the same time, he thrust his sword diagonally, striking the wolf's body. However, as his sword made contact, he felt as if he were striking its fur with no way to penetrate deeper. Rip! Just as Lin Mo was stunned, the silver tail whipped toward him like a steel lash. Clang! Lin Mo immediately retracted his sword to defend, blocking the tail whip with his blade. Even so, Lin Mo was knocked back dozens of steps, his arm numbed by the impact. Such speed, such power, and such tough fur. Lin Mo realized then that he had underestimated a 9th stage beast. Even a fresh 9th stage beast was far stronger than the peak 8th stage bloodthirsty iron boar. Roar! The silver wolf did not give Lin Mo a chance to catch his breath, pouncing again with its claws gleaming coldly. Lin Mo pushed his phantom step to the limit, creating afterimages. The silver wolf's claws passed right through Lin Mo's body, causing the onlookers to gasp, only to realize the wolf had only struck an afterimage. So his phantom step really is perfected. The other 9 members of the group watched as Lin Mo displayed his technique. Pushing his phantom step to its absolute limit, Lin Mo was now faster than the silver wolf, dodging its attacks with precision. Sword Shadow Technique. A green light flickered on Lin Mo's sword as he unleashed a barrage of sword shadows. However, none of the strikes could pierce the wolf's hide, and as he pressed the attack, the wolf found an opening and managed to inflict a small injury on him. It seems I have to go all out. Lin Mo gripped his sword with both hands, let out a puff of white air, and narrowed his focus intensely. The silver wolf and Lin Mo circled each other in the clearing, both wary and holding back from attacking. The previous attacks had been initiated by the wolf, but this time, Lin Mo took the initiative. Using his phantom step, he became a blur as he charged at the beast. The silver wolf reacted instantly, pouncing forward and lunging at his afterimage. At the critical moment, Lin Mo sidestepped with subtle footwork, brushing past the wolf as a flash of green sword light streaked out. Whoosh! A sound like tearing air erupted as his perfected sword flow technique struck, producing a sizzling noise against the wolf's body. This time he finally broke through the defense. A deep gash opened up and blood sprayed out. Sword flow perfected. The other 9 members of the group shouted in unison. They now fully believed that Lin Mo had mastered both basic spiritual techniques to perfection. However, cutting through the wolf's hide only enraged the beast further. It immediately followed up with a ferocious swipe. Clang! Because he had just used his sword flow technique, Lin Mo could not execute his phantom step in time. He could only parry the strike with his sword before being sent flying backward. The silver wolf could not immediately pursue after knocking Lin Mo back, as its injuries were severe, and it had to use its spiritual energy to slow the bleeding. Never let your enemy recover while they are weak. Lin Mo was not about to give the wolf that chance. He immediately rushed forward, using his phantom step and unleashing his sword flow technique once again. However, he was extremely cautious with every attack, retreating immediately after landing a hit. He knew that the beast was at its most volatile when freshly wounded, and any carelessness could lead to a serious injury for himself. After several more exchanges, Lin Mo was panting heavily, sweat dripping down his face. The high-intensity combat was draining his stamina rapidly. But the silver wolf was in a worse state. It was barely able to stand, its blood pooling all over the clearing, with nearly 10 horrific wounds on its body. You are at your limit, or not you? Lin Mo wiped blood from the corner of his mouth and said, I never imagined that even a fresh 9th stage beast would be this strong, but in the end, you will fall by my blade. Lin Mo attacked again, utilizing his phantom step to lunge at the wolf as a blurred shadow. The wolf no longer had the strength to retaliate. Its severe injuries had crippled its speed. Lin Mo first sliced off one of the wolf's front limbs. Then, as the beast went into a desperate frenzy, he leaped into the air and severed the silver wolf's head with a single strike. The wolf's head flew into the air, brain matter and blood spraying out. This 9th stage beast had finally died at Lin Mo's hands. Killed the silver wolf, obtained 1 bronze treasure chest. Open the chest, Lin Mo ordered. Obtained 2 intermediate blood chi pills and 2 comprehension fragments. The rewards from this bronze chest were better than those he got from hunting 8th stage beasts. Lin Mo was not surprised by this. The stronger the prey, the richer the rewards from the chest. However, since they were both bronze chests, it was only a quantitative increase, not a qualitative one, unless he could manage to drop a higher-tier silver treasure chest. There is a bathroom over there. Wash off the blood, change into a clean set of clothes, and come back. Old Zia pointed toward a room nearby. What? During his shower, Lin Mo chose to refine 2 intermediate blood chi pills. As the warm current circulated throughout his body, the spiritual energy in his danshan increased, and his physical fitness improved slightly. If I refine a few more, I should be able to break through to the 8th stage of the martial disciple level. A sharp glint flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. As far as he was concerned, the exotic beasts here were definitely more than enough. Reaching the 9th stage of the martial disciple level before the college entrance exam will definitely not be a problem. After finishing his shower, Lin Mo put on a new uniform and returned. How did it feel just now? Elder Zia asked him as he returned. It felt great, my blood is boiling. Lin Mo answered with fiery eyes and asked, Elder Zia, can I continue? Lin Mo's answer made Elder Zia look slightly surprised, confirming his suspicions even more. He then said, I was not asking about your physical state, but about your performance just now. Performance? I think it was pretty good. Lin Mo felt quite satisfied with himself. A 7th-stage martial disciple slaying a 9th-stage martial disciple exotic beast was definitely an astonishing achievement. Elder Zia shook his head in disappointment at Lin Mo's answer and scolded him. Wrong. In terms of results, a 7th-stage martial disciple killing a 9th-stage exotic beast is indeed astonishing, but in terms of killing technique, it was deeply disappointing. The reason you were able to kill the silver wolf was entirely because your mystical footwork and single sword style reached perfection, but the whole hunting process did not utilize any real hunting experience. I will use the same strength, speed, and spiritual techniques as you did, and you can take a look at my hunting techniques. With that, Elder Zia released another exotic beast. The exotic beast released this time was a leopard, also at the early 9th stage of the martial disciple level. Elder Zia casually picked up a blade from the side, turned into a blur, and rushed forward. Mystical footwork at perfection, Lin Mo noted the basic spiritual technique Elder Zia was using. The moment Elder Zia approached the leopard, he tilted his body, the blade gleaming with a cold light as it slashed across the leopard's forelimb. Slash! Instantly, blood splattered from the leopard's forelimb, and white bone could even be seen through the wound. The leopard's speed was significantly reduced as a result. But the battle did not end there. In the next instant, Elder Zia's blade style shifted. He first swiped the blade against the leopard's body, causing the creature, already injured in the forelimb, to lose its balance and tilt, exposing its belly. Rip! A cold gleam flashed across the leopard's belly at that moment, slicing it open. 3 strikes. It only took Elder Zia 3 moves from start to finish to kill the leopard. And the strength, speed, and spiritual techniques Elder Zia used did not exceed Lin Mo's. Lin Mo replayed Elder Zia's fluid killing sequence in his mind. To deal with exotic beasts, you must first know their strengths and weaknesses. For example, this leopard's strength is its extreme speed and sharp claws, but its weakness is its poor defense and relatively light weight. That is why the first point I attacked was its forelimb. Once injured, its speed would drop significantly. Secondly, it is quite light, making it prone to losing balance. Normally, beasts protect their vitals, but once they lose balance, they expose them, which allowed me to deliver a seamless killing strike. Elder Zia broke down the process of his kill. Not only Lin Mo, but everyone else listened very attentively. Of course, every beast has different weaknesses and ways to deal with them, which you need to experience in actual combat. However, always avoid fighting head-on. Learn to look for techniques. Of course, these techniques only work against martial disciple level beasts. Once a beast breaks through to the martial artist level, they gain some intelligence, and they will not be so easy to deal with. After Elder Zia finished speaking, he conducted a few more battles to demonstrate the different techniques used for different kinds of beasts. In this process, Lin Mo gradually mastered some techniques and became increasingly skilled at killing beasts, showing rapid progress. 3 days later, Lin Mo lay on a hospital bed, which automatically retracted and transported him into a medical chamber. A few minutes later, Lin Mo was brought out again. The facilities here are really great. Lin Mo checked his body. All his wounds had completely disappeared. It is normal to get injured when fighting exotic beasts. Generally, martial artists have better self-recovery capabilities than ordinary people, but they still need time to heal. If you fight exotic beasts at high intensity for a long time without giving your body time to repair, injuries will accumulate until they form stubborn chronic internal injuries. The medical conditions here solve this problem. After fighting each day, you enter the medical chamber to treat internal injuries, and by the next day, you can engage in high-intensity training against beasts again. Another 2 days passed, and Lin Mo successfully broke through to the 8th stage of the martial disciple level. At the same time, he had also brought his sword shadow art to perfection. After all 3 of his basic spiritual techniques reached the perfection level, Lin Mo went to ask Elder Zia about the level beyond perfection. Elder Zia, is perfection the end point of mastering a spiritual technique? Lin Mo asked Elder Zia this question. Oh, did you discover something? Elder Zia raised an eyebrow, a look of surprise appearing on his face. I feel like a spiritual technique can still be cultivated further, even after reaching perfection. Lin Mo had been using insight fragments to improve his single sword style during this period. In this process, he gradually seemed to realize something. Although he had not yet achieved a qualitative change in the single sword style, he believed that once he reached a certain degree of insight, there would be a leap in its power. That you were able to discover this is indeed surprising to me. Elder Zia said this honestly, then he continued. Perfection is indeed not the end point of a spiritual technique. In terms of insight, there is one more level, mastery. It means you have honed a spiritual technique to pure perfection, studying it to the absolute limit. However, this is rare and not very cost-effective, so it generally has not been passed down. Not cost-effective? Why? Lin Mo felt puzzled, as he felt that reaching the level of mastery would bring a qualitative change. It is simple because it is too difficult to reach mastery in a spiritual technique at the corresponding stage. For example, at the martial disciple stage, what you use are basic spiritual techniques. Even people who can reach the perfection level of basic spiritual techniques at the martial disciple stage are extremely rare, and wanting to reach mastery is, let alone for a martial disciple, extremely difficult even for a martial artist. Yet, bringing a basic technique to mastery only yields power comparable to the minor success stage of a true spiritual technique. Martial disciples basically cannot reach it, and for martial artists, rather than wasting a lot of time getting a basic technique to mastery, it is better to spend that time practicing a true spiritual technique to reach minor or even major success. Elder Zia also teased Lin Mo, saying, of course, if you can improve a basic spiritual technique to mastery at the martial disciple stage, it would naturally be extremely cost-effective. You can go and try it. I guarantee it would result in a qualitative change in your combat power, perhaps even allowing you, at the 9th stage of the martial disciple level, to challenge a martial artist. Of course, Elder Zia was only teasing Lin Mo. He did not really believe that Lin Mo could bring a basic spiritual technique to the level of mastery while still a martial disciple. Reaching the mastery level allows a 9th stage martial apprentice to challenge a martial artist and win. Lin Mo felt a significant stir in his heart when he heard this. His goal was a 5-star martial arts academy, and the grading for those academies was S-level. And to reach S-level, one had to hunt down 3 low-level beast soldier monsters. The low-level beast soldier rank corresponds to the level of a junior martial artist. Lin Mo had realized over the past few days that it was almost impossible for him to break through to a martial artist before the college entrance exam, so if he wanted to get into a 5-star academy, he had to challenge someone of a higher rank. He had to kill a low-level beast soldier, while still a 9th stage martial apprentice. But the gap between a martial apprentice and a martial artist is enormous, far greater than the gap between the various stages of a martial apprentice. Taking this opportunity, Lin Mo asked Old Zia, just how big is the gap between a 9th stage martial apprentice and a martial artist? How big? Old Zia heard Lin Mo's question and immediately understood what the latter was thinking, so he said, I know your talent for cultivating spiritual skills is strong. Now that you have broken through to the 8th stage, I am afraid even a 4-star academy might not satisfy you anymore. You want to push yourself to the 9th stage and then, relying on the perfect mastery of your basic spiritual skills, kill a beast soldier to get into a 5-star academy. Old Zia's analysis was completely correct, and Lin Mo nodded. But Old Zia immediately poured cold water on him, advising, I advise you to give up on that thought. The gap between a martial apprentice and a martial artist is beyond your imagination. Do you know what the most critical aspect of advancing from a martial apprentice to a martial artist is? Opening the Spirit Palace, Lin Mo replied. The most critical step in advancing to a martial artist is opening the Spirit Palace. The Spirit Palace can store a massive amount of spiritual energy, far beyond what the Danshin can compare to. Exactly, but the difference between a martial artist and an apprentice goes far beyond that. Opening the Spirit Palace not only allows a martial artist to store massive energy, but more importantly, it allows them to practice techniques that refine spiritual energy with specific attributes. That is the real key. Let us put it this way, even if you reach the 9th stage and have mastered all 3 basic spiritual skills, you might be nearly invincible among apprentices. But if any junior martial artist shows up, they will defeat you within 3 moves. Old Zia's answer made Lin Mo's heart twitch. He had thought the gap was big, but he never realized it was to this extent. You can see for yourself, there are hundreds of 9th stage apprentices in this seed sprint program, but only 13 are martial artists. This shows you how hard it is to advance. The difficulty reflects the scale of the gap. I suggest you drop that idea. Even if you practiced one basic spiritual skill to the mastery level, you would barely be able to hold your own against a martial artist. And generally, a low-level beast soldier is even stronger than a normal junior martial artist. Unless you bring all 3 basic skills to the mastery level, you have almost no chance of killing one. Old Zia did not believe Lin Mo could master all 3 basic spiritual skills. In fact, he felt he could not even master one. Perhaps to make Lin Mo give up entirely, Old Zia said, "If I do not let you see the power of a martial artist with your own eyes, you probably will not be convinced. It just so happens Yuan Hongbo is fighting a low-level beast soldier today, so I will take you to observe." Old Zia took Lin Mo to another cage located underground, where they stood on the surface, looking down over the entire enclosure. "Instructor Yan," Lin Mo said, paying his respects. Old Yan, Old Zia also became respectful in the presence of Old Yan. "Why have you brought this little kid here?" Old Yan still remembered Lin Mo, as he was the first 7th stage apprentice to become a first-class seed. To temper his spirit and let him see the gap between a martial artist and a martial apprentice, Old Zia said with a smile. Soon in the cage below, Yuan Hongbo stood proudly with a long spear strapped to his back. The cage opened, and a pitch-black snake radiating a cold aura slithered out. The giant snake slowly moved, its eyes fixed on Yuan Hongbo from above, and in the next second, it opened its maw and spat out several icy water arrows. Yuan Hongbo reacted extremely quickly, maneuvering his footwork to dodge the arrows. However, where the water arrows struck the ground, they froze everything around them into ice. Terrifying. Even Lin Mo's pupils constricted at this moment. It could instantly freeze the ground. If it were him, these icy arrows alone would be enough to turn him into an ice cube. Is this the terror of attribute-based spiritual energy? Lin Mo thought, seeing its horror for the first time. It was likely 100 times stronger than his own energy. Yuan Hongbo was no slouch either. His figure blurred, and he unleashed some kind of movement technique that whipped up a gale, creating afterimages as he launched over 100 attacks at the snake in rapid succession. So fast, Lin Mo's eyes could not even keep up with Yuan Hongbo's speed. The man was much faster than when Lin Mo used his own tracking steps. This must be a real spiritual skill, not just a basic movement skill. The spear tip struck the snake's scales with a crisp metallic sound, but beyond leaving a few white marks, Yuan Hongbo's attack seemed to do no real damage. Wind Eagle Strike. Yuan Hongbo's body erupted with energy. His spear was coated in cyan light, and as he performed a diagonal slash, a faint image of an eagle appeared, soaring through the air. This strike successfully pierced the snake's scales, tearing its flesh and causing blood to spray out. The giant snake was now thoroughly enraged. It began a frantic assault, coiling its body, spitting more water arrows and lashing out with its tail. However, Yuan Hongbo was no novice. He parried, blocked, and dodged every one of the snake's attacks. From the snake's fighting style, Lin Mo could tell that once they reach the beast soldier rank, monsters gain a bit more intelligence. The snake's attacks showed a sense of coordination, and it did not expose its weaknesses easily. The battle lasted for a long time, with Yuan Hongbo using several different techniques, finally killing the snake after a bitter struggle. This Yuan Hongbo is not bad. Being able to kill a beast soldier, he is very likely to get into a 5-star academy. Old Zia praised him. "It is all right, barely at the level to get in," Instructor Yan replied without much emotional fluctuation. Having become a martial arts master himself, he was much better than Yuan Hongbo when he was that young. Now you see the gap between a martial artist and a martial apprentice, do not you? If I threw you down there, let alone fighting the snake, you would be its dinner in just a few breaths. Old Zia wanted Lin Mo to face reality so he would not get hot-headed during the entrance exam, challenge a beast soldier, and be eliminated on the spot. The gap is indeed massive. Lin Mo took a deep breath. Even if he broke through to the 9th stage, if his basic skills did not improve, his strength would not have a qualitative leap, and the result would just be struggling for a few more seconds. I must cultivate my basic spiritual skills to the mastery level. Lin Mo made a firm decision to bring all 3 of his basic spiritual skills to the mastery level. 12 realization shards now. Lin Mo opened his eyes. All the realization shards he had obtained from opening bronze treasure chests during this period were used on his one-sword style, yet he still had not reached the proficiency level. However, this did not mean Lin Mo had gained nothing. With so many shards poured into it, he was gradually touching the threshold of proficiency. Spirit techniques are called as such because of the word spirit, which refers to the application of spiritual energy. The same spiritual energy can naturally erupt with different power based on how it is applied, and the same application can yield different power depending on the subtle techniques used. It is just like the world Lin Mo lived in during his past life. Those who were masters of martial arts did not know how to use spiritual energy, and the power they could unleash did not far exceed that of an ordinary person, yet they could still take on a few or even over a dozen opponents at once. The reason lay in their techniques for applying force. Spirit techniques are the same. From entry level to perfection, apart from some requirements for the moves themselves, the most crucial thing is actually the application of spiritual energy. Similarly, to advance a spirit technique from perfection to proficiency, you must be able to push the subtle techniques of that spirit skill to the extreme. This is no simple task, as it involves understanding every minute detail of how every wisp of spiritual energy is applied. But now Lin Mo has found the way, and based on his estimates, he should not be far from proficiency. I must keep working hard to hunt monsters and exotic beasts, Lin Mo stretched. Lin Mo. Lin Mo. When Lin Mo arrived at the group the next day, the members greeted him one after another. Ever since Lin Mo broke through to the 8th level of the martial apprentice stage, his overall strength had improved significantly, and the exotic beasts or monsters he faced in combat were basically at the peak of the 9th level of the martial apprentice stage. It could be said that Lin Mo's current combat effectiveness is almost the top among the group. Elder Zia, Lin Mo walked up to greet him. Elder Zia immediately knew what Lin Mo wanted to do. I will arrange a peak 9th level martial apprentice monster for you. Elder Zia opened a cage where demonic energy was churning, and a tall monster was seen stepping out from within. Monsters are creatures that humans have yet to fully understand. They differ from other exotic beasts. Exotic beasts are easier to understand, as they are the original animals on Blue Star that have mutated. But no one knows how monsters are formed, because their formation is very strange. They seem to originate from a special kind of power and are creatures formed due to some peculiar reasons. As soon as the monster came out, a mighty demonic presence rippled outward, full of oppression. Peak 9th level martial apprentice monster. Many members of the group changed color slightly, as this level of monster is very difficult to slay even for them. Lin Mo was also excited to see this monster. Gripping his sword, he turned into a blurred shadow and charged forward to strike. As his figure approached, dozens of sword shadows were seen manifesting. Sword shadow technique at perfection. Dozens of sword shadows sealed off all the monster's escape routes, leaving it with nowhere to retreat. However, that peak 9th level monster was no pushover. It let out a roar, demonic energy surged, and its claws flashed with cold light as it forcefully shattered all the sword shadows. But it paid a price for this as well, as the demonic energy on its body dissipated a little. Lin Mo was not surprised by this. It would be strange if a peak 9th level martial apprentice monster were so easily killed. Using the trace chasing steps, he closed the distance, cyan light attached to his sword, and he unleashed a sweeping slash. This strike did not have many flashy techniques. Its only advantage was speed. The monster dodged in a hurry, retreating violently, yet it was still a moment too slow, and wounds appeared on its arm, from which pitch-black blood energy flowed. Lin Mo pressed forward step by step. His perfect trace chasing steps made him much faster than the monster. With a flick of his wrist, sword flowers blossomed, every strike aimed at the monster's vital points. The monster condensed the demonic energy around its body, which could actually vaguely form a kind of protective armor, neutralizing most of Lin Mo's attacks. I do not believe your demonic energy can protect your entire body. Lin Mo went all out with his trace-chasing steps, his silent and noiseless footwork carrying a mysterious and elusive quality. Immediately, another flash of sword light appeared, piercing through a gap in the demonic armor and emerging with splashing blood. Roar! The monster was completely enraged. It condensed its demonic energy and swiped its claws toward Lin Mo's heart. As Lin Mo turned to parry, the claw that the monster had originally swiped with slowed down significantly, while its other claw launched a surprise attack from the other side. The claws tore through Lin Mo's body. However, even though it tore through Lin Mo, no blood appeared. Instead, the figure in place dissipated. Not far away, Lin Mo's figure appeared. The intelligence of monsters is indeed higher than that of exotic beasts. Lin Mo sighed. Luckily, he had been prepared. He never intended to take that blow head-on and used the trace-chasing steps to retreat immediately. Roar! The monster became even angrier. Lin Mo's speed was too fast, and it was hard to land an attack. In its fury, the monster's body shook, and the demonic energy rippled outward, transforming into a circle of black light that spread out. A terrifying power erupted instantly, and Lin Mo could hardly stand steady. It was difficult to perform the trace-chasing steps perfectly under such conditions. Taking advantage of this, the monster launched an attack. Lin Mo knew that dodging was impossible, but he felt no fear and raised his sword to strike back. Clang, clang, clang. Man and monster began a fierce battle in the open ground. Sword lights intersected, and sword shadows filled the air. Lin Mo grew stronger as the fight progressed, while on the contrary, the demonic energy on the monster's body grew dim and wounds kept appearing. As the battle went on, the influence of the demonic energy ring faded, and Lin Mo's figure disappeared from the monster's field of vision once again. The next instant, the monster sensed a fatal threat approaching and turned around, mobilizing its demonic energy to block with all its might. Sword light emerged, its armor of condensed demonic energy shattered at the sound, and Lin Mo pierced through the monster's sternum with one thrust, forcefully running his sword through its chest. This one-sword style, Elder Zia, while teaching other students, spared some attention to watch Lin Mo's battle, and when he saw the one-sword style that Lin Mo executed at the end, surprise appeared in his eyes. With his perspective as a martial arts master, how could he not see that the one-sword style Lin Mo executed this time had a different feel, and the power was greater than the perfect one-sword style? He actually touched the threshold of proficiency in the one-sword style so quickly. Elder Zia felt shocked. He had originally thought that it would be difficult for Lin Mo to reach proficiency in the one-sword style, at least not during the martial apprentice stage. However, how much time had passed, and the other party had already touched the threshold of proficiency for the one-sword style. Monster slain obtained a bronze treasure chest. Open. Lin Mo habitually opened the bronze treasure chest directly. Opened the bronze treasure chest, obtained a Tier 1 Bloodline Evolution Agent. Bloodline Evolution Agent. Lin Mo was a bit surprised, as it was his first time obtaining such an item. Bloodline Evolution Agent. This was the first time Lin Mo had ever looted something like this. This must be much more precious than intermediate blood essence pills, comprehension fragments, or alloy fragments. Based on the bronze chests he got from killing peak stage 9 martial apprentice monsters, he would usually get several of those other items, yet this time he only got one grade 1 Bloodline Evolution Agent. Let us check the description. Every item looted from a treasure chest comes with a description. Grade 1 Bloodline Evolution Agent, capable of enhancing bloodline quality. Bloodline qualities. Lin Mo did not quite understand what so-called bloodline quality meant, but based on his experience reading novels in his past life, it was definitely related to talent. Use. Lin Mo chose to use it immediately. Boom! The moment he used it, he felt a surge of vigorous energy entering his body, beginning to transform him. At that moment, Lin Mo felt as if his internal organs were burning. His heartbeat accelerated, and majestic blood energy began to flow through his limbs and bones. He could feel the flow of spiritual energy from the heaven and earth, a sign of high affinity with the environment. Soon, another wave of massive energy flooded into his body. He felt as if his entire body was being torn apart, something seemed to be weaving and churning through his flesh and blood, remodeling him from the inside out. This wave of energy was even more domineering than the first. It forced Lin Mo down onto one knee instantly, his muscles spasming and his face twisted in agony as sweat poured down his forehead. Lin Mo. His teammates saw this and wanted to come over to check on him. Do not touch him. Old Zia waved his hand, and a wall of energy blocked them from approaching. Old Zia looked at Lin Mo with a mixture of joy and gravity, saying word by word, Lin Mo's constitution must have been stimulated again and is undergoing further metamorphosis. Undergoing further metamorphosis. Hearing this, his teammates all looked at him with envy. A person's constitution is not necessarily fixed at birth. Some may be born with an ordinary one, but might awaken something new later due to external stimuli or a sudden opportunity. Of course, such cases are extremely rare. No one expected Lin Mo to experience it. Old Zia knew some of Lin Mo's records, including that he had awakened a constitution just over 3 months ago. To have another awakening so soon, coupled with his previous suspicions. Old Zia was now 90% sure that Lin Mo possessed the specific type of constitution he had guessed. The remodeling from the Grade 1 bloodline agent lasted for 10 full minutes. Once it was over, Lin Mo slumped onto the ground, his clothes completely soaked in sweat. Soon 2 young ladies came over, helped Lin Mo into the lounge, and fed him a bottle of water. As the water went down, Lin Mo felt a cooling sensation wash over his body, and a refreshing power began to drive away his fatigue and replenish his energy. 2 minutes later, Lin Mo felt like he had fully recovered. What magical water, Lin Mo exclaimed in wonder. If he had recovered normally, it would probably have taken him half a day to return to his best. Yet after 1 bottle of water, it only took him 2 minutes. This is spirit spring water. It contains spiritual energy, so of course you recover quickly. Old Zia walked in with a smile and said to Lin Mo, feel for yourself and see what has changed. Challenges. Lin Mo calmed his mind, felt his internal state, then threw a punch and moved around a bit. I feel like my constitution has strengthened significantly, and my spiritual power seems to have undergone a qualitative shift, but my cultivation level has not increased. Lin Mo happily felt the changes in his body. The improvement was not in quantity, but in quality. Even though his cultivation level had not risen, Lin Mo had a feeling that if he fought that peak stage 9 martial apprentice monster again, killing it would be much easier. That is because your bloodline has been stimulated and evolved. Old Zia explained with a smile. Bloodline, Lin Mo asked, confused. It is what we usually call constitution. Old Zia began to speak at length. Constitution is actually determined by bloodline. So-called special constitutions are just bloodlines of a higher grade. You should know that our planet once had a glorious martial civilization. Although it fell for unknown reasons, we are actually descendants carrying the bloodlines of survivors from that era. Of course, by now, after countless generations, those bloodlines have become extremely diluted. Plus, because Blue Star lacked spiritual energy, they could not manifest. But with the changes on Blue Star and the arrival of spiritual energy, a tiny fraction of people can experience bloodline atavism, which is awakening a special constitution. We classify the different levels of constitution based on the degree of atavism. Old Zia was telling Lin Mo things he had never known before. So I underwent bloodline atavism, Lin Mo asked. Exactly, and I suspect your atavistic bloodline is similar to the war god bloodline. War god bloodlines. It is a type of bloodline that needs intense combat to improve itself. The monstrous thing about this bloodline is that as long as you keep fighting, you excavate the potential of your bloodline, raise your cultivation, and at a certain point, you can even experience further atavism. This is why your cultivation often increases after battles, and why you have awakened your bloodline again now. Old Zia explained with a smile. At this, Lin Mo finally understood. It seemed Old Zia had misunderstood his situation. His cultivation was not increasing because of battle, but because killing monsters gave him a chance to loot treasure chests, and opening blood essence pills from them was what boosted his power. And this so-called bloodline awakening was simply because he had used a tube of Grade 1 bloodline evolution agent. However, Lin Mo was more than happy to accept Old Zia's misunderstanding. He needed an excuse to cover up how quickly his strength was improving. Let us go. I will take you to test what grade your constitution is now. Old Zia took Lin Mo to a special facility to test his bloodline. Commander. When old Zia saw a man in a black robe inside the facility, his eyes widened in shock, and he immediately stepped forward to greet him with even more reverence than he showed instructor Yan. This shocked Lin Mo, who exactly was this man in black that even old Zia was so respectful toward. The man in black glanced at Lin Mo, and instantly Lin Mo's skin tightened. The spiritual energy in his body was directly suppressed, making it difficult to circulate. Such terrifying strength, a single look and my spiritual power cannot even circulate. Lin Mo was stunned. And this was without any malice from the other party. If he had even a hint of killing intent, that one glance would probably be enough to make him collapse on the ground, unable to move. Not bad, this little guy. You are bringing him to test his bloodline. The man in black complimented Lin Mo. Exactly, this kid likely has a war god-type bloodline. After a fierce battle with a peak stage 9 martial apprentice monster, he awakened his bloodline again, so I brought him to check his grade. Old Zia replied. War god-type bloodline, not bad, go in. The man in black left after saying that. Once he was gone, Lin Mo could not help but ask, Old Zia, what is that senior's identity? I feel like his strength is terrifying. You only need to know that he is the guardian of Donghai City. There is no need for you to know anything else. Old Zia did not elaborate further and led him in to test his bloodline. The guardian of Donghai City. A massive storm surged in Lin Mo's heart. To be able to hold the title of a base city's guardian, just how strong must he be? Well, as expected, it is Earth-grade quality. Old Zia held the report. The result was not beyond his expectations. Lin Mo's physique had evolved from spirit grade to Earth grade. An Earth grade special physique is considered top tier in Donghai City. Among this year's students in Donghai City, aside from Su Linking, whose heavenly grade status was revealed earlier, even Yuan Hongbo only possesses an Earth grade physique. It is a pity that you awakened too late. If you had awakened a few years earlier, given your war god bloodline physique, you would definitely have been able to push yourself to get into a 5-star martial arts academy as a martial artist. Old Zia also felt sorry for Lin Mo. He felt the boy had awakened much too late, but fearing Lin Mo might feel discouraged, he offered some comfort afterward. However, you do not need to be too discouraged. With your current talent and physique, if you go to a 4-star martial arts academy, you will definitely be cultivated as an elite. But Lin Mo himself would certainly not be satisfied with a 4-star martial arts academy. Over this period, he has come to understand even more the importance of him killing demonic beasts. 5-star martial arts academies are stationed at the borders, where there is no shortage of demonic beasts. Even if I cannot break through to become a martial artist before the college entrance exam, it is not as if I have no chance of getting into a 5-star martial arts academy. Lin Mo's eyes were sharp. He just needed to master the 3 basic spiritual skills. So what if they are martial artists? I can still slay them all the same. Lin Mo's gaze became even more determined. After returning with old Zia, he had him release 3 demonic beasts at once for a spar. Another 10 days passed, and the 20-day seed sprint plan gradually entered its final stage. Lin Mo was drenched in sweat in his private training room. With the support of enough demonic beasts, Lin Mo had broken through to the 9th level of martial apprentice, mastered the single sword style, and brought his ghostly steps to mastery as well. And his sword shadow technique was only 1 step away from mastery. Still a little bit off, just a tiny bit. Lin Mo held his sharp sword, and sword shadows appeared all around him. There were 99 of them. But this was not the limit of the sword shadow technique. The mastered version can condense 100 sword shadows. Still not right. After practicing for a while, Lin Mo stopped to reflect on his previous shortcomings. After some time, he would practice the sword shadow technique again, feel that something was off, and stop to think again, repeating the cycle. To bring a spiritual skill to mastery requires such constant contemplation. Even though Lin Mo had comprehension fragments that could evolve the correct path, some details still needed to be handled by himself. Practicing like this, half a day passed before he knew it. Only when Lin Mo felt hunger in his stomach did he go out to eat. After eating, he returned to the training room to practice again. It is unknown how many times Lin Mo repeated the sword shadow technique, but after one execution, a bright light appeared in his eyes. I understand now. Lin Mo channeled the spiritual energy within his body. As his sword swept through, sword shadows appeared, quickly condensing to 99. Previously, Lin Mo had been stuck there, but this time, due to a slight shift in his use of spiritual energy, he saw the 100th sword shadow emerge.
Success.
Lin Mo revealed a relaxed, excited smile. He had finally brought the sword shadow technique to mastery. I wonder what my combat power is like now. Lin Mo craved an opponent now. He no longer needed opponents at the martial apprentice stage. What he needed were beast soldier-level demonic beasts. His 3 basic spiritual skills at the martial apprentice stage were all mastered. Lin Mo did not know what level this achievement reached on the entire Blue Star, but at the very least, it had never appeared in the whole of Donghai City. According to Old Zia, if one masters the 3 basic spiritual skills, there is a possibility of killing early-stage beast soldiers. However, Lin Mo felt that he should be even stronger than Old Zia imagined, because Old Zia's inference was based on the physical fitness of an ordinary 9th-level martial apprentice. Lin Mo's physical fitness and spiritual energy were far beyond an ordinary 9th-level martial apprentice. With 3 mastered basic spiritual skills under these conditions, his combat power was unimaginable. Let us go for a walk. Lin Mo walked out of the training room. Just after stepping out, Lin Mo bumped into Deng Shan. Lin Mo, hey, perfect, come on, let us go watch the excitement. Deng Shan greeted him warmly. What excitement? Lin Mo asked, feeling puzzled, as private fighting was prohibited here. Did you forget, today is the battle for the recommendation spots? Reminded by Deng Shan, Lin Mo remembered that today was indeed the day for the recommendation battle. The so-called recommendation spots are a quota given by the government to 4-star and 5-star academies to look after smaller cities, allowing ordinary examinees from smaller cities to be admitted with lower entry standards. Of course, this admission with lowered standards comes with conditions. Since the government intends to support smaller cities, those who enter a martial arts academy through a recommendation spot must work in their hometown for 5 years after graduation before they can choose which city to work in. This price may seem harsh, but it is not really. Because competition in big cities is fierce, and ordinary people often cannot stay, many return to their smaller cities in the end anyway. Being able to attend a higher-level martial arts academy is an unimaginable help for them, so a 5-year cost is acceptable. Lin Mo also followed Deng Shan to watch the recommendation spot battle. This year, there are 60 recommendation spots for 4-star martial arts academies and 3 for 5-star martial arts academies. Lin Mo did not participate in this battle for recommendation spots because he had enough confidence to get into a 5-star martial arts academy. Lin Mo set his sights on the competition for the 5-star academy spots. Everyone who could participate in this battle was a martial artist. However, Lin Mo did not see Yuan Hongbo or Su Linking. Apparently, both of them had enough confidence in themselves and did not need to rely on this method to get into a 5-star martial arts academy. After watching for a few minutes, Lin Mo felt bored. Battles of this level were not very interesting. Even those martial artists, Lin Mo was confident he could defeat them now. After watching for a while, Lin Mo chose to leave and headed back to his accommodation. On the way, a familiar girl appeared standing in front of Lin Mo. The girl had delicate features with a sense of cold pride. Even in her loose martial arts uniform, she could not hide her proud figure, especially her slim, long legs under her shorts, which looked fair and domineering, making one unable to help but look a few more times. After meeting the girl's gaze for a few seconds, Lin Mo smiled lightly and said, "Long time no see." Who else could this girl be but Su Linking? Indeed, long time no see. Su Linking's voice was quite pleasant, like a clear spring hitting jade, carrying a hint of coolness. "Want to take a walk?" Lin Mo asked. "Sure." After a simple dialogue, the two walked side by side along a quiet mountain path. The two walked side by side along the quiet path, both remaining silent, until Su Linking finally broke the atmosphere. "I am sorry, I only found out later that my father came to see you back then." There was a hint of apology in Su Linking's words. She had only learned about her father's warning to Lin Mo after the fact. But to her disappointment, Lin Mo had indeed never come to see her again because of it. There is nothing to apologize for. Every father wants the best for his daughter. Since you are so outstanding, your father surely wanted to protect you well. Lin Mo appeared unconcerned. "But I did not expect you to really never come to see me again after that," Su Linking said with a smile. Lin Mo turned his head and looked at Su Linking quite seriously, asking, "You do not really think I avoided you because of your father's warning, do you? Did I offend you before, which made you stop seeking me out?" Su Linking asked half-jokingly. "Fence is not the word, it is just that before that point, our paths had already diverged. Even if we met, other than reminiscing about the past, there was nothing left to talk about." Lin Mo only told her half the reason. The other half was that he had sensed Su Linking's subtle distancing back then. Perhaps this distancing was not intentional on Su Linking's part, but simply a natural fading of their relationship as the gap between them grew. This reason, combined with the issue involving her father, was the true reason Lin Mo had stopped seeing her. True, I was quite busy back then. Every day I had to cultivate, practice spirit skills, and attend academic classes. My schedule was indeed very full, Su Linking did not deny it. But I still want to congratulate you. You have also stepped onto the path of cultivation, and I have heard that you are practically undefeated at the martial apprentice stage. That is nothing, you are already a martial artist. I cannot compare to you. Lin Mo could sense that Su Linking's aura was much deeper than that of the other martial artists. It was likely that Su Linking was beyond a mere beginner martial artist. She might have even reached the intermediate level. Even if he had mastered all three of his spirit skills, he probably was still no match for her. Of course, this was only temporary. Once he stepped into the martial artist rank, he could practice real spirit skills instead of basic ones, and his combat power would undergo a qualitative change. As they walked, they reached the dormitory, and Lin Mo said to Su Linking, "I live in this building. Let us talk again when we have time."
What?
Su Linking watched Lin Mo walk away, her expression somewhat complex. She could naturally sense the shift in Lin Mo's attitude toward her. Though they seemed to be chatting and laughing along the way, there seemed to be a barrier, or rather, she felt a change in how Lin Mo treated her. Based on how he used to treat her, he definitely would have walked her all the way back before returning himself. It seems he still cares about that matter. Su Linking shook her head and stopped thinking about it. Her primary purpose in taking the initiative to wait for Lin Mo was to explain what happened back then. Her goal was the pinnacle of the martial path. Su Linking walked straight back to her dormitory. After Su Linking left, Yuan Hongbo appeared not far from Lin Mo's dormitory with a gloomy expression. Earlier, after seeing Su Linking leave the venue, he had wanted to go over to engineer a chance encounter, but he never expected to see her waiting for Lin Mo. Yuan Hongbo had been pursuing Su Linking for 2 years, yet she had always kept a sense of distance from him. Normally, she would only answer his questions with one-word responses, maintaining a cold, aloof demeanor. This was the first time he had ever seen her take the initiative to wait for another man. Moreover, the two of them had been laughing and talking on the way, their relationship clearly not ordinary. This caused a burning, intense jealousy to ignite in Yuan Hongbo's heart. "Lin Mo," Yuan Hongbo muttered through gritted teeth. After Lin Mo rested in his dormitory for a while, his brain-computer interface received a message. "Inviting me to meet at the back mountain, Yuan Hongbo." Lin Mo read the message, noting that the sender had identified himself as Yuan Hongbo. "Did he see me walking with Su Linking just now?" Lin Mo immediately made the connection, as he remembered Deng Shan saying that Yuan Hongbo was a fanatical admirer of Su Linking. Another bootlicker. Lin Mo deleted the message. He was not bored enough to attend such a pointless meeting. That night, Yuan Hongbo waited at the back mountain for the entire night without catching a glimpse of Lin Mo, a twisted look of rage appearing on his face. "Lin Mo, you actually played me." Yuan Hongbo tried hard to calm himself down, and suddenly he seemed to think of something. "In that case, do not blame me. I have a target for that plan now." The 20-day seed-intensive training program came to an end. There were only 5 days left until the college entrance examination. Donghai City chose to send the candidates back to relax for a few final days before facing the ultimate martial arts college entrance exam. On the hovering bus, Lin Mo looked at Huiling Mountain as it receded into the distance, feeling a lingering sense of attachment. But life must always move forward. 5 days left, Lin Mo looked forward to the martial arts entrance exam. Just as the bus was halfway through its journey, a massive surge of spiritual energy appeared ahead, and a giant wolf shadow emerged, slamming into the hovering bus. "Zhu Guang, what are you doing?" Elder Zia let out a roar as the roof of the bus was ripped open. He stepped into the air with light wings fluttering behind his back, pouring out intense spiritual energy to form a barrier and block the wolf shadow's attack. After the wolf shadow dissipated, the group saw a gaunt old man standing not far away. Yet, even an old man like this had an aura that did not lose to Elder Zia's, clearly making him a martial arts master-level figure as well. It is the Outer Heaven cult. We must make an emergency landing. The security personnel on board shouted loudly. Outer Heaven cults. Lin Mo knew the name of this cult. Sometimes extraterrestrial creatures would emerge from the dimensional rifts. These creatures first tried to conquer Earth through military force, but eventually realized it was futile. They began to recruit human traitors, forming the Outer Heaven cult to stir up chaos from within humanity. Those who joined the cult firmly believed that humanity could not resist the extraterrestrial power behind the rifts. They willingly became their lackeys, persecuting their own kind and creating chaos. They were essentially traitors to the human race. After the bus made an emergency landing, the students had only just disembarked when they saw a group of figures in black robes surrounding them from a distance. These people were mostly at the martial artist level, charging in to kill without hesitation. The guards protecting the students also took action, engaging in a fierce fight with the black-robed men. However, since the guard force was small and could not hold everyone back, a few figures in black broke through, and one of them lunged at Lin Mo. The man in black seemed to have come specifically for Lin Mo, cutting through the guard's defensive line with his blade pointed directly at him. A martial artist, Lin Mo's heart tightened. The one attacking him was a martial artist. Lin Mo reacted instantly, using his phantom steps to dodge the incoming blade's glow. The blade's glow was blinding and carried a scorching wave of spiritual energy. As soon as Lin Mo dodged, the ground where he had been standing was scorched into charred earth by the blow. Martial artists really are different. This destructive power is nothing a martial apprentice can compare to. Lin Mo was shocked at the destructive power of this man in black. It was far beyond what an apprentice could achieve. Of course, as someone who had mastered 3 basic spirit skills, Lin Mo knew he could also inflict such damage. However, he had no intention of clashing with him head-on. The members of the Heaven Beyond cult do not just stir up trouble within human society. They also assassinate important figures, influential people, and even geniuses. If he showed his ability to fight a martial artist here, other men in black would surely focus on him as their primary target and swarm him together. Among these men in black, there were not only junior martial artists, but also intermediate and even senior ones. Lin Mo was not arrogant enough to think he could contend with all of them. So Lin Mo's first choice was to slip away and lure this man in black to a distant area. Lin Mo turned around and dashed off like a rabbit, heading straight for the dense forest in the distance. Trying to run. The man in black had a cold look in his eyes and a sneer on his lips as he followed, unhurried. It was not that he was being arrogant. He simply knew the gap between a martial artist and an apprentice. It was like heaven and earth. Lin Mo sensed the man's arrogance, a faint smile playing on his lips as he channeled his spiritual energy, feigning a desperate escape. Seeing Lin Mo running in such panic, the martial artist sneered inwardly, finding a thrill in playing cat and mouse. It is a pity I need to finish this quickly, or it will be troublesome once reinforcements from Donghai City arrive. A cruel light flickered in the man's eyes, and with a cold smirk, he accelerated. However, as he entered the dense forest ahead, he saw Lin Mo leaning against an ancient tree, looking as if he were waiting for him. Giving up on running. The man in black looked at Lin Mo with amusement. Lin Mo looked at the man and asked with a hint of curiosity, "There were dozens of students in our transport. Why focus solely on me?" This was what Lin Mo was most curious about. The man had charged at him as if he had been the target from the very beginning. "Since you are about to die, I will let you know. You offended someone, and I was specifically ordered to kill you during this ambush." Believing Lin Mo was as good as dead, the man did not bother to keep it secret. "Enough talk, time to send you on your way." As he spoke, a scorching spiritual energy erupted from his body. With a cold glare, he lunged forward, his blade carrying a wave of heat as he struck. Facing the attack, Lin Mo felt his blood boiling. He drew his alloy sword, its sharp glow flashing. "Nice sword." Greed flickered in the man's eyes when he saw the blade. It was of better quality than his own. Sword shadow technique. Lin Mo swung his blade, and a dense flurry of sword shadows appeared. Mere basic spirit skill. The man looked disdainful, but as soon as he finished speaking, he saw 100 sword shadows manifested.
Mastered basic spirit skill.
The man looked as if he had seen a ghost. Lin Mo used his sword shadow technique to clash with the man's blade glow. The spiritual shockwaves instantly pulverized the dead leaves around them. Lin Mo's offense was just as strong. Even against a martial artist, he did not fall behind, actually making the man feel quite troubled. Damn it, how did this kid manage to master the sword shadow technique? Even so, he should only be barely holding his own against a martial artist. Why do I feel like I am being suppressed? The man grew more flustered. He was not afraid of Lin Mo, but he was worried about the reinforcements from Donghai City. If he did not retreat in time, he would certainly die once they arrived. Retreat, my life is more important. Feeling that he could not take Lin Mo down, the man made a decisive choice to retreat.
Want to leave?
Lin Mo snorted, executing his phantom steps with a speed far greater than the man's. Mastered phantom steps, the man was horrified. How was this apprentice so strange? He had actually mastered 2 basic spirit skills. With the advantage in speed, Lin Mo used the sword shadow technique again, perfectly suppressing the man. Gradually, the man felt Lin Mo's killing intent. An apprentice wanting to kill me. If I do not show you some real skill, you will think I am easy to bully. The man was enraged by the killing intent coming from a mere martial apprentice. Fire Spirit Blood Python. The man's spiritual energy surged out as he flicked his wrist. The energy transformed into a giant blood-red python, charging toward Lin Mo to devour him.
Sword shadow technique.
Lin Mo pointed his blade, and 100 sword shadows descended with astonishing force, crashing into the python.
Boom!
The 100 sword shadows collided and obliterated the python, the resulting shockwave kicking up clouds of dust.
Retreat.
The man had to admit he could not handle this apprentice, and if he did not retreat, his life would be at risk. Just as he began to withdraw, a flash of cyan sword light sliced through the air with lightning speed. The man was terrified. Having no time to deploy any defensive measures, he instinctively brought his arms up to block his chest.
Clang!
The cyan light passed through, and the blade in front of the man snapped in 2. Mastered one sword style, how? How is this possible? The man's eyes were filled with horror as a massive wound appeared on his chest, blood gushing out uncontrollably. For an apprentice to master 1 basic spirit skill is already monstrous, but this guy had actually mastered 3. He had expected an easy mission, but it had turned into his death warrant. Filled with reluctance and struggle, the man finally collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Martial artist killed, silver treasure chest obtained. The moment the man stopped breathing, a voice echoed in Lin Mo's mind. Hearing this, Lin Mo felt his heart tremor. It seemed his guess was correct. The system did not just drop treasure chests from demonic beasts, even human martial artists could drop them. Or rather, every living being could drop one. But even if killing my own kind drops treasure, I will not do unto others unless they do unto me. I will absolutely not become a bloodthirsty monster just because of this, or become a slave to power. Lin Mo's eyes were resolute.
Let us see what is inside the silver treasure chest.
Lin Mo opened the chest with great anticipation. This was the first time he had ever gotten a silver treasure chest.
Open the treasure chest.
Lin Mo conveyed his thought. Open the silver treasure chest and receive the soul awakening pill. Something new again. Lin Mo became even more expectant. If it had been something like a blood chi pill or a comprehension fragment, it really would not have been of much use to him right now. This was because Lin Mo had already trained his 3 basic spirit skills to the mastery level, so comprehension fragments were temporarily useless to him. Furthermore, he was currently at the 9th stage of the martial apprentice rank, and even with resources, he could not break through to the martial artist rank within 5 days. Lin Mo checked the description of the soul awakening pill. The soul awakening pill casts the foundation of the soul and opens the gate of spirit.
Open the gate of spirit.
Lin Mo was incredibly excited. He knew exactly what opening the gate of spirit meant. It meant that one could become a spellmaster. A so-called spellmaster is a path of cultivation distinct from the martial way. It focuses on the cultivation of spiritual power, gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth through that power to perform attacks. Precisely because of this, a spellmaster's perception is far higher than that of a martial artist of the same level, allowing them to accomplish things in many special situations that a martial artist cannot. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the status of a spellmaster is higher than that of a martial artist. However, the only downside is that a spellmaster cannot reach this path through self-cultivation alone, at least, not with the current level of technology on Blue Star. The most crucial step in becoming a spellmaster is opening the gate of spirit. Currently, there is no way on Blue Star to achieve this through external force. It can only be done through one's own awakening. This has led to an extreme scarcity of spellmasters. Anyone who opens the gate of spirit is immediately scrambled for by various factions as soon as they are discovered, even by 5-star martial arts universities, who will go to great lengths to recruit them. This soul awakening pill can actually open the gate of spirit. Does not that mean I can become a spellmaster? Lin Mo suppressed his excitement and did not immediately refine the pill. Because last time he refined a level 1 bloodline evolution agent, it caused him to lose his combat ability on the spot. This place is not Huling Mountain. If refining this soul awakening pill also makes me lose my combat ability temporarily, it would be far too dangerous. Lin Mo disposed of the man in black's body and started heading back to see how the battle at the drop-off point was going. When Lin Mo returned to the spot where the shuttle bus had dropped them off, a police patrol team had just arrived. Gunshots rang out, and the police were seen using firearms to fire upon the men in black. The firearms on Blue Star are not like the ones from my previous life, but rather laser-based weapons powered by either spirit stones or the user's spiritual energy. With the barrage of gunfire, many of the men in black had their bodies paralyzed and fell to the ground. Only a few high-level martial artists were barely able to resist the paralysis and were fleeing frantically. However, SWAT officers soon rushed over and captured them alive. It seems the police do not intend to kill these people outright, Lin Mo observed based on the weapons they were using. These are paralysis-type weapons that can usually deal with primary and intermediate martial artists, though anyone who reaches the high-level martial artist stage can resist the effect. If they had used lethal lasers, even a high-level martial artist would have been killed on the spot if caught in the sweep. There are many injured people here. When will the medical team arrive? A middle-aged police officer who was a martial master was speaking on his comms. Before long, a medical team arrived to treat the students on site, and agonizing wails could be heard constantly. There was no other way. The attack was far too sudden, and the attackers were all martial artists. Even with the guards fighting desperately to stop them, many students were injured, and some even died. To prevent this from happening again, a police squad was assigned to escort them for the rest of the journey. After arriving in Donghai City, Lin Mo learned that it was not just them who had been attacked by the Sky Outer sect. Several other groups of students had been targeted as well. This attack by the Sky Outer sect resulted in over 70 people being lightly injured, over 30 seriously injured, and 12 dead, which shocked the city of Donghai. High-level officials in Donghai City issued orders overnight to interrogate the captured sect members. The man in black said I offended someone, which is why he targeted me from the start. Returning to Donghai City, Lin Mo began to recall what the man in black had said. But I have not done anything other than practice lately. Where could I have offended anyone to the point of them wanting me dead? Lin Mo frowned, reviewing everything he had experienced at Huling Mountain in his mind. Could it be Yuan Hongbo? Ultimately, Lin Mo focused on Yuan Hongbo. If there was anyone he might have had a conflict with, it would be him. Immediately, Lin Mo made some inquiries and found that the vehicle Yuan Hongbo was in had not been attacked. At that moment, Lin Mo was 70 to 80% sure that it was Yuan Hongbo who had hired the man in black to kill him. Yuan Hongbo is actually part of the Sky Outer sect. Lin Mo was shocked, but he did not make a scene or file a report. Because he had no evidence, only speculation. Back at Huling Mountain, he had learned that Yuan Hongbo came from a privileged background, with many relatives holding key positions in Donghai City. If he made a report without evidence, relying only on speculation, he might end up being framed himself. But I will remember this grudge. Not reporting it did not mean Lin Mo had forgotten. He currently lacked the strength and status to take revenge, but he would keep this grudge in mind. The most important thing now was to go home and refine the soul awakening pill. Lin Mo was extremely expectant about refining the pill. Once he became a spellmaster, It would be like stepping up to the sky in a single bound. Even the 5-star martial arts university he had been targeting for the past few months would probably have to humble themselves and invite him to apply once he became a spellmaster. The first thing Lin Mo did upon arriving home was to close the doors and windows. Once everything was prepared, Lin Mo muttered in his heart, "Refine the soul awakening pill." As he refined the soul awakening pill, Lin Mo felt his spirit calm down and begin to concentrate. His mind began to drift, and it seemed as if a door appeared within his consciousness. Wisps of spiritual power permeated from that door, and at the same time, the door slowly began to open. When the door fully opened, Lin Mo felt a massive surge of spiritual power rush out, making his brain feel as if it were about to burst. Veins popped out on his face like earthworms, and his expression became incredibly distorted and ferocious. However, this acute pain passed almost instantly as a vast wave of spiritual energy rippled out, suppressing the agony. Boom! An invisible force radiated outward, and the water glass, table, chair, and everything else in Lin Mo's room shattered into pieces. A few seconds later, Lin Mo breathed heavily, looking at the scene in his room in shock. Is this the power of an awakened spellmaster? Lin Mo could not help but marvel. This was just the residual shockwave from his inability to control his spiritual power, yet it had already reached such a level. If he were to actively control this power to cast spells, what kind of terrifying force would he be able to unleash? I must go online and look up how to use a spellmaster's power. Lin Mo did not know much about spellmasters. Since this power was so immense, he absolutely could not waste it. He had to make good use of it. What? Lin Mo began to search online, but the internet in this world is a bit different from the one he knew in his previous life. It is classified into tiers. Different people have different access levels. For instance, if you are just an ordinary person, you can only browse the content accessible to ordinary people. If you are a martial artist, your access rights will be expanded, allowing you to view content that belongs only to martial artists. Likewise, as your cultivation level improves, the access rights you possess will grow greater. Lin Mo is currently only at the 9th stage of the martial apprentice realm, so his access is the same as an ordinary person's, and the professional knowledge he can browse is limited. Generally speaking, with this level of access, few people bother to write anything about spellcasters. However, thanks to Lin Mo's patient searching, he still managed to find a post about spellcasters on a forum. The person who posted it claimed that a relative of theirs happened to be a spellcaster, so they had some understanding of the subject and wrote the post accordingly. First, the author stated that being a spellcaster is different from martial arts. The path of martial arts only requires personal effort and cultivation, while becoming a spellcaster requires opening the gate of the spirit. In the current era of Blue Star, one cannot use external forces to interfere with whether or not one can open the gate of the spirit. It all depends on fate. Therefore, the author's tone was filled with envy for those who had successfully awakened and opened their gate of the spirit. The earlier parts contained information Lin Mo already knew, so he skipped them and moved on to the latter part, where he finally found things he did not know. According to what my relative told me, spellcasters are different from ordinary martial artists. They use spiritual power to fight. For example, they can remotely control objects like flying daggers, bullets, glass, and so on. Of course, this way of attacking is considered the most amateurish and the least efficient. Secondly, there is the spiritual attack, also known as a soul attack. This method of attack is a bit more tricky and eerie, as it can directly target the soul of a living being. Of course, this kind of attack only appears in battles where there is a crushing power gap. And the most important, the core combat method of a spellcaster, is the condensation of spells. This is the key reason why they are called spellcasters instead of just psychics. Spellcasters can condense spells through certain wondrous methods, and different spells have different effects. For example, there are offensive, containment, healing, and large-scale support spells. Spells are incredibly powerful, and once unleashed, martial artists of equal strength can hardly resist them. Seeing this, Lin Mo had a general idea of how spellcasters fight, so he continued reading. To condense a spell, you need a spell pattern. There are 2 ways to obtain a spell pattern. One is to create it yourself, which is generally impossible for a newbie spellcaster who has just awakened, and the second is for an experienced spellcaster who has already developed a pattern to pass it down. However, it seems I do not have the permission to post spell patterns here, so I will not do it. Seeing this, Lin Mo felt instantly deflated. He had read through all that just to find there were no actual spell patterns. Of course, for those who want to learn about spell patterns, you can actually visit the official websites of the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy and the Kunlun Martial Arts Academy's spellcaster departments. They list a few of the most basic spell patterns there. Fortunately, the original poster was not too bad and left behind a method for finding spell patterns. Lin Mo immediately went to the spellcaster departments of the Kyushu and Kunlun Martial Arts Academies to search. Sure enough, each had 2 spell patterns available for introductory purposes. The 2 spell patterns from Kyushu Martial Arts Academy were the Binding Spell and the Flame Summoning Spell. The 2 spell patterns from Kunlun Martial Arts Academy were the Wind Spirit Spell and the Light Bathing Spell. Lin Mo was exceptionally excited to see these 4 spell patterns. With 5 days left before the college entrance exam, I can use my insight fragments to master these 4 spells. Spells are very powerful. Even the most basic ones can rival the strength of a martial artist once deployed. When Lin Mo began to delve into spells, he discovered that he seemed to have a natural talent for them. Even without the aid of insight fragments, he could figure out how to use them. And once Lin Mo applied his insight fragments, his speed in practicing spells increased dramatically. However, 2 days before the college entrance exam, the school summoned everyone back to select their weapons for the test. The weapons used for the martial arts entrance exam are issued uniformly to ensure fairness. Otherwise, those from wealthy families would enter the exam with superior weapons, and their combat effectiveness would be much higher than those from poorer backgrounds. For instance, if Lin Mo did not use spiritual power and relied solely on spiritual energy, his combat effectiveness would be several levels higher just by wielding an alloy sword. Of course, issuing weapons uniformly does not mean everyone gets the same one, because everyone has different areas of expertise they need to choose in advance. Lin Mo did not hide his cultivation level when returning to school this time. As he stepped into the classroom, all his classmates felt the aura of his 9th stage martial apprentice level. 9th stage martial apprentice. My God, am I seeing this right? Lin Mo has actually reached the 9th stage. The classroom erupted in a buzz of discussion. There was no helping it. The impact Lin Mo brought was just too strong. Keep in mind that just 4 months ago, Lin Mo was only a 3rd stage martial apprentice. In such a short time, he has reached the 9th stage. You guys do not know the whole story. I will tell you, I have a good friend in Class 1 who made it into this year's Seed Sprint program. I heard from him earlier that Lin Mo got into that program, and he even had a second awakening of a special physique, which is now at the Earth grade. Someone who knew the inside scoop explained it with quite a bit of self-satisfaction. Juhu, who had been constantly picking on Lin Mo earlier in the semester, looked at him with a complex expression. The arrogance he once showed was completely gone from his face. When the homeroom teacher, Chin Hong, walked in and saw Lin Mo's cultivation level, he was also given a huge shock, his eyes widening in disbelief. It had not been long since they last met, and Lin Mo had skyrocketed from the 7th stage to the 9th stage of the martial apprentice realm. No wonder even old Zia came to see Lin Mo personally. With this cultivation level, and the combat prowess Lin Mo displayed at his previous stages, getting into a 4-star academy is practically a guarantee. Of course, shock is shock, but the standard procedure still had to be followed. Those qualified for the martial arts entrance exam began to choose their weapons. The martial arts exam includes a huge variety of weapons, so under normal circumstances, everyone has a favorite they want to pick. Lin Mo chose a sword quite casually. Because he did not care much about the martial arts entrance exam anymore, he was a spellcaster now. As long as he showed his potential as a spellcaster, even if he did not participate in the martial arts exam, instructors from both 5-star martial arts academies would come to invite him. However, Lin Mo did not want to expose himself yet. This was not to play the long game of pretending to be weak for a later, face-slapping moment. It was primarily because, after experiencing the encirclement by the Heaven Outer sect, it became clear to him that there was likely a spy for the sect within the high-level officials of Donghai City. If he went to register his identity as a spellcaster at the Education Bureau and happened to be intercepted by that spy, it would be dangerous if the sect sent assassins after him. Although the probability of that is very, very small, nearing 0. But for the sake of safety, Lin Mo decided to reveal his status during the actual martial arts entrance exam. Because there would be instructors from other martial arts academies watching for talent during the exam, and revealing himself then would instantly make him the center of attention. His personal protection would be much more secure, and the Heaven Outer sect would have to think twice before attempting an assassination. Because killing someone who is under such close public watch would enrage the government, and they would likely spare no effort to purge the Heaven Outer sect from Donghai City. In that case, it would be equivalent to destroying more than half of their foundation in Donghai City. The Heaven Outer sect would not be willing to suffer such a huge loss just to kill one talented student. After finishing his weapon selection, Lin Mo wanted to go home, but just as he stepped out of the school gate, he saw a middle-aged man with a stance like a pine tree, a firm face, and a dignified expression blocking his path. Lin Mo recognized this middle-aged man. He was Su Linking's father, Su Hongkai. Fuhua Tea House is located in the Huexing building, the tallest in East Sea City. From here, looking out the window, you can have a panoramic view of the entire city center. The sofas here feel cool and soft to the touch. Sitting on them is incredibly comfortable, making my whole body feel completely relaxed. Rumor has it that the sofas at Fuhua Tea House are made from the fur of the earth tiger beast, and they are indeed as comfortable as they say. Lin Mo could not help but sigh. The earth tiger beast is a rare beast comparable to a martial arts master. Using its fur to make sofas is truly extravagant. Only Fuhua Tea House, the #1 tea house in East Sea City, could pull off such a feat. Of course, under normal circumstances, Lin Mo would not have the money to spend here. The main reason he was able to sit here this time was because of the man sitting opposite him, Su Hongkai. "What would you like to drink? Go ahead and order." With a wave of Su Hongkai's hand, a virtual screen appeared in front of Lin Mo. The tea options on it were dazzling, but they all shared one common characteristic: they were expensive. Even the cheapest tea was something Lin Mo could not afford unless he sold the sword in his hand. But since someone else was paying, Lin Mo naturally did not stand on ceremony. When the tea was served, Lin Mo took a sip and said, "A busy man like you did not invite me here just for tea, did you?" It is always a pleasure to talk to a smart person. Su Hongkai did not beat around the bush. Then he sized up Lin Mo and said, "I checked your recent records. You awakened a special physique 4 months ago, advanced from the 3rd level of martial apprentice to the 7th level in 3 months, and mastered 2 basic spiritual skills. You were selected for the Seed Sprint program. Later on, you awakened a 2nd time, attained an Earth-grade physique, and reached the 9th level of martial apprentice. The records show you awakened the God of War bloodline. A pretty decent bloodline. I must admit, your current performance is indeed outstanding." Su Hongkai had to admit this. Lin Mo's current performance was top tier in East Sea City. If it had not been for the short amount of time, he might have been able to challenge the martial artist rank and get into a 5-star martial arts university. However, Su Hongkai changed the subject, saying, "But I heard from Yuan Hongbo that you have been getting closer to linking lately." "That was your daughter waiting for me, not me harassing her," Lin Mo interrupted Su Hongkai. When Su Hongkai came to find him, Lin Mo already knew his true intentions. What made Lin Mo curious was that he considered himself pretty impressive right now. Although he was still slightly behind Su Linking, Su Hongkai's reaction seemed a bit overboard. Being interrupted made Su Hongkai very unhappy, especially since Lin Mo's words annoyed him. Because according to Yuan Hongbo, it was indeed his daughter waiting for Lin Mo. "Lin Mo, let me be blunt. Linking's bloodline awakened again not long ago, and it has been tested to be a god-tier bloodline. For this martial arts college entrance exam, Jiazhu Martial Arts University and Kunlun Martial Arts University will be sending mentors specifically to recruit her. Even if you are much better than before, compared to Linking, you are still worlds apart. I hope you will try your best not to appear in front of my daughter in the future." Su Hongkai's words were firm and left no room for rebuttal. Carrying the authority of someone who had long held a high position, an ordinary person would have been intimidated and completely suppressed. But Lin Mo had already opened the gate of spirit, so his mental strength was formidable. How could he be intimidated? Only now did Lin Mo understand why Su Hongkai felt there was such a huge gap between him and Su Linking. So Su Linking had awakened a god-tier bloodline. No wonder Su Hongkai cared so much. But Su Hongkai was overreacting. Did he not want any man to come into contact with Su Linking? In fact, one thing Lin Mo did not know was that Su Linking's personality was quite aloof. She felt she did not belong to this world and kept a certain distance from everyone, rarely showing any intimacy. Only because Lin Mo came from the same world as her did she feel a sense of familiarity and not reject him. In Su Hongkai's eyes, this looked like the two were likely to develop a relationship. In his view, Lin Mo's family background was poor, and his potential was far worse than his daughter's, so how could he allow them to get too close? His expectation for Su Linking was that she would one day marry into an imperial capital elite family. If Su Linking had just treated Lin Mo the way she treated other people, Su Hongkai would not have been so nervous. The main issue was that Su Linking acted more intimately with Lin Mo than with anyone else. I cannot agree to your request. However, rest assured, I will not go out of my way to appear in front of Su Linking, but I will not deliberately avoid her either. Of course, you can ask your daughter to avoid me. I have no objections. Lin Mo directly refused Su Hongkai, and facing the latter's grim expression, he said with a smile, "Also, I do not like your condescending attitude. I am not your subordinate. You do not need to feel so high and mighty just because of your status. You are just a martial arts master. Give me some time, and surpassing you is only a matter of time." As for your daughter being fought over by 2 5-star martial arts universities, let me tell you that I can achieve that too. And the gap between you and me is really just a matter of time. The words I said 3 years ago still hold true today. Do not look down on the young for their poverty. After saying that, Lin Mo stood up and left. So what if she has a god-tier bloodline? I am now a spellcaster, and I have a system. Surpassing Su Linking is only a matter of time. Watching Lin Mo leave in such a stylish manner, Su Hongkai's face turned dark and sullen. The teacup in his hand turned into powder, and even the tea inside evaporated into thin air. Heh, you want to be fought over by 2 5-star martial arts universities. You should reach their admission threshold first. Su Hongkai simply dismissed Lin Mo's words as ignorance. Actually, I might be overthinking it. Linking will definitely get into a 5-star martial arts university. That kid cannot even get into one, so they will not even be at the same school in the future. What am I worried about? Su Hongkai called the waiter over to pay the bill. For him, he was looking forward to the college entrance exam. Once it was over, his daughter would shake the entire East Sea City. Of course, it was not just Su Hongkai. Many people in East Sea City were looking forward to the martial arts college entrance exam. Under the anticipation of countless people, 2 days passed, and the martial arts college entrance exam arrived. What? The venue for the martial arts college entrance exam is held in the real wilderness outside the city. This place is not the same outside where typical academy training or the qualifying rounds take place. That outside is merely relative to the residential areas of the citizens. Donghai City has 2 layers of defense. The innermost layer is the city wall, but outside of that, there is actually a warning perimeter. When people normally talk about being outside the city, they are referring to the area between the warning perimeter and the city wall. Although some demonic beasts live there, their strength is generally not high. They are essentially kept in captivity by humans to train novice adventurers and the younger generation. The area beyond the warning perimeter is the true wilderness, the real world of demonic beasts. Never mind ordinary martial artists, even martial masters and martial grandmasters dare not venture too deep. The martial arts college entrance exam is held not far from the outside of the warning perimeter. The purpose of this is to tell everyone participating that life in the human world is not peaceful. They cannot just think about comfort, they must strive to cultivate and keep improving. When all the candidates were transported there, their first reaction after getting off the vehicle was that it felt wild and desolate. You cannot feel any sign of civilization here, only an expanse of wilderness. Young candidates of the martial arts college entrance exam, let me introduce you to this place first. The desolate, wild city you see before you used to be one of our human districts. Of course, it has been completely abandoned now. Its only purpose is to serve as the venue for this exam. At this moment, a middle-aged man stood floating in the air. He wore a military uniform, had a scar on his cheek, and his aura was a notch above that of Elder Zia and his group, putting him on a similar level to Instructor Yan. He was clearly a martial grandmaster. The rules of the exam are similar to the qualifying rounds. See that thing over there? The small round ball emitted a faint glow and looked quite ordinary. These balls are the surveillance for this exam. They will travel through the city, monitor every move of your fights in all aspects, and transmit the data to the intelligent system to score you. We will now distribute weapons, supplies, and protective light shields. The rules are the same as the qualifying rounds. Once your protective shield is triggered, it means your exam is over early. Of course, I must say again, the demonic beasts here are not the ones captured and kept in captivity like in the qualifiers. These are wild and extremely fierce. When this last sentence was spoken, the expressions of many people changed instantly. However, no one gave up. After all, everyone who managed to get here has worked hard for many years. How could they back down because of this? Go and collect your weapons and supplies now. Everyone prepare to enter. The exam officially begins at 12 noon. And so the candidates on site went in rows to collect the prepared weapons, gear, and supplies. Lin Mo put on his combat suit and held the custom-made sword in his hand. The quality of this custom-made sword was much worse than his alloy sword. At 12 noon, all candidates flooded into the long-abandoned county city from various directions. As they poured into the city, the round surveillance balls followed them inside. Meanwhile, in a high-rise building built near the city, countless surveillance screens covered the walls. In the center of the building, over 30 people looked up at these monitors. These 30-plus people were instructors from various 4-star and 5-star martial arts universities, as well as some senior officials from Donghai City. Among the 30, there were 3 whose presence far exceeded the others. These 3 were the director of the Donghai City Education Bureau and the recruitment officers from Jeju Martial Arts University and Kunlun Martial Arts University. Under normal circumstances, 5-star martial arts universities like Jeju and Kunlun would not come to Donghai City for special recruitment. Because the strength of Donghai City is too weak, only a few students get into 5-star universities each year, and they are usually just barely scraping by, so there is no need to come and compete for students. However, this year is different. Donghai City produced Su Linking, who has a god-tier bloodline. A god-tier bloodline is definitely enough to spark a rivalry between the 2 5-star martial arts universities. Since the recruitment officers from both 5-star universities have arrived, the director of the Donghai City Education Bureau naturally had to host them personally. Beside them was Su Linking's father, Su Hongkai. At this moment, the attention of these people was mostly focused on the screen monitoring Su Linking. The other 4-star university recruiters did not focus entirely on Su Linking because they knew they would not stand a chance with such a talent. They were looking for good candidates among the martial apprentices, people worth cultivating and recruiting to their own academies. Lin Mo walked down the blood-stained street. Weeds were growing everywhere, and most of the buildings on both sides were dilapidated and collapsed. Although the beasts in this county city are wild, it is clear that the high-level demonic beasts have basically been cleared out by the military in advance. Lin Mo guessed this because if there were higher-level demonic beasts, such as beast general-level creatures, even just one would be enough to wipe out all the candidates present. Apparently, the strongest here are only beast soldier-level demonic beasts. Beast soldier-level beasts are not worth my time. I need to go find beast soldier-level ones. Lin Mo did not want to waste time, so he went straight to look for beast soldier-level demonic beasts. He ran and wove through the streets without a care. Lin Mo's reckless movement naturally drew the attention of the demonic beasts native to this abandoned city. Soon, a black shadow lunged out from an abandoned building. Its speed was quite fast, and its sharp claws carried a lethal edge as it lunged directly at Lin Mo. Slash! However, before the shadow could reach him, a streak of sword light flashed by. The entire black shadow was sliced in two in midair, and crimson blood splattered everywhere. A rank 9 martial apprentice beast dares to attack me. With his current strength, killing a beast of this level basically takes one move. Lin Mo's move did not attract much attention among the tens of thousands of surveillance screens, except for one recruiter from a 4-star university who caught a glimpse of that sword strike. One-hit kill on a rank 9 martial apprentice beast. This recruiter was pleasantly surprised. This is a great talent. He secretly looked around and found that no other recruiters had noticed, so he felt a surge of secret joy and silently marked Lin Mo as a primary target for observation. What? Lin Mo walked through the county town, feeling quite speechless. He had been in this town for nearly half a day, yet he had not even found a single beast soldier grade monster or alien beast. The military could not have cleaned out all the beast soldier level monsters, could they? Although Lin Mo knew this was impossible, he could not help but grumble to himself. After entering the town, he did encounter several waves of monsters attacking him, but they were all just at the 7th or 8th level of martial apprentice. Lin Mo could deal with those kinds of opponents without even drawing his sword. The key issue was that after killing those monsters, not a single treasure chest had dropped so far. Could it be that I have been having bad luck these past few days? Lin Mo started to wonder if the timing of the martial arts college entrance exam was working against him. Just as Lin Mo was walking along, he heard what sounded like a cry for help. Someone is calling for help. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment, but decided to go over and take a look. Mainly because, given his current strength, there were very few people or monsters left in the entire town that could pose a threat to him. Lin Mo moved swiftly through the buildings and soon saw a young girl at the 8th level of martial apprentice being chased by a 9th level fierce hound. The fierce hound looked like it had only recently broken through to the 9th level, otherwise it would not have been struggling so much to hunt down an 8th level opponent. Even so, the hound definitely had the upper hand. Its massive body thundered across the ground, and every swipe of its claws forced the girl into a pathetic state. What bad luck to be targeted by a 9th level martial apprentice beast. Lin Mo shook his head. If this kept up, the girl would eventually be forced to activate her energy protective shield, which would mean her martial arts exam would end prematurely. It was only half a day in. If she were eliminated this early, she would likely only get into a 1-star martial arts academy at best. Based on her true strength, she should have been able to get into a 2-star academy. Unfortunately, her luck was poor, and she had caught the attention of that fierce hound. Of course, she was also lucky enough to run into Lin Mo. Forget it, I might as well help. Lin Mo decided to intervene, as a 9th level beast was just a trivial task for him. With that, Lin Mo stomped on the rooftop and lunged straight toward them. A 9th level martial apprentice. When the girl saw Lin Mo, her eyes lit up. If he were willing to help, she would not have to trigger her energy shield. "Classmate, please help me out. Let us take on this hound together," she shouted. The next moment, she saw Lin Mo charging in all by himself. Taking on a 9th level beast alone, he is so confident, she could not help but admire his confidence. What happened next left her completely shocked. Her eyes nearly popped out of her head. Lin Mo killed the hound with a single strike to the throat. He only used one move, a single strike to seal the throat. Killing a 9th level beast in seconds. This person definitely has the strength to get into a 4-star martial arts academy. Her heart raced, and she felt a strong impulse to stick with him. Although, even if she stayed with him to hunt monsters, the system would grade her based on her own performance, and she would not get extra points just by following him. But staying with Lin Mo would be much safer. At the very least, she would be able to stay for the full 3 days. Every year during the martial arts exam, many people fail to get into their ideal academies, not because their strength is lacking, but because of bad luck. They encounter beasts far stronger than them, cannot escape, and are forced to press the shield, ending their exam early. Some have questioned whether this method of examination relies too much on luck, failing to let candidates show their true strength. The official response has always been the same. In a real hunt or on a cleared battlefield, no one gives you the chance to demonstrate your full potential. Here, if you cannot avoid a stronger monster, you are just eliminated, but in a real battle, you would lose your life. Sometimes luck is also a form of strength. The admissions teacher in the surveillance room watching Lin Mo was filled with wild joy. He could tell that what Lin Mo had just displayed was the consummate mastery of a one-sword style. For a 9th level martial apprentice to practice basic spiritual techniques to perfection is no easy feat. He is definitely a top candidate to recruit. He wore a sly, crafty smile, while vigilantly checking to see if other mentors had noticed Lin Mo. Too weak, Lin Mo shook his head. He had only used his consummate sword technique, and it had already taken the beast out instantly. Classmate, can we team up?" The girl who was rescued by Lin Mo ran over, her eyes full of expectation. Lin Mo understood what she wanted, but he shook his head and refused. "No, the monsters I am going to hunt are too dangerous for you. If something goes wrong, a stray shockwave could get you eliminated." Upon hearing this, the girl puffed out her chest, looking unconvinced. "I am still an 8th level martial apprentice, you know. Even if I am not a match for a 9th level one, I would not be eliminated by just a shockwave. The targets I am hunting are beast soldier grade," Lin Mo said nonchalantly. Beast soldier grade, the girl stammered, stunned by Lin Mo's answer. This guy in front of her actually wanted to hunt beast soldier grades. Was he insane? By the way, let me ask, did you encounter any suspected beast soldier grade monsters along your way? I think so. Toward the southeast, I felt a massive presence. It was far beyond a 9th level martial apprentice. It definitely had to be beast soldier grade. Thanks, Lin Mo thanked the girl and said, I am heading out first. Be careful on your own. Lin Mo headed toward the southeast, traveling without any concern, and continued to encounter a few waves of harassment along the way. But for Lin Mo, these monsters were just here to hand over more points. Watching his performance all along the way, the admissions teacher became even more delighted. He glanced at the other admissions teachers. At the moment, most of them were mesmerized by the screen showing Su Linking. On that screen, golden spiritual energy swirled around Su Linking, and faint phoenix wings could be seen spreading behind her. Su Linking's full cultivation was on display, an intermediate martial artist. However, the monster Su Linking was dealing with was not a low-level or mid-level beast soldier, but a high-level beast soldier. Even so, Su Linking was using her status as an intermediate martial artist to suppress the high-level beast soldier the entire time. As expected of a god-tier bloodline, the boost to spiritual energy and combat power is truly terrifying. Even the mentors in the surveillance room could not help but exclaim in admiration. Beside them, Su Honkai was beaming with pride, looking quite pleased with himself. The teacher watching Lin Mo shook his head. We cannot recruit Su Linking anyway. Rather than obsessing over her, I would better find some other good candidates. So he turned his attention back to Lin Mo. By this time, Lin Mo had reached the rooftop of a high building, took out binoculars from his backpack, and scanned the surroundings. Using this high vantage point, he surveyed the area for monsters with his binoculars. Suddenly, his eyes brightened, and he locked his gaze onto an open lawn. There were dozens of monsters on the grass, and in the center lay a brown bear as large as a small hill. Lin Mo recognized the bear. Earth-crushing bear, low-level beast soldier grade. The earth-shattering bear evolved from brown bears before the spiritual energy surge on Blue Star. Upon reaching adulthood, they attain the beast soldier rank. Their hide is tough, and they possess the ability to manipulate Earth's spiritual energy, making them incredibly formidable in areas where Earth energy is abundant. Information about the earth-shattering bear surfaced in Lin Mo's mind. Low-level beast soldier rank, the strength is just right. Lin Mo licked his lips, his eyes revealing excitement. A beast of this level is his best whetstone. The only troublesome part is the other beasts nearby. Lin Mo glanced at the beasts beside the brown bear. Usually, once they reach the beast soldier rank, unless they are solitary, they will take on some lackeys. Clearly, the other beasts on the lawn are the lackeys of the earth-shattering bear. Although the beasts at the martial apprentice stage are relatively easy for Lin Mo to handle. Once he starts fighting the earth-shattering bear, the harassment from these martial apprentice-level beasts will cause him significant trouble. Clear out these minions first. Lin Mo planned to take out the beasts surrounding the earth-shattering bear first. To do this, he first needed to lure the beasts. Lin Mo jumped down from the high platform, found a tree, chopped it down, and crudely fashioned a few spears. Lin Mo then quietly moved to a dilapidated building not far from the lawn. The admissions teacher monitoring Lin Mo noticed his strange actions, especially seeing him approach the territory of the earth-shattering bear, and could not help but mutter to himself, "What is this little guy doing? Surely he is not trying to provoke the beasts next to the earth-shattering bear." No sooner had this thought crossed the teacher's mind than he saw Lin Mo grab a crude spear, channel his spiritual energy, and hurl it toward the earth-shattering bear. Thwag! The spear pierced through, skewering the bodies of two martial apprentice 7th-stage beasts, accompanied by wails of agony. It was not over yet. Lin Mo threw the remaining spears one by one, injuring several more beasts. Roar! Lin Mo's actions undoubtedly infuriated the beasts on the lawn instantly. One after another, they stood up, roared, and scanned their surroundings. Lin Mo's position was quickly exposed, and the martial apprentice-level beasts charged frantically in his direction, wanting to tear him to pieces. As for the beast soldier rank earth-shattering bear, it merely raised its eyelids without moving. Clearly, a martial apprentice like Lin Mo was not enough to pique its interest for a personal intervention. As expected, seeing the earth-shattering bear's reaction, Lin Mo knew he had guessed correctly. This earth-shattering bear did not consider him a threat, assuming its minions could easily handle him. Without the bear's involvement, even with dozens of these beasts, Lin Mo believed he could deal with them quickly. 3 martial apprentice 9th stage beasts, 8 8th stage ones, and the rest are 6th and 7th stage. Is he really trying to take them all on by himself? The admissions teacher in the monitoring room kept his eyes fixed on Lin Mo, his gaze flickering. If he can take out so many beasts at once, he is definitely a genius whose talent is no less than those admitted to 5-star martial academies. As the beasts charged, Lin Mo employed his movement technique, and sword shadows emerged. While dodging the beast's lunges, every sword shadow reaped the life of a beast. Thwag! Lin Mo swiped his sword from top to bottom, cleaving a martial apprentice 9th stage beast in 2. This kind of battle requires little skill. It is purely a crushing display of power. What made these beasts even more desperate was that they could not keep up with Lin Mo's speed, unable to even touch a corner of his clothes. In just 3 minutes, half the beasts on the scene had fallen. And this was only because Lin Mo was keeping his 3 basic spiritual skills at the perfection realm. Otherwise, all these beasts would likely be on the ground by now. Lin Mo kept them at the perfection realm because evolving basic spiritual skills to mastery requires extremely refined control of spiritual energy. This is especially draining on spiritual energy and stamina. He still has to deal with the earth-shattering bear, so there was no need to waste too much energy on these beasts. My god, perfection level 1 sword style, perfection level sword shadow art, and perfection level movement technique. He has trained all 3 basic spiritual skills to the perfection realm. The admissions teacher watching Lin Mo was almost jumping with excitement, his eyes burning with fervor. This kid is absolutely a genius at cultivating spiritual skills. If he can be recruited to his martial academy, he could definitely be a top priority for development. Just as he was feeling proud, he noticed quite a few gazes fixed on him. Only then did he check his surroundings and discover that many other admissions teachers were looking at him with curious smiles. The implication seemed to be, "Little brother, it is not nice to hog all the good stuff for yourself." At that moment, he realized that since Lin Mo's performance was so outstanding, it was impossible for it to go unnoticed by the other admissions teachers. Indeed, someone who has trained 3 basic spiritual skills to perfection is highly attractive to 4-star martial academies. Lin Mo's monitoring feed instantly became the focus of the entire room. After all, most of the admissions teachers present were from 4-star academies. No matter how well Su Linking performs, it would not be their turn to recruit her. She would certainly be fought over by the Jiazhu Martial Academy and Kunlun Martial Academy. Lin Mo is different. Even with his 3 perfected spiritual skills, his 9th stage martial apprentice cultivation limits his chances of getting into a 5-star academy. He is certainly the target for their 4-star academies to fight over. After Lin Mo killed half of the beasts, he caught the attention of the earth-shattering bear. Seeing half of its minions lost in just a few minutes, the earth-shattering bear slammed its paws into the ground in rage. White vapor sprayed from its thick nostrils, and it stood up in a frenzy, charging toward Lin Mo. Thump, thump, thump. The earth-shattering bear ran like a tank, causing the very ground to tremble. Seeing the charging bear, the teachers in the monitoring room became incredibly anxious when they saw Lin Mo not moving at all. Is he frozen in fear? Why is not he running? Even if he does not run, he should at least activate the protective energy shield. Many teachers were anxious. If Lin Mo were scared stiff and failed to trigger the protective shield before being crushed, it would be a huge tragedy. The earth-shattering bear charged up and swiped its paw down. That paw, larger than Lin Mo himself, would cause severe injury to even a casual low-level martial artist, let alone a martial apprentice 9th stage. Boom! Just as the paw slammed down, Lin Mo's silhouette flickered and vanished from the spot. That is, the eyes of the teachers in the monitoring room contracted slightly. The admissions recruiters of the 4-star academies were at least martial master level. They could naturally tell that the movement technique Lin Mo just used was different. That is mastery level movement technique. After a moment of silence, one teacher finally shouted with great excitement. Mastery. This is the hallmark of pushing a spiritual skill to its peak. A martial apprentice training, a basic spiritual skill to mastery, is incredibly rare. Many cities probably do not see a single genius like this in an entire year's batch of candidates. No wonder he dared to provoke the earth-shattering bear. It turns out he has a spiritual skill trained to mastery. Now all the teachers understood why Lin Mo had the confidence to provoke the earth-shattering bear. But relying on just one mastery-level basic skill, let alone killing the earth-shattering bear, even maneuvering around it would be very difficult. Some teachers remarked. No sooner had they spoken than they saw on the screen that 100 sword shadows had manifested, each radiating sharp sword aura. Mastery-level sword shadow art. What? In the monitoring room, when the 100 sword shadows appeared on the screen showing Lin Mo, the eyes of many admissions officers turned green with envy. To think he has actually mastered a spirit technique to the mastery level. Many admissions officers were already brainstorming what kind of offers they could use to entice Lin Mo to apply to their martial arts academies. On Lin Mo's side, as the 100 sword shadows emerged, even the earth-shattering bear felt a sense of crisis. It was seen gathering earthy yellow spiritual energy in its palms, pulling rocks and soil from its surroundings until a suit of armor made of mud materialized out of thin air over its hide. Lin Mo unleashed the 100 sword shadows, causing intense fluctuations in spiritual energy and shockwaves that rippled outward. It was not until the sword shadows dissipated that the armor on the bear's body finally shattered completely. Lin Mo was also shocked. His mastered sword shadow technique had failed to inflict any damage on the earth-shattering bear. At that moment, the earth-shattering bear launched a fierce counterattack, stomping one of its paws onto the ground and sending a jagged crack spreading out from beneath its feet. The fissure surged towards Lin Mo like a subterranean dragon, carrying violent spiritual energy. Lin Mo brought his sword up to block, channeling his spiritual energy to form an invisible barrier for defense. But the moment the crack touched the light barrier, it shattered with a boom, sending Lin Mo skidding backward across the ground, leaving a long trail behind him. With terrifying power, Lin Mo knelt on one knee, supporting himself with his sword. The strength of this earth-shattering bear was on an entirely different level than the martial artist he had killed earlier. If he did not use incantation magic, this fight would be extremely difficult. Besides the fact that the junior martial artist he killed earlier was truly mediocre, another reason for his success was that his sword was of high quality. The swords provided for the martial arts college entrance exam naturally would not be that high-end, so he had no advantage in weaponry. As Lin Mo pondered this, the earth-shattering bear gave him no time to think, charging toward him and swatting with its massive paw. Although the bear's attack speed was not fast, every strike was full of force, and the resulting impact caused Lin Mo no small amount of trouble. Amidst the bear's frantic onslaught, Lin Mo pushed his trace-dodging footwork to its limit, evading every one of the bear's attacks. With another leap, he dodged a violent stomp from the bear, found an opening, and unleashed his single-sword style. Sword light flashed as a cold streak swept across the earth-shattering bear's body. The next moment, blood appeared on the bear's fur, and Lin Mo could clearly see the sword wound. But such a minor wound meant nothing to a beast as massive as the earth-shattering bear. The admissions officers in the monitoring room were dumbfounded to see that Lin Mo had displayed yet another mastered spirit technique. A martial student who has already mastered 3 basic spirit techniques is a rare talent rarely seen in the history of the martial arts college entrance exam. 3 mastered basic spirit techniques. This person truly has a special knack for spirit techniques, and his physique and spiritual energy are far stronger than the average rank 9 martial student. He really possesses the combat power of a martial artist. It is just a pity that he had to choose the earth-shattering bear as his opponent. When this abrupt voice spoke up, the admissions officers on the scene looked over and realized the speaker was none other than the representative from the Jeju Martial Arts Academy. Lin Mo's continuous display of 3 mastered-level spirit techniques had clearly caught the eye of the admissions officer from a 5-star martial arts academy. Others agreed with the analyst's assessment. This earth-shattering bear had clearly reached the peak of a junior-level beast soldier and was approaching the intermediate level. Combined with its unique talent, its true combat power would be tricky even for an intermediate martial artist. If he retreats in time to recover his stamina, there might still be a chance for him to hunt some weaker beast soldiers and earn an S-grade rating. The admissions officer from Jeju Martial Arts Academy also hoped Lin Mo would retreat in time to hunt weaker beasts and achieve an S-grade score. After all, in his eyes, Lin Mo was a genius and definitely qualified to enter a 5-star martial arts academy. But without an S-grade rating, they would be unable to make an exception for his admission. because the criteria for exceptional admission into a 5-star academy are very strict, aimed at preventing people from getting in through connections. This brat actually mastered 3 mastery-level spirit techniques. Su Honkai, standing next to the 2 admissions officers, felt very unhappy as he watched Lin Mo's performance. He had just tried to pressure Lin Mo a couple of days ago, so naturally, he did not want to see Lin Mo doing well now. Moreover, he secretly felt a tinge of regret. Had he known that Lin Mo had mastered all 3 spirit techniques, he would not have gone out of his way to say those things to him. So what if he has 3 mastered spirit techniques? My daughter possesses a god-level bloodline and is being fought over by 5-star martial arts academies. HMPH, it is questionable whether this poor kid can even get into a 5-star academy now. Su Honkai snorted in his heart, hoping that Lin Mo would just get worn down by the bear, as that would leave him with absolutely no chance of entering a 5-star academy. On the battlefield, Lin Mo was in a sorry state. He had not expected the earth-shattering bear to be this powerful. Are all junior-level beast soldiers this tough? Lin Mo was shocked. Originally, after killing a junior martial artist, he thought that with his strength and full effort, he should be able to handle a junior-level beast soldier without using incantations, but he had not expected to be pushed to such a pathetic state. Of course, what Lin Mo did not know was that this earth-shattering bear was on the verge of becoming an intermediate-level beast soldier, and with its superior talent, even an intermediate-level martial artist would find it quite troublesome. It looks like I have to use incantation magic. Lin Mo was not a stubborn person. The only reason he had not used incantations earlier was because he wanted to test his own spiritual energy strength. Since he could not win, he would just use incantations to finish it. Besides, surely many admissions officers in the monitoring room must have noticed me by now. Before the exam, Lin Mo had learned that some admissions officers would watch the monitoring footage to find promising talent and invite them to apply to their schools. If showing off 3 mastered spirit techniques does not count as a promising talent, then there are not many candidates who do. Lin Mo retreated rapidly, using his trace-dodging footwork to pull away from the earth-shattering bear at full speed. The admissions officers in the monitoring room nodded. It seemed Lin Mo was not stupid. However, in the next second, Lin Mo's actions left everyone stunned. They watched as he formed hand seals, causing the air around him to vibrate, and threads of spiritual energy intertwined, vaguely forming a spell. That is an incantation. After a second of silence in the monitoring room, the expressions of the admissions officers from Jeju and Kunlun martial arts academies were filled with extreme excitement. They had actually encountered an incantation user who had opened the gate of spirit in such a small city, and an examinee at that. Lin Mo formed the final seals and shouted coldly, "Incantation, Call of Flame." What? Spellgraph. In the monitoring room, many recruiters gasped, especially the 2 recruiters from 5-star martial arts universities, who were exceptionally excited. This should be the flame summoning spell from the official website of Kyushu Martial Arts University. Right, the recruiter from Kunlun Martial Arts University remarked. Indeed, it is our official flame summoning spell. The recruiter from Kyushu Martial Arts University nodded. It was clear that this examinee had hidden his identity as a spellcaster and had sought out spell diagrams privately. To be able to master a spell without any formal instruction, this person is truly gifted. I want to pull up this person's basic files. Both recruiters from the 5-star martial arts universities applied to view Lin Mo's files. Compared to the excitement of the 5-star university recruiters, those from 4-star martial arts universities were much more dejected. They had finally hoped to pick up a gem, but it turned out he had opened the gate of spirit and became a spellcaster. There was no way it would be their turn to recruit him now. He is actually a spellcaster. Su Honkai's face turned dark as water as he saw Lin Mo on the monitor. He never expected Lin Mo to be a spellcaster. Before this, even when Lin Mo displayed 3 mastery-level spirit skills, he only regarded him with slight attention and did not take it too much to heart. Because no matter what, one's cultivation realm is the most important. Having talent for spirit skills only means you have strong combat power, but without enough talent to reach a high realm, how many levels can you really fight across? But a spellcaster is different. Su Honkai was well aware of the status of spellcasters on Blue Star. If you had just said you were a spellcaster earlier, you would not have had to hide it. You clearly just wanted to make a fool of me. Recalling what Lin Mo had said to him, He felt it was obvious that Lin Mo was confident and intentionally kept it to himself to watch him act like a clown. It was just that Su Hongkai never considered that, although Lin Mo had indeed intentionally hidden his identity as a spellcaster, it was not aimed at him specifically. Inside the assessment field, Lin Mo formed hand seals, and red light began to permeate the air in front of him. A wave of scorching energy surged forth, causing the very air to distort. Roar! At this moment, the earth-shattering bear seemed to sense a fatal danger. It slammed its paw against the ground, causing earth attribute energy to converge, and a fissure erupted from its paw, aiming directly at Lin Mo's location. Just as the fissure was born, fiery red flames swept out from beneath its feet, radiating a scorching wind. The sudden fire forced the earth-shattering bear to interrupt its attack. It pounded its chest, condensing earth-yellow armor to withstand the flames. The fire blazed fiercely, like a tornado, surrounding the earth-shattering bear. An extreme temperature caused the air in that area to distort, and the surrounding mud and ground began to melt. Roar! The earth-shattering bear let out an angry roar. The armor it had condensed disintegrated under the high temperature, and flames covered its entire body. Every time the earth-shattering bear tried to rush out of the area, it was forced back by the strong gusts of fire. The flames surged, and the earth-shattering bear's roars grew weaker. When the fire eventually died down, Lin Mo saw that only a charred carcass remained where the earth-shattering bear had been. Spellcraft is actually this strong. Lin Mo was quite shocked. He had experienced the terror of the earth-shattering bear firsthand. Yet even such a formidable exotic beast had little power to resist the flame-summoning spell and was burned to death directly. This person's spiritual power is not weak either. The simplest flame-summoning spell can exert such power in his hands. The recruiter from Kyushu Martial Arts University was also very surprised. The flame-summoning spell is one they have posted on their website, but it is merely the simplest type of spell. Usually for a spellcaster who has just opened the Gate of Spirit, once they master it, it only poses a threat to average low-level beast soldiers. But the flame-summoning spell Lin Mo displayed was clearly a level higher. Even a mid-level martial artist would likely be severely injured if they tried to resist it. This indicates that Lin Mo's spiritual power is much stronger than that of an average spellcaster who has just opened the Gate of Spirit. I must not let Kunlun Martial Arts University snatch this gem away. The Kyushu recruiter made a firm resolution. Because in the competition to recruit Su Linking, Kyushu Martial Arts University was already at a disadvantage. According to some inside information, someone at Kunlun Martial Arts University knew Su Hongkai and had already contacted them privately. It was highly likely Su Linking would choose Kunlun. His attendance this time was really just to try his luck, in case he could manage to recruit her. But thank goodness I came along, otherwise my Kyushu Martial Arts University would have missed out on this spellcaster. Having missed out on Su Linking, I must recruit this kid into Kyushu Martial Arts University. The Kyushu recruiter pondered for a moment, then used his optical computer to contact the admissions office of Kyushu Martial Arts University. Old Tan, help me check if there are any instructors from the spellcaster department near East Sea City. Near East Sea City, is not that where you are recruiting? Did you encounter a spellcaster who has opened the Gate of Spirit? At the Kyushu Martial Arts University admissions office, a middle-aged man lay on a rocking chair. He was dressed in simple cloth clothes with his feet up, holding a tobacco pipe, and wisps of white smoke drifted from it. That is correct. There is indeed a spellcaster participating in the martial arts college entrance exam, and his spiritual power is very strong. The flame-summoning spell he performed was able to burn an earth-shattering bear that was at the peak of low-level beast soldiers to death. With such talent, we cannot let the folks at Kunlun snatch him away. Hang on, I will ask right now. Hearing the recruiter's words, the middle-aged man immediately put away his pipe and contacted the spellcaster department. Not long after, in the East Sea City Martial Arts College entrance exam monitoring room, the Kyushu recruiter received a message from Old Tan. She is actually near East Sea City. Then I will probably be able to recruit this kid. Seeing the message Old Tan sent, the Kyushu recruiter breathed a sigh of relief. In the exam field, after Lin Mo hunted the earth-shattering bear, he frowned slightly because there was no notification about a treasure chest drop. In theory, by using his 9th rank martial apprentice cultivation to kill a low-level beast soldier above his rank, there was an almost 100% probability of dropping a treasure chest. Just like when he killed that low-level martial artist last time, it dropped a silver treasure chest directly. And that low-level martial artist's strength was far inferior to this earth-shattering bear. Unless the system counts my spellcasting as part of my own cultivation. Lin Mo realized that the system's judgment of his strength does not only rely on spirit power. Spiritual power is also factored into it. In this way, the probability of dropping a treasure chest when killing the earth-shattering bear is no longer 100, but rather a chance-based drop. Calculating it this way, it is normal not to get a treasure chest drop. What? Roar! A ferocious, beastly roar echoed from a section of the martial arts entrance exam venue. As the savage roar broke out, the candidates in the area began to tremble in fear. From the roar and the fluctuations of spiritual power, they knew this was definitely a beast soldier-level monster. Many immediately wanted to flee the area. For those at the martial apprentice stage, encountering a beast soldier left them with only one option: to activate their protective shields. The roar did not stop there. Soon, continuous angry bellows followed, accompanied by intense ripples of spiritual energy. Clearly, someone was fighting this beast soldier-level monster. Fighting a beast soldier-level monster. Many people's hearts pounded violently. Anyone capable of battling a beast soldier-level monster must be among the absolute top students of their year in Donghai City. The intense spiritual energy fluctuations lasted for about 10 minutes before ending with a shrill, final roar. Once the battle ceased, those with enough courage finally dared to approach the site. Upon seeing the battlefield, they found the surrounding buildings scorched black, with many beast carcasses lying about. The most shocking sight was a giant python, dozens of meters long, sliced into several pieces, its flesh charred and scales scattered everywhere. This python was clearly the beast that had roared earlier, and the battle had evidently ended in its defeat. They actually killed a beast soldier-level monster. Some were stunned. A person of this caliber was almost guaranteed entry into a 5-star martial arts university. While the students gathered around, the person who had fought the beast was already on a high platform thousands of meters away. Finally, a treasure chest dropped. The one who fought the giant python was naturally Lin Mo. Ever since he killed the earth-shattering bear, Lin Mo had been hunting beast soldier-level monsters everywhere. Counting this python, it was the 5th beast soldier he had killed, and it finally dropped a silver treasure chest. Open the silver treasure chest. Lin Mo activated it with a thought. Silver treasure chest opened, obtained 3 high-level blood chi pills, and 1 scroll of soul induction technique. Soul induction technique. Hearing the notification, Lin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly, and he checked the description of the soul induction technique. It is actually for cultivating spiritual power. After checking, Lin Mo found it was a method to cultivate spiritual power, although it was described as the most basic technique aimed at early-stage cultivation. It was enough for him for now. Once he mastered this technique, who knows how much his strength would improve, perhaps even enough to open gold or platinum chests. He would definitely have chances to find better methods later, but for now, this soul induction technique was sufficient. Of course, Lin Mo did not attempt to cultivate it here, because this was the exam venue, and their every move was monitored by the orbs nearby. Unless he went to the rest area, where there would be no surveillance. However, with only half a day left before the end of the exam, there was no need to rush. It would not be too late to try when he got back. With a silver chest now, I do not need to hunt anymore. My score is definitely high enough. Lin Mo stretched. In just half a day, even with good luck, he could hunt at most 2 more beast soldiers. Based on the drop rate, 2 more beasts probably would not result in another silver chest. I will prepare to break through to the martial artist rank after going back. Lin Mo licked his lips as he looked at the 3 high-level blood chi pills in his system space. These should be enough for his breakthrough. Just as Lin Mo was planning to return to the rest area to wait for the exam to end, he saw some candidates looking panicked, fleeing from one area toward another direction. Fellow student, may I ask what happened? Why does it seem like you are running away? Lin Mo flashed over and stopped a rank 7 martial apprentice. Sai, you do not know. Someone angered a high-level beast soldier. It is now extremely violent and venting its anger on everyone. Many people have already pressed their energy shields to end the exam early, including even a real martial artist. We of course have to stay away from that area, or we will be in huge trouble if we run into it. The rank 7 martial apprentice shook his head. With his strength, if he hesitated at all when encountering that high-level beast soldier, he could lose his life. There is actually a high-level beast soldier. Lin Mo frowned. He knew his own strength. Relying on his incantations, he could at most fight a mid-level beast soldier, so he stood no chance against a high-level one. However, the student added, though the high-level beast is strong, I heard that several top talents from Donghai City have formed an alliance, calling for all martial artists to unite and take it down together. Upon hearing this, a glint appeared in Lin Mo's eyes. Alone, he certainly was not a match for a high-level beast soldier, but if other Donghai City martial artists helped, it might be a different story. If he could land the finishing blow during the joint effort, with his current strength, even considering his ability as a spellcaster, killing it would almost certainly drop a treasure chest. And the silver chest from a high-level beast soldier would definitely yield greater rewards than the previous ones. Thanks, Lin Mo said, and quickly rushed in the direction the student had come from. Seeing Lin Mo dare to head in that direction, the student was shocked and shouted, "Hey, brother, they only want martial artists." But because Lin Mo was moving too fast, the student could only watch his retreating back. Sai so confident, I hope he is fast enough to press that energy shield later. The rank 7 martial apprentice did not believe Lin Mo could be of any help. When Lin Mo arrived, he indeed saw over a dozen martial artists gathered, with Su Linking standing at their front. She had twin swords at her waist, her long hair fluttering, and with a cold, haughty expression, she looked every bit like a war goddess. Lin Mo's arrival attracted some attention. When they saw that his cultivation was only rank 9 martial apprentice, they did not pay him any more mind. Why is a rank 9 martial apprentice here? We are taking down a high-level beast soldier. The minimum requirement is to be a martial artist. Yuan Hongbo stepped out, looking as if he wanted to drive Lin Mo away. Others remained silent, clearly agreeing with Yuan Hongbo. A rank 9 martial apprentice was too weak in their eyes. Joining the battle would not help, and he would likely just be a burden. Even if I am not a martial artist, it does not mean I lack the strength of one. Lin Mo stepped forward, and the gravel on the ground began to float as his spiritual power surged out in all directions. Sensing this spiritual power, everyone's complexion changed drastically, and Yuan Hongbo shouted in horror. Spiritual power, you have opened the gate of spirit. What? Feeling the spiritual power permeating the surroundings, Yuan Hongbo looked horrified, and at the same time, he felt a surge of panic in his heart. If he has awakened his spiritual power, does not that mean Lin Mo is a spellcaster? Thinking about how he had secretly contacted the Heaven-Slaying sect to assassinate Lin Mo, Yuan Hongbo felt a wave of anxiety. If Lin Mo were to find out, not to mention him, even his entire family would be implicated. The other martial artists opened their mouths slightly in surprise, the disregard in their eyes replaced by envy. A spellcaster. This identity made many of the martial artists present feel both envious and jealous. On Blue Star, the status of a spellcaster is extremely high. Now that Lin Mo has revealed this identity, even those 5-star martial arts academies that most of them dream of would lower their status and proactively recruit him. Su Linking looked at Lin Mo with a hint of surprise. The current Lin Mo made her feel a little different. Congratulations, brother Lin, to think you have opened the gate of spirit. If you are willing to help us, we will certainly have much more confidence in our siege of that high-level exotic beast this time. A young man in green robes also smiled and welcomed Lin Mo. This boy was named Sun Tao, and Lin Mo knew his name, as there were only a dozen or so martial artists in the Seed Sprint project. Besides Sun Tao, the others also revealed friendly smiles. This is the change brought about by strength. When Lin Mo was just an ordinary 9th-level martial apprentice, he naturally did not catch their eyes, but with the identity of a spellcaster, they dared not slight him and even hoped to be on good terms with him. The main thing now is how to deal with that high-level beast soldier, exotic beast. At this moment, Su Linking walked over and nodded slightly at Lin Mo as a greeting. How strong is that high-level beast soldier, exotic beast, exactly? Lin Mo asked. It should be very strong, but we have not sensed it personally. Only Su Linking has fought it. Sun Tao was a bit vague. Su Linking was the one who initiated the alliance to besiege it. These junior martial artists came not only for Su Linking's sake, but also because they wanted to improve their scores. Even if they are not the ones who slay the high-level beast, they are still contributing, and the AI system will grade them based on their performance. If they perform well, their scores would be no less than slaying a low-level beast soldier. That high-level exotic beast is a profound thunder beast. It is not fully grown yet, but it is close. So even though it is classified as a high-level beast soldier, its strength is much greater than an ordinary one. Otherwise, I could have slain a normal high-level beast soldier by myself. Su Lingqing's last sentence shocked everyone. She actually had the combat power to slay a regular high-level beast soldier. She truly deserves her god-level constitution to be capable of killing enemies beyond her own rank. Some felt envious. For ordinary martial artists, it is difficult to kill an exotic beast of the same rank, let alone think of challenging one at a higher rank. The profound thunder beast is not easy to handle. Sun Tao felt it was very troublesome. The profound thunder beast is an exotic beast with considerable bloodline talent. A normal one can reach the beast's general rank upon reaching adulthood, which corresponds to the human martial master rank. If its talent is slightly better, and it has good fortune, entering the commander rank is also normal. The commander rank corresponds to the level of a human martial arts master. An exotic beast with such talent is indeed much stronger than ordinary beasts at the beast soldier stage. Although there are many of us here, besides Su Lingqing being a mid-level martial artist, everyone else is a junior martial artist, and they are all of average combat power. Although Lin Mo is a spellcaster, Sun Tao thinks he probably just awakened and likely does not know any actual spells, so his power will be limited. With this kind of lineup, it is hard to say who will win. If you know any spells, Lin Mo, perhaps it would help the situation quite a bit. What a pity. Instead of demanding so much from others, you should focus on improving yourself. If you were a high-level martial artist, slaying the profound thunder beast would be much simpler. Before Lin Mo could speak, Su Lingqing said calmly. Yuan Hongbo's face turned red from being retorted by Su Lingqing. Su Lingqing was actually defending this Lin Mo by retorting him. At this time, Lin Mo interjected, I do know some spells. You know spells? This really surprised them. Lin Mo had learned spells even without anyone teaching him. Do you know support-type spells? Su Lingqing asked. I do, Lin Mo replied with a nod. Then we have a few more points of certainty this time. Su Lingqing looked confident. Even if Lin Mo could set up offensive spells, she feared they would not cause much damage to that profound thunder beast. The core of their alliance is Su Lingqing. The other martial artists are just there to tag along, occasionally providing distractions to assist her. However, they have not practiced cooperation, so their support and distraction efforts would not be very effective. But if Lin Mo knows support-type spells, he could directly boost Su Lingqing. This kind of support is far stronger than what other martial artists could provide. Time is running out, let us go and give it a try. Su Lingqing took the lead and dashed toward the direction of the profound thunder beast, with the other martial artists following closely behind. Roar! In the town, a monster covered in silver scales, looking like a tiger and a lion, let out a roar. This was the profound thunder beast. Thunderbolts danced on its silver scales, and the arc discharges created sonic booms in the air, resulting in a low, rumbling, thunderous sound. When they saw this profound thunder beast, some of the martial artists in the alliance had their expressions change drastically. Only by seeing it in person could they experience that intangible feeling of oppression. It was far stronger than any low-level beast soldier. Do not slack off or hold back later, everyone. Do not forget that your scores depend on your performance, Su Lingqing's voice rang out. That goes without saying, as it affects our own interests, someone promised while patting his chest. Even when facing the profound thunder beast, their eyes became determined. Because most of the people present had not yet accumulated enough score for an S rank. It is difficult for ordinary junior martial artists to hunt low-level beast soldiers alone. They might be able to defeat them, but the exotic beasts are not stupid. If they cannot beat you, cannot they just run away? Unless there is an overwhelming advantage in strength, solo kills are rarely possible. Most of the people here killed low-level beast soldiers through cooperation, and as a result, their scores were much lower than those of individual hunters. Their only chance now is to perform well in this battle and try to get enough points to push their grade to S. Only then can they get into a 5-star martial arts academy. All right then, everyone, attack. Golden spirit energy surged from within Su Lingqing. She stomped on the ground, creating cracks, and her figure shot forward rapidly. The others all unleashed their spirit energy, held their weapons, and rushed forward. Lin Mo, on the other hand, formed seals with his hands. Cyan spell marks emerged, a spell diagram faintly appeared, and a spell took form.
Wind Spirit Curse.
In front of Lin Mo, spiritual patterns intertwined to form a cyan spell. The moment the spell took shape, cyan air currents drifted out from it. These cyan currents flowed toward the warriors rushing toward the Thunder Beast, with the one flowing toward Su Linking being the thickest. When these cyan currents circled their bodies, everyone's faces showed delight, because they felt their speed had actually increased by nearly 30%.
Is this the support of a Curse Master?
At this moment, they understood why the status of a Curse Master was so high. Just the support from Lin Mo's single spell was more useful than having an extra intermediate warrior on the scene. This kid actually learned the Wind Spirit Curse too. The admissions teacher from Kunlun Martial Arts Academy also brightened his eyes, as the spell Lin Mo used was exactly the one on their academy's official website. That is the second spell. Could this kid have learned all 4 spells on our 2 academy websites? At this moment, the admissions teacher from Kunlun Martial Arts Academy suddenly thought of this possibility. Given his comprehension of 3 specialized spirit skills, it is really possible. The admiration for Lin Mo in the eyes of the Jeju Martial Arts Academy admissions teacher grew. When that person arrives later, they will definitely be able to recruit this kid to their academy. Inside the examination hall, the Thunder Beast was a bit angry that these people, whose aura was so much weaker than its own, dared to provoke it. At this time, the surrounding warriors struck almost simultaneously, and beams of spiritual power were seen shooting out, binding the Thunder Beast.
Roar.
The Thunder Beast roared in anger, and lightning erupted from its body, with powerful spiritual energy sweeping out, actually shattering the spiritual light beams emitted by more than a dozen warriors. From this, it is clear how big the gap is between a junior warrior and the Thunder Beast. However, these spiritual light beams finally bound the Thunder Beast for a few seconds. In this gap, Su Linking flew to the top of the Thunder Beast, golden sword radiance spitting from the blade, and she slashed at the Thunder Beast with one strike. The sharpness of the sword light actually tore through the silver scales of the Thunder Beast, leaving a wound on its body.
Roar.
At this moment, the Thunder Beast was completely enraged. Lightning ravaged its body, and dozens of lightning bolts shot out. Most of the lightning shot towards Su Linking, and a small part of it was dispersed to the other warriors. Seeing the lightning coming, Su Linking turned her twin swords into a sword shield, rotating them to block all the lightning. Although the other warriors blocked the lightning attacks, they still felt their bodies go slightly numb, and their palms were shaking. This was the effect of the lightning current. Although they blocked the damage, they could not completely resist the paralyzing effect of the current. As for Su Linking not being affected, it was obviously due to her physical fitness and spiritual power. My Wind Spirit Curse only has a 15-minute duration. You all need to be fast. Lin Mo said at this time. Once the Wind Spirit Curse ends and the speed of these people decreases, it will be even harder to deal with the Thunder Beast. Hearing Lin Mo's urging, these warriors attacked again. Spirit skills erupted, and everyone went all out to show their best performance.
Wind Eagle Strike.
Yuan Hongbo flew up, his long spear pointing obliquely, and as his spiritual power erupted, a green eagle shadow condensed. The eagle's beak and the spear tip merged, and Yuan Hongbo poked down with his spear.
Green Blade Slash.
Sun Tao was holding a tang sword, cyan light shining. The blade light broke through the air, and he slashed down at high speed. The other warriors also burst out with full strength, and everyone unleashed their strongest spirit skills. Although junior warriors do not pose much threat to a high-level beast soldier, with so many spirit skills falling, the Thunder Beast was having a hard time. Most importantly, the Thunder Beast could not be distracted to deal with them specifically, because based on its instinct, the intermediate woman warrior was its greatest threat. Every one of Su Linking's sword strikes contained golden sword radiance, and each strike brought injuries to the Thunder Beast. With other warriors tangling on the side, every time the Thunder Beast wanted to deal with Su Linking with full force, the others would use spirit skills to interrupt and distract it. Under this righteous mobbing, the Thunder Beast gradually fell into a disadvantage. However, Lin Mo did not think that victory was imminent because of this. Because the temporary advantage is only due to everyone's all-out burst, the spiritual foundation of junior warriors definitely cannot compare to a high-level beast soldier. This level of advantage cannot be turned into a winning momentum. Once they exhaust their strength, their ability to contain it will weaken, and at that time, the pressure will all be on Su Linking. The Thunder Beast seemed to be as Lin Mo thought, adopting a conservative defensive posture, although it looked like it was being beaten continuously. But relying on its hard scales, the damage suffered was not severe. The other warriors noticed this too, and Lin Mo also found that they were starting to attack in a hurry and were feeling a bit panicked. Fortunately, I am prepared. Seeing these people start to panic, Lin Mo shook his head and formed seals with his hands. Spiritual power permeated, and spell patterns appeared, which intertwined to outline a golden, complex spell chart. That should be the Light Bath Curse. With the assistance of this spell, it seems that this kid has mastered 4 spells. The admissions tutor of Kunlun Martial Arts Academy sighed. So far, Lin Mo has shown 3 spells, and the remaining uncast binding spell should also be known by him. Then there should be no suspense in this battle. The other admissions teachers also roughly guessed the result of the battle. People of their level still have the vision to determine whether they can kill the Thunder Beast based on the strength they are currently showing. The moment Lin Mo finished setting up the Light Bath Curse, light rain was seen falling from the sky. When this light rain fell on the warriors, everyone's eyes showed some surprise because they felt that their injuries and spiritual power were actually starting to recover. It is Lin Mo's support spell. Haha, everyone, do not worry, let us slowly wear this big guy down. Sun Tao laughed out loud. He did not expect Lin Mo to know this kind of supportive spell, and now he was even more in awe of the Curse Master. No wonder the status of a Curse Master is so high, because the role they play cannot be compared to ordinary warriors. The other warriors, who were originally a bit panicked, also calmed down at this moment, feeling confident and naturally dared to slowly consume the Thunder Beast. Recovery support spell. Because her strength is much stronger than other warriors, the recovery of the Light Bath Curse was less discounted for her. But this did not affect her surprise and curiosity about the Curse Master in her heart. Roar! The Thunder Beast was angry. It was about to wear these people out, but someone added a recovery spell to disrupt it. Although it does not understand what a Curse Master is, it knows that the human furthest away from it is giving these cunning guys next to it recovery. It must deal with that guy first. What? Hiss. Electric arcs crackled across the scales of the profound Thunder Beast, and violent spiritual energy surged forth, causing silver lightning to ravage everything in its path. The profound Thunder Beast is going all out. Everyone get ready to defend. Sun Tao shouted in a panic, and everyone immediately chose to retreat. Boom, booms, boom. A series of continuous explosions of spiritual energy echoed through the air as everyone deployed their defensive barriers to withstand the raging lightning. However, the moment the lightning made contact with their defenses, everyone was stunned, as the power was far lower than they had imagined. Oh no, its target is Lin Mo. Su Linking finally realized at this moment that the profound Thunder Beast was not trying to fight for its life, but was attempting to take down Lin Mo first. But even after realizing this, there was no way for them to stop it in time. Focus fire on the healer first. I guess these soldier-level beasts do have some intelligence after all. Lin Mo did not show much panic when he saw the profound Thunder Beast charging at him. When the beast was less than a kilometer away, red light suddenly erupted from beneath the street, and a shocking ripple of spiritual energy expanded outward. A wave of scorching heat swept across the area as fire-red flames burst from the ground, completely enveloping the profound Thunder Beast. Flame Invocation. Lin Mo had long since laid down the spell in the area approaching him. The searing flames and extreme temperature made the profound Thunder Beast somewhat flustered. Such powerful force. The other martial artists turned pale as they looked at the flames in that area. If they were to be caught in that, they would likely be burned to death. Spellcasters are truly terrifying. These people felt an increasing sense of awe towards spellcasters. Beyond their utility as support, their combat prowess currently looked anything but weak. The spiritual energy within the profound Thunder Beast surged wildly, and as its silver scales radiated brilliant lightning, it attempted to force its way through the power of the Flame Invocation. Although the Flame Invocation was quite strong, with the beast's defense, it would not cause massive damage, so it could easily charge through the fire. Just as the beast leapt up to clear the wall of flames, Lin Mo smiled faintly and lifted his hands slightly. Spiritual energy radiated from beneath the street once more as streams of light shot out from the ground. Looking closely, these beams were actually massive chains of light, inscribed with ancient runes that appeared indestructible. Binding curse. Before the profound thunder beast could even react, its leaping body was wrapped tight by the chains of light. It caused the beast to crash down onto the street, unable to get back up for a moment. In the exam monitoring room, the recruiters were all stunned to see Lin Mo cast 2 spells simultaneously. Because Lin Mo had already used 2 spells earlier, it was shocking that he could still cast 2 more. Under normal circumstances, a spellcaster who has just opened their spiritual door would feel mentally exhausted after casting even 1 spell. They had previously anticipated that Lin Mo's mental strength would be higher than that of an average spellcaster, so they were not overly surprised by his first 2 spells. But for Lin Mo to cast 2 more spells at once, it was simply absurd. At this point, the recruiter from Jeju Martial Arts Academy seemed to receive a message, exchanged a greeting, and walked out of the room. 2 minutes later, the recruiter returned with a woman. The woman had a tall, slender physique, refined features, a bridge-like nose, and wore a black trench coat with silver-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of cold arrogance. She walked in with her hands in her pockets, immediately drawing the attention of everyone present. Of course, the attention was not just due to her looks, but because every recruiter could feel a powerful surge of mental energy radiating from her. It was clear that this woman was also a spellcaster. Let me introduce everyone. This is Tanzini, a recent graduate of our Jeju Martial Arts Academy and also one of our newly appointed instructors. The introduction from the Jeju Academy recruiter caused an immediate stir. This young-looking woman was not only a recent graduate, but also a new instructor at the Jeju Martial Arts Academy. To become an instructor at Jeju Martial Arts Academy, one must at least be a martial grandmaster to even be eligible for an interview. This meant that the newly graduated woman already possessed the strength of a martial grandmaster. Tanzini, it is her. Jeju Martial Arts Academy actually sent her just to scout that kid. The recruiter from Kunlun Martial Arts Academy, another 5-star institution, had naturally heard of Tanzini's reputation. She was the once-in-a-century genius of the Jeju Academy's spellcaster department, qualified to be an instructor immediately upon graduation. That is the boy right there, the Jeju Academy recruiter whispered to Tanzini. Tanzini began to size up Lin Mo on the monitoring screen. Roar! The profound thunder beast, entangled by the binding chains, let out an angry roar, and as its spiritual energy exploded, the light chains began to show signs of cracking. Attack now! Lin Mo shouted, knowing that spells of this level could not bind the beast indefinitely. Celestial Phoenix! Su Lingqing's crisp cry rang out, and her body was suffused with golden light as a faint phantom of a soaring, golden phoenix appeared. Su Lingqing grasped her twin swords and slashed down, carrying the phantom of the golden phoenix with her. Clang! The strike released a terrifying wave of spiritual energy, and the beast spat out lightning to deflect the golden phoenix phantom. However, after being drained by the other martial artists, combined with the restrictions imposed by Lin Mo's 2 spells, the profound thunder beast was far from its peak condition, and the power of its lightning was successfully suppressed. Boom! Violent spiritual energy rippled outward as the 2 forces collided. Su Lingqing was sent flying back, her feet scraping the ground for 100 meters before she could steady herself. The profound thunder beast was also knocked back, its scales shattered, and a hideous, gaping sword wound on its back, its vitality sapped to the extreme. Single sword style. At this moment, seeing his chance, Lin Mo funneled all his spiritual energy into his sword, while utilizing his phantom steps to the absolute limit. Slash! Lin Mo's blade followed the massive, grotesque wound left by Su Lingqing, cutting down once more. Profound thunder beast killed, dropped a silver treasure chest. As Lin Mo delivered the strike, the system's voice resounded. The arrival of the system message marked the final extinction of the beast's dwindling life force by Lin Mo's sword. What? After slaying the thunder beast, a radiant silver treasure chest appeared in the depths of Lin Mo's consciousness. The silver light emanating from this chest was far more intense than that of the 2 silver chests Lin Mo had obtained previously. This signified that the value of the items contained within this chest far exceeded that of the other two. Of course, Lin Mo was in no rush to open it. He prioritized regrouping with the others first. "You just reached the mastery level with that sword strike, did not you?" Su Lingqing asked as she walked over to Lin Mo. Even though the Thunder Beast had been heavily wounded by her strike, it was impossible for someone at the martial apprentice stage to finish it off completely. Clearly, that strike possessed the power of a true martial artist. Since a 9th stage martial apprentice had unleashed such power, Su Lingqing naturally associated it with the mastery level. Yeah, Lin Mo did not hide it. There was nothing to hide. After killing the Thunder Beast, the group gathered briefly before soon dispersing. Some martial artists wanted to give it one last push to see if they could raise their scores to an S rank. As for Lin Mo, he decided to return to the rest area. His score was more than enough, and he did not have much need for a higher rating. After all, spellcasters were prioritized for elite training once they entered the martial arts academy. Upon reaching the rest area, a thought stirred in Lin Mo's mind. Open treasure chest. Now Lin Mo finally had the time to see what was inside the silver chest. Opening the silver chest, you have obtained volume 1 of the Candle Dragon Refining Scripture. After the chest opened, Lin Mo felt a mysterious black scroll appear in his mind. The mysterious black scroll rested in the center of his soul sea, looking unfathomably profound. The Candle Dragon Refining Scripture, it is actually a cultivation method. Lin Mo's pupils constricted, and his heart was filled with wild joy. Once a martial apprentice breaks through to become a martial artist, they can open their spirit palace and officially begin practicing cultivation techniques. Lin Mo had been worried about cultivation methods because they varied in quality, and the common ones on the market were not high level, leading to inferior spiritual energy quality. Naturally, Lin Mo did not want his future path to be held back by an inferior technique. To think that this silver chest would drop a cultivation technique. When Lin Mo attempted to open the scroll, he discovered that it was sealed by a powerful force. It seems I can only open volume 1 of the Candle Dragon Refining Scripture once I reach the martial artist level. Lin Mo realized that he would likely need to advance to the rank of martial artist to unlock the scroll. The Martial Arts College entrance exam has concluded. Scores have been recorded. All candidates, please return to the rest area for a unified departure. Before long, a mechanical voice echoed throughout the county town. Shortly after, soldiers arrived to escort all the candidates out of the venue. Once they departed, specialized military transport vehicles escorted all candidates back to Donghai City. Since this was the formal college entrance exam, the results required strict verification. Unlike the qualifying rounds, the artificial intelligence would perform multiple scoring passes, so the results would not be immediately available upon leaving the exam site. After arriving in Donghai City, Lin Mo returned to his home. He had not been home for long when he heard a knock on the door. Who is it? Lin Mo was surprised. He did not expect anyone to come looking for him. In his memory, the last time someone knocked on his door was several years ago. This was only natural, as Lin Mo had no family in Donghai City. Furthermore, having transmigrated, his mind was that of an adult. He had no interest in deep friendships with 13 or 14-year-olds. Essentially, he had no close friends in the city, so it was normal for no one to seek him out. When Lin Mo opened the door, he found a woman standing there. She had delicate features, wore silver-rimmed glasses, and looked about 5 or 6 years older than him. She wore a trench coat, and beneath it were long, straight legs clad in iron-gray silk stockings. Such powerful mental energy. As Lin Mo took in her appearance, he also sensed an incredibly formidable mental aura surrounding her. That aura was extremely strong, exerting more pressure on him than even a martial arts master would. May I ask who you are looking for, miss? Knowing the person before him was no ordinary individual, Lin Mo spoke with added courtesy. You must be Lin Mo. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Tanzini, a mentor at the Spellcaster College of the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy. I am here today to recruit you to our academy. This woman in the trench coat was, of course, Tanzini. Immediately after the exam concluded, she had come straight to Lin Mo's residence. A mentor from the Spellcaster College of the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy. That was incredibly fast. Lin Mo was not surprised that a mentor would come to recruit him. He just had not expected them to be so quick. He had barely gotten home and settled in before a mentor showed up. "Mentor Tan, please come in." Lin Mo invited the mentor inside. Once inside, Lin Mo realized there was nowhere for a guest to sit. He originally had tables and chairs, but the day he opened his mental gate, the shockwave had shattered everything. Other than his bed, there was nothing left to sit on. Seeing the bare state of Lin Mo's home, Tan Xinyi's initially cold and aloof expression softened significantly. Before coming, she had reviewed Lin Mo's files. His mother passed away long ago, his father went missing years ago, and he had no other relatives in Donghai City, essentially making him an orphan. "Standing is fine. I came here primarily to discuss serious matters." Tan Xinyi did not waste any time and laid out her terms. "Not counting your mastery of 3 basic spirit techniques, your identity as a spellcaster alone is enough for us to make an exception and offer you preferential treatment. Your aptitude also exceeds that of the average spellcaster who has just opened their mental gate. Our Kyushu Martial Arts Academy is willing to offer our highest level enrollment conditions to admit you as a special case. These top-tier conditions include 100 low-grade spirit stones, a superior cultivation technique, and direct entry into our elite training camp upon arrival at the academy." 100 low-grade spirit stones. Lin Mo sighed at the conditions offered by the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy. Spirit stones were essential resources for a martial artist's cultivation. Even low-grade spirit stones were precious. Currently, aside from the sword he carried, all of Lin Mo's assets combined might not even be worth a single low-grade spirit stone. The Kyushu Martial Arts Academy was starting off with 100. However, Lin Mo did not really care about the subsequent technique or the elite training camp. He already had the candle dragon refining scripture from the treasure chest, and as for the training camp, he did not need training. As long as there were enough monsters and demonic beasts to kill, he could rapidly grow stronger on his own. Of course, those are the conditions offered by the academy. If you are willing to choose us, I am prepared to act as your mentor at the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy. Finally, Tan Xinyi proposed this additional condition: that she would become his mentor. Will she be my mentor? It would be a lie to say he was not moved. He was a normal man, after all, and naturally would be happy to have a beautiful woman as his mentor. Well, I can choose Jiuzhu Martial Arts Academy, but the question of a mentor can wait until I actually enroll. Lin Mo agreed to apply to Jiuzhu Martial Arts Academy, but he was still a bit cautious about the matter of picking a mentor. Because selecting a mentor involves so many aspects, even though Tan Xinyi in front of him was quite pretty, she was still, after all, only a newly appointed mentor. "Are you doubting my ability to teach students?" Tan Xinyi adjusted her silver-rimmed glasses and began pacing the room with her hands in her pockets. Tan Xinyi continued pacing as she spoke. "Although I am a new mentor, my attainments in spellcasting are not bad at all within the school of spellcasters. Of course, there are many mentors stronger than me, but there are benefits to having a new mentor like me. For instance, your current year of students would likely be the first class I recruit. If you were with other mentors, they would not only have to teach your year, but also other years, while handling their own affairs. If you choose me as your mentor, I will definitely not have many students under me, so I can devote more focus to you. Secondly, I am not conservative in my thinking, and age gaps do not matter much. I do not have a boyfriend right now, and as the saying goes, those close to the water get the moonlight first. Little guy, if we spend more time together, maybe I could even consider you." Lin Mo almost spat out the water he was drinking. Damn, why does this feel like a seduction attempt? Just kidding, but you can consider having me as your mentor. Let us exchange contact information. You can reach out to me once you have made up your mind. Tan Xinyi returned to normal and exchanged contact details with Lin Mo. Afterward, Tan Xinyi took out a book and handed it to Lin Mo. Aside from automatic growth, there are specialized training methods for a spellcaster's mental power. This is a cultivation technique for that. Lin Mo looked at the cultivation technique and was slightly surprised. He had not expected Tan Xinyi to just give it to him like that. "What if I change my mind later and do not join Jiuzhu Martial Arts Academy? Would not that be a huge loss for you?" Lin Mo said jokingly. Tan Xinyi shook her head and replied, "Even if you do not join, you can keep it. We have far too few spellcasters on Blue Star. You have great talent, and if you can grow, you will definitely be of great help in the future against the strange beasts and extraterrestrial forces. Everything is for humanity." After Tan Xinyi said this, Lin Mo took it with a solemn expression. Although this mental cultivation technique was of no use to him, it carried a different kind of significance. After Tan Zini gave him the technique, she said her goodbyes and left. Lin Mo did not ask her to stay, of course. After all, he did not have anything at home to host her with. Not long after Tan Zini left, people from Kunlun Martial Arts Academy also arrived. Lin Mo apologized to the admissions officer from Kunlun Martial Arts Academy, stating that he had already chosen which academy to apply to. Time passed quickly, and 5 days later, the martial arts college entrance exam results were officially released. Lin Mo's martial arts exam score was S. If you look at the entire martial arts exam, this score is definitely top tier. However, if compared strictly against 5-star martial arts academies, an S score is not exactly outstanding. But Lin Mo did not care. He was not planning on getting into Jeju Martial Arts Academy based on this score anyway. Lin Mo was now planning to start his breakthrough to become a martial artist. The breakthrough requires a massive amount of spiritual energy, so it is most suitable to perform it near a spiritual meridian. Ordinary people would not be able to find spiritual meridians, but the government provides a solution by designating specific zones for citizens to use for their breakthroughs. Generally, these breakthrough sites offer the first 3 sessions for free, but after that, citizens have to pay to book them. This is to prevent people from abusing public resources. Because if someone fails to break through after 3 attempts, the chances of them successfully becoming a martial artist later are very slim. It was Lin Mo's first time, so he did not have to pay. Just as Lin Mo submitted his application, someone in the upper echelons of Donghai City received it. The director of the Donghai City Education Bureau looked at Lin Mo's application and said to his sweet-looking secretary, "Go and upgrade his requested room to the highest specification." The highest specification. The secretary was surprised because spiritual energy along a meridian is not distributed evenly. Some places have extremely dense energy, which naturally leads to different grades of rooms. The highest grade rooms are the best, but they usually require significant influence and a high price to access. And now, it was being given to Lin Mo just like that. This Lin Mo is not simple. His mental power talent is incredible. A martial arts grandmaster is just the starting point for him. He has a high chance of becoming a supreme grandmaster, and might even have the hope of touching that distant martial god level. For someone like him, it is easy to get on his good side now. Once he hits it big in the future, the cost to build a connection will be much higher than this. The director of the Education Bureau saw things clearly. Spellcasters are special. If they successfully grow, their status is usually equal to that of a martial arts grandmaster. Since Lin Mo was also remarkably talented, befriending him now was definitely the right move. Understood, I will arrange it right away. After Lin Mo's application was approved, he checked his appointment time and began to adjust his state of mind. On the day of the appointment, Lin Mo arrived at the breakthrough site in his optimal condition. Upon arrival, Lin Mo found a staff member. When the staff opened the system to check Lin Mo's room access, they were taken aback. It was actually the top-tier Grade A room. That was one of the places in the entire facility with the densest spiritual energy. The staff looked at how young Lin Mo was and immediately concluded that he must be the child of some important figure, and quickly put on a friendly, smiling face. "Sir, please wait a moment. I will personally escort you there." "Personally escort me? The treatment is that good." Lin Mo had expected them to just hand him a key card and let him find it himself. He had not expected to be personally guided. The staff member led Lin Mo into the breakthrough zone, walking for a while until they reached a metal door. The staff handed a chip to Lin Mo. "Sir, this is your room. The time allotted is 3 days. During this period, no one will disturb you. I wish you a successful breakthrough." Lin Mo thanked the staff member and opened the metal door. Once inside, he found the environment quite nice. Several night-luminescent pearls lit up the room, and besides that, a few sticks of incense were burning, filling the room with an exotic scent. This was no ordinary incense. It was spirit-calming incense, which has the effect of clearing one's mind. As Lin Mo sat cross-legged on the cushion prepared in the room, he could feel a vast amount of spiritual energy converging there. Clearly, the cushion was not just for decoration. It also helped boost cultivation. After sitting down, Lin Mo felt a bit excited, as he was about to make his breakthrough to become a martial artist. Being a martial artist is a dividing line in this society. Because once you reach the level of martial artist, the state grants you certain privileges and benefits not available to ordinary people. Of course, there are responsibilities behind those privileges and benefits. If a city faces a crisis and the military on the front lines cannot hold out, all martial artists in the city must obey the state's orders and go to fight against the demons and strange beasts. Those who refuse or disobey orders can be executed on the spot. When a city faces a crisis, the evacuation priority is first women and children, then ordinary people, and only lastly the martial artists. Martial artists enjoy privileges, but they must also bear the corresponding responsibilities. Before he had the system, Lin Mo's dream was to become a martial artist. Now that dream was right before his eyes. Lin Mo took a few deep breaths and began to calm his heart. When his heart was calm, Lin Mo silently recited the command to refine the high-grade blood chi pill. Once the high-grade blood chi pill was refined, massive energy began to flow through Lin Mo's body, causing his skin to flush red and his body temperature to rise. Soon, this energy converged at his lower abdomen and dantian, beginning to impact the barrier. The so-called opening of the spiritual vault means shattering the original dantian to replace it with a higher-level spiritual vault. However, the energy from one high-grade blood chi pill seemed insufficient. So Lin Mo refined 2 more high-grade blood chi pills in succession. The immense energy pounded against his dantian barrier. Boom! Under this relentless impact, Lin Mo felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen, but it only lasted for an instant before being replaced by a cooling, refreshing sensation. At that moment, Lin Mo looked inward and found that his dantian had shattered, replaced by a much vaster spiritual vault. At this moment, Lin Mo had officially stepped into the ranks of martial artists. At the same time, Lin Mo's body began to automatically absorb the spiritual energy in the room continuously. This energy flowed through every part of his body, strengthening his physique, while also being refined into spiritual power and stored in the spiritual vault. Compared to a dantian, the spiritual vault can store much more power. Most importantly, with a spiritual vault, one can practice techniques and endow oneself with elemental attributes. Lin Mo now looked solemn, mobilizing his spiritual power to unseal the candle dragon's spiritual refining scroll. The black scroll simply lay there, exuding a mysterious and indescribable aura. When Lin Mo's spiritual power touched the black scroll, he saw that the scroll no longer repelled his power, but instead began to absorb it. Immediately, the black scroll slowly unfolded, and an inexplicable aura rippled outward. Lin Mo felt his spirit sea-shake, and a sound like a dragon's roar resonated within him. The sound of a dragon's roar, as if echoing from the ancient past, resonated within Lin Mo's mind. A dragon with a body covered in steel-like scales manifested in his consciousness. The dragon's body coiled and writhed, as vigorous as tempered steel. Its arrival brought with it an overwhelming pressure that washed over Lin Mo, making him feel as if a true candle dragon had descended into the world. The candle dragon let out a long, thunderous roar, circled through the sea of Lin Mo's soul, and then dove directly into his body. As the candle dragon surged into him, Lin Mo felt a sudden, throbbing pain in his head, and a flood of information rushed into his mind. From that information, Lin Mo learned that to cultivate the candle dragon nerve refining technique, one must possess the origin of the candle dragon. What had just been transmitted into his body was precisely that candle dragon origin. However, the process of refining this origin would be quite painful, and any slight carelessness could cause one's body to swell and explode to death. Of course, high risks come with high rewards. Once this origin is refined, one can formally begin practicing the candle dragon nerve refining technique. Moreover, the candle dragon origin itself is a rare treasure, providing a tremendous boost to the physical body once refined. Refine it. Upon receiving this information, Lin Mo chose to refine it immediately. Since such a great treasure was already within his grasp, there was no way he would let it slip away. The moment Lin Mo began the process, his body started to tremble as that candle dragon origin began to run wild inside him. Suppress. Enduring the intense pain, Lin Mo mobilized the spiritual energy in his spiritual mansion to pursue and encapsulate the origin, gradually beginning the refinement. As the refinement progressed, Lin Mo's face constantly twisted in agony, while the spiritual energy in the room was continuously absorbed into his body to compensate for his losses. After a period of familiarization and refinement, Lin Mo began to gradually adapt to the rampaging candle dragon origin. Throughout this process, Lin Mo clearly felt a qualitative leap in his physical strength. Potent blood energy was being cultivated within, surging through his limbs and bones. At the same time, Lin Mo began guiding the remaining origin into his spiritual mansion. Once absorbed, he started tempering his spiritual energy according to the methods described in the candle dragon nerve refining technique. This tempering process lasted for 2 full days. 2 days later, when Lin Mo opened his eyes, he saw black and white intertwined spiritual energy swirling around his body. Looking inward at his spiritual mansion, he saw it clearly divided into 2 distinct halves, one occupied by pitch-black spiritual energy and the other by pure white energy. Lin Mo was not surprised, as the description in the technique stated that this was the mark of a successful practice. Furthermore, it mentioned that when he could perfectly fuse these 2 distinct halves into one, he would have achieved full mastery of the technique. However, for Lin Mo right now, that was still a long way off. Lin Mo stood up, black and white energy sweeping out from him, filling the room with an astonishing pressure. He spread his hands, feeling the massive power within his body. It was a strength far beyond anything he possessed as a martial apprentice. Lin Mo now had the confidence to crush a land-crushing bear, even without using any spells, relying entirely on his raw spiritual power. Besides my spiritual power, my physical body seems to have far surpassed that of an entry-level martial artist, Lin Mo thought, feeling the immense blood energy coursing through him. Thanks to the tempering of the candle dragon origin, his body had grown significantly stronger. I wonder if I can hold my own against Su Linking now, he mused. Even though Su Linking was at a higher cultivation level as an intermediate martial artist, with the candle dragon nerve refining technique, he might just stand a chance. There is also the soul guiding art. It is time to cultivate that too. Lin Mo remembered the mental power cultivation technique he had obtained. The reason he had not practiced it earlier was simply that he had been entirely focused on his breakthrough to becoming a martial artist. The soul guiding art was much easier to learn than the candle dragon technique, and Lin Mo succeeded on his very first attempt. He could feel a mystical energy from the world pouring into his soul sea, causing his mental power to surge. I need better spell diagrams now. The power of those 4 I have is really limited. Lin Mo understood his situation. His mental strength should not be weak, but he lacked suitable spell diagrams. The spells he currently grasped were only enough to pose a threat to intermediate martial artists. Yet with his current cultivation, even without using spells, he could likely crush an ordinary intermediate martial artist with ease. I will see if I can ask for some after I apply to the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy. He could not really ask now, as he had not applied yet and was not officially part of the academy. With both the candle dragon nerve refining technique and the soul guiding art practiced, Lin Mo naturally processed his paperwork and prepared to leave. As he left, he turned on his smart device and discovered that he had received quite a few messages. Before he went into seclusion, he had turned his device off and left a message saying he was working on his breakthrough. He was surprised to find that so many people had been looking for him. Among them were recruitment offers from various factions within the country. Since spellcasters were so rare, every single one of them was worth fighting over. Moreover, Lin Mo's talent as a spellcaster was quite impressive, which would surely draw attention from major powers. However, Lin Mo chose to ignore these emails. He just wanted to go to university and kill monsters in peace. Graduation banquet. Lin Mo saw an email from his homeroom teacher, Chin Hong, inviting him to the Tianquan First High School graduation banquet. It is happening the day after tomorrow. After checking the time, Lin Mo replied to his teacher confirming his attendance. As a school-held graduation banquet, it was not overly extravagant, just held at a fairly well-known restaurant in the Tianquan district. When Lin Mo arrived, he saw his homeroom teacher, Chin Hong, waiting outside. Lin Mo, Chin Hong walked over to him with a beaming smile on his face. When he found out a few days ago that Lin Mo had actually opened the gate of the spirit, he had been absolutely stunned on the spot. He knew exactly what the status of a spellcaster meant. Someone with that identity would be fought over even by 5-star martial arts academies. Teacher Chin, Lin Mo treated him with the same attitude as always, showing no arrogance despite his newfound status. Seeing this, the smile on Chin Hong's face grew even wider. Since you have become a spellcaster, a 5-star academy is a certainty. The school leaders are all waiting to see you. Come, let me take you in. Chin Hong patted Lin Mo on the shoulder and guided him into the restaurant. This is our school's teacher Tian. Normally students would be eating with their peers, but because Lin Mo's performance was so exceptional, he was brought over first to dine with the leadership. This is our grade's dean of students, Director Zhang. Chin Hong introduced them to Lin Mo one by one. Director Zhang, Lin Mo nodded with a smile. After the introductions, a greasy, middle-aged man with an imposing presence walked over. Principal Zhu. Lin Mo recognized him, as the principal had often given speeches at the morning assemblies. Lin Mo, you have brought much glory to our Tianquan First High School this time. As a spellcaster, you can now choose between the Kunlun Martial Arts Academy and the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy as you please. Principal Zhu was all smiles, appearing extremely approachable and without any airs. He knew full well the weight of Lin Mo's status, regardless of the fact that he was still just a graduating student. In a few years, once he graduates from his academy, if he chooses to return to Donghai City, his starting position will likely be on par with where the principal is now. There is no help for it. That is the status and authority of a spellcaster. Besides me, Su Linking has also been admitted to a 5-star martial arts academy. I am not the only one bringing honor to the school, Lin Mo replied with a smile. Oh, you and Su Linking are different. Originally, Su Linking was supposed to go to the Xinjiang district. I only brought him here because I have a good personal relationship with his father. Principal Zhu shook his head and said. Tianquan First High School's performance had been declining for years. When he learned Su Linking had a heaven-grade constitution, he pulled him into the school just to improve their academic facade. He had not expected that Su Linking's bloodline would later awaken, evolving into a god-level bloodline. Compared to Su Linking, Lin Mo was the real, genuine surprise. After all, the principal had never dreamed that his school would produce a spellcaster who had opened the gate of the spirit. This was a real, tangible achievement for his educational record. After having a few drinks with the school leaders and teachers, everyone exchanged some polite pleasantries, and Lin Mo went back to his classmates. Compared to being in front of the school leaders, Lin Mo was naturally more relaxed with his classmates. Brother Lin, let me toast you. To Lin Mo's surprise, Zhu Hu had actually taken the initiative to toast him. I was wrong before. We have been classmates, so I hope you can be the bigger person and let bygones be bygones. Zhu Hu held up his glass and smiled at Lin Mo. Although in Lin Mo's eyes, Zhu Hu's smile looked a bit stiff, and it was clear he was still feeling rather awkward. Lin Mo raised his glass and said to Zhu Hu, since the college entrance exam is over, we have all transitioned from minors to adults. Let us let the past fade away. Lin Mo did not press the matter further. It was not because he was a saint, but mainly because he did not have any major conflict with Zhu Hu. Although the other guy had been somewhat antagonistic toward him over the last few months, that antagonism was limited to words. It never escalated into physical confrontation, nor was it like the novels from his previous life, where classmates would throw their lives away over minor squabbles. Under these circumstances, if Lin Mo were to hold a grudge, he would appear far too narrow-minded. Besides, after gaining the system, Lin Mo's horizons had broadened significantly, and Zhu Hu was no longer on his radar. Seeing that Lin Mo had no intention of pursuing the matter, Zhu Hu downed the drink in his glass in one go. After their feud was resolved, the atmosphere at the table livened up again. I am afraid this is the last time everyone will be gathered together. It will be incredibly difficult to get everyone in one place again in the future. After several rounds of drinks, Lin Mo was lounging in his seat when he caught sight of Su Linking not far away, raising her glass in a gesture toward him. Why are you sitting here all by yourself during such a lively time? Lin Mo walked over and asked with a smile. I do not really like crowds, plus I am usually quite cold, so not many people come to offer me a toast. Su Linking swirled her glass and took a slow sip. Under the influence of the alcohol, her slightly cold and aloof cheeks were now faintly flushed. Su Linking was different from Lin Mo, although she was from Tianquan No. 1 High School. It was only in name. She did not even attend classes regularly, and with that cold, proud temperament of hers, her mere presence was enough to stop ordinary people in their tracks, leaving them only to watch from afar. I am planning to apply to the Kunlun Martial Arts University. What about you? Su Linking tilted her head to look at Lin Mo. A teacher from the Curse Master Academy at the Kyushu Martial Arts University approached me a while ago, and I have already agreed to apply there. Lin Mo did not hide it. Kyushu Martial Arts University, huh. For some reason, Su Linking felt a tiny hint of disappointment. Then I suppose we will have to be rivals in the future, Su Linking said, half-jokingly. Rivals in what? We will not even be at the same university. Lin Mo was quite surprised. It seems you do not know the relationship between Kyushu Martial Arts University and Kunlun Martial Arts University. Su Linking smiled and said to Lin Mo, these two universities are the highest-level martial arts institutions in China, so naturally, there is a competitive relationship between them. Because everyone wants to be the best, aside from normal exchanges and sparring, almost every year, when the new students have been enrolled for nearly a year, the martial arts universities in the capital organize a joint exchange conference. It is meant to test the results of the freshmen after a year of study. And the finals of these exchange conferences are almost always between Kunlun Martial Arts University and Kyushu Martial Arts University. Lin Mo was not very surprised to hear this information. There are only two 5-star martial arts universities, so naturally, Kyushu and Kunlun want to prove which one is superior. Su Linking held up her glass and said to Lin Mo, I hope that next year, the opponent I face in the finals of that exchange conference will be you. You have that much confidence in me. Lin Mo picked up his glass and clinked it with Su Linking's. 4 months ago, no one could have predicted where you would be. Now you are already a martial artist, and an enviable one at that, a curse master. Su Linking knew that Lin Mo being able to improve so quickly certainly was not just good luck, he had secrets. However, she did not press him about these secrets because she had her own. The banquet lasted until late at night. After returning home, Lin Mo went to bed. A few days later, admissions for the martial arts college entrance exam officially began. Hanzini and the recruiter from Kyushu Martial Arts University in charge of the Donghai City admissions both visited his home in person. When they saw with their own eyes that Lin Mo had applied to Kyushu Martial Arts University, they were all smiles. Since you are my teacher now, should not you teach me something? After submitting his application, Lin Mo rubbed his hands together and said with a grin, Do you want curse diagrams? Tanzini had clearly seen right through Lin Mo's intentions. Yeah, Lin Mo nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice, then added, I feel like the curse techniques on the school's official website are limiting my potential. Limiting your potential, Tanzini was quite surprised. Actually, even though the curse techniques on the school website are very basic, they should be absolutely sufficient for a curse master who has just opened their spiritual gateway. Release all of your spiritual energy, Tanzini instructed. Hearing this, Lin Mo did not hesitate to release all of his spiritual energy, and a palpable wave of spiritual pressure filled the room. So strong. Both Tanzini and the recruiter were taken aback. Of course, when they said it was strong, they did not mean Lin Mo's spiritual energy posed a threat to them, but rather that it was strong compared to other newly awakened curse masters. The reason Lin Mo's spiritual energy was so potent was primarily because the spirit awakening pill could forge a solid soul foundation, allowing his spiritual power to be much stronger than an average person's right after opening their spiritual gateway. On top of that, the soul induction technique Lin Mo practiced was superior to any other method for cultivating spiritual power on the blue star, so his progress was naturally rapid. The intensity of your spiritual energy is almost at the limit of a trainee curse master. You are about to touch the threshold of becoming an official curse master. Tanzini sighed. Back when she reached Lin Mo's level of spiritual energy, it had already been half a year since she first opened her spiritual gateway. Even then, she had shocked the entire Curse Master Academy at Kyushu Martial Arts University. Now, compared to Lin Mo, it seemed there was simply no comparison. Trainee Curse Master. Lin Mo had keenly picked up on this term from Tanzini's words. This was likely the grading system among Curse Masters. Teacher, is Trainee Curse Master a rank among Curse Masters? Lin Mo had not been able to find such information online before. Yes, it is also a classification for Curse Masters, but it is normal that you do not know it yet. Tanzini adjusted her glasses and said, Real Curse Masters are not as simple as you think. Those like you who have just opened their spiritual energy are called Trainee Curse Masters. Let me tell you about the rankings of Curse Masters now. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo became serious. he knew that Tan Zinni was about to tell him the real truth about being a spellcaster. Do not be nervous, these are just common knowledge. Even if I do not tell you now, you would find out yourself later. Tan Zinni could not help but chuckle when she saw Lin Mo's earnest expression. In the world of spellcasters, we generally call those who have just opened their spiritual gates apprentice spellcasters. It means you have touched the threshold, but you are not yet mature enough to be considered true spellcasters. Not yet a true spellcaster. Lin Mo realized only then that in the eyes of the community, he was not considered a real spellcaster yet. An apprentice spellcaster is roughly equivalent in strength to a martial artist in the martial cultivation system. Once you transcend the apprentice stage, you become a formal spellcaster. The classification is simple: primary, intermediate, and advanced spellcasters. They correspond respectively to martial artists, martial masters, and martial grandmasters in the cultivation system. And I am currently an advanced spellcaster. Tan Zinni adjusted her silver-rimmed glasses, a faint smile playing on her lips. She was clearly revealing this information to Lin Mo on purpose. An advanced spellcaster. Does not that mean you are equivalent to a martial grandmaster, teacher? Although Lin Mo had already guessed as much, hearing Tan Zinni admit it personally still came as a great shock. To think that Tan Zinni, despite being a mentor, had actually just graduated and was not much older than him, yet she already possessed strength comparable to a martial grandmaster. Moreover, the status of a spellcaster is unique. Her identity as an advanced spellcaster surely commanded far more respect than that of a standard martial grandmaster. Then what is above an advanced spellcaster? Lin Mo asked. It was impossible that the peak of spellcasting was only equivalent to a martial grandmaster. Above an advanced spellcaster. When mentioning this, Tan Zinni's face carried a look of longing. Above the advanced level, we call them spirit spellcasters. Once a spellcaster reaches this realm, their spells possess a certain level of spirituality and can even self-repair. We divide spirit spellcasters into human, earth, and heaven tiers. A human tier spirit spellcaster corresponds to a great martial grandmaster, an earth tier to a martial god, and a heaven tier to those beyond the martial god level. Beyond the martial god, Lin Mo could not help but gasp. In current widely accepted knowledge, the martial god was supposed to be the pinnacle of cultivation. He never imagined there were figures beyond that in the Blue Star world. That is drifting too far from the point. Such realms are far beyond reach, not only for you but even for me. For a spellcaster, as long as the spiritual gate is opened before age 20 and one does not perish early, reaching the advanced stage is almost guaranteed. It is just a matter of time. Of course, those who open their gates after 20 will need to work much harder to achieve that. Lin Mo took a deep breath. To think that opening the gate early practically guaranteed becoming an advanced spellcaster, equivalent to a martial grandmaster. No wonder even 5-star martial academies compete to recruit spellcasters. However, the advanced spellcaster stage is a watershed. Breaking through to become a spirit spellcaster is incredibly difficult and not something ordinary people can achieve. Even among spellcasters, those who reach this level are extremely rare, 1 in 100. When mentioning this, Tan Zinni looked wistful. Although she was an advanced spellcaster hailed as a genius, to truly become one of the top geniuses in the global spellcaster community, she had to break through to the spirit spellcaster level as soon as possible. Only by reaching that level could one truly touch the core of the spellcaster circle. Your mental power is near the limit for an apprentice now. The spell tutorials on the Academy's official website are indeed too simple for you. I have just sent over a few new spell charts and theories on how to study them efficiently. Study these well during this period. Expect to enroll in a week. Tan Zinni sent the materials to Lin Mo via his neural interface. Enroll in a week. Lin Mo was stunned. Should not there be a 2-month break? What you want a vacation? 5-star martial academies gather immense resources. The purpose of admitting you is not for play, but for cultivation to become a pillar of humanity. You cannot become strong just by having fun. To reach the top, you must pay a greater price. Tan Zinni added. Understood, teacher. I will cultivate diligently. Lin Mo was actually eager to enroll in a week. The sooner he got to the Jiaju Martial Academy, the sooner he could hunt demonic beasts. This was exactly what he wanted. After Tan Zinni left, Lin Mo began to study the materials she had sent. Tan Zinni sent 3 spell charts, each containing a specific spell. These 3 spells were the Iron Body spell, the Golden Flame Sword spell, and the Swamp spell. Lin Mo also carefully read the tutorials, which covered the fundamentals of condensing spells. These tutorials taught how to quickly draft spell runes, how to connect them, what to watch out for during the process, and the various connection methods. While they seemed like basic lessons, they were incredibly helpful to Lin Mo. After reviewing them, Lin Mo realized how crude his previous attempts at spellcasting had been. He had basically been brute forcing his way to success, using his immense mental power. While studying these tutorials, Lin Mo started attempting to construct new spells. Naturally, he failed repeatedly at first, but he did not feel discouraged. After all, this was normal. It would be abnormal if he could master them on the first try. Spellcasting is a rare profession for a reason. If it were that easy to master, it would not be so exclusive. As Lin Mo studied, time passed by. Soon, he received a notification from Jeju Martial Academy that a special flight would be at the Donghai City Airport tomorrow to pick up the incoming students. The next day, Lin Mo arrived at the airport. Airports in this world were usually sparsely populated, unlike the bustling crowds he remembered from his previous life. This was because only truly wealthy people in this world could afford to fly. In his previous life, most people could afford to fly. It was just a matter of whether they wanted to spend the money. But in this world, demonic beasts were rampant, and long-distance air travel was dangerous, as one never knew when they might encounter a beast. Therefore, every aircraft was constructed with premium materials capable of withstanding attacks from at least a martial grandmaster. They were also guarded by powerful martial artists and equipped with high-tech weaponry for safety. As a result, the cost per flight was incredibly high, making tickets expensive. Furthermore, most aircraft were dedicated to transporting national resources and cargo, so the number of planes available for civilian use was even fewer. Thus, air travel had essentially become a luxury for the wealthy. Lin Mo had never flown before. When he arrived at the airport, Lin Mo presented his electronic admission certificate for Jeju Martial Academy. Upon seeing the certificate, the airport staff provided excellent service. This was a genius who had been admitted to a 5-star martial academy. Every year, those from Donghai City who made it into such academies could be counted on one hand. Of course, airport service here was generally good anyway. After all, those who flew had spent a fortune, so they were entitled to high-level treatment. Just as Lin Mo was resting on a massage chair waiting for the academy plane, he heard a familiar voice. "Lin Mo, is that you?" Lin Mo opened his eyes and saw Sun Tao waving at him from not far away. Sun Tao waved at Lin Mo, then trotted over. "Lin Mo, did you apply for the Kyushu Martial Arts University?" Sun Tao asked, taking the seat next to Lin Mo. "Yeah, that is right," Lin Mo nodded. "This year, there are 9 of us from Donghai City who got into 5-star martial arts universities, including 3 recommended spots, but only the 2 of us applied to Kyushu Martial Arts University." Sun Tao let out a soft sigh. "Why only 2? Lin Mo was a bit surprised. Theoretically, Kyushu Martial Arts University and Kunlun Martial Arts University are on par. Why is the number of applicants from Donghai City so different? First, Su Linking was recruited by Kunlun Martial Arts University, and Yuan Hongbo, as her loyal admirer, naturally chose to apply there too. He has good connections in Donghai City, so he persuaded several others to go to Kunlun as well. Lin Mo had been staying at home lately, so he did not know about these things. Sun Tao knew those people and had gathered more information. "Then why did not you go to Kunlun Martial Arts University?" Lin Mo asked with a smile. Sun Tao shrugged and said, "My family has a distant relative in the capital, and his son is at Kyushu Martial Arts University. My dad asked me to apply there, hoping the guy could look out for me, and also to strengthen our family ties so I might be able to stay in the capital later." "That makes sense," Lin Mo nodded. "But I heard that my relative's son is actually quite average at Kyushu. Relying on him for help is not as good as following Brother Lin. You are a caster, Brother Jingshan. You're bound to shine at the university in the future." Sun Tao really knew how to climb the social ladder, switching to calling him Brother Lin directly. "I am just a freshman when I get in. I will still have to follow the rules like everyone else," Lin Mo said, not paying much mind to it. Soon, the transport plane arrived, and Lin Mo took a closer look at the aircraft of this world. Planes in this world were different from those in his past life. They were shaped like flying saucers, similar to the UFOs he had seen in rumors back then. Inside, the layout was also different, divided into 3 levels. The bottom level was the largest and most densely packed with seats, the middle level was a bit more spacious, and the top level was very high-end, with plenty of space between each seat. This must be the equivalent of economy, business, and first class from my previous life, he thought. Lin Mo had mostly figured it out. After boarding, Lin Mo noticed that even the beautiful flight attendants were martial artists. He could not help but click his tongue. Sure enough, there is a reason why the flight was so expensive.
Please take your assigned seats and do not switch, students.
The beautiful flight attendant said this to Lin Mo and Sun Tao as they boarded. Beauty, could you check where my seat is? Lin Mo used his neural computer to project a virtual screen in front of him, showing his seat number. The flight attendant glanced at the seat number and showed a hint of surprise as it indicated a seat on the top level. Although this flight was a chartered plane specifically for Kyushu Martial Arts University and did not charge students, the seating was not random. It was generally based on the martial arts college entrance exam scores. The higher the score, the better the seat, so the top level naturally held the students with the best results. However, Lin Mo only appeared to be a junior martial artist, which was unremarkable among the students who got into Kyushu, yet he had a seat on the very top level. The flight attendant quickly assumed that he must have extraordinary talent, just discovered later than others. This way, student, I will take you there. She led Lin Mo to the top level. As he went up, Lin Mo quietly observed his surroundings. The students on the bottom level were mostly at the junior martial artist level, while those in the middle were mostly intermediate martial artists. When Lin Mo stepped onto the top level, he realized that everyone sitting there was an advanced martial artist, making him the only junior martial artist. Student, this is your seat. As the flight attendant settled him in, many eyes from the top level turned toward him. A junior martial artist. Some were slightly stunned that a junior martial artist could actually get a seat on the top level. Of course they were stunned, but no one was foolish enough to act like a villain, mocking or protesting to stir up trouble. They believed that there must be a reason for the university's arrangement. Even so, their gazes were not particularly friendly. Since they had not yet determined Lin Mo's talent and value, they did not really include him in their inner circle. Lin Mo did not care if they included him or not. He just laid back to enjoy himself. After all, it was his first time flying, and in the highest tier first class at that, so he might as well enjoy the perks. Just as he was relaxing, he felt a poke on his shoulder, and a faint scent drifted into his nose. It was not the smell of cheap perfume, but clearly something high-end. Lin Mo opened his eyes and looked to the side to see a girl in a white t-shirt and long pants moving her seat next to his. "Can I help you?" Lin Mo asked, taking off his headphones. "Fellow student, may I ask if you are a caster?" The girl's voice was quite crisp. "You are a caster too." Lin Mo used his spiritual sense to check and realized the girl's spiritual power was indeed very strong. He could not help but be impressed. The girl was not only an advanced martial artist, but also a caster. Naturally, his response indirectly acknowledged his own identity as a caster. He did not try to hide his voice, and since everyone on the top level was an advanced martial artist, they all heard him clearly. "So he is a caster." At that point, everyone present felt relieved. The identity of a caster was special, so even if he was only a junior martial artist, he did indeed have the qualifications to be on the top level. Then which mentor are you planning to choose? Perhaps because of their shared identity as casters, the girl felt a sense of familiarity toward Lin Mo and took the initiative to chat. "I have already chosen a mentor," Lin Mo replied. "School has not even started yet. How did you choose a mentor?" The girl was slightly surprised. "Oh, a teacher from the caster college happened to come over to recruit me for Kyushu Martial Arts University, and she asked me to choose her as my mentor at the time." "If you do not mind me asking, which teacher did you pick?" "Teacher Tan Zinui." Lin Mo did not hide it. These things would become public knowledge once they reached the university, so it was not a secret. "Wow, Zinni is my idol, and she actually picked you as her student." The girl's face showed envy as she added, "She is my idol, and I was planning to choose her as my mentor. I just do not know if she will pick me." She was anxious because the mentor-student selection was two-way. Just because you chose a mentor did not mean they would accept you. It also depended on whether the teacher agreed. "It is fine, you are so excellent. She will definitely choose you." Lin Mo offered a casual word of comfort. The plane continued its journey, stopping at different cities to pick up students who had applied to Kyushu Martial Arts University. After nearly a full day, the plane landed at the capital airport. "What?" "Students, after you get off the plane, do not wander around. A shuttle bus will be here shortly to take you to the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy. As they disembarked, the announcer's voice echoed through the cabin, while the flight attendants walked up and down the aisles to remind everyone. Such dense spiritual energy. Just after stepping off the plane, Lin Mo felt a wave of rich spiritual energy rushing toward him. It was far more abundant than in Donghai City. Rumor has it there is a dragon vein beneath the imperial capital, which is why the spiritual energy here is so much denser than in other cities. People living here have a better environment for cultivation, which is one of the reasons the capital produces so much talent. Yanju, who was beside Lin Mo, also sighed in admiration. The training conditions in the capital were truly far superior to elsewhere. Brother Lin, Sun Tao trotted over, then looked at Yanju beside Lin Mo with a slight look of surprise. "Oh, this is Yanju. We met on the plane. This is my friend Sun Tao." Lin Mo introduced them to each other. "Nice to meet you." Yanju nodded politely at Sun Tao. "Everyone, follow me closely. We are heading to the shuttle buses now." The teacher from the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy, responsible for picking up this batch of students, called out loudly. Lin Mo and the others kept close to the teacher's pace. "Brother Lin, you are amazing." From behind, Sun Tao gave Lin Mo a thumbs up. He glanced at Yanju in front, then gave Lin Mo a look that any man would understand. In just the time it took to sit on a plane, Lin Mo had already managed to hit it off with such a beautiful young lady. He is truly an inspiration to us all. Lin Mo could only roll his eyes at this. He had only spoken a few sentences to Yanju. Sun Tao really had a wild imagination. However, he could not be bothered to explain. The more you try to deny these things, the messier it gets. Sitting in the shuttle bus heading to the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy, Lin Mo looked through the window at the scenery of the capital and was filled with amazement. The entire imperial capital was filled with high-rise buildings. One must know that in this era, building skyscrapers is no easy task. Because it is necessary to guard against attacks from flying demonic beasts. In cities like Donghai, most buildings are kept under 7 stories, with only a few exceptions. Yet skyscrapers were everywhere in the capital, which meant the city was extremely confident in its defense capabilities. At the same time, Lin Mo looked at the people on the streets. Many had reached the martial artist level, and martial masters were not a rare sight either. This was much stronger than Donghai City, where simply becoming a martial artist meant you would never be short of a good job. If a family had one martial artist, they could definitely live a comfortable, middle-class life. If they had a martial master, that family would be considered solidly middle-class in Donghai. Lin Mo had looked up the capital online before coming here. Martial artists are too common here. Just as he sat on the shuttle, he could see them everywhere on the streets. Martial artists from out of town have no foothold in the capital at all, and they probably have to return to their hometowns after a few years. Even martial masters from out of town can barely scrape by in the capital, and it is a tiring, difficult life. Of course, if you can reach the level of a martial arts grandmaster, you can live quite well even in the capital. After all, a martial arts grandmaster is considered a formidable presence anywhere. Furthermore, the hardest thing in the capital is obtaining residency. So many people want to come here that population control is necessary, making the requirements for outsiders to get residency quite strict. Of course, if you are a graduate of the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy or the Kunlun Martial Arts Academy, getting residency in the capital is very simple. After all, anyone who walks out of these 2 5-star martial arts academies is an elite. Soon the group arrived at a towering mountain range. Beyond the mountain lay endless peaks, and an ancient, primeval atmosphere washed over them. The Kyushu Martial Arts Academy is actually in the middle of these mountains. Lin Mo was quite surprised. Yes, this mountain range stretches for a vast distance, and all sorts of terrifying exotic beasts live inside. Even our government has not been able to fully conquer it. So, a military zone was set up for defense here, and back when the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy was founded, they specifically chose this location for better training results. Yanju explained from the side. Of course, do not worry too much. We have the military defense zone in front of us, and with countless experts inside the academy, safety is definitely not an issue. Hearing this, Lin Mo could not help but click his tongue. As expected, a 5-star martial arts academy is different. They actually build it in a place like this. Of course, there are benefits to being set up under such a mountain. Lin Mo could clearly feel that the concentration of spiritual energy here was much higher than outside. As they walked deeper for a while, Lin Mo and the others saw a portal with the 6 big characters for Kyushu Martial Arts Academy engraved on it. Looking at those 6 characters, Lin Mo felt as if they possessed a certain spirit, full of vitality and character. Clearly, the person who carved these characters was no ordinary mortal, but a master of a generation. The handwriting on this portal was written by an expert from the Academy's Spellmaster department. It contains mental pressure, so do not stare at it for too long. At this moment, the lead teacher spoke up. Sure enough, after looking at it for a while, Lin Mo felt a throbbing pain in his head. He quickly looked away and noticed that the other students were the same. Everyone stepping through this gate means you have officially become students of the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy. Welcome. A new chapter of your lives will begin here. After everyone entered the portal, they heard a lingering voice. A middle-aged man with white hair stood before them. The man stood there as if he had become one with heaven and earth. Even though no spiritual fluctuation could be felt from him, he gave off an aura that made one want to look up to him with reverence. He must be an unparalleled expert. Lin Mo felt a sense of awe in his heart. This person must be one of the 2 most powerful people he has ever met. He has definitely surpassed the level of a martial arts grandmaster. Only the guardian deity of Donghai City that Lin Mo saw before could be compared to his strength. After entering the school, everyone began the official registration process according to procedure, and then went to their respective departments to report. Brother Lin, I am heading off. Sun Tao had applied for a major in blade techniques, which was a different department from Lin Mo's. See you later. After parting ways with Sun Tao, Lin Mo went to the Spellmaster department with Yanju. The scene at the freshman registration for the Spellmaster department was undoubtedly much quieter than other departments at the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy. When Lin Mo and Yanju arrived, they found only a dozen or so new students there, along with a few older students wearing the academy uniforms. Among these freshmen, their spiritual cultivation was not very high. Most were junior martial artists, and there were even 2 who were only martial apprentices. However, that did not matter, since spellmasters rely on mental power. Of course, Lin Mo made a rough estimate, and it seemed that none of these freshmen had mental power stronger than his. When Lin Mo went to register, the teacher doing the registration was an old man who looked half asleep. Teacher, I am a freshman here to report for registration. Lin Mo stood before the desk and spoke quite politely. Freshman registration. The old man looked up at Lin Mo. Lin Mo instantly felt a wave of astonishing mental power probing him. Fortunately, this mental power had no malice, otherwise, it could have instantly turned him into an idiot. A freshman with such strong mental power. The old man's cloudy eyes suddenly brightened, and he said to Lin Mo, "Little one, are you interested in becoming my student?" The old man's sudden offer shocked the older students nearby. They knew that the old man had a very high status in the Spellmaster department. He was not just any ordinary spellmaster, but a true spirit spellmaster. He usually did not take in students, yet this time, he was actively asking to take this freshman as his apprentice. Lin Mo scratched his head and said, "Teacher, I am sorry, but before I even enrolled, Teacher Tanzini had already taken me as her student." Tanzini took this person as her student. The older students nearby were filled with envy. They naturally knew Tanzini. She was their senior just last year. Not only was she highly talented and strong, but she was also beautiful. Countless people at the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy wanted to get close to her. This freshman was so lucky to be taken as a student by Tanzini directly. Would not that mean they could meet and interact often? So it is that girl Zinni. She's quite fast at snatching people up. Oh well, since you are that girl's student, this old man will not compete for you. The old man shook his head, registered Lin Mo, and processed his paperwork. When he finished, the old man added, "If you have anything you do not understand in the future, you can come and ask me." Thank you, teacher. Lin Mo was quite grateful. After Lin Mo and Yanju finished their procedures, they both headed to their dorms. The dorms of the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy were still different from the ones Lin Mo lived in during his previous life. Here, men and women can live in the same building, and everyone has their own independent room, which is quite large. At the very least, after Lin Mo arrived at his dorm, he estimated it to be about 100 square meters, with a kitchen, bedroom, living room, training room, and bathroom, all complete. This is quite luxurious for one person to live in. As dawn just started to break, Lin Mo was already up, sitting in meditation to begin practicing the candle dragon refining nerve. While practicing on the balcony, Lin Mo also noticed quite a few classmates training while wearing special heavy gear. Lin Mo had tried this heavy gear yesterday. It suppresses one's spiritual power. When worn, the internal energy circulates slowly. The gear is so heavy that if you do not circulate your spiritual power to support yourself, you would be crushed. Therefore, when wearing it, since spiritual power is suppressed, one must constantly keep it flowing to resist the weight, which is excellent for refining one's spiritual energy. Lin Mo had even heard that some people with extraordinary perseverance and talent wear this gear everywhere to train themselves. Once they take it off, their spiritual power explodes instantly, with shocking results. Of course, Lin Mo did not use this method, because while the gear suppresses spiritual power, it also depends on the quality of that power. The black and white spiritual energy he cultivated was far superior in quality to that of ordinary martial artists, so the gear did not suppress him much, making it ineffective for his training. After finishing his practice, Lin Mo headed to the Jeju Martial Arts Academy cafeteria. I must say the food pairings at the Jeju Martial Arts Academy cafeteria are quite good. After finishing breakfast, Lin Mo felt his whole body heating up and his blood flowing vigorously. Clearly, it had a promoting effect on his cultivation. The effect is great, but the price is a bit steep. If not for the generous amount of spirit stones the academy rewarded me with when I enrolled, I probably could not afford to eat here many times. Lin Mo gave a wry smile. Of course, it was not that the academy was ripping people off. It was because the ingredients were of high quality, sourced from beast soldier level monsters, so the raw materials were not cheap. The academy was only charging cost price here. If it were sold outside, the price would likely be several times higher. After finishing breakfast, Lin Mo received a message from Tanzini. Tanzini wanted him to meet her other two students. After receiving the message, Lin Mo headed to the place Tanzini mentioned. As Lin Mo walked over, he took the opportunity to enjoy the scenery of the academy, watching some beautiful upperclassmen walk by in short skirts and shorts, their slender white legs flashing before his eyes, a lovely sight within the academy. It must be said that the girls at Jeju Martial Arts Academy are quite good-looking, which is also related to cultivation, as practicing spiritual energy improves the skin and clears away blemishes. Generally, girls with strong abilities are rarely ugly. And so, enjoying the scenery, Lin Mo arrived at the place Tanzini specified. When Lin Mo arrived, he saw Yan Zhu standing there. After Yan Zhu entered, she requested Tanzini to be her teacher, and after 2 days of waiting, Tanzini agreed. Beside Yan Zhu was a petite girl holding her arm, looking very close. Although the girl looked petite, her figure was delicate and well-proportioned, and with her good looks, her overall appearance was attractive. The only drawback was that, just by looking at her, one could tell she did not have a very good temper and possessed a somewhat willful arrogance. Lin Mo, Yan Zhu greeted him after seeing him. The petite girl next to her sized Lin Mo up and down with a look of appraisal. This is Fang Jiao, also a student of Teacher Tan. The three of us will be in the same group from now on. Yan Zhu quickly introduced the girl to Lin Mo. Hello, Lin Mo nodded at her with a smile. You have arrived. At this moment, Tanzini arrived as well. Today, Tanzini had changed into a formal black professional suit skirt, and with her silver-rimmed round glasses, she exuded a cold, intellectual beauty. Teacher, seeing Tanzini, the three of them bowed respectfully. Even the quite willful and arrogant Fang Jiao looked a bit more well-behaved at this moment. Everyone, let us sit in the pavilion. Tanzini went to the center of the pavilion and sat down, and the others followed suit. From now on, all three of you are my students. You are the first batch of students I have taken, so I will guide you with care. The way the Spellcaster Academy teaches is different from other schools. Because there are few spellcasters, we do not adopt small class teaching. It is basically one mentor leading a few students, an elite training style. You can ask me anything you have questions about in the future. Tanzini was not much older than them, so she did not put on airs and spoke with a sense of approachability. Understood, teacher, Lin Mo and the others replied. Of course, there are some things I cannot notify each of you individually every time, so I will select a group leader from the three of you, Tanzini added immediately. At this time, Fang Jiao spoke up. Teacher Tan, what is the criteria for selecting the group leader? Naturally, it is strength, Tanzini answered calmly. The academy respects strength above all. Limited resources go to those with talent and strength, and the group leader position naturally goes to the most capable one. Among the three of you, the one with the most talent and strength should be Lin Mo. Lin Mo, you will take the position of group leader. Lin Mo did not expect Tanzini to appoint him as the group leader right off the bat. Lin Mo did not really want this group leader position. In his past life, he already had experience with this. Everyone knows that class monitors during student years are truly there to serve the public without asking for any reward. Plus, given Fang Jiao's earlier question, she clearly had intentions of being the leader. For Tanzini to give the position to him, was not this just asking for trouble and making enemies? Sure enough, hearing Tanzini's words, Fang Jiao's beautiful eyes flashed, and a look of obvious dissatisfaction appeared on her face. Teacher, I have no objections to whoever you give the position to, but you said his strength and talent are better than mine. I do not accept that. Clearly, Fang Jiao was the type from a major family, wanting to compete for superiority in everything. Tanzini was not angry at this, but a smile curled at the corners of her mouth as she said, "If you do not accept it, try it out yourself." With Tanzini's words, Fang Jiao no longer held back. A fierce wave of spiritual energy surged from her soul sea, split into several attacks aimed at Lin Mo. When Lin Mo felt this mental attack, he frowned slightly. With a thought, a powerful surge of mental energy erupted from his own soul sea, forming a defense that easily blocked those attacks. Seeing that her first wave of attacks did not work, Fang Jiao did not give up. Mental energy surged again. This time, it transformed into dozens of invisible needles, piercing toward Lin Mo. Seeing the other party persist, Lin Mo knew that if he did not show strength that would convince her today, even if this incident passed, she would not be satisfied, and there would likely be trouble in the future. So Lin Mo released all his mental energy without reservation, forming a mental torrent that shattered the needles Fang Jiao had sent. An invisible pressure of mental energy was exerted, instantly turning Fang Jiao's face pale. When Lin Mo withdrew his mental pressure, Fang Jiao felt her back was damp. Clearly, the opponent's mental power had put immense pressure on her. How is his mental power so strong? Even Fang Jiao could not understand why Lin Mo's mental power was so formidable. You have to know that when she first opened her gate of mental energy, her foundation was excellent, earning praise from some elder generation spellcasters. Lin Mo's mental power was actually even stronger than her own. Lin Mo's talent is quite good. His mental power has almost reached the limit of a trainee spellcaster. If he keeps practicing for a few months, he might be able to enter the ranks of junior spellcasters, Tanzini said. Enter the ranks of junior spellcasters in a few months. Fang Jiao and Yanzhu were both greatly surprised. Yanzhu had vaguely felt on the plane that Lin Mo's mental power was strong, but she did not expect his talent to be this high, approaching the level of a junior spellcaster. Now, neither of you has any objections to Lin Mo being the group leader, right? When Tanzini spoke again, Fang Jiao did not argue. Strength is respected. With Lin Mo's strength and talent being so high, she naturally had no reason to object. Well, since that is the case, Lin Mo, you be the group leader. Next, I will tell you something about our academy. After Tanzini confirmed the group leader position, she began to get to the point. Upon hearing that Tanzini was about to talk about things within the academy, Lin Mo and the others prepared to listen carefully. Tanzini's crisp voice began to echo in the pavilion. The Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy, as one of the two top-tier 5-star martial arts academies in China, is only rivaled by the Kunlun Martial Arts Academy in terms of student quality nationwide. With so many geniuses gathered here, the state naturally allocates a vast amount of resources to us. However, at this point, Tanzini's tone shifted. Although a huge amount of resources is allocated, the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy admits many new students every year. The total number of students in the academy is quite large, so how much resource is actually distributed to each individual? Furthermore, the academy is a place to cultivate elites. It is impossible to practice egalitarianism and distribute resources equally among every student. If we did that, I'm afraid we would not be able to cultivate true powerhouses. Therefore, school resources must be distributed rationally. Apart from providing basic training resources to students, the rest must be earned fairly. And this system of fair competition is the credit system. The credit system. Lin Mo had heard about this online before he came. Most academies adopted this kind of system. Credits can be used in the academy to exchange for many things, such as medicinal pills, weapons, and spirit stones needed for a martial artist's cultivation. Or perhaps time in important cultivation grounds, or time for guidance from famous mentors. In short, with credits, one can exchange for a vast amount of resources within the academy. Lin Mo did not care too much about this. Resources. As long as he had enough demons and strange beasts, he would have a constant stream of resources. Aside from these common resources, spells and spirit techniques within the academy are not free either. You need to go to the library to exchange for them. Tanzini's words caught Lin Mo's attention. It was only after coming to the Jeju Martial Arts Academy that he realized the spells Tanzini had given him were actually an exception. According to the academy's rules, instructors can only teach some conventional spells or spirit techniques, while the rest requires students to spend credits to acquire them. What Lin Mo lacked right now were spirit techniques. The 3 spirit techniques he knew currently were all very ordinary, basic ones. He did not possess any true high-level spirit techniques. Likewise, besides these, there are some rare medicinal herbs deep in the mountain range. If you want to go there to pick them, you also need to spend credits. Of course, you must also be careful of the demons and strange beasts inside. When Tanzini mentioned this, Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Credits could actually be exchanged for an opportunity to enter the depths of that mountain range. Although Lin Mo was interested in the rare herbs there, it was not his primary motivation. However, hearing that there were demons and strange beasts inside, he could not hold back his excitement at all. What was his purpose in coming to a 5-star martial arts academy, if not to have more chances to hunt demons and strange beasts? Beside him, Yanzhu and Fang Jiao were startled when they sensed Lin Mo's intense heat. Is not it just about being able to pick herbs? There is the risk of demons and strange beasts involved. Compared to the previous resources, this does not seem that attractive, does it? Is it really worth getting this excited? Tanzini felt it was normal. Having read Lin Mo's file, she naturally knew the reason for his fervor, so she cleared her throat. Lin Mo, I know you possess the war god bloodline and need to fight against demons and beasts to constantly trigger your bloodline potential and improve your strength. But you still need to be careful of your safety later on. Do not push yourself too hard. Pushing yourself too far in training can easily lead to a premature death. Personally, I think your talent as a spellcaster is even stronger than your talent as a martial artist. Tanzini was tactfully reminding Lin Mo that he could choose the path of a spellcaster and did not necessarily have to run off to fight demons and beasts to trigger his bloodline potential. After all, fighting demons and beasts always involves risks. If you walk by the river often, you're bound to get your shoes wet. If you run into an unbeatable beast one day, you could easily lose your life. Yanzhu and Fang Jiao were slightly shocked. They had not expected Lin Mo to possess the war god bloodline. Teacher, how do I earn credits? Lin Mo stared at Tanzini, his eyes still burning with intense heat. Suddenly, he cared a lot about credits. Seeing the burning look in Lin Mo's eyes, Tanzini knew her words had not really sunk in. She helplessly explained, there are many ways to earn credits, such as semester assessments. Passing gets you a certain amount, a good grade gets you more, and an excellent grade gets you even more. Of course, this method does not yield many credits. If you want to earn a large amount, there are only 2 paths. First, major competitions held by the school will reward top performers with a large number of credits. For example, a month after your new students arrive, there will be a freshman competition. The winner gets 10,000 credits. Is 10,000 credits a lot? Lin Mo did not know how valuable credits were at the Jeju Martial Arts Academy. Well, under normal circumstances, a typical new student does not earn 10,000 credits in their entire first year. When Tanzini said this, Lin Mo's eyes turned red with excitement. 10,000 credits. It is so much that even an average student cannot earn that in a year. At this moment, Fang Jiao on the side poured cold water on him. Give up the idea of becoming the top freshman. You are only a primary level martial artist right now. Even as a spellcaster, without protection, your combat effectiveness is greatly reduced in actual combat. Go check the freshman combat power ranking on the internal network. The top-ranked Yi Tianjin has a record of fighting a martial master. Fought a martial master. Lin Mo calmed down quite a bit. That Yi Tianjin, the top freshman, was such a freak. He had actually fought a martial master. One had to know that during their Donghai City martial arts entrance exam, everyone above the martial artist level had to work together just to barely kill a high-level beast soldier, the mysterious Thunder Beast. That beast was certainly powerful, but it was nowhere near the level of a martial master. Are there any other methods? Lin Mo continued to ask. Of course, the second method is the Trial Tower, Tanzini said. Trial Tower, the name was not unfamiliar to Lin Mo. He had often read about such things in novels in his previous life. The so-called Trial Tower is something our Jeju Martial Arts Academy excavated from the ruins of a super-ancient civilization. It can hone combat effectiveness and test one's strength, and it is also one of the important sources for you to earn credits. You can log on to the Academy's internal network for a detailed introduction. Tanzini did not explain the Trial Tower in detail because it was too troublesome, and it could be queried on the internal network, so there was no need for her to say it in person. Of course, as new students, the school will give you a starting fund of 1,000 credits to help with your initial cultivation and strength improvement. Afterward, the school will distribute free credits to your account every month. These free credits are not many, and they are distributed according to your academic year. Freshmen in their first year get 200 free credits per month. Free credits. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. With free credits, maybe it would not be enough to go to the depths of the mountain range, but he could use them at the library to exchange for true spirit techniques. Next, Tanzini talked about other rules, and after it was over, Lin Mo returned to his dormitory and immediately logged onto the Academy's internal network. After Lin Mo returned to his dormitory, he logged into the Academy's intranet. The Jeju Martial Arts Academy intranet is restricted to students and faculty only. No one else can log in without the appropriate authorization. Lin Mo quickly found information about the Trial Tower on the intranet. The so-called Trial Tower is not an actual building, but a virtual space. This virtual space was not created by modern humans on Blue Star, but by a super-ancient civilization. The Academy simply excavated, studied, and mimicked it to produce sensors that allow entry into that virtual world. In essence, people enter the Trial Tower through their consciousness, while their physical bodies remain outside. The tower uses data to perfectly replicate your entire being, constructing a virtual body that is identical to your actual spiritual power, physical fitness, and mental strength within your soul sea. The Trial Tower has 81 levels in total. Levels 1 through 10 correspond to the martial apprentice realm, levels 11 through 20 to the martial artist stage, and so on. The rule for earning academic credits in the Trial Tower is not based solely on which level you reach. It also depends on the entrance seniority. For example, a freshman reaching the 21st level gets 5,000 credits, but a second-year student reaching the same level only gets 2,000, and a third-year student gets only 1,000. This reflects the Academy's resource allocation policy, which tilts in favor of students with higher talent. The Trial Tower is worth a try, but not right now. A workman must sharpen his tools if he is to do his work well. Lin Mo knew that without learning actual spirit skills, his combat effectiveness was limited. Basic spirit skills at the mastery level provided a massive boost during the martial apprentice stage, but their impact on combat power diminished once reaching the martial artist level. Once one reaches the martial artist realm, one starts training in true spirit skills. Lin Mo did not possess any true spirit skills, so he had to use his credits at the Academy Library to exchange for them. The Jeju Martial Arts Academy Library is massive, spanning 7 floors. Only the bottom 4 are open to students, while the top 3 are restricted to instructors or awarded to exceptional students under specific conditions. Upon entering the library, Lin Mo saw a few students sitting at the entrance acting as administrators. Taking on part-time jobs on campus can earn you academic credits, so many students are willing to work within the academy. Lin Mo had already learned about the library before coming here. Generally, the spirit skills are located on the 2nd floor. When Lin Mo arrived at the 2nd floor, he saw square seals floating above silver metal tables. These seals emitted light, projecting text into the air above them. These texts contained basic information, explaining the spirit skills stored within the seals. I should probably only be able to practice D-grade spirit skills for now. Lin Mo walked straight to the D-grade spirit skills section. True spirit skills are categorized into D, C, B, A, and S grades. Those who have just entered the martial artist stage can only practice D-grade skills. Seeing row upon row of densely packed spirit skills in the D-grade section, Lin Mo's eyes lit up. As expected of Jeju Martial Arts Academy, they have such a vast number of D-grade spirit skills. With burning anticipation, Lin Mo stepped forward to examine the skills projected above the metal tables. D-grade spirit skill, earth-shattering palm. D-grade spirit skill, sword finger technique. D-grade spirit skill, azure kite blade. Lin Mo scanned the text projected above the metal tables. So many skills suddenly left him with a case of decision paralysis. Lin Mo did not act impulsively. Instead, he carefully checked the academic credit cost for these D-grade skills. Each D-grade spirit skill cost 300 credits. Since Lin Mo only had 1,000, he could only choose 3. If I can only choose 3, then I should pick 1 for movement, 1 for offense, and 1 for defense. With a plan in mind, it was much easier for Lin Mo to make his choices. First, in the movement techniques section, Lin Mo set his sights on one specific skill. D-grade spirit skill, polar shadow step. Practiced to the extreme, it is as fast as lightning. This skill attracted Lin Mo, so he took the seal down and held it in his hand. After selecting his movement technique, Lin Mo looked for an offensive skill. After browsing for a moment, one skill caught his eye. D-grade spirit skill, lion roar soul suppression. A soundwave-based spirit skill. If unleashed with the support of mental power, its power will far exceed ordinary D-grade skills. Lin Mo was ecstatic. Was not this made specifically for him? He already possessed exceptional mental power. Combined with his spiritual power, the potential of this technique would be truly terrifying. An ordinary martial artist might only achieve standard results with it, but in his hands, its power would likely exceed the D-grade. Lin Mo immediately chose the lion roar soul suppression. For his final defensive skill, Lin Mo selected a body tempering technique called the Vajra Ironbone body. This technique was derived from an incredibly powerful Vajra indestructible body from the super ancient civilization. However, a complete version has not been discovered on Blue Star yet. This version was deduced by a grandmaster from a fragment. Even though it is only D-grade, once mastered, one becomes impervious to swords and spears, with defense far exceeding typical D-grade skills. Of course, mastering it is extremely difficult, as body tempering techniques require high physical standards and are very slow to progress. By the time an average martial artist manages to master it, they are likely already a martial master, making the skill somewhat redundant at that point. After making his selections, Lin Mo went to the library front desk, where he found an old man sitting among the students. Lin Mo could not feel any spiritual power fluctuations from the old man, though he certainly would not underestimate him because of that. If someone appeared this way, it was highly likely their cultivation far surpassed his own. Sure enough, librarians are always powerful old guys, Lin Mo thought, recalling tropes from novels in his past life. Teacher, these are the spirit skills I have selected. Lin Mo handed the 3 seals to the old man. The old man picked up the seals, looking surprised. Lion roar soul suppression, you actually chose this. While speaking, the old man logged into the academy system to verify Lin Mo's identity. From the spellcaster department, no wonder you chose this. The old man was not surprised anymore. Since Lin Mo was from the spellcaster department, he had opened the gate of spirit, making this a highly cost-effective choice. But when the old man saw the Vajra Ironbone body, he paused for a moment and looked up at Lin Mo. Are you sure you want this one? This skill is just gathering dust in the academy. Although it is powerful when mastered, unless your physique is naturally exceptional with high blood energy, progress is extremely slow, and there are no efficient ways to improve it. I am sure, teacher. Lin Mo did not intend to give up, because while practicing the Candle Dragon refinement scripture, he discovered it could forge blood energy and strengthen his physique. Especially after refining the source of the Candle Dragon, he felt his own physique far surpassed his peers, making him perfectly suited for this body tempering technique. Seeing that Lin Mo was persistent, the old man said nothing more and had Lin Mo record his spiritual power. This way, only Lin Mo could unlock the seals by channeling his own power to inherit the techniques within. Once everything was finished, the old man reminded him, there are instructors' tutorials on the intranet. If you encounter any obstacles, you can watch the video lectures or consult the relevant teachers. Thank you for the reminder, teacher. After thanking him, Lin Mo took the 3 seals and walked out of the library. Back at his dormitory building, just as Lin Mo was about to open the door to practice his skills, he saw a tall, handsome man walking over with a few followers. Lin Mo felt a ripple of mental power from them. They were clearly all spellcasters. Are you Lin Mo? The man approached him with a haughty expression. Yes, what is it? Lin Mo felt they were not exactly friendly. There was not intense hostility, but they certainly seemed defiant. Yet he had not had any contact with them before, so he should not have offended them. Nothing much. I just heard that teacher Tanzini hailed you as the #1 freshman in the spellcaster department, and that your mental power is almost at the level of a full-fledged spellcaster. I am not exactly convinced by that. Hearing this, Lin Mo understood why they had come to find him. It was purely because they felt unconvinced by the praise. Oh, let me introduce myself. I am Zin Beiyu from the Kyoto Zin family. I do not really agree with teacher Tanzini's evaluation, and I would like to challenge you to a spellcasting duel. Zin Beiyu revealed his true motive. Sorry, no time and no interest. Lin Mo did not want to waste his time on such boring matters. Lin Mo's refusal made Zin Beiyu's face darken. Look, classmate, do not waste your energy on these empty titles. If you think you are the #1, then you are. I am just not interested. I have things to do. Goodbye. Lin Mo opened the door and shut it with a loud bang, locking it behind him, leaving Zin Beiyu and his followers standing out in the cold. That kid is such a coward. He did not even dare to accept the challenge. I bet teacher Tanzini has not seen how good you are, brother Zin. That is why she thinks he is strong. Exactly, having strong mental power does not mean your spellcasting skill is equally good. Zin Beiyu's followers chimed in. Let us go. You can run today, but you cannot run forever. There are plenty of ways to make him duel me. Zin Beiyu left decisively. The spellcaster department was small, and he had plenty of ways to force a challenge. In the lush, dense forest behind the Jeju Martial Arts Academy, a sound similar to the roar of a lion echoed, yet it was strange. If one listened closely, they could tell it was being mimicked by a human. Roar! On a rock beside a stream, Lin Mo let out a roar, his face red and his neck swollen. Cough, 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 that is enough. I need to take some medicine. After a bout of violent coughing, Lin Mo felt his throat becoming quite hoarse. He pulled a bottle of liquid medicine from his pocket and took a sip. As the liquid slid down his throat, a cooling sensation washed over it, dispelling the burning, aching feeling he had been experiencing. Luckily, I bought throat-soothing liquid at the academy. Otherwise, I would have ruined my voice before even mastering the Lion Roar Soul Suppressor. Lin Mo felt rather helpless. It had been half a month since he had exchanged for those 3 spiritual skills. During this half-month, with the help of the comprehension fragments, Lin Mo had made rapid progress. His extreme shadow step was approaching mastery, and with his excellent physical foundation, his Vajra iron body had already reached the level of mastery. Only the Lion Roar Soul Suppressor had barely crossed into the minor success stage. The main issue was that the Lion Roar Soul Suppressor required constant practice, and practicing sound-based spiritual skills was the most taxing on one's throat. The human throat is quite delicate. Slight overuse leads to hoarseness, and severe overuse can even result in becoming mute. This is why very few people practice sound-based spiritual skills. If it were not for the fact that the Lion Roar Soul Suppressor could be combined with mental energy, Lin Mo would never have chosen this skill. However, now that he had chosen it, he naturally had to practice it with all his might. After resting for a few minutes and feeling the effects of the throat-soothing liquid take hold, Lin Mo took a deep breath of moist air and once again let out that strange, guttural roar. Circles of tangible sound waves emanated from Lin Mo's mouth. This time, as the waves spread, they caused the water in the stream ahead to splash up. After a full day of practice, just as Lin Mo was preparing to rest, his optical computer suddenly received an email from Tanzini. A practice match. The email from Tanzini stated that another instructor, who also taught curse masters, had invited her to have the freshmen under their respective tutelage engage in a practice match and interaction. Lin Mo checked the names of the 3 freshmen under that instructor, and one of them was Zin Beiyu. People these days really value empty fame too much. To compete with me, they even went as far as to get their instructor involved. Lin Mo rubbed his temples. Since the other instructor had already stepped in to propose an exchange, he really could not refuse. Fortunately, he had not used any other methods. Otherwise, it would have been even more of a headache. The method Zin Beiyu used was still within an acceptable range. At least, he had not resorted to anything underhanded. The next day, at one of the trial grounds in the Jeju Martial Arts Academy, the 6 freshmen under the 2 instructors stood in the middle of the field. On Tanzini's side were Lin Mo, Fang Jiao, and Yan Zhu. The 3 from the other instructor's side were Zin Beiyu, Hu Yan, and Deng Ling. Tanzini was wearing a long purple robe today. and every gesture radiated an intellectual aura that made Lin Mo take a few extra glances. The other instructor, named Jiang Qi, had a hulking physique and looked unkempt. From his appearance, he did not look like a curse master at all, but rather like a martial artist. "Oh, my instructor Tan, I heard your student Lin Mo has powerful mental energy and profound skills in curse mastery, and you even named him the top freshman. My student, Xin Beiyu, refused to accept it, sought him out privately for a match, was rejected, and then came to plead with me. Xin Beiyu has good talent, but his competitive spirit is just too strong." Jiang Qi was quite helpless. He knew that if Xin Beiyu's obsession was not resolved, it might affect his subsequent training, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and ask Tan Xinyi. There is only progress where there is competition. Tan Xinyi did not mind. She knew who Xin Beiyu was. He was a famous curse master genius from Kyoto, and his second uncle was even a high-level spirit curse master. After Xin Beiyu opened his mental gate, he had specifically taught him some basics of curse mastery. When Xin Beiyu first enrolled, several instructors had scrambled to take him on as a student. However, Tan Xinyi also had confidence in Lin Mo besides his strong mental energy. She believed that Lin Mo's talent in curse seals was also very high. Without any guidance, he was able to perform 4 types of curse arts. The practice match between you today is a curse art match. You are only allowed to use curse arts. Each person will perform 1 curse art, and we will see whose quality is higher. After Tan Xinyi and Jiang Qi finished speaking, they came forward to preside over this exchange match. Such a simple and crude way of competing. Lin Mo had not expected the method to be so simple, just having everyone set up a curse art. Should I just perform a casual curse art and slack off? Lin Mo thought happily, if Xin Beiyu wants the title of number 1 so badly, why not just give it to him? Just as Lin Mo was thinking this, Tan Xinyi's voice echoed in his ear. "You brat, do not you think about slacking off on me. If you do not beat Xin Beiyu today, there will be trouble for you afterward." As the voice sounded, Lin Mo turned his head and saw Tan Xinyi looking at him with a smile, but that smile made Lin Mo feel ill-intentioned. "It seems there is no way to slack off. But if you win, I can give you a reward." Tan Xinyi used her spiritual energy to transmit the message again. A reward. Lin Mo's spirit lifted instantly upon hearing this, and he rubbed his hands together, asking via telepathy, "Instructor, what kind of reward?" "A curse art, and one that will be very useful for your participation in the freshman grand competition." "There is such a curse art." Lin Mo perked up. Now that there was a reward, this match suddenly became interesting. "All right, everyone, let us begin," Jiang Qi announced at this moment. As soon as his voice fell, 6 streams of mental energy permeated the air, and one could see all 6 individuals forming seals and beginning to sketch curse marks. Lin Mo formed seals with his hands, and with a flip of his palms, streaks of curse marks began to condense. The number of curse marks continued to increase, 10, 20. Lin Mo continued to condense the curse marks. 30, 40. When Lin Mo's hands had condensed 80 curse marks, the other 5 students were so shocked that they could not help but gasp while they were forming their own. Whether a curse art is complex and powerful is most intuitively reflected by the number of curse marks used. A general apprentice curse master, condensing a first-level curse art uses between 10 and 99 curse marks. A curse art with 99 marks already possesses tremendous power, one that even high-level martial artists cannot withstand. The 80 curse marks that Lin Mo was condensing were also extremely formidable for a first-level curse art. An offensive curse art with this number of marks would make even casual high-level martial artists want to avoid its edge. Impossible, that cannot be, so what if he condensed so many curse marks? At this moment, Xin Beiyu's face turned pale, and his expression lost its previous confidence. 80 curse marks, a freshman who has only been enrolled for a few days can actually achieve this level. Instructor Tan, you have found a treasure this time. Jiang Qi was also quite envious. With his experience, how could he not see that Lin Mo had perfect control over the curse marks he was condensing, and they were not merely being forced together? In such a state, forming these curse marks into a curse diagram and performing the curse art was only natural. Sure enough, as Lin Mo combined these curse marks, golden light began to permeate the air, and a wave of intense heat rolled out. The air there began to warp as a giant curse diagram was about to complete its formation. Lin Mo's hands moved like spinning wheels, weaving spell runes into the air. Intricate threads of spiritual power connected these runes, outlining a golden spell formation. Once the spell formation was fully outlined, the spell was successfully cast. Golden flames surged from the formation, and a scorching wave of heat swept outwards. Within the waves of golden flame, the fire gathered to form individual golden swords. These burning swords radiated a terrifying fluctuation of spiritual power. Golden Flame Sword Incantation. As a mentor at the 9 Provinces Martial Arts Academy, Jiang Qi naturally recognized this spell. A spell of this level is considered quite difficult among first-tier spells. Not to mention freshmen, even sophomores who have been in the academy for a year might not necessarily be able to manifest it. After Lin Mo finished his spell, he looked around and noticed that none of the other 5 had completed theirs. The key is that the spell formation does not even have that many runes.
So slow.
Lin Mo muttered to himself. About 20 seconds later, the other 5 finally completed their spells. The spell Yan Zhu set up had 37 runes, while Fang Jiao's spell had more, reaching 53. Of the 3 with mentor Jiang Qi, Huo Yan's spell was made of 29 runes, Deng Ling's had 34, and Xin Beiyu's had quite a few, 63 in total. That should be the highest among the 5 besides Lin Mo. However, Lin Mo could not see any joy on his face. Instead, he felt the other party was doubting his own existence. Hey little brother, do not blame me for hitting your pride, but I have no choice, Teacher Tan pays too much, Lin Mo said silently in his heart. Jiang Qi also noticed Xin Beiyu's mental state. The latter was dejected with hollow eyes, clearly suffering a huge blow to his confidence. Teacher Tan, it seems Lin Mo is indeed, as you said, unparalleled among the freshmen. You really found a great talent. Jiang Qi praised him, then suddenly kicked Xin Beiyu, knocking him flat on the ground. This scene left everyone present stunned, and Lin Mo was even more shocked. It was just a failed sparring match. There is no need to go this far in public. This Jiang Qi is too violent. Get up, losing is losing. What is this attitude of yours? You cannot handle losing. If you cannot, then work harder and win it back next time. Who are you showing that half-dead face to? If you want to mope, go home and do it. If you're going to quit school, then go home. If you cannot even handle a loss like this, you're just embarrassing me in the academy. Jiang Qi paced around Xin Beiyu, cursing him out. I will ask you one last time, can you handle losing? If not, get lost now. Jiang Qi pointed at Xin Beiyu and roared. Who said I cannot handle losing? Xin Beiyu climbed off the floor and roared back stubbornly. Since you can, then who are you showing that face to? What kind of attitude is that? If you can handle it, then admit it and concede to him. At this moment, Jiang Qi's attitude was unyielding and allowed no room for debate. Xin Beiyu took 2 deep breaths and bowed to Lin Mo. I lost this time, but I will definitely win next time. This display made Lin Mo feel slightly awkward. No need for that, really. It was just a practice match. As for winning next time, Lin Mo really wanted to say that this was likely the closest you will ever get to me in your life, and from now on, you probably will not even see my back. Of course, seeing how fragile Xin Beiyu's mental state was, Lin Mo decided it was better left unsaid. Otherwise, he was afraid he would be beaten to death by Jiang Qi on the spot. That is more like it, but your performance today disappointed me. I am punishing you to stay in the lab for a week, go now, Jiang Qi said coldly.
Yes, teacher.
Xin Beiyu replied with his head held high, then ran off quickly.
You really put in the effort.
After Xin Beiyu left, Tan Zini said from the side. She could clearly see that Jiang Qi did that on purpose to help Xin Beiyu regain his confidence. Jiang Qi shook his head and gave a helpless, bitter smile. Xin Beiyu has talent, but his family spoils him too much. Coupled with his high aptitude, he has never faced any setbacks. For kids like him, you cannot explain things slowly. He will not listen. You have to use thunderous force to command his attention and make him follow your train of thought. Teacher Tan, I will take my student and head out to check on his situation. After saying goodbye to Tan Zini, Jiang Qi took his student and left. 80 runes, how long ago did you open your gate of spirit? Fang Jiao walked over at this moment and circled around Lin Mo. It is all right, Lin Mo touched his nose. It is not that he could only condense 80 runes. It was simply that the Golden Flame Sword incantation consisted of 80 runes. However, it seemed that saying this aloud would likely attract a lot of envy. All right, everyone worked hard. Dismissed. Lin Mo, come to the office with me. After leaving those words behind, Tan Zini walked away first. About a few minutes later, in the office, Tanzini sat in a chair, her purple robe accentuating her curvy figure. Lin Mo walked in, chuckled, and rubbed his hands together, smiling at Tanzini. "Teacher, what about that spell reward you mentioned?" Lin Mo was only interested in the spell Tanzini had promised. "It is right here." Tanzini pulled out a scroll. Just as Lin Mo reached out to take it, Tanzini pulled her hand back. "You can have this scroll, but you must be able to condense 99 runes first. Otherwise, even if I give it to you, you will not be able to learn it." 99. Lin Mo's expression turned slightly solemn. He knew that 99 was the limit for first-tier spells, a difficulty not small for a trainee spellcaster. But it was not something Lin Mo could not achieve. He formed hand seals, and his mental power radiated outward, generating runes in the air one by one. 10, 20, 50, 90. Lin Mo was extremely cautious while condensing the runes. When the number reached 99, he took a deep, gasping breath. Condensing this many runes was a significant burden for him. Not bad. Seeing Lin Mo succeed in condensing 99 runes, Tanzini nodded in appreciation. "Teacher, does the spell you are giving me require 99 runes?" Lin Mo had already guessed it. "That is only the foundation." Tanzini tossed the scroll to Lin Mo and began to explain. "This is a composite spell, which, as the name implies, is composed of multiple spells. This specific composite spell is made of 3 different spells, each of which requires 99 runes. The difficulty of this spell does not lie in casting the 3 spells. It lies in how to integrate them into one and make them coordinate after you have cast them. Integrate 3 spells into one and make them work together." Hearing this, Lin Mo finally understood the difficulty of this spell. Combining spells to work together is no simple task, and it places high demands on one's level of spellcasting. Of course, if you can master this composite spell, even though it is only a first-tier one, its power is not inferior to some second-tier spells and is enough to kill low-level beast general-tier beasts. Tanzini's words made Lin Mo's heart race. Enough to kill a beast general-tier creature. He knew that the current number 1 freshman everyone talked about was a very strong high-level martial artist who had once fought a martial master. Against such an opponent, his usual methods definitely would not suffice, but if he learned this composite spell, he might just have a chance. "But, teacher, would the opponent really give me enough time to set up this composite spell during a fight?" Lin Mo suddenly thought of a serious problem. That is, if they were fighting in the freshman tournament, unless the opponent was a fool, how could they possibly sit still and wait for him to finish setting up such a spell? Well, Lin Mo's worries were not without reason. It takes time for a spellcaster to cast a spell. Of course, it depends on the spell. For instance, given Lin Mo's proficiency, casting the Golden Flame Sword spell at full power is incredibly fast, and he could certainly use it in actual combat. But this combined spell is different. Its difficulty level is more than a step higher than the Golden Flame Sword spell. You have to realize the Golden Flame Sword spell only has 80 spell runes in total, while this combined spell contains 3 separate spells, each with 99 runes, and more importantly, it requires fusing them all together. Lin Mo felt that even after he mastered it, it would still take a significant amount of time to execute properly. Others are not stupid. How could they just stand by and watch him cast spells at his leisure? Tanzini, lounging in her chair, said with a smile, "It seems you still do not know the format of the freshman tournament." "What format is not at one-on-one?" Lin Mo asked with some skepticism. One-on-one, the Jeju Martial Arts Academy recruited over 4,000 freshmen this year. If we did one-on-one, how long do you think that would take? Tanzini rolled her eyes at Lin Mo, then added, "By tradition, the freshman tournament is always a hunting competition." A hunting competition. Lin Mo seemed to understand what that meant. A hunting competition, as the name suggests, is about hunting. Our academy is situated in a mountain range, and behind us are vast, rolling mountains. The competition will be held there. You hunt monsters or exotic beasts and retrieve their cores as proof. The top 10 will all receive corresponding rewards. Although your combined spell cannot be used in one-on-one combat, it works perfectly for hunting monsters. You can set up your spell in advance and then lure the beasts into it. Tanzini's words made Annabelle Mo's eyes light up. Exactly, while he might need too much time to cast the combined spell in a direct duel, in this hunting competition, he could set it up beforehand as a trap to lure the beasts. After all, even though beasts become more intelligent once they reach the soldier rank, they are still far inferior to humans. As long as he could kill a commander rank beast, he would definitely be stronger than all the other freshmen. Because even those who can fight against a martial master can at most just survive a few exchanges, they have no ability to kill one, let alone a commander rank beast. In the coming days, I will specifically guide you on mastering this combined spell until you can deploy it whenever you wish. Tanzini's expression softened significantly toward Lin Mo. The talent he displayed far exceeded her expectations, which stirred in her a desire to nurture such a promising student. Otherwise, even among mentors, few would be willing to spend so much time providing specialized training to a single student. Yes, teacher, Lin Mo was also grateful to Tanzini. He had looked at this spell and knew that with his current level of expertise, he would not be able to pull it off on his own. He did not have many insight fragments left, as he had not been hunting monsters lately. The insight fragments he currently had were from his training opportunities and the monsters he had hunted during the martial arts college entrance exam. After spending them for a while, there were not many left, so he would have to rely on himself for now. With Tanzini's guidance, his mastery of this combined spell would undoubtedly be much faster. Time passed bit by bit. Over the next half-month, 1 out of every 3 days was dedicated to Tanzini guiding Lin Mo on how to combine the 3 spells. Of the remaining 2 days, one was for Lin Mo to digest and explore the spell on his own, and the other was for practicing his spiritual skills. Regarding the combined spell as a whole, Lin Mo did not take much time to learn how to cast the 3 individual spells, but he got stuck on how to combine them. Even though Lin Mo felt he had great talent as a spellcaster, he failed repeatedly at this step. Of course, in Tanzini's eyes, Lin Mo's failure was perfectly normal, because combined spells have high requirements for a spellcaster's skill. If Lin Mo could easily cast a combined spell just after getting started, she would not dare to be his teacher anymore. However, Lin Mo did indeed have great talent for spellcasting, and with the help of a small number of insight fragments, he successfully performed the combined spell for the first time just as the half-month mark approached. Glab, glab, glab. Seeing Lin Mo successfully cast the combined spell, a look of great satisfaction appeared on Tanzini's face. She clapped to celebrate for him and said, "Congratulations on successfully casting a combined spell. I had not expected this at all. When I told you to use it in the hunting competition, I was mostly trying to push you to work harder. I had not truly thought you could learn it in such a short time. It seems your talent is beyond what I imagined." Even she, the once famous genius of Jeju Academy, was impressed. "But I still feel it is a bit rough around the edges, and I need to practice more to cast it at will." Lin Mo knew that while his success was largely due to his ability, there was a bit of luck involved as well. Casting spells should not rely on luck. He needed to practice more to smooth out the rough edges and master the spell completely. Indeed, but since you have reached this point, you just need to keep practicing." Lin Mo's calm, humble, and hardworking attitude made Tanzini speak to him much more gently. As his mentor, Tanzini knew very well how hard Lin Mo had worked during this time, not only receiving her guidance, but also practicing on his own, while still finding time to train his spiritual skills. Such diligence was extremely rare, even at the Jeju Martial Arts Academy. While great talent earns respect, it is a hardworking, humble, and grounded attitude that truly makes one admirable from the heart. After mastering the combined spell, Lin Mo gradually shifted his focus toward practicing his spiritual skills. Beside a small stream where he practiced the lion's roar soul suppression, Lin Mo sat cross-legged on a giant boulder, forming hand seals, and a faint golden light began to radiate from his body. That faint golden glow was the hallmark of having reached perfection in the diamond ironbone body. About half an hour later, Lin Mo emerged from his meditative state, a look of delight on his face. "I never expected the foundation built by the Candle Dragon Refinement Scripture to be so solid. Without the help of many insight fragments, I actually reached the perfection stage of the diamond ironbone body." This progress was something Lin Mo had not anticipated. His original plan was just to reach the major achievement stage for his 3 spiritual skills. After all, he had few insight fragments, and the time was relatively short. Yet while practicing the diamond ironbone body, Lin Mo felt things went very smoothly, reaching the perfection stage with almost no bottlenecks. Now his physical body was so formidable that it was beyond his own imagination. He even felt that attacks from ordinary advanced martial artists, as long as they did not hit his vital points, would not pose much of a threat to him. That is enough practice for today. Tomorrow is the freshman tournament, so I should head back and get some good rest tonight. Lin Mo patted the dust off his clothes. He had not checked the academy's intranet for his opponents yet, so he would use the time tonight to look up the strength of his main rivals. What? Lin Mo returned to his dorm and logged into the academy's internal network via his light brain. Aside from the official portal, the internal network also featured a dedicated student forum. Most of the users there were students of the Jeju Martial Arts Academy. With the freshman grand competition coming up in a few days, the forum was flooded with news about it. It did not take much effort for Lin Mo to find a post ranking the strength of the freshmen. As Yanju said, someone actually made a ranking of the freshmen's strength. These people really have access to some incredible information. However, the poster only listed the top 30 students in this ranking. And all of these top 30 were high-level martial artists. Rank 30, Zhao Yi from Kyoto, high-level martial artist, Earth-grade constitution, specializes in spear techniques, martial arts college entrance exam score S, once fought 10 high-level martial artists in a martial arts gym without being defeated. Lin Mo was stunned by the level of detail in the report. They knew everything, where he was from, his constitution, his specialties, all crystal clear. But this Zhao Yi is truly strong. Being able to face 10 high-level martial artists without losing proves his combat power is quite impressive among his peers. Lin Mo continued to scan down the list, his eyes darting quickly until he saw the name of an acquaintance. Rank 3, Yanju, top scorer in the Tianfu City Martial Arts College entrance exam, high-level martial artist, heaven-grade constitution, specializes in blade techniques, has opened the gate of spirit, martial arts college entrance exam score S, once killed a high-level beast soldier iron-armored beast with a single blade strike. My god, Yanju is that strong. Lin Mo was dumbfounded. He never imagined that Yanju's overall combat power could rank third on the freshman list. With such talent, why on earth would she want to be a spellcaster? Lin Mo could not quite wrap his head around it. Yanju's talent for martial arts was definitely far superior to her talent for spellcasting. Why insist on joining the Spellcaster Academy? Of course, that was her choice, so Lin Mo did not dwell on it too much and kept looking up the list. Rank 2, Ren Xinling from Kyoto, high-level martial artist, heaven-grade constitution, specializes in sword techniques, martial arts college entrance exam score S, once killed a severely wounded martial master from the heavenly sect. Killing a wounded martial master. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. The gap between a martial master and a martial artist is a massive tier, not a small grade difference. Even a wounded martial master poses a lethal threat to a high-level martial artist. The fact that she could kill one shows her strength is far beyond that of a typical high-level martial artist. The Jeju Martial Arts Academy really does recruit only the elite. Lin Mo sighed slightly. To reach the level of a high-level martial artist at 16 is already a prodigy level, not to mention having such high combat power even within that rank. It seems the number 1 spot must belong to the one who has actually faced a martial master. Indeed, when Lin Mo looked at the first place entry, the description appeared. Rank 1, Yi Tianjin from the Kyoto Yi family, high-level martial artist, infinitely close to a martial master, heaven-grade constitution, knows a little of all 18 kinds of weapons, martial arts college entrance exam score S, once fought a newly ascended martial master and did not lose. Fought a newly ascended martial master and did not lose. That statement alone is enough to justify Yi Tianjin taking the top spot. A newly ascended martial master is still a martial master, and their strength is definitely many times more terrifying than a wounded one. Being able to go toe-to-toe with such a master without losing clearly demonstrates Yi Tianjin's fierce combat power. If I were to face this Yi Tianjin head-on now, even if my Vajra iron bone body were mastered, I'd probably just be treated like a punching bag. But thankfully, the freshman grand competition is a hunting battle where the target is hunting monsters and beasts, not other people. Early the next morning, as the first rays of sunlight hit the academy, the entire campus became rowdy. Freshmen streamed out of their dorms, heading toward the zone designated for the competition. Besides the freshmen, there were some seniors who loved a good show, tagging along to check out the quality of this year's newcomers. Lin Mo gathered together with Yanju and Fang Jiao. Yanju, I could not tell at all. You are actually third on the freshman strength list, a hidden boss. After meeting up, since he and Yanju had a good relationship, he started teasing her. That is just how those people randomly rank things, Yanju replied modestly. Stop chatting, let us go, I will take you there. Tanzini, as their mentor, led them directly to the competition area. Along the way, Lin Mo looked at mentors from other departments, each followed by at least a dozen or 20 students, with some even having dozens. Only then did he realize the benefits of the Spellcaster Academy. There was no help for it. The Spellcaster freshmen were too few, numbering only around 20 in total. Before long, they arrived at a deeper area behind the academy, where sprawling mountain ranges and dense forests lay ahead. The spiritual energy here was slightly denser, and one could smell the fresh fragrance of leaves. As more and more people arrived, the area was soon occupied by numerous freshmen. Just as all the freshmen arrived, a dazzling light swept across the distant sky. Before anyone could react, the light reached the freshmen. As the light faded, it revealed 3 figures. 2 of them were older, while the middle one was the white-haired middle-aged man Lin Mo had seen when they first enrolled. The moment they appeared, even without saying a word, their invisible aura exerted enough pressure to silence the murmuring crowd. Those 3 are the vice principals of our Jeju Martial Arts Academy. Their power is unfathomable. Even Tanzini's expression turned quite respectful as she spoke to Lin Mo and the others. Vice principals, Lin Mo was slightly shocked that vice principals were the ones hosting them. The 3 vice principals exchanged looks in midair. The white-haired man in the middle smiled helplessly before stepping forward to speak. First of all, welcome to the Jeju Martial Arts Academy. After a month of orientation, I assume you are familiar with our rules. Though the Academy has abundant resources, it is impossible to distribute them equally to everyone. The rules state that, while everyone is equal before the institution's policies, resources are prioritized for the outstanding. This freshman competition is no different. The top 10 will receive academic credit rewards, and your ranking in the competition will also serve as a standard for your final assessments. It seemed the white-haired man was not much of a speaker, as he skipped any rousing rhetoric and simply pointed to the mountains behind him. The competition will take place in the area behind these mountains. Your goal is to hunt monsters or beasts and retrieve their cores as proof. The time limit is 1 day, meaning it ends at this time tomorrow. I do not want to waste any more time. The freshman grand competition officially begins. The man did not say much else and simply declared the start. Like a swarm of locusts, the freshmen rushed into the region. Lin Mo took a deep breath and followed the crowd into the zone. Over 4,000 freshmen might seem like a lot, but once they spread out into the vast mountain range, they did not feel quite so numerous. Lin Mo, how about we team up? Yanju asked after they entered the mountains. We are allowed to cooperate, Lin Mo asked. Was it ever said we could not? Yanju retorted. Lin Mo was stunned for a moment. It seemed that had not been stated. But if we do that, what if people start cheating? Lin Mo wondered. If teamwork is allowed, would not it be unfair if several people worked together to kill beasts and credit it to just one person? Yanju explained calmly, you think this is the martial arts entrance exam. Is this freshman competition that critical? Other than the top 10 getting academic credits, the subsequent rankings do not really matter. And if you want to cheat your way into the top 10, do you really think people at the level of the vice principals would not notice? Yanju was right. The competition was just a platform for the freshmen to compete. The outcome was not fundamentally important. As for using a team to cheat your way to the top 10, you might fool others, but with 3 unfathomably powerful vice principals watching, the difficulty of dodging their eyes is no small feat. Fine, let us cooperate, and we will split the rewards based on contribution. Lin Mo reached a preliminary agreement with Yanju. What? Roared! With a large number of new students storming into the mountain range, the exotic beasts within were stirred into angry roars. As spiritual energy erupted, battles between humans and beasts broke out instantly. Deep in the forest, a giant mottled python coiled its body. It opened its massive maw, releasing a pungent stench. As its saliva dripped onto the ground, it sizzled with white smoke, corroding deep pits into the earth. Swoosh! The next moment, the python lunged forward, targeting a human standing in its path. The giant python moved with lightning speed, too fast for an ordinary person to react, yet the human it targeted was even faster. The python passed right through the human figure, but the image dissolved. It was clearly just an afterimage left behind. A second later, a sharp sword light descended from the sky. It was so swift that the python had no time to respond, suffering deep, gruesome wounds across its body. The next moment, black and white spiritual energy surged from the human, and rows of black and white sword shadows manifested in the air. The human flicked his finger, and hundreds of sword shadows descended, blocking all paths of retreat for the python, before slicing it into pieces. Once finished, the human walked over to the dismembered snake and skillfully extracted its core. Glab, glab, glab. A tall young girl standing nearby began to applaud. To think that even a mid-level soldier rank modeled python could not last long against you. If people heard you were only a low-level martial artist, few would believe it. This pair was none other than Lin Mo and Yan Zhu, currently participating in the freshman grand competition. Lin Mo beamed with joy. Besides killing the python, the main reason was that he had finally heard the long-awaited system notification. He was quite lucky this time, as killing this modeled python had actually dropped a silver treasure chest. Open the chest, Lin Mo thought to himself. Silver treasure chest opened, received 4 advanced blood strengthening pills, 1 low-level spirit pill, and 1 portion of body tempering ointment. Seeing these rewards, Lin Mo was so excited he could almost cry. It had been a long time since he had such a haul. Refine 1 advanced blood strengthening pill. Lin Mo immediately chose to refine 1. He felt a surge of heat flowing through his body, a familiar sensation spreading through his limbs. However, for his current level, the effects of the advanced blood strengthening pill were no longer as significant. It seems the low-level spirit pill will have a better effect. Lin Mo guessed, though he did not rush to refine it, as there were others nearby. Let us go, let us keep searching for other targets, Yan Zhu urged Lin Mo to continue. Lin Mo paused in his tracks. Seeing that he was not following, Yan Zhu asked with concern, "What is it? Were you injured in the fight just now?" Yan Zhu's first reaction was that Lin Mo had been hurt during the battle. It is not that Lin Mo shook his head, then said to her seriously, "I need to tell you something, Yan Zhu. My goal for this freshman competition is first place." First place? Yan Zhu was stunned by his grand ambition and looked at him with an expression of helplessness. Lin Mo, even if I help you with all my might and give you the cores from all the beasts I kill, we still could not surpass Yi Tianjun, unless he stops competing and hunts fewer beasts. That is based on martial strength, but do not forget, we are also spellcasters, Lin Mo said, taking a deep breath. I know a compound spell. A compound spell. The shock Lin Mo caused her this time was far greater than when he mentioned aiming for first place. Yan Zhu knew exactly what a compound spell was. It represented the peak of spells within the same tier, with power comparable to the weaker spells of the next tier up. If she had not gotten to know Lin Mo over this period, and realized he was not one to brag, she would have thought he was just showing off to get her attention. You want to hunt general rank exotic beasts. At that moment, Yan Zhu understood his plan. To surpass Yi Tianjun, one had to hunt general rank beasts. That is right, I am going to hunt general rank beasts, so we should part ways for now, Lin Mo said, not wanting to keep her involved. Because hunting general rank beasts carried significant risks, he had no reason to make her share that danger. We agreed to team up, and now that we are going to hunt something big, you want to ditch me. Yan Zhu pulled her hair back into a ponytail, looking ready for a fight, clearly signaling her stance. Then thank you. Lin Mo did not refuse her again. If the third-rank student was willing to help, it would indeed make hunting general-rank beasts much easier. Let us find a spot to set up the compound spell before we lure a general-rank beast, Lin Mo said, waving to her and speeding up to look for an ambush site. The two searched the mountains and eventually found a small valley where a stream flowed through gravel, which looked like an ideal spot for an ambush. This will do. After picking the spot, Lin Mo said to Yan Zhu, "Protect me while I set up the compound spell." After speaking to her, a powerful spiritual sense radiated out. Light flickered at Lin Mo's fingertips as he began to weave spell patterns. The spell patterns manifested rapidly, quickly reaching 99. Watching this, Yan Zhu covered her mouth with her hand. Even though she was prepared, seeing Lin Mo actually cast 99 spell patterns left her in awe. Once the 99 patterns were set, light arcs appeared at his fingertips, and he connected them with threads of spiritual energy, outlining a complete spell formation. Lin Mo shifted his hands, and a brownish-yellow spell spread out, making Yan Zhu feel as if she were suddenly carrying the weight of 10,000 pounds. After casting this spell, Lin Mo hid it in the air, making it completely invisible to the naked eye.
Of course, if one were to carefully probe it with spiritual energy, some traces might still be detected. Once the first spell was successful, Lin Mo immediately changed his hand seals and repeated the process for the second spell. After the second spell was set, a dark golden glow emerged, and faint sounds of an elephant's trumpeting could be heard from within. Using the same technique, Lin Mo cast the third spell. Setting 3 spells of 99 patterns in a row took a toll even on his mental energy, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Lin Mo did not relax. He knew the most critical step was coming, linking the 3 spells together. Taking a deep breath, he expanded his spiritual power, controlling threads of light to weave the 3 spells into one system. This process allowed for not even the slightest error, or all previous effort would be wasted. With so much at stake, Lin Mo was fully immersed in the task, his expression turning solemn and focused. Beside him, Yanju sat on a rock by the stream, resting her chin in her hands and watching Lin Mo's focused expression. It had to be said that a man fully focused on a task was at his most charming, and Yanju found herself drawn in by his dedication. Not to mention that Lin Mo was quite handsome in this lifetime, and soon enough, Yanju found her mind wandering as she watched him. Lights of various colors swirled as the 3 spells synchronized and rotated. A highly complex compound spell was now in operation.
It is finished.
After completing the compound spell, Lin Mo let out a long, relieved sigh.
He succeeded.
Yanju finally snapped out of it, realizing she had been staring at his side profile, which made a blush creep across her cheeks. However, Lin Mo, still riding the high of his success, clearly had not noticed. Let us go find a general rank beast and see how powerful this compound spell really is. Lin Mo was clearly impatient to try it out.
What? Thump, thump, thump.
In a certain part of the mountain range, it felt as if an earthquake had struck, with pebbles on the ground jumping in agitation.
Whoosh, whoosh.
2 figures enveloped in powerful spiritual energy were darting through the forest like lightning, pursued by a massive rhinoceros clad in stone armor. Lin Mo, is this stone-armored rhino a bit too strong? What if our combined spell cannot handle it? Yanju said to Lin Mo while running and weaving through the trees. There is no other way. We spent half a day searching just to find a low-level beast general that met our requirements. Lin Mo's tone was helpless. They had searched the mountains for a long time. They either encountered mid-level beast generals or low-level ones that were too fast. They simply could not handle a mid-level beast general, not even with a combined spell. As for the fast-moving low-level beast generals, they did not dare provoke them lightly, because it would be a huge disaster if they got entangled before reaching the ambush spot. After much picking and choosing, they only had the stone-armored rhino to work with. The stone-armored rhino is considered quite strong among low-level beast generals, as its stone armor has astonishing defensive capabilities that even ordinary low-level martial masters find hard to break. However, this rhino is relatively slow, so after all their searching, it was the only one that fit their needs. They encountered quite a few problems while trying to lure this rhino out. Since beast generals are always guarded by soldier-level beasts, they were discovered by a low-level beast soldier, leading to a fierce battle. After killing several beast soldiers in a row, the stone-armored rhino finally entered the fray. Lin Mo and Yanju had gone to great lengths to shake off the siege of those beast soldiers. Fortunately, having Yanju there helped lighten the burden for Lin Mo. Otherwise, that group of beast soldiers alone would have given him a massive headache. Lin Mo and Yanju led the stone-armored rhino toward the valley. When the rhino charged into the valley, Lin Mo performed a hand seal and a blinding light swept outward. The rhino's speed suddenly slowed, and its massive body actually tripped and fell while running.
Roar!
The rhino tried to stand up, but felt as if its body were carrying the weight of 10,000 pounds. Not only that, but a trumpet sound echoed from the spell. As the light swirled, a giant elephant, dark golden in color, began to take shape. The moment the giant elephant formed, a massive amount of spiritual energy surged forth. In the next moment, the giant elephant let out a roar toward the sky, then stomped its pillar-like legs down onto the rhino's body. Yanju could not help but shudder as she watched. She could feel the energy contained within that dark golden elephant. If that kick hit her, she would either die or be instantly and severely wounded. It is not over yet. Lin Mo moved his hands in a seal, and more light gathered within the combined spell, slowly forming a light seal about a meter wide. This seal appeared earthy yellow, giving off a feeling of immense weight. This was one of the 3 spells, the Heavy Earth Curse Seal. Of course, if used alone, the Heavy Earth Curse Seal would not reach such power, but when combined with the other 2, its might was far greater than when used separately. Restricted by the other 2 spells, the rhino struggled frantically, feeling uneasy as it sensed a deadly threat from the Heavy Earth Curse Seal. Especially now that its movements were restricted and it was being suppressed by the giant elephant, it was struggling to withstand the yellow seal. Lin Mo pointed his finger out and roared, "Suppress." The Heavy Earth Curse Seal slammed down, driving the stone-armored rhino completely into the ground. Immediately, Lin Mo changed his hand seals, pushing the 3 spells of the combination to their absolute limit, sending light scattering everywhere. Roar! At that moment, the ground trembled. White light erupted from the rhino's armor, and a beam of light shot out from the tip of its horn, clashing against the spell. Violent spiritual energy surged, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. When the 2 forces reached their breaking point, a deafening explosion echoed, splashing water from the nearby creek hundreds of meters into the air, and a cloud of dust completely enveloped the area. When the dust settled, Yanju saw the scene before her and could not help but cover her mouth in shock. A massive crater had emerged, surrounded by blood and gore, and in the center lay the corpse of the stone-armored rhino, completely lifeless. The stone-armored rhino, whose defense was strong even for a low-level beast general, had ultimately failed to withstand the combined spell. Beast general killed, silver treasure chest dropped. At this moment, the system's voice arrived right on cue. Given Lin Mo's current cultivation level, killing a beast general was guaranteed to drop a chest. A silver treasure chest. Lin Mo was momentarily stunned. He had expected a gold chest for killing a beast general, so why was it only silver? He dove into his consciousness space and discovered that the silver chest was vibrating intensely, emitting faint traces of golden light. Clearly, this level of silver chest was far more valuable than the ones he got from killing beast soldiers previously, nearing the quality of a gold chest. Sigh, what a shame. Though he regretted it was not a gold chest, Lin Mo opened it anyway. Opened silver treasure chest. Obtain material. Stone-armored rhino horn can be fused into weapons, 20 low-level spirit beads, 20 enlightenment fragments, and 1 epiphany fragment. After Lin Mo opened the chest, the loot made him grin from ear to ear. Even though it was just a silver chest, the rewards did not disappoint. Seeing Lin Mo grinning, Yanju did not think it was strange. After all, it was normal to be happy after hunting a beast general. After the initial excitement, Lin Mo did not forget to extract the core. Be careful, Lin Mo, what if it is faking death? Yanju warned him cautiously. If the rhino was just faking death and was only heavily injured, it would be extremely dangerous for Lin Mo to get close. Do not worry, it is definitely dead. Lin Mo was not concerned because he had the system's confirmation. Since it had dropped a chest, the rhino was as dead as it could be. Hee, Lin Mo chuckled excitedly and walked forward, skillfully extracting the rhino's core. Done! With the rhino core in hand, Lin Mo knew that the first place position was basically his. Even Yi Tianjun, the strongest among the freshmen, could not possibly have hunted a beast general. No matter how many beast soldiers the others hunted, it would pale in comparison to a single beast general. Congratulations, I doubt anyone can compete with you for first place in this freshman competition now. Yanju also congratulated him. With this core, even Yi Tianjun had no way to contend with Lin Mo. Let us head back, we killed quite a few beast soldiers earlier, and we have not taken their cores yet. Lin Mo had not forgotten that they had killed some beast soldiers while being harassed by the rhino's lackeys. It was just that the situation at the time did not allow them the opportunity to retrieve the cores. When they went back to retrieve the cores, Lin Mo let Yanju have them. After all, he could not let Yanju end up with nothing. Yanju suggested they take a break, as they had been through a lot, and there were only 3 hours left before the competition ended. However, Lin Mo chose not to rest and continued hunting beast soldiers instead. Rest? How could he rest? Having finally found an opportunity to hunt beasts and get chests, he did not want to waste a single minute. 3 hours later, Lin Mo was feeling quite satisfied. With his hands behind his head, a blade of foxtail grass dangling from his mouth, and humming a little tune, he strode back to the starting point with an air of unbothered arrogance. In contrast to Lin Mo's relaxed and pleasant state,
Yanju was bent over with her hands on her knees, her legs trembling slightly, panting heavily while muttering to herself, "I cannot take it anymore, I am exhausted." Yanju glanced at Lin Mo's refreshed appearance and could not help but say, "People with the god of war bloodline are truly not normal. Your stamina is too high, it is just abnormal." 3 hours ago, after they had killed the rock rhino, Yanju had actually been hoping to take a break. After all, they had expended a great deal of physical and spiritual energy while luring the rock rhino into their ambush. Who would have thought that Lin Mo would not show the slightest intention to rest, scouring the hills and fields, instead to hunt down exotic beasts? With no other choice, Yanju could only follow along. Having already burned through most of her energy, she spent the next 3 hours either fighting beasts or on her way to fight the next one. Once they finally stopped, Yanju truly felt like she could not go on. Even as a high-level warrior, this level of high-intensity exertion was too much. But what annoyed Yanju the most was that Lin Mo's fights had been much more intense than hers, yet he somehow remained so relaxed and cheerful. That was something Yanju did not know. Lin Mo had been consuming high-grade blood-replenishing pills throughout the ordeal to keep himself going, enabling him to sustain such a brutal pace. Of course, the primary reason for Lin Mo's good mood was the bountiful harvest. During this freshman competition, Lin Mo had obtained 8 silver loot boxes in total, the most valuable being the one dropped by the rock rhino. The resources provided by these boxes were enough to keep him cultivating for quite some time. The freshman competition is now concluded. We will now proceed to check your spoils and evaluate your results according to the academy order. The middle-aged man with gray hair spoke calmly, and designated instructors began recording each student's results. Deng San, 6 low-level beast soldier cores, 1 mid-level beast soldier core. Zhang Si, 5 low-level beast soldier cores, 1 mid-level beast soldier core. Several recorders began working simultaneously for different academy groups. About 10 minutes into the process, one particular announcement captured the attention of almost everyone. Yi Tianjun, 32 mid-level beast soldier cores, 25 high-level beast soldier cores. Following this announcement, many people turned their gazes toward the source of the voice. Beside the instructor stood a young man who stood out remarkably. He was handsome, with sharp brows and bright eyes, carrying an air of classical nobility. Most importantly, he was wearing the specialized heavy armor provided by the institution. This was naturally Yi Tianjun. He is actually wearing the special heavy armor. Many students felt defeated. They only wore such gear during training, yet Yi Tianjun had been wearing it the entire time. Killing 25 high-level beast soldiers, that is incredible. Whispers of amazement rose around him. 25 high-level beast soldier cores meant he had personally hunted 25 of them. If it were just a simple kill count, it would not have caused such a stir, as many students at the Jeju Martial Arts Academy were capable of killing high-level soldiers. However, these 25 were killed within a single day. He had to search for them in the wild, not just find them in cages, all while wearing restrictive heavy armor that suppressed his true power. Under these conditions, hunting 25 high-level beasts in one day is simply monstrous. Yi Tianjun truly lives up to his reputation as the #1 ranked freshman on the school forum. This Yi Tianjun is indeed impressive. Lin Mo acknowledged his strength upon hearing the results. He had hunted them fair and square, whereas Lin Mo's own kill of the rock rhino had involved some trickery and the assistance of Yanju. When it was the Spellcaster Academy's turn, Yanju handed over her cores. Yanju 32 low-level, 27 mid-level, and 28 high-level beast soldier cores. When the instructor announced these figures, it caused another wave of commotion, drawing the eyes of the crowd toward her. I never expected Yanju, the third-ranked freshman, to be hiding such immense power. Yi Tianjun also turned his head to watch, showing genuine interest. With so many people staring at her, Yanju felt her face flushing hot. The truth was that many of these beasts were not hunted by her alone, but in cooperation with Lin Mo. Lin Mo had felt that the Beast General level core should belong to him, so he let her take the vast majority of the soldier level cores to make it up to her. However, this did not count as cheating. It was a team effort with rewards divided by contribution. Since Lin Mo made the major contribution, he took the Beast General core, and it was perfectly reasonable for her to take the lion's share of the smaller ones. After recording Yanju's results, the instructor turned to Lin Mo.
Lin Mo took out a few cores, but when one particular core was revealed, the expressions of those around him shifted violently. That core radiated a spiritual surge far beyond the others. It was not from a beast soldier, but a beast general. Even the recording instructor looked surprised before speaking up. Lin Mo, 3 low-level beast soldier cores, 1 mid-level beast soldier core, and 1 beast general core. A beast general core. Once those words were spoken, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. Beast general level, how is that possible? That guy is just a low-level warrior. How could he possibly kill a beast general? This is cheating, definitely cheating. Right, he must have bought it beforehand, and is now pretending he hunted it. Countless accusations rained down. While this competition did not mean much to most, only the top 10 received credits. Usually, if someone cheated without cracking the top 10, people would not bother reporting them. But for a low-level warrior to pull out a beast general core, this was blatant cheating. It was practically written on his forehead. It was an insult to everyone's intelligence. Even Yi Tianjun looked on with skepticism. He could accept Yanzhu surpassing him. After all, in a team, the efficiency of hunting exotic beasts is definitely higher than going solo. Besides, he had been wearing that restrictive armor the whole time, nowhere near his full strength. But he could not believe for a second that a low-level warrior could produce a beast general core. Yi Tianjun, however, said nothing, knowing the academy would surely intervene. Lin Mo, I am afraid you will need to provide an explanation for this beast general core, the instructor said, looking at him sternly. Just as Lin Mo was about to speak, another voice cut in. This student did not use any means of cheating. He used a combo spell to set an ambush, then worked with the female student beside him to lure the low-level beast general Rock Rhino into it, slaying it. This is fully in accordance with the academy's rules. The gray-haired man, one of the 3 vice principals, spoke calmly. Lin Mo swallowed his intended explanation. It seems the academy really does have ways of monitoring for cheating. Lin Mo did not think the vice principal was personally tracking him. Clearly, the entire hunting area must have been under the vice principal's surveillance. Every hunting action they took was being watched. With terrifying cultivation level, Lin Mo thought, secretly shocked by the vice principal's power. Combo spells, what are those? Some warriors who were not spellcasters asked in confusion. Combo spell is a highly complex technique. Its power can exceed that of a standard spell and reach the level of a higher tier one. If Lin Mo has mastered a first-level combo spell, it is entirely possible for him to have the capacity to kill a low-level beast general. A few well-informed individuals began to explain. Combo spells. Yi Tianjun felt his heart tremble. This freshman DE was actually capable of using combo spells. Lin Mo can actually use combo spells. Xin Beiyu, standing not far away, felt dazed. The boy's mastery of spells had reached such a stage. Her mentor, Jiang Qi, stood nearby and gave a bitter smile. He had not expected Lin Mo's spellcasting ability to be this strong either. He had worked so hard to help Xin Beiyu regain her composure, and now, she would have to get over this herself. Since the vice principal himself had vouched for him, no further doubts were cast on Lin Mo's results. The first-place position in the freshman competition naturally fell to Lin Mo without further question. The outcome of the freshman competition took everyone by surprise. The top spot actually went to a completely unknown freshman. However, some freshmen still questioned Lin Mo's true strength, because according to the deputy director, it was Lin Mo and Yan Zhu who had worked together to set up spell traps in advance. Working together and using traps, it was clearly not based on his own genuine ability, and could only be effective against beasts with low intelligence. If it were a one-on-one arena match, Yi Tianjun would definitely crush Lin Mo. Of course, this was just the view of some short-sighted freshmen. Some individuals from major power factions in the capital had already notified their organizations about the situation. They understood clearly that being able to set up a combined spell just 1 month after enrollment was an incredibly extraordinary achievement. Even Tan Zini, the newly appointed instructor at the Spellcaster Academy, who was hailed as the greatest genius of the past decade, could not have achieved that. Lin Mo's potential for becoming a spirit spellcaster is huge, and there might even be a chance for him to advance to an Earth-rank spirit spellcaster. His future value is immeasurable, so they must make sure their faction takes the lead in recruiting him. Lin Mo, of course, did not know what the outside world was thinking. He had returned to his dorm and was counting the spoils from the freshman competition. 10,000 school credits, nice, very nice. Seeing the 10,000 credits in his student account, Lin Mo felt quite satisfied. Besides that, Lin Mo's biggest harvest was the 8 silver treasure chests he had gained. These 8 silver chests yielded high-grade blood energy pills, low-grade spirit orbs, several rare materials, second-tier alloy fragments, comprehension shards, epiphany shards, and some body-tempering ointment. Lin Mo did not care much about the high-grade blood energy pills anymore, as they offered very little help to his current cultivation. They were generally just used for replenishing physical stamina after intense exertion. As for the low-grade spirit orbs, Lin Mo had not tested their effects yet. Refine a low-grade spirit orb. As Lin Mo focused his mind, he immediately felt an extremely pure surge of spiritual energy diffusing through his body. This spiritual energy was different from the kind he usually absorbed. It was not only purer, but also much easier for his body to absorb and convert into spiritual power. About 10 minutes later, Lin Mo opened his eyes, a look of pleasant surprise in them. The low-grade spirit orbs were a huge help to his current cultivation. Based on his calculations, if he used the amount he had obtained, he could step into the rank of intermediate martial artist in just a month. That was an incredibly exaggerated rate of improvement. Lin Mo had been a martial artist for over a month now, and according to his previous estimates, without any external resources, it would have taken until next year to reach the intermediate level. Actually, that speed was already quite fast, considering it was without any resources at all. Do not underestimate Yi Tianjun. He is already an advanced martial artist, infinitely close to becoming a martial master. Beyond his own talent, another reason is that Yi Tianjun was born into the Yi family in the capital and had a constant supply of resources. Though not the spirit orbs provided by Lin Mo's system, the blue star itself produces various pills, nutrient solutions, and other potions that aid in cultivation. Resources are vital for cultivation. In terms of pure talent, Su Lingqing's second awakening gave her a god-level bloodline physique, even stronger than Yi Tianjun's heavenly rank, yet she only had intermediate martial artist cultivation during the martial arts college entrance exam. This is because the resources provided by Su Hongkai were inferior to those of the Yi family. After all, Su Hongkai is only a martial arts master. He might be a dominant figure in Donghai City, but in the capital, if you were lucky enough, you might hit a martial arts master just by throwing a brick from a building. This is precisely why the government insists on establishing martial arts academies, to give a chance to those with great talent but poor backgrounds. Because at the martial disciple stage, talent alone is enough to keep pace with others even without many resources. However, once you reach the martial artist stage, talent is not enough if you lack resources. To become a powerhouse, talent alone is not enough. You need talent, fortune, resources, and perseverance. Only by possessing all of these can you become a true expert. This month, I will cultivate with all my might to reach intermediate martial artist status and bring my 3 spirit skills to perfection. A month later, I will use my credits to trade for an opportunity to enter the depths of the mountain range. Lin Mo's eyes sharpened. He could not let his resource supply run dry, and once this batch of silver chest resources was consumed, he would have to replenish them immediately. What is this body tempering ointment? I will give it a try. Lin Mo checked the items he had obtained and found a few new things. The rare materials were definitely meant to be fused into weapons, while the other 2 were an epiphany shard and the body tempering ointment. He only got 1 epiphany shard, which was quite precious, so he did not dare to use it recklessly. But there was a decent amount of body tempering ointment. Refine body tempering ointment. Lin Mo focused his mind and recited silently. At that moment, information surfaced in his mind. The body tempering ointment is for a medicinal bath and requires mixing with water. Oh, so it is a medicinal bath. Lin Mo understood, so he filled the bathtub with water. Luckily, the dormitory conditions at the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy were decent, equipped with bathtubs. Otherwise, he would have had to go buy a big barrel. After filling it with water, Lin Mo recited the use of the body tempering ointment in his mind again. The next moment, he saw the clear water in the tub turn into a cyan liquid, reflecting an unusual glow under the light. Crucially, Lin Mo could clearly feel the energy contained within it. As he soaked, Lin Mo felt his body grow warm as a gentle surge of energy seeped into temper and strengthened his physique. My Vajra iron body skill is actually improving a bit. Before long, a smile appeared on Lin Mo's face. While soaking in the bath, his perfected Vajra iron body started to refine further toward the mastery level. Ever since he had reached the perfection stage, progress had been extremely slow, but the medicinal bath gave him hope of reaching the master stage. Lin Mo sat cross-legged in the tub, formed hand seals, and began to actively absorb the energy from the bath to cultivate his Vajra iron body. The gentle energy seeped into his body, nourishing his bones and flesh, washing and strengthening his meridians. Under this kind of cultivation, his physique gradually showed signs of improvement. 2 hours later, when Lin Mo opened his eyes again, he exhaled a breath of turbid air, stood up, stretched his limbs, and a satisfied smile graced his face. This ointment really works. At this rate, reaching the master level for my Vajra iron body is just around the corner. Lin Mo was incredibly excited about reaching the master level in the Vajra iron body. Because it was not just a generic spirit skill. To some extent, it should not even be called a spirit skill, but rather a body-refining exercise. It originated from the Vajra indestructible body of an ancient civilization, much more powerful than a typical D-rank spirit skill. If mastered, its power would certainly exceed that of an ordinary D-rank skill. After finishing his training, Lin Mo browsed the academy forum, and just as he was about to go to sleep, Tanzini sent him a message. "Get ready, the dean wants to see you tomorrow morning. The dean of the Spellcaster Academy wants to see me." Seeing the word dean, Lin Mo knew it must be the dean of the Spellcaster Academy, because if it were any other dean, Tanzini would have specified which academy. "Looks like my talent for spellcasting is so strong that it has even rattled the dean." What? The Mantra Spirit Hall is located deep within the Mantra Master Academy. Ordinary students are not permitted to approach it without special authorization, and only instructors of the academy have free access. The hall houses spell diagrams for various mantras, methods for mental power cultivation, and ancient texts unearthed from super-ancient civilizations. It is undoubtedly the most important place in the entire academy. As Tanzini brought Lin Mo to the entrance, Lin Mo keenly sensed a deeply hidden mantra surrounding the hall. Anyone attempting to barge in or sneak inside would likely be attacked immediately. At the entrance of the Mantra Spirit Hall, an old man was lying on a recliner, holding a pipe and puffing away. "Oh, little Zinni, you have come, and you have even brought this young lad along." Sensing Tanzini's arrival, the old man opened his squinting eyes, looked Lin Mo over and clicked his tongue, saying, "You are truly lucky, Zinni. You found such a great talent in your very first year as an instructor." "Greetings, teacher," Lin Mo said with a nod. He had seen this old man before on the first day of enrollment at the Mantra Master Academy, back when the man had even wanted to take him on as a student. "Old fish, Lin Mo does not have a pass. Please open the mantra gate." Opening the mantra gate again. "I am getting on in years, and yet you two still come to trouble this old man." Old fish tapped his pipe, stood up slowly, and formed a seal with his hands, releasing a vast, ocean-like wave of mental power. Lin Mo watched as spell patterns emerged in front of them, quickly manifesting into a crimson gate. "Since you do not have a pass, you need to go through the mantra gate to enter the hall. Otherwise, you would be treated as an intruder," Tanzini explained to Lin Mo. After Lin Mo stepped through the gate, Tanzini waved goodbye to Old Fish. "Thanks, Old Fish." The interior of the Mantra Spirit Hall was quiet, with barely a whisper of sound. Lin Mo looked around and found no high-tech products. There were only wooden bookshelves lined with various scrolls. Lin Mo sensed faint fluctuations of mental power on those scrolls. Clearly, they were spell diagrams drawn using mental energy. Drawing diagrams for Tier 1 mantras is simple enough to be done by hand or machine, but for Tier 2 mantras, the diagrams must be drawn using mental power to convey every subtle detail of the spell. With current Blue Star technology, it is impossible for machines to replicate them perfectly. Even if the replicated pattern looks identical to the original, it fails to convey the intended meaning, and a mantra master would not be able to cast a spell from it. Tanzini led Lin Mo to a door and said, "The dean is inside. Remember, the dean's surname is Chi." After pushing the door open and entering, Lin Mo found the room decorated in a classic, elegant style. There was no trace of modern technology in the room, and most of the furnishings were made of wood. In the center of the room stood a tea table, where a middle-aged man was sitting, holding a scroll. Student Lin Mo pays his respects to Dean Chi. Lin Mo bowed slightly. Come, sit down, do not be nervous. The middle-aged man turned and gave Lin Mo a gentle smile. It was only then that Lin Mo got a good look at the middle-aged man. He wore simple, well-fitted cloth garments and cloth shoes. He looked to be in his 30s or 40s, with a gentle smile on his face. Lin Mo walked over and sat opposite the middle-aged man. Lin Mo did not dare use his mental power to probe the man, as the feeling he gave off was as vast and unfathomable as the sea. He feared that a forced probe would lead to a backlash against himself. Indeed, just as they said, you have extraordinary talent, Dean Chi said, looking at Lin Mo with eyes full of approval. You flatter me, Dean. I am actually just all right. My talent is only slightly above average, Lin Mo said with a hint of humility in front of such a person. Slightly above average, ha, you are too modest, Dean Chi chuckled as he shook his head. If being able to cast a Tier 1 composite mantra at your age is only slightly above average, then there would be no one on Blue Star with strong talent. Lin Mo had not expected such high praise from Dean Chi. While he had been humble, it was also partly due to his lack of deep knowledge about the mantra master community. Could his talent really be that exceptional? Seeing Lin Mo's bewildered expression, Dean Chi realized what he was thinking and smiled. It seems you do not know much about the mantra master community. Baseline for mantra masters on Blue Star is quite high. Generally, those who open their mental door before the age of 20 are at least senior mantra masters, equivalent to the grandmaster level in martial arts. Even if they open it after 20, they can at least become intermediate mantra masters, equivalent to martial arts masters. Because of this floor, mantra masters are held in high regard whenever they are mentioned. But in reality, this baseline is usually reached through sheer attrition. As people get older, their mental power naturally increases, allowing them to learn a few basics and stumble into the senior rank. This means most people in the community are quite similar in level, making it hard to discern talent. Most mantra masters spend a few months after opening their mental door learning basic spells, then get stuck as apprentice mantra masters for 3 to 5 years before finally breaking through to the junior rank. Someone who reaches the junior rank within 2 years of opening their mental door is considered a genius. Take Zinni, for example. She became a junior mantra master a year after opening hers, which is the kind of talent we only see once every few decades at the Jeju Martial Arts Academy. And your mental power has already reached the limit of an apprentice mantra master. You will certainly reach the junior level within a few months at most. Do you still think your talent is not outrageous? After Dean Chi finished, Lin Mo rubbed his nose. It seemed his talent was indeed a bit high. Of course, the reason I called you here is not just to talk about this. This is a gift I have prepared for you, Dean Chi said gently, producing a scroll that radiated mental energy. Lin Mo took the scroll. Could it be that the dean called him over just to give him a spell diagram as a gift? While a spell diagram is fine, it hardly seems worth a special summons and a dedicated comment about it being a gift. Dean Chi seemed to read his mind and said with a warm smile, "This is not a spell diagram. It is a collection of my personal understanding and insights on mantras gathered over the years. Feel free to open it and take a look." Lin Mo opened the scroll, and a wave of vast, ocean-like mental energy surged toward him. He immediately became immersed in the sea of mental power as the information within the scroll began to surface. After about a few minutes, Lin Mo closed the scroll, his expression stunned. The mantra knowledge depicted in the scroll was incredibly sharp and insightful, and it even included mental energy-infused commentary and annotations. It was clearly a work of immense effort. "Dean, this gift is too precious," Lin Mo said, feeling a bit overwhelmed. It was obvious the dean had put tremendous effort into creating this. And it was not just a matter of a few months. It had likely taken years of work, and it was the kind of unique, non-replicable treasure. The gift was far too valuable, so much so that Lin Mo felt he could not accept it. There is a saying that one should not take rewards without making a contribution. Having not yet made any real contribution, taking such an expensive gift left him feeling uneasy. "There is no need to feel uneasy. There is a requirement attached to this gift," Dean Chi said, shaking his head. "What requirement?" Lin Mo asked seriously. "That you must practice with diligence and effort, not just for your own fame and wealth, but for the sake of humanity." At this, Dean Chi stood up and began to pace as he spoke. For many, when they first learn martial arts or mantras, their goal is surely to provide a better life for themselves and their families, to enjoy prosperity.
There is nothing wrong with this, as for them, shining in their own roles is how they contribute to humanity. However, for the very few who possess extreme talent, the hope and responsibility they carry go beyond just themselves and their families. They carry the expectations of their country and all of humanity. There are things you might not know yet, but I can tell you that humanity's current situation is not ideal. We need strong individuals to stand up, to step forward and hold up the sky so that others can live in peace. Ordinary people do not have the capacity to hold up that sky. They just need to follow the laws and work hard at their jobs. But some can, those with great talent who, if they practice diligently, will surely become strong enough to hold up that sky for humanity. I do not want people with such talent to waste it on chasing comfort. Perhaps this sounds a bit like moral kidnapping, but given our current situation, we really do need such people to step up. So the dean thinks I am someone who can hold up that sky, Lin Mo realized, finally understanding the dean's intent. Yes, so I hope you will work hard and spend more time on your cultivation. You have two paths. With your talent, even if you pursue comfort and slack off, you can still reach heights unimaginable to others, becoming a senior mantra master, or even breaking through to an earth-rank spirit mantra master, all while enjoying a life of luxury. There is another path. You forego the pursuit of pleasure and train with the utmost diligence. In that case, an earth-rank spirit mantra master is not your endpoint. Reaching my level of an earth-rank spirit mantra master would be normal, and you would even have the potential to become a heaven-rank spirit mantra master, becoming one of humanity's top powerhouses and holding up the sky. While the choice of which path to take is yours alone, as an individual, I truly hope you choose the second. Humanity's situation is not ideal, and we are in dire need of top-tier powerhouses. Seeing Dean Chi's serious expression, Lin Mo knew that the peace humanity currently enjoyed was merely a facade masking unimaginable crises. It was just that the common people at the bottom, and even the weaker martial artists, had no idea. Dean Chi, rest assured, even without this conversation, I have practiced diligently from the day I entered the academy, and I will continue to do so in the future. Lin Mo would have remained persistent in his training regardless of what Dean Chi had said today. If he were only interested in chasing comfort, he would not have insisted on getting into a 5-star martial arts academy in the first place. With the system as his cheat, he could have lived quite well even without entering a top university. The reason he joined the 5-star academy was because he wanted to get stronger faster, to become fearless, to have no dread of any enemy, and to never be looked down upon by anyone. After leaving the cursed spirit palace, Lin Mo felt the pressure on his body grow a little heavier. Actually, even before today, he had vaguely sensed that the situation for humans on Blue Star was not exactly great, but he had not expected it to be this dire. Even though Dean Chi did not explicitly tell him what kind of pressure humanity was facing, he had already guessed it. The greatest pressure humanity faces right now is neither exotic beasts nor demons. Although those two had once brought great disasters to humanity, as humans gradually developed super-ancient civilization ruins, established a comprehensive cultivation system, and progressed in high technology, they no longer feared demons or exotic beasts. With that being the case, there is only one source for humanity's greatest pressure: the dimensional spaces connected to Blue Star. Based on the information revealed, Lin Mo inferred that the civilizations in those dimensional spaces connected to Blue Star were far more powerful than the Blue Star civilization. However, due to some kind of restriction, the powerful beings within those civilizations could not pass through, and only minor soldiers could come. Yet, as time passed, those restrictions seemed to be continuously loosening, allowing increasingly stronger beings to reach Blue Star. The speed at which these restrictions are relaxing is faster than the development of Blue Star's own civilization. If this continues, sooner or later, the creatures from the other dimensions that cross over will have enough strength to wipe out the Blue Star civilization. Looking at Dean Chi's words and actions, I fear that time is not far off. There is no point in worrying too much. As long as I work hard to kill monsters and cultivate and become strong enough, I will naturally be able to sweep away all enemies. Lin Mo did not dwell on it too much. Instead of fretting over things that had not happened yet, it was better to seize the time now to improve his strength. In the following days, Lin Mo began to intensify his cultivation. Early in the morning, he would refine spirit beads and practice the candle dragon nerve cultivation technique to boost his cultivation level. He spent the remainder of the morning studying the insights provided by Dean Chi while practicing his mental power. In the afternoon, he would go to his usual spot to practice spirit techniques, and at night, he would soak in a medicinal bath to cultivate the Vajra iron bone body. His daily schedule was completely packed.
Of course, during this period, Lin Mo also received invitations from major factions in the capital. At first, Lin Mo handled them with a smile, not wanting to offend anyone, but later on, too many people came, wave after wave. In the end, Dean Qi intervened, ordering other factions in the capital not to disturb Lin Mo's cultivation. Under high-intensity training with sufficient resources, Lin Mo finally broke through to become an intermediate warrior after 1 month, and his Vajra iron bone body reached the expert level. It has been a long time since I opened my attribute panel. With a thought, a digital light screen appeared before his eyes, visible only to him. Host Lin Mo. Cultivation level, intermediate warrior. Weapon spirit weapon, upgradable. Main spirit techniques, Lion's Roar soul suppression, perfection, upgradable, polar shadow steps, perfection, upgradable, Vajra iron bone body, expert. Cultivation method, candle dragon nerve. With the support of enlightenment fragments, Lin Mo raised both spirit techniques to the perfection stage. Of course, the main reason was that there was not enough time. Every day he had to divide his energy into cultivating, learning incantations, and taking medicinal baths, so he could not reach the expert level on both. But even without reaching the expert level, he was not far off. Of course, less than a day after Lin Mo broke through to an intermediate warrior, another piece of news spread across the Academy's internal forum. Yi Tianjun successfully completed his seclusion and reached the martial master realm. He went straight to challenge the trial tower and cleared up to the 25th floor in one go, which shocked quite a few people. The 25th floor of the trial tower, even many senior students could not reach that stage. By the way, before going deep into the mountains, I should also go to the trial tower to see what it is like. The next day, Lin Mo went to the trial tower. The entrance to the trial tower was a relatively large facility built entirely from sturdy alloy, with a distinct technological style. There were one room after another inside this facility, each cast from extremely tough alloy. According to the data on the internal network, these rooms have extremely strong soundproofing, and their structural integrity is such that even a martial grandmaster cannot easily break through them. Before entering a room, there was a triple check involving fingerprint, spiritual power, and facial recognition, which only opened once Lin Mo's identity was confirmed. As soon as Lin Mo entered the room, he received a notification from the optical computer that 100 credits had been deducted from his account. This is the cost for entering the trial tower. Each entry requires 100 credits. This is to prevent students from occupying rooms without seriously attempting the trials, thus wasting resources. After Lin Mo entered the room, the lights turned on automatically. Before him was a table, a massage chair, and a helmet placed on the table. Lin Mo picked up the helmet and sensed the presence of incantations. Lin Mo was not surprised by this. Before coming, he had learned that this helmet could only be considered a semi-technological product because the trial tower was not built by humans at all, but by a super-ancient civilization. Humans could only build sensors capable of connecting to it and allowing people to enter. According to human research, these sensors could not rely on technology alone. They also needed to utilize incantations. Thus, the helmet became a combination of technology and incantations. In fact, such combinations of technology and incantations were not uncommon on Blue Star now. Many things were made this way. Lin Mo sat on the massage chair and lay down. He had to admit, lying on this chair was truly comfortable. Then Lin Mo picked up the helmet, feeling a little excited. Having his consciousness enter a virtual space was just too sci-fi. He had never experienced anything like it, whether in his past life or the present. After Lin Mo put on the helmet, he felt his head go dizzy. When he recovered slightly, he found himself standing in front of a tower. How amazing! Lin Mo stretched his muscles and looked inside his spirit dwelling, discovering that neither his physical strength nor his spiritual power had changed at all. If he did not know he was in a virtual space, he probably would not believe it at all because it felt so realistic, just like reality. Please use your mind to select a weapon, Trial Taker. A cold, mechanical voice sounded at that moment. Lin Mo visualized the alloy sword he usually used in his mind, and soon an alloy sword was floating before his eyes, its appearance exactly the same as the one he had in reality. Of course, there were some differences in the material and weight. Next, he entered the first floor of the trial tower. The scene in front of Lin Mo transformed, and soon he arrived in an empty plaza. He saw a phantom figure appear before him, and the aura it emitted was that of a first-stage martial apprentice. Boom! Without hesitation, Lin Mo threw a punch and directly shattered the phantom. A first-stage martial apprentice could be dealt with by a single finger, not just by Lin Mo, but by any student at the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy. Following that were the second and third floors of the trial tower. The preceding ones were all at the martial apprentice level, which Lin Mo cleared with ease, arriving directly at the 11th floor. This time, Lin Mo's opponent was a phantom of an intermediate warrior. What? After Lin Mo stepped into the 11th floor, the phantom that condensed in front of him was a primary warrior. Primary warrior, Lin Mo said, holding his sword tightly with black and white spiritual energy swirling around him. Lost trail steps, one sword style. Lin Mo executed two spiritual skills simultaneously and brushed past the phantom. The next second, the phantom dissipated. With his current strength, Lin Mo could already kill a primary warrior instantly. Immediately, Lin Mo stepped into the 12th floor. The scene before his eyes shifted, and a brown bear the size of a hill appeared in front of him. Earth-shattering bear. Lin Mo recognized the exotic beast in front of him. He had not expected this to be his trial on the 12th floor. The trials on each floor of the trial tower are not fixed. They change randomly. Different people face different challenges on the same floor, though the difficulty remains consistent. When the earth-shattering bear appeared, it beat its chest and roared. The next moment, its massive body lunged forward, carrying immense spiritual energy as it brought a paw down. This strike carried surging spiritual energy, causing the surrounding air to crackle and hiss. An earth-shattering bear, is it? Lin Mo recalled that the first beast soldier-level exotic beast he had hunted was an earth-shattering bear. At that time, he could not handle it with martial arts alone and had to use incantations, taking a great deal of effort to kill it. But now, the sword in Lin Mo's hand dissipated. He clenched his fingers into a fist, dark golden light flickering over his body. His right arm's skin took on a dark golden hue, and surging blood energy roared within him. Vajra Iron Bone Body. This was the first time he had used the Vajra Iron Bone Body in combat since reaching the mastery level. Whoosh! This time, Lin Mo charged forward quickly, taking the initiative to go head-to-head with the earth-shattering bear. As man and beast were about to make contact, Lin Mo delivered an unremarkable simple punch to meet the descending bear paw. The simple punch contained immense power. The moment it touched the bear's paw, a Chinese letter massive force surged directly into the earth-shattering bear's body. Bang! Accompanied by an explosive sound, the earth-shattering bear's body turned into points of light and dissipated on the 12th floor of the trial tower. Lin Mo looked at the dissipating light without much change in his expression. The earth-shattering bear, which had left him in such a sorry state a few months ago, could now be dealt with effortlessly. Moreover, this was not his end. In the future, he would become even stronger and reach the peak of cultivation. After the earth-shattering bear dissipated, Lin Mo entered the 13th floor, passing it with another instant kill. 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th floors. Lin Mo swept through unimpeded until he reached the 20th floor. The scene shifted, and Lin Mo found himself on a martial arts ring. Opposite him, a figure he was quite familiar with materialized. A youth with a slender build, handsome features, sword-like brows, star-like eyes, and a classic noble air appeared before him. Yi Tianjun. Lin Mo did not expect his trial on the 20th floor to be Yi Tianjun. No, this must be the image left behind when Yi Tianjun attempted the trial before he broke through to become a martial master. Lin Mo remembered that the trial tower could record the data of those who passed through. Clearly, Yi Tianjun had attempted the trial before becoming a martial master, and the tower had recorded his data from that time. This meant that the Yi Tianjun standing before Lin Mo now possessed the strength he had before reaching the martial master rank. Lin Mo dared not be arrogant. He drew his weapon and began to circulate his black and white spiritual energy. Opposite him, Yi Tianjun held a gleaming long spear, wrapped in silver spiritual energy, pointing it at Lin Mo from afar. As expected of Yi Tianjun, this level of pressure is far greater than that of an ordinary advanced warrior. Lin Mo had to admit that Yi Tianjun truly had some skills. He had encountered advanced warriors and advanced beast soldiers on the 18th and 19th floors, but none possessed this kind of pressure. Whoosh! Yi Tianjun charged first, leaving silver afterimages in his wake. His speed was incredible. Clearly, he had mastered a movement skill to the perfection level. Yi Tianjun appeared to Lin Mo's right. With spiritual energy rippling, he swung his spear, the tip trembling to unleash numerous white spear shadows that covered the sky, aiming directly at Lin Mo's vitals. Lin Mo's black and white spiritual energy surged, his wrist flicked, and sword flowers blossomed to meet the oncoming spear shadows. Clang, clang, clang. On the 20th floor, spear and sword clashed, the sound of metal ringing out as every impact sent sparks flying. After only a few dozen exchanges, Lin Mo began to retreat. Disadvantaged in terms of cultivation, he was showing signs of losing. There was no help for it. Lin Mo was only an intermediate warrior, disadvantaged in cultivation level, although he was a prodigy with high-quality spiritual energy and the ability to challenge those of higher ranks. The Yi Tianjun before him was no ordinary advanced warrior, but a fellow genius who could battle newly ascended martial masters when he was just an advanced warrior himself. Vajra Iron Bone Body. Lin Mo roared, golden light emerging on his body as surging blood energy rippled outward. Clang! Another collision between spear and sword. This time, enhanced by the Vajra Iron Bone Body, Lin Mo's sword strike forced Yi Tianjun back several steps. Extreme Shadow Steps, one sword style. Lin Mo used the Extreme Shadow Steps movement technique to close the distance with incredible speed, simultaneously slashing out with his sword like a ray of light. Clang! Yi Tianjun blocked with his spear, sparks flying as the blade scraped against the shaft. After they crossed, Yi Tianjun retaliated with a backhanded swing of his spear. Lin Mo retracted his sword to block, but the force contained in the spear still made him stagger back several steps. Golden Flame Sword Incantation. Lin Mo completed an incantation. Spiritual energy rays interlaced above Yi Tianjun's head, forming an incantation map. As the air grew scorching hot, small swords burning with golden flames rained down. Faced with the onslaught of golden flame swords, a powerful burst of spiritual energy exploded from within Yi Tianjun, creating a spiritual storm. This spiritual storm extinguished the scorching golden flame swords. Yi Tianjun then soared into the air and destroyed the incantation map above him with a single spear thrust. At that moment, a smile curled at the corners of Lin Mo's mouth. Heavy Profound Incantation. An incantation map had quietly formed under Yi Tianjun's feet. Lin Mo had stealthily set it up, while Yi Tianjun was busy dealing with the golden flame sword array. This incantation was one of the 3 that Tanzini had taught him to use in combination. Although it took Lin Mo quite a long time to set up the full combined incantation with his current proficiency, setting up a single incantation consisting of 99 seals did not take nearly as long. The sudden gravity pulled Yi Tianjun downward as he jumped, causing him to lose his balance. Yi Tianjun hurried to circulate his spiritual energy to resist the gravity. By the time he barely managed to stabilize himself, Lin Mo was already right in front of him. Spiritual Skill, Lion's Roar Soul Suppressor. Lin Mo opened his mouth and waves of sound, visible as if they were solid, spread outward. Yi Tianjun, who was still struggling to regain his balance, had no time to defend himself. His mind went blank, buzzing with the sound. At that moment, Lin Mo thrust his sword forward, piercing right through Yi Tianjun's chest. The next second, Yi Tianjun's body turned into points of light and dissipated. Phew, I am exhausted. This Yi Tianjun is way too hard to deal with. Lin Mo sat down on his heels. He had to admit that even the advanced warrior version of Yi Tianjun was incredibly strong. He had to exhaust his Vajra Iron Bone Body, spiritual energy, and incantations just to barely manage to kill him. And this Yi Tianjun was not even the real person, just the combat power he left behind before breaking through to become a martial master. The current Yi Tianjun has already broken through. His combat power must have seen a qualitative leap, and Lin Mo still has a long way to go to reach him. Of course, Lin Mo did not mind the gap. He had only just discovered the system. Yi Tianjun had been cultivating for over a decade with the massive resources of the Yi family. It is impossible to make up for such a gap in just a month or two. But this gap will not last long. Lin Mo will soon catch up to their pace and eventually surpass them. Lin Mo chose to save his progress after clearing the 20th floor and did not continue further. After Lin Mo's consciousness withdrew from the trial tower, he logged into the Academy's internal network to check exactly how many credits he had earned. 12,000 credits. This huge amount of credits took Lin Mo by surprise, as 12,000 was no small sum for a freshman. If clearing the trial tower yielded so many credits, then they were far too easy to obtain. But when Lin Mo checked the itemized details, he understood why the credit amount was so high. He had forgotten one thing. As a freshman, he was eligible for the highest tier of credit rewards for clearing the tower. It was no easy feat for a freshman to reach the 20th floor. Lin Mo had encountered Yi Tianjun on that level. Others might not have faced Yi Tianjun, but the difficulty level would have been the same. Unless a freshman had broken through to the rank of martial master, they stood almost no chance against him. And there were not many freshmen who could reach the rank of martial master in their first year. Every one of them was an elite. This was consistent with the Academy's policy of prioritizing resources for talented elites. It is a pity there is a save feature. Lin Mo sighed slightly. His 12,000 credits were not just for clearing the 20th floor, but the combined total for clearing levels 1 through 20. Of course, Lin Mo did not dwell on it further, and went straight to the school's administrative office to apply for a trip to the depths of the mountain range. The teacher on duty at the office looked at the application form Lin Mo had submitted and said, "The Academy has designated 4 zones in the depths of the mountains, categorized by danger levels. Given your strength, you can only enter the lowest risk zone, but even that area occasionally has general level beasts. Are you sure you want to apply?" Hearing such thoughtful arrangements from the Academy, Lin Mo knew he had made the right choice in attending this institution. With the Academy's backing, going out to hunt beasts was much safer. They categorized the danger zones and cleared out the overly powerful beasts. "I am sure," Lin Mo confirmed. "Very well, entry into the lowest risk danger zone requires a fee of 10,000 credits. Of course, after paying this, everything you harvest inside belongs to you. However, you may only stay there for 1 month." The Academy would not confiscate the items students acquired in the mountains. That was why some students were willing to spend 10,000 credits to go inside and hunt for treasures. Whether it was materials from the beasts or their cores, these items were quite valuable, and if lucky, one might even stumble upon rare natural treasures. After spending 10,000 credits to get his pass card from the administrative office, Lin Mo used the Academy's internal mall to exchange credits for a storage belt. The storage belt used a special material to create a small spatial pocket, similar to the storage rings found in those popular novels he read in his past life, making it convenient to store items. Naturally, a storage belt was not cheap. It cost Lin Mo another 5,000 credits. 15,000 credits gone just like that. It really proved the saying, money flows like water. Roar! An angry beast roar echoed through the forest. A golden ape was seen beating its chest with both hands, howling in rage as violent spirit energy rippled outwards. This was a high-level beast, soldier-grade golden ape. These apes were formidable, possessing higher intelligence than ordinary beast soldiers, such that even average high-level martial artists would usually give them a wide berth. The golden ape was now enraged because it saw a tiny human walking through its territory in plain sight. It launched itself into the air, appearing above Lin Mo, and brought down a fist larger than a sandbag, infused with violent spirit energy. "Quite the temper you have got." Lin Mo watched the attacking ape, activated his Vajra iron body, and with a pale golden glow shimmering on his skin, punched back head-on. Boom! The 2 fists collided, creating a shockwave of violent spirit energy that instantly shattered the surrounding leaves and snapped nearby trees in half. Thump, thump, thump. The golden ape's body shuddered, and it was knocked back several dozen steps, a look of disbelief in its eyes. In a contest of pure strength, it had actually lost to a lowly human. "My Vajra iron body is truly impressive once refined to mastery. Just my physical strength alone is enough to suppress this golden ape." Lin Mo stretched his shoulders. Although he struggled against high-level martial artists like Yi Tianjun, it was clear that this ape was only slightly stronger than an average high-level martial artist, and far inferior to Yi Tianjun. "Perfect, then I will use you for practice." A flash of spirit light appeared in Lin Mo's hand, and Inkwell manifested. Inkwell was the name Lin Mo gave his weapon. Calling it an alloy sword forever was just too bland. He chose the name Inkwell primarily because his spirit energy manifested in black and white, which reminded him of the ink wash paintings from his past life. Thus, he named his weapon Inkwell. Sword Shadow Technique. Lin Mo lunged forward, and dozens of sword shadows manifested out of thin air. Each sword shadow was a mix of black and white, and the dense flurry of blades shot straight toward the golden ape.
The golden ape did not back down. It condensed golden spirit energy, causing its fur to emit a golden glow, and managed to withstand the assault of the sword shadow technique. At this point, the sword shadow technique did not provide much of a boost for Lin Mo, to the point where it did not even show up on his status panel anymore. Lin Mo closed the distance, opened his mouth slightly, and released a roar similar to that of a lion. The substantial sonic waves left the golden ape completely stunned. Vajra Iron Body. Taking the opportunity, Lin Mo surged forward, unleashing the combined power of his body and spirit energy to pierce the ape's throat with a single strike. The golden ape fell, but the system's prompt did not sound in Lin Mo's mind, which left him slightly disappointed. Clearly, the fight was essentially a waste of effort. There was nothing to be done, as at his current cultivation level, the drop rate for killing ordinary high-level beast soldiers was not high. Forget it, time to hunt other beasts. Lin Mo only took the golden ape's core and set off in search of other prey. 20 days later. Lin Mo had been in this zone for nearly 20 days. He looked refreshed and quite pleased. His gains over these 20 days were significant. By the end of the month, he would have enough resources to return and break through to a high-level martial artist in a short time. Lin Mo. Just as Lin Mo was looking for more prey, a familiar voice rang out in his ear. Sun Tao. Lin Mo turned around and saw Sun Tao. Sun Tao was no longer a junior martial artist either. He had stepped into the ranks of intermediate martial artists. This was not surprising, as Sun Tao was likely at the peak of the junior rank during the martial arts entrance exam. It was reasonable for him to reach the intermediate rank after 2 months of training at the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy with their resources. What puzzled Lin Mo was where Sun Tao got the credits to support his entry into this area. 10,000 credits is certainly not a small amount for a freshman. Do not let the ease with which Lin Mo earns credits fool you. That is because he earned 10,000 for placing first in the freshman tournament, plus another 12,000 for reaching the 20th floor of the trial tower. But for the average freshman, neither of those feats is possible. Take Sun Tao, for example. Although his cultivation level is the same as Lin Mo's, his performance in the martial arts college entrance exam clearly marks him as an ordinary martial artist, without the ability to challenge those of higher ranks. A typical intermediate martial artist only makes it to the 15th or 16th floor of the trial tower. The credits earned at those levels are not particularly high. This is because the higher you climb, the more credits you earn for each floor you clear. As for other avenues, from what Lin Mo understands, there are not many opportunities for freshmen to earn credits, and the payouts are generally small. I actually have a distant relative at the academy who brought me in, Sun Tao explained. It sounds like you have a pretty good relationship with that distant relative, Lin Mo said, feeling a bit surprised. Getting in requires 10,000 credits. Unless the bond was strong, why would they shell out that kind of money? I would not say it is that close, just decent. My dad paid a heavy price for my sake, Sun Tao replied with a faint smile. Reading between the lines, Lin Mo understood. It was clear Sun Tao's father had offered many gifts to that relative, and only out of that obligation did the man agree to bring Sun Tao along. Sun Tao. Just then, 3 people approached. All of them were junior martial masters and seniors at the academy. Brother Chin, Sun Tao called out. And who is this? The young man in the middle asked, eyeing Lin Mo up and down. An intermediate martial artist, an average level for a freshman. He did not pay him much mind. Brother Chin, this is Lin Mo, someone from my hometown. Lin Mo, this is my distant cousin, Chin Lei. Sun Tao made the introductions for both parties. From his hometown. Upon hearing that they were from the same place, the disdain in Chin Lei's eyes deepened. As someone from the imperial capital, he had a certain sense of superiority toward people from smaller base cities like Donghai. Lin Mo, the same Lin Mo who took first place in the freshman tournament. A muscular young man next to Chin Lei asked with surprise. First place in the freshman tournament. Wang Hai, you're joking, right? An intermediate martial artist winning the freshman tournament, Chin Lei asked, giving his companion a skeptical look. Ha, it seems you have not been paying attention to this year's freshman, Chin Lei. While Lin Mo's martial cultivation might be unremarkable, he is actually a spellcaster who used a Tier 1 combo spell to take down a beast general level monster. Wang Hai stepped forward, greeting Lin Mo very warmly. Lin Mo was a spellcaster. Even in the imperial capital, spellcasters held high status.
Besides, he was a genius among spellcasters. This was a perfect opportunity to build a connection. A spellcaster. The corner of Chin Lei's mouth twitched. He really had not expected Lin Mo to be a spellcaster. He had just acted cold toward him, and now he did not have the face to shamelessly try to get close. At that moment, Wang Hai sent a telepathic message to Chin Lei using his spiritual energy. Did not our objective run into some trouble? Why do not we bring Lin Mo in? A tier 1 combo spell is quite powerful and would be a huge asset to our mission. Hearing Wang Hai's suggestion to recruit Lin Mo, Chin Lei hesitated. Seeing Chin Lei's hesitation, Wang Hai knew there was still a chance. At least he had not outright refused. He pressed on. What are you worried about? You did not have any malice toward him earlier. Is not it normal to be cold when first meeting someone? We each spent 10,000 credits to get in for that goal. If we miss it now and someone else gets there first, we will suffer a huge loss. Plus, having a good relationship with a spellcaster will be beneficial for both of us in the future. After hearing Wang Hai's words, and seeing that the third member of their group also supported the idea, Chin Lei was swayed. Since you all agree, let us bring him in, but we will have to see if he is willing. Seeing his friends were all for it, and wanting to build a relationship with Lin Mo himself, Chin Lei messaged Wang Hai back, go ahead and ask him. With Chin Lei's approval, Wang Hai put on a bright smile and said to Lin Mo, Brother Lin Mo, we have hit a bit of a snag here. Since we happened to run into you, we were wondering if you could lend us a hand. What kind of help? Lin Mo asked. Not long ago, I discovered a cave in this area where some spirit herbs were growing, but the cave is guarded by a violent demon ape with the strength of an initial level beast general, along with several beast soldiers. I could not handle it alone at the time, so I went back to get 2 friends. As it happens, Chin Lei's relative was also coming, so we planned to go in together and have Sun Tao keep watch so we would not be exposed, Wang Hai explained. The 4 of you should be enough, so what do you need me for? Lin Mo asked, confused. Even with the beast soldiers, 3 junior martial masters working together should be more than enough to handle it, especially with Sun Tao keeping watch. He did not see where he fit into this team. Wang Hai gave a bitter laugh. Theoretically, that should have been enough. But when we went back to check earlier, we discovered the violent demon ape had leveled up to an intermediate level beast general. The 3 of us cannot handle it now, so we wanted to ask you to set up a combo spell to deal with it. Wang Hai was quite helpless. Their original plan was for the 3 of them to work together. Sun Tao was meant to be extra from the start. It was just that when he went to find Chin Lei, he bumped into him and Sun Tao together and let it slip. That was the only reason they brought Sun Tao along, as someone to keep watch. Of course, they had already agreed that Sun Tao would not share in the spoils of the spirit herbs. Everything was prepared, but they never expected the violent demon ape to break through. After hearing this, Lin Mo spread his hands and said, my combo spell probably cannot kill a violent demon ape. Lin Mo knew the limit of his combo spell. Taking down an initial level beast general was already pushing it. You do not need to kill it, you just need to inflict a certain amount of damage, and with the 3 of us working together, we will have a way to finish it off. Wang Hai quickly added, as they never intended for Lin Mo to defeat the ape entirely on his own. The ape just broke through, so its strength is not stabilized yet. If your spell can deal enough damage, we will have a chance to kill it during our coordinated attack, Wang Hai explained. Lin Mo felt a bit tempted. While he was interested in the spirit herbs, it was not his primary concern. However, if he could fish in troubled waters and land the killing blow on the violent demon ape, he was certain to get a silver treasure chest, which would undoubtedly contain something valuable. Seeing Lin Mo's expression, Wang Hai assumed he was still hesitating and gritted his teeth, saying, Brother Lin Mo, among those spirit herbs, I saw spirit-clearing grass, which should be very helpful for you. Spirit-clearing grass. Upon hearing that name, Lin Mo was immediately hooked. Spirit-clearing grass was a rare item that could boost spiritual power. He was just 1 step away from becoming an initial-level spellcaster. With the help of this grass, he could definitely break through to the initial level immediately. Fine, we have a deal. Lin Mo and Wang Hai high-fived, signaling the start of their cooperation. Lin Mo followed behind Wang Hai, Chin Lei, and the others, taking about 10 minutes to reach the entrance of a valley. There were over 20 beast soldiers wandering inside the valley, but that was not the main point. The real focus was at a cave within the valley, where a dark red giant ape stood, easily 2 stories tall. This dark red giant ape was naturally the intermediate beast general, the violent demon ape.
Lin Mo observed that its aura was indeed somewhat unstable. Wang Hai and the others were right. The violent demon ape had only just broken through to the intermediate beast general level. There are 2 advanced beast soldiers, 8 intermediate ones, and 14 primary ones in total here. How should we deal with them? Wang Hai tallied up the number of beast soldiers in the valley. For us, these beast soldiers are easy to handle. The violent demon ape is the real problem. Once we make a move, it will not just sit there and watch us slaughter its subordinates. Qin Lei frowned slightly. The 3 of them combined were already weaker than the violent demon ape, and if it had so many beast soldiers assisting it, the situation would be even worse. At this moment, Lin Mo asked, "How long can you 3 hold off that violent demon ape?" Qin Lei fell silent for a moment before answering. "If it is just holding it off, we can tangle with it for at least half an hour." Qin Lei had some confidence in this, even though the 3 of them combined were still no match for the violent demon ape. But at least there were 3 of them, and as students of the Jiuzhu Martial Arts Academy, their combat power was slightly higher than others at the same level, so holding it off would not be a problem. Alright then, leave the 2 advanced beast soldiers and 8 intermediate ones to me. Sun Tao, the remaining 14 primary beast soldiers are yours. Lin Mo said immediately. No problem, Sun Tao agreed. After all, he was an intermediate martial artist, more than enough to deal with primary beast soldiers. However, Wang Hai and Qin Lei were still a bit skeptical. Was Lin Mo, just an intermediate martial artist, really capable of dealing with all those beast soldiers? Even if he were a spellcaster, if that many rushed at him at once, it would be difficult for any spell to take them all out. Lin Mo sensed their concerns and said firmly, "You do not need to worry about that. You just need to keep the violent demon ape occupied, and once I finish off these beast soldiers, I will come to help you." Seeing Lin Mo's resolve, Wang Hai and Qin Lei did not say anything more. Lin Mo manifested his sword, Shuimo. Upon seeing the sword, Wang Hai and the others could not help but exclaim, "What a great sword." They could clearly sense the fluctuation of spiritual power from Shuimo. It was clearly a spiritual weapon. This made Wang Hai and the others feel somewhat envious. Spiritual weapons were not ordinary items. They were forged with special materials and techniques, and they were very expensive. Of course, envy was just envy. The 3 had no ulterior motives. Although they were deep in the mountains, this was still the territory of the Jiuzhu Martial Arts Academy. Do not think that just because you kill someone in the deep forest, the academy will not find out. Such incidents had happened in the Jiuzhu Martial Arts Academy before, and the perpetrators even thought they had done it perfectly. Yet in less than a day, they were caught. The stronger the cultivation, the stronger the abilities one possesses, abilities beyond their comprehension. To them, the powerful are essentially engaging in dimension reduction strikes. What you think is perfect, in the eyes of others, is full of holes. Once they reached an agreement, 5 surges of spiritual power erupted from the valley entrance, and 5 light shadows charged straight into the valley. Wang Hai and his 2 companions bypassed the group of beast soldiers and directly took the initiative to engage the violent demon ape. Seeing someone actively provoking it, the violent demon ape let out a massive roar at Wang Hai and the others, then swiped its sharp claws at them. Wang Hai and his group were at least primary martial masters, so they easily dodged, then grabbed their own weapons to conduct a righteous beatdown. On the other side, black and white spiritual power swirled around Lin Mo's Shuimo. After passing by an intermediate beast soldier, he struck another one with a sword. About a second later, the intermediate beast soldier he had just passed suddenly split into 2, blood spraying everywhere. Lin Mo's figure moved through the beasts, and thanks to his exquisite footwork, not a single beast could lay a finger on him. During his movements, every sword strike from Lin Mo either severely wounded or killed an intermediate beast soldier. Naturally, it did not take long before the 2 advanced beast soldiers charged at him together. Facing the 2 advanced beast soldiers, Lin Mo steadied himself, took a step forward, and opened his mouth, unleashing a roar like that of a lion. The sound waves, infused with spiritual and mental power, spread out, sending the 2 advanced beast soldiers flying backward, dizzy and disoriented. Slash! Lin Mo seized the opportunity to lunge forward, his 2 sweeping black and white sword beams cutting down the 2 advanced beast soldiers. Over the next minute, Lin Mo engaged in a one-sided massacre, wiping out all the intermediate beast soldiers in the area. So strong! While fighting the violent demon ape, Wang Hai and the others glanced over at Lin Mo's battlefield, only to find that he had already eliminated all those beast soldiers.
During this whole time, they had not even felt any fluctuations of spellcasting. Terrifying, Wang Hai and Qin Lei looked at each other, finally realizing Lin Mo's true power. An intermediate martial artist could actually be this formidable. After clearing his assigned beast soldiers, Lin Mo checked on Sun Tao. Although the latter was surrounded by over a dozen primary beast soldiers, he was holding his own. Lin Mo did not intend to help Sun Tao, as he could clearly handle it himself. He put away Shuimo and began forming hand seals. Complex and intricate spell patterns flowed from his hands like running water, unfolding without any obstruction. Soon, the first spell was completed. Lin Mo immediately began preparing the second spell. Just as Lin Mo successfully finished setting up 3 spells and prepared to combine them, the violent demon ape sensed the commotion. An intermediate beast general still possessed some intelligence. It sensed the dangerous aura coming from Lin Mo and knew something was being prepared. The violent demon ape roared, retreating toward the cave, and pulled out a bone club with jagged spikes. The bone club radiated a significant amount of spiritual power. Clearly, its original owner had also been a beast general. Ape-type beasts really do have intelligence. It knows to craft weapons from the bones of other beasts as soon as it reaches the general level, Wang Hai remarked with a sigh. Do not sigh, its target is Lin Mo. Stop it with everything you have, Qin Lei shouted immediately. No sooner had he spoken than the violent demon ape swung the bone club, which carried astonishing spiritual power and a pungent stench of blood, in a horizontal sweep. With the weapon, the violent demon ape's strength increased significantly, and it completely suppressed the 3 of them in the fight. Roar! The next moment, the violent demon ape's eyes turned crimson, and conspicuous dark red lines began to emerge on its body. Oh no, this violent demon ape possesses a bloodline. It is burning its bloodline, Wang Hai shouted in horror as he saw this. At that moment, the violent demon ape swung the bone club at the 3 of them again. The moment they made contact with the club this time, all 3 felt a violent impact and were sent flying back over 100 meters. Lin Mo, look out! Wang Hai shouted at Lin Mo. At the same time, the violent demon ape leaped high into the air and swung the bone club down toward where Lin Mo stood. Just then, Lin Mo looked up. He finished his hand seals, and looking at the leaping ape, he curled his lips into a smile and snapped his fingers. Combined spell activate. What? As a low-pitched sound echoed, 3 incantations made of numerous streaks of spiritual light began to activate in front of Lin Mo. The tyrant demon ape mid-leap suddenly felt an intense gravitational force, as if it were carrying a mountain on its back. This instantly destroyed its balance in midair, causing it to crash to the ground face first. At the same time, the roar of an elephant resonated from the incantations. A giant dark gold elephant stepped forth, drawing in the violent spiritual energy within the valley. It looked up and let out a heaven-shaking roar before stomping down. On the other side, a light seal, about a zhang in size, took form and slammed down almost simultaneously with the leg of the dark gold giant elephant. Boom! Violent spiritual energy surged outward, sending debris flying and kicking up clouds of dust. Lin Mo immediately retreated to a safe distance. What a terrifying incantation. Seeing the power of this spell, Qin Lei and his 2 companions felt a chill run down their spines, knowing that if they were caught in the center of it, there would be no hope of survival. Get ready, this spell is not enough to kill the tyrant demon ape. Wang Hai remained clear-headed. While the spell was powerful, it certainly would not be enough to eradicate the beast entirely. As the dust settled and the figure of the tyrant demon ape faintly appeared, the 3 of them channeled their spiritual energy almost simultaneously. Green leaf slash. 9 heavens sword shadow. Iron mountain hammer. The trio's spiritual energy erupted in an instant, powerful waves surging forth as the 3 spirit techniques targeted the tyrant demon ape. Roar! Ferocious roar, as if from ancient times, tore through the air. As the tyrant demon ape became visible, its body was covered in blood, and its skin and flesh were torn open. It was clear that it had paid a heavy price to withstand the previous incantation. The ape was now exceptionally furious. It had not suffered such severe injuries in a long time. Facing the attacks of the 3 men, it swung its bone club, dark red spiritual energy coating the weapon, and smashed it fiercely against the 3 incoming techniques. Boom! Another intense collision erupted, with the ripples of violent spiritual energy causing cracks to spread across the ground beneath the tyrant demon ape's feet. The attacks held in a stalemate, but because the tyrant demon ape was severely injured, the balance began to tip in favor of Qin Lei and his companions. The pressure from the three techniques forced the tyrant demon ape's body to bow. Thud. Under this immense pressure, one of the ape's legs gave way, and it knelt on the ground, looking as if it could hardly hold on any longer. Roar! In this desperate situation, the tyrant demon ape let out a cry of fiery rage. Its entire body ignited with a dark red flame, a sign that its bloodline was burning to its absolute limit. Of course, this came at a cost, for once its bloodline burned out, it would fall into a state of extreme weakness. But the tyrant demon ape could not care about that now. The power granted by its burning bloodline allowed it to stand up straight once more. With a sudden burst of strength, it forced the trio's techniques to collapse, sending them flying backward. However, after this strike, the tyrant demon ape staggered and spun in place. At that exact moment, Lin Mo made his move. With his body glowing with a pale golden light and black and white spiritual energy swirling around his sword, he darted forward at incredible speed. Clang! Lin Mo struck the bone club with his sword, forcing the tyrant demon ape to stagger back once more. It seems that burning your bloodline to the limit has cost you too much strength. Lin Mo's indifferent voice rang out. Burning one's bloodline to the limit leaves one even weaker than being severely wounded. Lion's roar soul suppression. Lin Mo unleashed his technique again, and a sonic wave expanded outward. At the same time, Lin Mo swung his blade. The already exhausted tyrant demon ape, unable to withstand the successive attacks, finally had its head severed by Lin Mo. You have killed the tyrant demon ape and obtained a silver treasure chest. At that moment, there were two silver chests in Lin Mo's consciousness space, one gleaming brightly, the other appearing a bit duller. The brilliant one naturally came from killing the tyrant demon ape, while the other was the loot dropped from clearing out the pack of beast soldiers earlier. Open them all, Lin Mo thought to himself. You have opened 2 silver chests and obtained 30 enlightenment fragments, 50 low-level spirit orbs, and 10 portions of body refining paste. Lin Mo was quite satisfied with the loot from these 2 silver chests. Cough, cough, brother Lin Mo, you really are full of surprises. Not only is your incantation mastery excellent, but your martial prowess is equally impressive. Qin Lei, Wang Hai, and the other martial artist walked over coughing, their eyes filled with excitement, showing no resentment for Lin Mo stealing the final blow. After all, in their eyes, there was no such thing as kill stealing. The only thing that mattered was that the tyrant demon ape was dead. Of course, once the battle here was resolved, Sun Tao had also finished his fight elsewhere. The 4 of them met up and suggested going into the cave to see how many spirit herbs were inside. Upon entering the cave, they found over a dozen spirit herbs, each emitting a faint glow. However, amidst all the herbs, Lin Mo's eyes were fixed on the back wall of the cave, where a foot-tall herb emitted a cyan-colored light. This was the soul-clearing grass. You all should know my goal. I only want this soul-clearing grass, Lin Mo said, pointing at the plant. There were over a dozen spirit herbs, but among them all, the soul-clearing grass was the most valuable. Brother Lin Mo, this soul-clearing grass is of little use to us, so please take it. Wang Hai said with a smile. Although the soul-clearing grass was the most valuable, since Lin Mo only wanted one, they could split the rest, which was a fair arrangement. Once the spirit herbs were divided, Wang Hai consulted with the others and handed one to Sun Tao. Junior brother Sun Tao, this one is for you. For me, I should pass. Just being able to come here for some experience and practice and getting some beast cores is enough. Sun Tao never expected to have a share of the spirit herbs. Do not say that. You helped keep watch and cleared out the beast soldiers, so you deserve this. Wang Hai insisted on thrusting the herb into Sun Tao's hands. Qin Lei also spoke up. Sun Tao, take it. It is what you deserve. Then thank you. Joy appeared in Sun Tao's eyes as he nodded at Lin Mo. He knew that the main reason he had received the herb was likely due to the group's respect for Lin Mo. In the subsequent cleanup of the battlefield, Lin Mo did not ask for any of the materials or cores from the beasts. In return, Wang Hai and the others transferred some money to Lin Mo as additional compensation. Lin Mo was happy to accept. After all, he did not have much money on him anyway. After this journey, his time to return was approaching, and his harvest should be enough to support him in breaking through to a high-level warrior. Lin Mo chose to return to the academy. The first thing Lin Mo did upon returning was to consume the soul-clearing grass and elevate himself to a true primary-level incantation master.
P.S. I almost missed the deadline today, but the 3 chapters are finished. If you have time and Wi-Fi, friends, feel free to send a free gift. Do not forget to click the update reminder button. See you all tomorrow. What? Lin Mo's spiritual power was already at the limit for a trainee spellcaster, so according to the normal progression, it would not take long to reach the rank of novice spellcaster, and with the soul clearing grass, his breakthrough was a matter of course. Of course, having spiritual power that meets the novice spellcaster standard does not necessarily make one a novice spellcaster. To be assessed as a novice spellcaster, 2 conditions must be met. First, the spiritual power must reach the novice standard, and second, one must be able to cast a level 2 spell. Only when both conditions are satisfied can one be considered a novice spellcaster. Lin Mo's spiritual power has now reached the novice standard, and his proficiency in spellcasting is technically enough to perform level 2 spells, but he simply lacks the actual level 2 spell techniques. At this point, Lin Mo had no choice but to contact his mentor, Tanzini. You have reached the novice spellcaster level of spiritual power. Tanzini was clearly surprised upon receiving the news, although she had calculated that Lin Mo would be able to boost his spiritual power to the novice level within a few months. This was still too fast. "Come to my office," Tanzini said, leaving it at that. After Lin Mo arrived at the office, Tanzini tested his spiritual power and confirmed it was indeed at the novice spellcaster level. "This is way too fast, much faster than I imagined," Tanzini admitted, as she had not expected this. According to her estimates, Lin Mo should not have reached this level until the end of the year. "I took a soul-clearing grass, so I advanced early," Lin Mo said, not hiding anything from her. "Soul-clearing grass, that makes sense," Tanzini replied. "I know why you are here, no need to say it. These are 5 level 2 spell scrolls. I will give you a few extra so you do not have to come asking me for them every once in a while." Tanzini took out 5 scrolls and placed them on the table. "There is no need for academic credits, right?" Lin Mo asked with a smile. "None required, the dean gave me a heads up." "Then thank you, teacher. I will be heading off now," Lin Mo said, picking up the scrolls and preparing to leave. "Wait," Tanzini called out to stop him. "Is there something else?" Lin Mo asked, pausing. "Once you have learned the Tier 2 spells, let me know, and I will take you to take the Junior Spellcaster Certification exam," Tanzini said. "Why is there an assessment for a novice spellcaster?" Lin Mo was puzzled. "If I learn it, I should just be a novice spellcaster. Why is an assessment necessary?" "After the assessment, they will issue you an electronic novice spellcaster certificate. That is the only way the state officially recognizes you," Tanzini explained, adding, "Once you pass, my teaching requirements for this year will be fulfilled." Lin Mo could not help but roll his eyes upon hearing this. "So I am just here to help you finish your teaching quota." "All right," Lin Mo agreed and walked out of the office. After leaving the office, Lin Mo tucked the scrolls into his storage belt. He did not return to his dormitory immediately. Instead, he planned to go to the library to swap for 2 more spirit techniques. Lin Mo felt that his offensive methods were lacking. He usually used a sword, but his 2 sword techniques were only at the foundation level. These 2 techniques were not of much help to him anymore. They did not even show up on his attribute panel. For the next period of time, he would dedicate himself entirely to cultivation, including his internal energy, spirit techniques, and spellcasting. Before that, he needed to get all his spirit techniques and spells sorted. He had the spells ready, now he just needed the spirit techniques. Once Lin Mo arrived at the library, he headed straight to the 2nd floor, the area for selecting spirit techniques. This time, he went to the section for C-rank spirit techniques. He already had D-rank techniques and had mastered them, so there was no need to cultivate any more of those. That is why he decided to look for C-rank ones. In the C-rank area, the seals floating on the metal pedestals were far fewer than in the D-rank area. This showed that C-rank techniques were much rarer than D-rank ones. Lin Mo came with a goal this time, to pick an offensive sword technique, so he did not struggle with the usual indecisiveness. Lin Mo noticed some text projected above one of the seals. C-rank spirit technique, Skynet sword array. An offensive and containment technique, both useful for attacking and trapping an opponent. Lin Mo thought this technique looked pretty good and took the seal. Lin Mo continued searching for a second technique in the C-rank area, and after only a few steps, he was drawn to the text projected by another seal. C-rank spirit technique, Yin Yang Thunder Sword. Note, cultivating this technique requires having two different attributes of spiritual energy, and the strength of the two should not be too far apart. If the two energies are yin and yang, the technique's power can be pushed to its limit, far exceeding normal C-rank techniques. These words made Lin Mo ecstatic. Yin and yang, does not that perfectly match my own spiritual energy? It was as if this technique was custom-made for him. Lin Mo did not hesitate and took the seal for the yin-yang thunder sword. After making his selections, Lin Mo took the two seals to the library front desk and found the same old man from his last visit was there again. Teacher, these are the techniques I have chosen. Lin Mo handed the two seals to the old man. The old man looked up at Lin Mo, surprised. Little guy, did not you just come in to trade for 3 spirit techniques last month? Why are you back for more? Let me see what you have picked this time. The old man took the seals and began tusking C-rank techniques. A mid-level warrior is daring enough to try cultivating C-rank techniques. Have you got so many credits you do not know what to do with them? Lin Mo was impressed by the old man's memory, as he had not expected him to remember him. The library had a high flow of people every day, yet the man remembered him and even how many techniques he had chosen. His memory was truly excellent. How is the diamond iron body you chose last time coming along? The old man asked while recording the details. It is coming along quite well, Lin Mo answered. What level is it at? The old man asked casually. Mastery. As soon as Lin Mo said that, a strange aura emanated from the old man, and a sharp light flashed in his cloudy eyes. Little guy, although I am just a librarian, I have some connections in the academy. Playing games with an old man like me is not a wise move. The old man's piercing gaze and the strange aura surrounding him took Lin Mo by surprise. Sure enough, most old men who work as librarians are experts. Sir, I am truly not playing games. As you said, it has indeed reached the mastery level, Lin Mo said, activating his diamond iron body, causing a pale golden light to shimmer on his skin. Seeing this, the old man moved with lightning speed, grabbing Lin Mo's wrist before he even had a chance to react. It really is diamond iron body mastery. Confirming that Lin Mo had truly reached the mastery level, the old man's previously calm face showed surprise. After staring at him deeply, he stepped out from behind the library desk and said to Lin Mo, "Little guy, come upstairs with me." Lin Mo obediently followed the old man. The old man led him to the 6th floor of the library, a place normally only accessible to academy mentors. The old man took Lin Mo to a stand made of an unknown material, on which rested a jade tube. It did not look complete, seeming somewhat broken. "Do you know what is recorded in this jade tube?" the old man asked. Lin Mo did not immediately say he did not know, because since the old man brought him up here, there had to be a reason. Judging by his earlier reaction, it was clearly because his diamond iron body had reached the mastery level. This meant the jade tube was related to the diamond iron body. Since it was related to the diamond iron body, Lin Mo thought for a moment, guessed the answer, and spoke. This jade tube records the indestructible diamond body from the ultra-ancient civilization. Hearing this answer, the old man nodded with satisfaction and said, "You are not entirely dull. What is recorded in this jade tube is indeed the indestructible diamond body, unearthed from an ultra-ancient civilization." What? So it really is the indestructible Vajra body. Even though he had guessed it long ago, hearing the old man confirm it himself still left Lin Mo feeling shocked. The indestructible Vajra body, this is a physical cultivation technique left behind by an ultra-ancient civilization. Lin Mo did not know exactly how powerful it was, but he felt the Vajra iron bone body he currently possessed was already quite impressive, and that was just a derivative of a fragment of the indestructible Vajra body. The old man could not have brought me here just to let me take a look at this indestructible Vajra body. He must have seen that I have exceptional talent and that I have mastered the Vajra iron bone body to a specialized level, so he wants to pass the indestructible Vajra body on to me. Just the thought of it made Lin Mo excited. This indestructible Vajra body has been kept here for many years. Many have tried to cultivate it, but they all failed in the end. The old man rubbed the jade cylinder and sighed. It is not that they could not succeed, but that the cultivation process is just too slow. Our current Blue Star lacks a systematic approach to physical training. The ultra-ancient civilization had specialized systems, complete with specific medicinal liquids and ointments, but Blue Star does not have those today.
This has led to very few people taking the path of physical cultivation, and even those who do possess extremely rare talent for it. At this point, the old man looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo's heart raced, confirming his theory even more. The old man really did see his potential and intended to teach him the technique. The old man looked at Lin Mo and said slowly, being able to master the Vajra iron bone body to a specialized level in such a short time proves you have 1 in a million talent for physical cultivation. However, it is not too surprising. Your files indicate you possess the god of war bloodline, which is known to produce the best talent for physical training. Regarding the old man's statement, Lin Mo said to himself, "You guys really have quite an imagination." Lin Mo naturally knew he did not have any so-called god of war bloodline, he just had a system. Of course, he was happy to let them attribute the cause to the god of war bloodline, as it saved him the trouble of covering up or explaining. "I see you have a unique bone structure, a 1 in a million talent for physical cultivation." Hearing this familiar line, Lin Mo's heart rate accelerated. It seemed the old man was truly going to pass down a peerless technique. "I will give you a discount on this Vajra physical cultivation technique, 300,000 academy credits." However, the old man's next sentence left Lin Mo dumbfounded. My god, it costs credits, and 300,000 of them. Where on earth was he supposed to get 300,000 credits? "Old sir, you must be joking, right?" Lin Mo said with a dry laugh. "Do I look like I am joking?" The old man stared at him blankly before saying calmly, "The academy has its own rules. 300,000 credits is already a special exception and a discount given your exceptional talent. Under normal circumstances, let alone 300,000, you would not be able to get it even for 3 million. Lin Mo realized this was true. The indestructible Vajra body was so important that no other students could exchange for it, so 300,000 credits was indeed a massive concession. But he felt anxious and unwilling to give up. His Vajra-shattering bone body was already at its limit, and its usefulness would surely dwindle. He naturally needed a stronger technique to replace it. Undoubtedly, this indestructible Vajra body was the best choice. But he truly could not afford 300,000 credits right now, not even in the short term. Give up, Lin Mo certainly could not bear to. With the technique right in front of him, giving it up felt like losing a piece of himself. Lin Mo's eyes darted around. He took 2 steps forward, and with a bright smile, said in a pleasant tone, "Teacher, do you think I could pay on credit? I will start cultivating with it now and pay back the 300,000 credits later. With your high status in the academy, if I ever tried to welch on the debt, you could punish me in a heartbeat. You said yourself I have a unique bone structure and exceptional talent, so it should not go to waste. If I start training now, my strength will increase significantly, and once I am stronger, I will be able to earn credits more easily to pay off the 300,000. The old man was left feeling a mix of amusement and frustration by Lin Mo's pitch, but he did not refuse. The fact that he brought Lin Mo here meant he wanted him to practice it, so he said, "Pay on credit. Fine. I will make an exception for your talent, but you cannot owe it indefinitely. You must pay back the 300,000 credits by the end of this academic year." This academic year, Lin Mo had wanted to bargain, but seeing the look on the old man's face, he gritted his teeth and agreed, "Fine, this academic year it is." Very well, the old man squinted and said to Lin Mo, "You cannot take this original copy with you. Come up and receive the inheritance of the cultivation method yourself." After the old man spoke, Lin Mo stepped forward and placed his palm on the jade cylinder. A stream of information flooded into his mind, and images of small figures appeared, demonstrating various movements. An inheritance of this level could not be described by words, it had to be passed down through such mental imagery. About 10 minutes later, Lin Mo removed his hand from the jade cylinder, his eyes filled with shock and joy. The power of the indestructible Vajra body was beyond his imagination. Even though this was only a fragment containing 4 levels, if he could fully master them, his physical body would be strong enough to withstand a grandmaster of martial arts. "Thank you for your guidance, teacher. I still do not know your name," Lin Mo bowed respectfully. He knew that although he had to pay for it with credits, the old man clearly wanted to mentor and cultivate him. For such a powerful technique, 300,000 credits was merely a symbolic fee. "I am just an old geezer. You can call me Elder Mo." The old man did not care about titles. "Go back now that you have the inheritance. Remember to pay back the credits by the end of the year." Elder Mo waved him off, signaling he could go. Lin Mo bowed and left. After Lin Mo walked downstairs, a figure emerged from a spot Lin Mo had not noticed earlier. Had Lin Mo been there, he would have recognized him, the middle-aged man with white hair he had seen during his entrance and at the freshman tournament, one of the vice principals of the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy. It seems Elder Mo thinks highly of this little guy, to actually pass on the indestructible Vajra body to him. The white-haired man sighed. He knew how picky Elder Mo was. Besides Elder Mo, even he, a vice principal, did not have the authority to grant this technique. I do not let others practice the indestructible Vajra body not because I do not want to, but because we have almost no physical cultivation system on Blue Star. Unless someone has exceptional talent, it is just a waste of time. Am I not a prime example of that? Elder Mo sighed as well. Without systematic teaching and medicinal support, even those with slight talent could only reach the second level at best. Even those with innate gifts would encounter countless obstacles on this path. The middle-aged man fell silent. He knew just how dazzling the old man's talent had been back in the day, yet even he had been stuck on this very path of physical cultivation. P.S. I watched the LPL Summer Finals. It was too exciting, which caused a delay in today's update. I expect there will be another chapter later, but I do not recommend waiting up for it. Just read it in the morning. Well, after leaving the library, Lin Mo was beaming with joy and in a great mood. He originally only came to the library to find 2 spiritual techniques, but never expected to be scouted by a master who taught him the indestructible Vajra body. The only thing bothering him was that he had to gather 300,000 academic credits within this academic year. 300,000 credits is no small amount. A typical freshman, aside from the basic monthly allowance, might not even earn 10,000 in their first year. Furthermore, when Old Mo said the end of this academic year, he did not mean a full year from now, but rather this current academic year, Lin Mo's first year of enrollment. The semester had already started 3 months ago, which meant Lin Mo only had 9 months left. I should not worry too much about it. I will focus on improving my strength first. Only with strength can I earn more credits. Lin Mo did not let this disrupt his plans and continued to train hard as he had scheduled. During the day, he practiced spiritual power, spiritual techniques, and incantations, while at night, he soaked in the bathtub for medicinal baths. In the tub, Lin Mo adopted a rather strange pose to absorb the medicinal energy. After obtaining the indestructible Vajra body, Lin Mo studied it slightly and discovered that the iron Vajra body was derived from the first level of the indestructible Vajra body. To put it simply, the iron Vajra body is a rudimentary version of the indestructible Vajra body. Because when the iron Vajra body is cultivated to its peak, one's physical strength is only slightly stronger than a novice martial master, but weaker than an intermediate martial master. However, when the first level of the indestructible Vajra body is cultivated to its peak, one's physical strength can rival that of an advanced martial master. Looking at it this way, Lin Mo guessed that the iron Vajra body was likely placed in the D-level spiritual technique section, intentionally, to detect those suitable for practicing the indestructible Vajra body. Because the indestructible Vajra body is extremely difficult to practice, and physical refinement requires medicinal liquids or ointments, resources that are scarce on the Blue Star, it has very strict talent requirements. Even for those with some talent, practicing the iron Vajra body would likely be a waste of time. One must find someone with exceptional talent. How to find them? Naturally, by using a simplified version to test the practitioner's talent. This way, it will not waste the training time of those who are not suitable, and it can also identify who is truly fit for the indestructible Vajra body. Lin Mo had clearly passed the test. Although the indestructible Vajra body is hard to cultivate, it is not too difficult for me. Lin Mo realized why physical cultivation on the Blue Star is so hard. First, no specialized training system has been formed. Cultivation relies on self-exploration without much guidance from predecessors. Second, there are no resources to assist in physical refinement. But neither of these is a problem for Lin Mo. No experience from predecessors. I have fragments of comprehension. As for resources, I can obtain body tempering paste from my treasure chests. Neither of these 2 challenges counts as a problem for Lin Mo. Because he had built a foundation with the iron Vajra body, Lin Mo cultivated the first level of the indestructible Vajra body very quickly, reaching great success in about half a month. The indestructible Vajra body is strictly a technique, so it is not categorized like spiritual techniques. Each level of the indestructible Vajra body has only 3 stages: minor success, great success, and perfection. When the indestructible Vajra body reached great success, Lin Mo clearly felt the training speed slow down significantly. It was obvious the foundation from the iron Vajra body was exhausted. It is impossible to reach perfection for the indestructible Vajra body in the short term, Lin Mo realized. Although he has fragments of comprehension, physical cultivation cannot be improved by comprehension alone. For instance, the indestructible Vajra body is a mountain, and Lin Mo is a climber. Reaching the peak is equivalent to perfecting the technique. The fragments of comprehension serve to help Lin Mo clear a path. But even after the path is cleared, Lin Mo still needs to walk it step by step. You cannot say you have reached the summit just because the road is paved. Knowing he could not perfect the first level of the indestructible Vajra body in the short term, Lin Mo focused his energy on the Yin-Yang Thunder Sword. After a few days of exploration, Lin Mo understood the training method for the Yin-Yang Thunder Sword. He spread his palm, and black spiritual power surged out, with an icy aura spreading that caused the area around him to freeze. At the same time, white spiritual power flowed out, bringing with it a sense of ultimate strength and masculinity. Lin Mo controlled the two powers, black and white, causing them to intertwine like a Teiji symbol. Following the training method, Lin Mo kept the two powers intertwined and poured more into them. When this fusion reached its peak, flashes of lightning actually appeared. The lightning seemed both yin and yang, like yin and yang born together, cycling endlessly between them, imbuing the thunder with powerful energy. At this moment, Lin Mo pressed his two fingers together, as if they were a sword strike. Boom! The ground in front of Lin Mo exploded directly, with intense spiritual energy waves rippling outward. But after this strike, Lin Mo felt his internal spiritual energy was depleted. My cultivation is still too low. It is barely enough to perform a sea-level spiritual technique. Although the quantity and quality of Lin Mo's spiritual power far exceeded that of an intermediate martial artist, it was still not enough to support him in using a sea-level technique at full power. I should prepare to break through in my cultivation, Lin Mo said calmly. 7 days later, Lin Mo sat cross-legged in the training room. After 7 days of preparation, the spiritual power within his body had reached a critical threshold for a breakthrough. Lin Mo formed seals with his hands, his chest rising and falling slightly, each breath having a rhythmic pace. Sensing that his current state was at its best, Lin Mo whispered to himself. Refine 10 low-level spirit beads. Lin Mo refined 10 low-level spirit beads all at once. As soon as he activated his thought, a massive amount of energy erupted within him, roaring like an angry dragon through his meridians, instantly flooding his limbs and bones. Lin Mo's whole body was under pressure, and his frame grew slightly. If he did not refine this energy in time, he would be burst open alive. With a solemn expression, Lin Mo operated the Candle Dragon Refining Scripture, guiding the violent energy into his spirit sea. After being refined by the Candle Dragon Refining Scripture, these energies transformed into wisps of spiritual power and entered Lin Mo's spirit sea completely. His aura gradually climbed until it reached a threshold where it seemed to be obstructed by something. That was the bottleneck of his cultivation. Lin Mo's hands flew to form seals, changing constantly, using the Candle Dragon Refining Scripture to refine the energy and charge at the bottleneck. When the energy was refined to a certain point, it surged like a roaring river, finally breaking through the barrier between the intermediate and advanced martial artist stages. Lin Mo's aura rose sharply, permeating the entire training room. Advanced martial artist. Lin Mo opened his eyes with a relaxed smile. He had finally broken through to the level of an advanced martial artist. Lin Mo checked his attribute panel. Host Lin Mo. Cultivation, advanced martial artist. Weapon, spirit weapon, upgradable. Primary spiritual techniques, Lion Roar Soul Suppression, specialized, Extreme Shadow Step, specialized, Yin-Yang Thunder Sword, minor success, upgradable, Skynet Sword Array, minor success, upgradable. Techniques, Candle Dragon Refining Scripture, Indestructible Vajra Body. Seeing that the two sea-level spiritual techniques were only at minor success, Lin Mo felt quite helpless. Previously, his low cultivation had limited his practice of these techniques. Seeing the indestructible Vajra body under techniques, Lin Mo knew it should be considered a physical refinement technique. So the soul guidance technique is not counted as a technique. Lin Mo previously thought the system only displayed techniques that cultivated spiritual power. but seeing the indestructible Vajrabody now, he understood the soul guidance technique was not counted. Since I have reached the advanced martial artist level, it is time to take the assessment for a junior incantation master. Lin Mo had not taken it before, not because he had not mastered level 2 incantations, but because he did not want to break his training rhythm. Of course, this assessment did not matter much to him. He did not necessarily need a certificate to prove he was a junior incantation master. But Tanzini had told him that the Incantation Institute would reward him with 20,000 academic credits upon becoming a certified junior incantation master. At this point, Lin Mo felt it was very necessary to go and take that exam. Standard certification for spellcasters is conducted by specialized government departments. However, as one of the 2 top martial arts academies in China, the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy has its own dedicated spellcaster department and a number of resident spellcasters, so it has been granted the authority to conduct its own assessments. Assessments are generally held at the end of each month, and students who meet the criteria can sign up. After Lin Mo told Tanzini that he was ready for the assessment, she filed an application for his primary spellcaster certification. Besides you, there are 2 third-year students applying for the primary spellcaster assessment this time, Tanzini said to Lin Mo while leading him there. They soon arrived outside a large hall where several senior students were maintaining order. Sister Tanzu. Before long, a man and a woman walked over together. They were intimate and clearly a couple. The reason they still called Tanzini senior sister was simply out of habit. Teacher Tan, are you the supervising mentor for the assessment this time? The woman asked. No, Tanzini shook her head and said, I am bringing my student, your junior Lin Mo, to take the primary spellcaster assessment today. Lin Mo, the freshman rumored to have the highest talent in the spellcaster department this year, the man beside her exclaimed in surprise. There were not many students in the entire department, so any public news spread quickly. A freshman taking the primary spellcaster assessment, the woman covered her red lips in shock. Lin Mo, let me introduce you. These are your seniors, Lin Zai and Meng Qi. Tanzini introduced them to Lin Mo. When she was still a student at the academy 2 years ago, she used to mentor these 2. Senior brother, senior sister, Lin Mo smiled at them. They returned his smile, though their faces still showed signs of shock and amazement. To reach the level of a primary spellcaster, just a few months after enrollment, this achievement was likely enough to set a record for the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy. Even senior sister Tan, who was known as the genius girl of the spellcaster department back in her day, did not become a primary spellcaster until her 2nd year. Looking at it now, Lin Mo's future achievements would likely surpass even hers. The 2 of them automatically ignored the possibility that Lin Mo might fail. Tanzini coming here personally to bring Lin Mo to the assessment meant that his success was virtually guaranteed. When the time came, the 3 of them entered the hall. The hall was quite spacious, with 3 desks and chairs at the front, each occupied by a mentor from the spellcaster department. Besides this, there was also dedicated monitoring equipment in the hall to prevent cheating. Of the 3 mentors, Lin Mo only recognized one, Old Man Yu. He did not know the other 2. So that young man is Lin Mo. It is the first time in academy history that a student has attempted the primary spellcaster assessment only a few months after enrollment. The woman in the black veil, sitting next to Old Man Yu, looked at Lin Mo with great interest. The rigid-looking middle-aged mentor on the other side of Old Man Yu sat straight and scanned Lin Mo with his spiritual power. His spiritual intensity seems to be at the primary spellcaster level. Since that girl Tanzini brought him here, it means he can cast a level 2 spell. Now we just need to see how long it takes him to do it. Old Man Yu, lounging in his chair, lazily said to the 3 of them after a while, the primary spellcaster assessment is simple. You just need to successfully manifest a single level 2 spell. However, you only get one chance. If you fail, you do not pass. Since in actual combat no one would give a spellcaster a second chance, the assessment for primary spellcasters was strictly a one-shot trial. Any questions? If not, let the assessment begin. As soon as Old Man Yu finished speaking, 3 pulses of spiritual energy swept across the hall as everyone began condensing spell patterns simultaneously. Lin Mo's spell patterns condensed at an incredible speed. Within 2 seconds, he had finished weaving all 180 patterns. In the next second, Lin Mo waved his hand, and strands of spiritual energy interlaced to bind the patterns, activating the spell in the hall. So fast. The other two students were stunned. They had not even finished condensing their patterns, and Lin Mo had already successfully cast the spell. The three mentors at the front were also caught off guard, taking a full second to process what had happened. So fast indeed, the woman in the black veil covered her lips, stunned by the sheer speed. Indeed, he is a talent worth molding. No wonder the dean values him so highly, the rigid middle-aged man said, his face showing a rare expression of appreciation. Lin Mo's speed in casting a level 2 spell truly shocked them. While they could certainly do it faster, one had to consider their own cultivation level. Lin Mo's ability to cast a level 2 spell so quickly proved that he had already made significant progress in mastering level 2 spells. Though Tan Xinyi was surprised by his speed, she remained much calmer than the others. She had gradually grown accustomed to Lin Mo accomplishing surprising things. The other two students, while much slower than Lin Mo, eventually managed to succeed. After receiving his primary spellcaster title, 20,000 academy credits were soon deposited into Lin Mo's account. Having passed the assessment, Lin Mo did not want to waste time. He planned to head deep into the mountain range again to gather resources for his push toward becoming a martial master. The area Lin Mo chose this time was a level higher in danger than his previous trip. This region had a higher density of soldier-level beasts, and there were also quite a few commander-level ones, but no warlord-level exotic beasts would appear there. With no warlord-level beasts comparable to a martial arts master, it is not too dangerous for me, Lin Mo noted, satisfied with the conditions of the area. However, what pained him was that this area required 20,000 credits for access. The credits he had just received were gone in an instant. 30,000 credits still felt like a long way off. Not long after Lin Mo entered the region, Tan Xinyi was studying a spell when her computer suddenly received a message. What? Someone from the Heaven Outsider sect has broken into the mountains behind the academy. Tan Xinyi stood up immediately, her expression turning grave. Yes, a mole from the Heaven Outsider sect was discovered at the Relic Development Bureau. He stole some highly confidential information and was severely wounded during his escape. However, the case containing the information has a tracking device, and he was recently tracked to the mountain range behind the academy. The academy is now ordering all available mentors to go in and search for him. An academy mentor was on the phone with Tan Xinyi. That is impossible. The academy's defenses are very strict. How could he bypass the guards and get directly into the deep mountain range? Tan Xinyi found it strange, as the security at the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy was typically very tight. Unless, Tan Xinyi thought of a possibility, and her expression turned completely serious. Aside from an inside job, she could not think of any other explanation. Exactly, the academy is guessing the same thing, but that mole would not want to expose themselves, so they likely just provided minimal help to the infiltrator. The other mentor sighed, noting the difficulty of finding a traitor in such a situation. Wait, the martial arts master from the Heaven Outsider sect has gone deep into the mountains. Tan Xinyi suddenly remembered that Lin Mo had told her he was going there for training after passing his assessment. How much strength does that mole have left after being heavily wounded? Tan Xinyi asked urgently. Well, according to the Relic Development Bureau, the mole is a primary-level martial arts master. He's not only critically injured, but also poisoned, forcing him to divert a portion of his spiritual energy to suppress the toxins. He should only have combat power slightly stronger than an intermediate martial master left. Understood, I am hanging up now. I am heading to the deep mountains immediately. After hanging up, Tan Xinyi immediately tried to contact Lin Mo. What? Just as Lin Mo had found his target and was preparing to hunt, an emergency call from Tan Xinyi came through his neural link. Emergency call? What could be so urgent? Lin Mo was puzzled. People rarely initiate an emergency contact unless it is something of great importance. Reluctantly, Lin Mo had to give up on his target and accept the emergency call from Tan Xinyi. Lin Mo, a martial arts master from the Heaven Beyond sect, has broken into the mountains behind the academy. Which area are you in right now? Tan Xinyi asked immediately. What? A martial arts master from the Heaven Beyond sect has broken in here. Lin Mo was startled. What on earth are people from the Heaven Beyond sect doing here? Tan Xinyi gave a brief explanation. Lin Mo automatically ignored her mention of theft and focused solely on the fact that the master was severely injured. A severely injured martial arts master. Could I potentially pull something off here? Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. A martial arts master. If he could manage to kill one, it would definitely drop a gold treasure chest. Normally, given his current strength, he would have absolutely zero chance, but with the master severely injured, there might be a tiny opening. Of course, it depends on the severity of the injuries. A master who is only slightly wounded would still have terrifying combat power. Return to the academy immediately. Tanzini's tone was firm, demanding that Lin Mo head back right away. Return to the academy now. I spent 20,000 credits to get in here, and I have not even started hunting yet. Lin Mo felt like crying. That was 20,000 credits. The academy has issued a message on the internal network. If you return now, the academy will refund your credits. As Tanzini urged him to return, Lin Mo had no choice but to prepare to head back the way he came. While on his way back, Lin Mo sensed a ripple of spiritual energy from a fight. These are two humans fighting. Lin Mo clearly discerned that it was a battle between humans, but normally, such fights would not break out among students within the academy grounds. Employing his movement technique, Lin Mo quietly approached the edge of the battlefield, his pupils constricting sharply. He saw a thin, elderly man in black attacking Yan Zhu in a clearing. Yan Zhu had already broken through to the martial master level. This was not surprising. After all, he was the third-ranked student on the freshman leaderboard. Having reached the junior martial master stage, Yan Zhu still possessed decent strength, and his burst of combat power was greater than that of the average junior martial master. However, his opponent made Lin Mo feel alarmed, as the old man emitted an aura distinct from a martial master. This old man was actually a martial arts master. If Lin Mo guessed correctly, this old man must be the one from the Heaven Beyond sect that Tanzini mentioned. It was just that his current state looked very poor. Although it appeared that he was suppressing Yan Zhu and would soon secure a victory. But do not forget, he is a martial arts master. Under normal circumstances, a martial arts master should be able to kill a junior martial master instantly. At this moment, Lin Mo acutely noticed something. There was a black miasma lingering on the old man's face and neck. He has been poisoned. Lin Mo understood immediately. The old man was not only severely injured, but also poisoned, forcing him to consume a large portion of his spiritual energy just to suppress the toxin. Little girl, stop wasting your breath resisting. If you want to blame someone, blame those seniors of yours who insisted on blocking my path. It really made me angry. The old man's face looked sinister and twisted. According to his original plan, he would enter the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy, meet his contact, and perfectly use the sprawling mountain range to make his escape. Instead, he ran into students from the academy, and those students had actually reached the martial arts master level. Clearly, they were elite upperclassmen. In order to break free from their pursuit, he had to use a forbidden technique of the Heaven Beyond sect, which allowed him to barely escape, but left his already severely wounded body in an even worse condition. He happened to encounter Yan Zhu while fleeing here, and the constant hunting had already put the old man in an irritable and violent mood. Seeing that Yan Zhu was only a junior martial master and a student of the academy, this bottled-up rage exploded. The old man wanted to slaughter Yan Zhu to vent his frustration. Besides, it would not take him more than a few minutes anyway. Bang! After another powerful clash, Yan Zhu was sent flying, spitting out blood. In the end, this old man was not someone he could handle. I cannot just watch from the sidelines anymore. Lin Mo knew that if he continued to observe, Yan Zhu would likely be killed. As the old man pressed his advantage, Lin Mo flashed out, striking with his sword to intercept the blow. Boom! Two currents of spiritual energy collided and raged through the clearing, forcing Lin Mo back dozens of steps. The old man was also knocked back 2 steps. As expected of a martial arts master, even while severely injured and having to use most of his energy to suppress the poison, he still maintains such powerful strength. Lin Mo could not help but sigh. Lin Mo. Seeing Lin Mo, a look of relief washed over Yan Zhu's face. Go find an instructor. Lin Mo did not say much else, simply pushing Yan Zhu aside. Hurry, getting an instructor here is the only way to resolve this situation, Lin Mo snapped. But you. Yan Zhu was deeply moved, but she could not bring herself to abandon Lin Mo. However, under his stern glare, she turned and ran. In her current state, staying behind would not help Lin Mo. The best course of action was indeed to find an instructor, just as he said. You think you are going anywhere? The old man had no intention of letting Yan Zhu bring an instructor from the academy here. However, Lin Mo blocked his path, producing a fragrant green herb that glowed with spiritual energy. Detox grass. Greed flashed in the old man's eyes when he saw the herb in Lin Mo's hand. Detox grass is a spiritual herb for healing poisons. Though it might not completely clear the toxins from his body, it would certainly clear enough for him to recover more of his strength. Once that happened, he could simply vanish into the depths of the mountains. In such a vast wilderness, finding him would be like looking for a needle in a haystack for the academy instructors. Young man playing the hero to save a beauty comes with a price. The old man finally took an interest in Lin Mo, his spiritual energy erupting as he prepared to kill him with a full-force blow. Lin Mo felt the spiritual energy surge within him. He pushed his movement technique to the limit and bolted. Trying to run, do you really think you are faster than me? The old man had not expected Lin Mo to just turn and run, but he smirked, his spiritual power surging as he gave chase. Feeling the old man's speed behind him, Lin Mo was shocked. The old man was faster than him. Within 10 seconds, the old man, putting in full effort, caught up to Lin Mo behind him. Spiritual energy swirled, forming a roaring spectral wolf. In the next moment, the old man unleashed his attack, the spectral wolf lunging toward Lin Mo with violent energy. Lin Mo had no choice but to defend. He turned and channeled his energy to the maximum. Black and white spiritual energy surged as golden light enveloped his body. The diamond indestructible body was activated. As the wolf lunged, Lin Mo prepared to take the hit. Upon contact, Lin Mo was sent reeling, forced back dozens of steps before he could barely steady himself. Such immense power, Lin Mo could feel the blood churning uncontrollably in his body. Kid, hand over the detox grass, and I will give you a quick death. The old man's eyes were icy as he slowly approached. Is that so? A mocking smirk tugged at the corner of Lin Mo's mouth. Do you really think I was just running away? 10,000 blades curse activate. As Lin Mo formed hand seals, the old man saw countless curse patterns erupt in the area surrounding him, trapping him within a formation. There was a hidden curse technique here all along. What? The old man felt the changes around him, and his mouth could not help but twitch. I was careless. Just a moment ago, all his attention was focused on the spirit-cleansing grass that Lin Mo had taken out. He was only thinking about catching up to Lin Mo and snatching it away. This caused him to overlook his surroundings. Otherwise, if he had paid even the slightest bit of attention, he would have been able to sense the presence of the curse. Of course, this curse was not actually prepared specifically for him by Lin Mo, but rather something Lin Mo had set up when he first entered this area to hunt exotic beasts. The original plan was that if Lin Mo encountered an exotic beast that was difficult to handle, he would lure it here and use the pre-prepared curse to ambush and kill it together. It just so happens that it was not used on a beast, but instead on this old man. 10,000 blade curse. Lin Mo activated the curse, and the surrounding spiritual energy poured into it, converging into wisps of cyan wind currents. These wind currents formed individual blades of wind, and in just a few breaths, a sky full of them appeared. Damn it! The old man finally sensed the power of this curse, but as a martial arts master, he did not panic. He unleashed his spiritual energy, and the rolling power condensed into a demon wolf. The old man launched his attack, the demon wolf wrapping around him, trying to forcibly charge out of the range of the curse. At this moment, the wind blades descended like raindrops, and every time one struck the demon wolf, the energy-formed creature would dim. Under the barrage of so many wind blades, the demon wolf began to look shaky. At the final moment, the old man made a ruthless decision. He self-detonated the remaining spiritual energy of the demon wolf. A violent ripple of energy burst outward, colliding with the wind blades within the curse, sending dust and smoke everywhere. Through the dust and smoke, the old man scrambled out in a sorry state, his clothes torn and revealing numerous wounds. Of course, most of these wounds were not caused by Lin Mo, but were injuries the old man had sustained earlier. You little brat, I am going to tear you to shreds. The old man's face twisted with a vicious glint in his eyes. He had actually been outsmarted by a mere martial artist. Do you still have that kind of strength now? A smile appeared on Lin Mo's handsome face, which instantly transformed into a chilling expression. Did you really think I let that person leave just so he could go back and seek reinforcements? Inquash energy emerged in Lin Mo's hands, with black and white spiritual powers slowly rising. He let Yanzhu leave, firstly to avoid the other person dragging him down, as Yanzhu was quite badly injured. Secondly, he was afraid Yanzhu would steal the kill. This was a martial arts master. Given Lin Mo's current cultivation, killing him was guaranteed to drop a treasure chest, and it was highly likely to be a golden treasure chest. Old fellow, chasing me just now felt pretty good, right? Lin Mo lunged forward, his Inquash technique coated in black and white spiritual energy, while a golden glow appeared on his body as he activated his diamond indestructible body. A mere martial artist, even if I am severely injured, you are not qualified to provoke me. The old man sneered, and a long blade appeared in his palm. Sword flashes and blade shadows crossed as Lin Mo and the old man darted quickly through the forest, both launching relentless attacks as they moved. In less than a minute, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. Damn it, how is this little brat so monstrous? The old man gradually realized things were not looking good. Although the person before him appeared to be only a high-level martial artist, his strength was outrageously high, and he actually could not win. Lin Mo's moves grew sharper and sharper, adopting a strategy of trading wounds for wounds. In just a few minutes, there were over a dozen tears in Lin Mo's clothes. And the old man had added a dozen sword wounds to his own body. A madman, damn it, this guy is simply a lunatic, and a physical cultivator at that. The more they fought, the more shocked the old man became. The opponent was acting like a madman, trading hits with him, and what was most unfair was that the opponent was clearly a physical cultivator with a ridiculously strong body. A single strike from his blade only left a shallow wound, while every strike from the opponent's sword left a deep mark on him. Clang! After another powerful clash, both the old man and Lin Mo took a dozen steps back. Kid, wait, the old man hurriedly shouted. You and I have no deep grudge between us, so why turn into life and death enemies? Although I am severely injured, I am still a martial arts master. If I really fight for my life, even if I die, I will definitely take you down with me. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo paused, frowning as if he were truly weighing the pros and cons. Seeing Lin Mo's reaction, the old man pressed his advantage. Little brother, I was indeed disrespectful today. Look, I have some potions here that promote cultivation and some spirit stones. Just take them as an apology. How about we call it even for today? As he spoke, the old man produced some spirit stones and potions. Lin Mo's expression brightened at the sight, and he agreed happily. All right, that works. So saying, Lin Mo stepped forward as if to take the items. At this moment, the old man kept his eyes lowered, hiding a murderous intent, sneering internally. You little brat, you are still too young. When you come to take these, I will catch you off guard and land a lethal blow. Just as the old man thought this, Lin Mo was only a few steps away, but then a mocking smile curled Lin Mo's lips, and his mouth suddenly opened wide. Spirit skill, lion's roar of soul suppression. Waves of sound erupted from Lin Mo's mouth, with violent spiritual energy mixed with mental power, catching the old man completely off guard. Insidious. Young people these days have no sense of honor. Although the old man managed to fend off the spiritual energy attack in a rush, the mental attack caused his brain to sting sharply. At this moment, black and white spiritual energy entwined around Lin Mo's Inquash, and a peculiar lightning light emerged. The lightning seemed both yin and yang, coexisting and cycling within each other, radiating a powerful energy. Spirit skill, yin-yang lightning sword. Lin Mo unleashed the slash, the sword aura carrying lightning as it struck rapidly. While the old man's brain was still reeling, he felt a tremendous danger and hurriedly tried to construct a spiritual defense. However, the power of this strike was simply too strong. The old man was blown away, colliding with an ancient tree before falling. Lin Mo lunged out, and before the old man could react, he drove his sword through the old man's chest, pinning him to the tree. Compared to what you offered, I think it is more profitable to just butcher you. Lin Mo unleashed his spiritual energy, ravaging the old man's body and destroying all signs of life. Martial arts master killed, golden treasure chest obtained. Hearing the system notification, a smile curved Lin Mo's lips. It was indeed a golden treasure chest. He had made a killing this time. Although he did not like killing people just for treasure chests, these people from the heavenly outer sect deserved to die. At this moment, several figures swept in from the distance. When the figures landed nearby and Lin Mo clearly saw who they were, he breathed a sigh of relief. Those who arrived were Yanzhu, Tanzini, and another powerhouse whom Lin Mo did not recognize. Lin Mo, you killed him. Yanzhu looked at Lin Mo, who had his sword pierced through the old man's chest, in disbelief. She had also fought the old man and knew how powerful he was, yet Lin Mo had managed to kill him. Lin Mo shrugged and said, I had set up a curse here, originally intended for exotic beasts, but it just so happened to be used on him. As Lin Mo said this, Yanzhu and the others also noticed that there were indeed fluctuations of a curse here. Student Lin Mo, you did a great job this time, but could you step aside for a moment? This person from the Heavenly Outer Sect stole something very important, and I need to see if it is still on him. At this time, the powerhouse whom Lin Mo did not recognize stepped forward and said kindly, Sure. Lin Mo stepped back a few paces. Having obtained the golden treasure chest, Lin Mo was no longer very interested in the old man's personal belongings. As for that very important item, it was clearly not something someone at his level could get involved with. The powerhouse rummaged through the old man's belongings and eventually pulled out a small mechanism tube. The tube was covered in dense patterns, and from them, Lin Mo could sense the aura of a curse. A cursed lock. A curse lock is a type of lock encrypted with spellcasting. To unlock it, you need to use the corresponding spell. If you try to force it open, the contents inside will automatically be destroyed. Of course, there is another way, which is to find someone with deep expertise in spellcasting to identify the flaws in the curse lock and crack it through overwhelming technical superiority. However, curse locks are quite complicated to make. You cannot just find any random spellcaster to do it, because the spells must be engraved onto the tube, which also requires high-quality materials. Seeing that the item had not dropped, the powerhouse breathed a sigh of relief. Then the powerhouse turned to Lin Mo with a kind smile. Thank you, student. This mole from the Sky Beyond sect stole something very important to us. It would have been troublesome if this had fallen into their hands. We at the Relic Development Bureau will reward you later. After returning to the academy, Lin Mo was the first to take his leave. I am heading back to my dormitory. Are you okay? Tanzini noticed that Lin Mo seemed quite anxious and assumed he was injured and needed to go back for treatment. I am fine. Lin Mo certainly was not injured. He just could not wait to get back to his room and open the golden treasure chest. Back in his room, Lin Mo felt incredibly excited and focused his thoughts. Open golden treasure chest. Obtain level 3 bloodline evolution agent, 30 fragments of insight, 2 fragments of epiphany, and 10 intermediate spirit beads. A level 3 bloodline evolution agent. That is a great item. Lin Mo licked his lips, thinking about the first time he had received a bloodline evolution agent. That one had only been level 1. That level 1 agent had successfully raised his bloodline to the Earth grade. He wondered to what extent this level 3 agent would boost it. Bloodline physique is still very important. Lin Mo currently possessed stronger spirit power than his peers for 3 reasons. First, the candle dragon refining nerve technique he practiced. Although Lin Mo did not have a clear concept of how powerful this cultivation method was, it was certainly much stronger than any found on Blue Planet. Second, the spirit beads Lin Mo refined were an extremely pure form of energy. Each time he refined one, it subtly improved the quality of his spirit power. Third, his physical bloodline. Based on tests, his bloodline was at least Earth grade. While weaker than Heaven or God grade bloodlines, it was actually very strong. For example, the reason Su Linking's strength was so much higher than others of the same rank was because she possessed a God grade bloodline. I wonder how much this level 3 bloodline evolution agent can raise my bloodline. Lin Mo was full of anticipation. Use. Lin Mo made the decision and chose to use it. Boom! At that moment, Lin Mo felt an immense amount of energy surge into his body. He felt as if his entire body was being torn apart. Energy was moving between his flesh and blood, baptizing every part of his being. His skin, muscles, blood, bones, and internal organs were all undergoing a transformation. One could say that every single cell was being strengthened and changed. Of course, the result of this reconstruction was immense pain. Lin Mo's face was twisted, and veins bulged on his arms and forehead, making him look terrifying. Finally, unable to bear the pain, Lin Mo threw his head back and let out a deafening roar before passing out, losing consciousness. Who is that yelling like that? Wait, something is wrong. That cry was filled with agony. Lin Mo's final roar, infused with spirit power,
had disturbed quite a few people. Even though the dormitories at the Jeju Martial Arts Academy had soundproofing, Lin Mo's final shout contained spirit power, which echoed throughout the entire floor. Many students stepped out of their rooms, wanting to know what had happened. The manager in charge of the student dormitories also rushed to the scene. Did the roar come from this dormitory? The middle-aged manager asked the people nearby. It should be, said the people from the neighboring rooms. Bang, bangs, bang. Hey, is anyone there? This is the building manager. If someone is in there, please answer. After knocking repeatedly with no response, the manager grew anxious. Because this likely meant something had happened to the occupant. Could he have suffered a cultivation deviation? The manager pondered this possibility. It was not impossible. Incidents of cultivation deviation within dormitories had happened before at the academy. But she did not have the key to open the door. Cultivation is a very private matter, and being disturbed is the biggest taboo. Therefore, besides the students themselves, only the Academy's Academic Affairs Office held keys. To apply to open a student dormitory door, one must. Let me see which student lives in this room. The manager logged into the management system and checked Lin Mo's information. The manager immediately applied to the Academic Affairs Office for access and contacted Lin Mo's mentor, Tanzini. What? Lin Mo is screaming in his room and will not open the door. Hearing the news, Tanzini recalled Lin Mo's hurried departure to his room earlier. She felt deeply unsettled and started to panic. Soon, Tanzini rushed to Lin Mo's dormitory. By the time Tanzini arrived, the teachers from the Academic Affairs Office were also there. As soon as Tanzini and the teachers entered after opening the door, they saw Lin Mo lying on the floor, his clothes stained red. Lin Mo! Tanzini screamed urgently and was about to rush over, but was held back by a teacher from the Academic Affairs Office. Teacher Tan, please stay calm. He should not be injured or suffering from a cultivation deviation. The teacher was more experienced. Upon approaching, he could feel the immense power surging within Lin Mo's body. He then carefully checked him and said, "If I am not mistaken, it seems his bloodline is undergoing an awakening. Look at this blood. It is not from wounds, but sweat mixed with blood coming out of his pores." A bloodline awakening should not look this terrifying, right? Tanzini knew about bloodline awakenings. But she had never seen one that looked as frightening as Lin Mo's current state. If it were only a minor awakening, it would not be this exaggerated. But if the stimulus is strong enough, the intensity of the awakening can cause this. The teacher remained calm and called for a stretcher, having Lin Mo sent to the academy's medical room. The onlookers outside saw Lin Mo being carried away on a stretcher, his clothes covered in blood, and they began to imagine their own explanations. Soon, this news dominated the academy's internal forum. Firstly, students fainting in their rooms was extremely rare, and secondly, Lin Mo was quite famous, the winner of the freshman competition and the most talented freshman in the Spellcaster Academy. Combining these two factors naturally sparked heated discussions. Before the official announcement, the forum was on fire with theories. Some said Lin Mo had encountered a powerful martial arts master, and although he won by a narrow margin using spells, he suffered severe internal injuries and was exhausted. Others claimed Lin Mo's spellcasting talent came from practicing some ancient evil technique, and that the technique had backfired, leading to a cultivation deviation. With all sorts of rumors spreading, the official authorities finally could not ignore it any longer. They announced the final result. Lin Mo was undergoing a bloodline awakening. Only then did the rumors stop. What? When Lin Mo woke up and opened his eyes, he found the surroundings had become unfamiliar. After looking at his hospital gown and the equipment in the room, he realized he must have been sent to the infirmary by the academy. It was quite a commotion this time. Lin Mo remembered letting out a loud shout infused with spiritual energy just before he passed out. Lin Mo tried to sit up, but as soon as he moved, he sensed something was off. My cultivation level. Lin Mo immediately channeled his spiritual energy, and a look of wild joy appeared in his eyes. Junior Martial Master. I actually reached the level of a Junior Martial Master directly. Lin Mo was ecstatic. He had never imagined that the Grade 3 Bloodline Evolution Agent could help him break through to the Martial Master rank. After all, using the Grade 1 Evolution Agent previously had only enhanced his bloodline, not his cultivation level.
Not only that, Lin Mo formed hand seals, and a faint golden light began to radiate from his body. The first level of the indestructible Vajra body is now complete. Once Lin Mo confirmed his cultivation had improved, he made a quick assessment and realized his indestructible Vajra body had indeed advanced as well. The golden treasure chest truly lives up to its name. Nice. Lin Mo sighed with emotion. The Grade 3 evolution agent was far superior to the Grade 1 version. The golden treasure chest was incredibly precious to him when he was only a high-level martial artist. One item from it had pushed him to the martial master rank, saving him a massive amount of time. Tab, tab, tab. At that moment, the rhythmic sound of high heels clicking on the floor echoed through the corridor. Just as Lin Mo turned his head toward the door, he saw Tan Zinni walk in. Today, Tan Zinni was wearing a black suit with a white shirt underneath. The tight-fitting clothes accentuated her full chest, and her long legs were wrapped in iron-gray stockings. This look made Lin Mo unable to resist taking a few extra glances. "What are you looking at?" Tan Zinni walked over and swung her handbag at him. Ouch, Lin Mo played along, clutching his head and lying back down on the bed, saying in a forlorn tone, "I am still a patient here. Do not you have any sympathy?" "Patient my foot. You did not even give me a heads up about your bloodline awakening before rushing back to the dorm. You really had me worried for nothing." Tan Zinni stood by his bed with her arms crossed and said, "Since you are awake, get up quickly and go test your bloodline grade." Oh, Lin Mo honestly rolled out of bed, but then noticed his original clothes were missing. He suddenly thought of a question. "Teacher, did you change my clothes?" In your dreams, Tan Zinni rolled her eyes at him. Although his original clothes were gone, fortunately, his storage belt was left in the cabinet next to him. With no other choice, Lin Mo had to wear the hospital gown and follow Tan Zinni to have his bloodline tested. The teacher who tested Lin Mo's bloodline was an older man with slightly graying temples. After a series of procedures, the middle-aged teacher produced a report and said with some excitement, "The results are excellent, quasi-god level bloodline." Quasi-god level? I thought I reached the god level. Lin Mo was a bit disappointed. The commotion caused by the Grade 3 evolution agent was so intense that he had assumed he would hit the god level directly. By the way, what is this quasi-god level? I have never heard of this classification. Lin Mo was puzzled. After the heaven rank, it was usually the god rank. Where did this quasi-god level come from? Because there is a massive gap between heaven rank and god rank bloodlines. Just look at the freshmen this year. There are several with heaven rank bloodlines, but how many have god rank? Our academy has none, and Kunlun Academy is just lucky to have one. Not just this year, but even in the years before, there were no god rank bloodlines. That just shows how wide the gap is between the two. The testing teacher explained, then added, "A quasi-god level bloodline is for those whose bloodline concentration is higher than heaven rank, but has not yet reached the standard for god rank. We usually classify it as quasi-god level." But in reality, a quasi-god bloodline is not much stronger than a high-end heaven rank, so it is not usually listed in standard classifications. Quasi-god is already impressive. Stop dreaming about the god level. Go back and change those clothes first. The result had actually exceeded Tan Zinni's expectations. She never imagined Lin Mo could awaken from an earth rank to a quasi-god level. Yeah, I really should go back and change. Lin Mo headed back to his dormitory. As he walked through the dormitory area, he noticed many people staring at him with looks of surprise. Lin Mo felt helpless. He was officially famous in this area now. Back in his room, he changed into new clothes and logged into the academy's intranet. His original plan was to hunt exotic beasts behind the student mountain range and accumulate enough resources to reach the martial master rank. Once he attained that level, he would start taking academy missions to earn credits and pay off his debts. But since he had already broken through to martial master, he could immediately start taking missions to earn credits. Lin Mo accessed the missions section of the internal network to browse available tasks. Cleaning the cafeteria, organizing books in the library, serving as a greeter. Seeing these top-ranked tasks left Lin Mo feeling numb. What kind of tasks were these? And more importantly, the credit rewards were negligible. As he scrolled further down, he finally saw some normal tasks, such as hunting specific exotic beasts or gathering certain spirit herbs. Of course, there were also bounty missions, like hunting down members of the Otherworld cult. These offered high credit rewards but required high strength. Only martial masters could take them. As Lin Mo scrolled, one mission caught his eye. Assist the police in patrolling Kyoto and eliminate any demons that appear in the city. Base salary is 500 credits per day, with additional credit rewards for killing demons or making significant contributions during the mission. Although the base salary was not huge, the bonus incentives made Lin Mo feel tempted. Doing this would allow him to earn credits while hunting demons. It was perfect for him. I will take this mission. Lin Mo made his decision immediately. However, just as he was about to select it, he saw that the mission had a strength requirement. Must have cleared the 25th floor of the trial tower to accept this mission. Looks like I have to go clear the trial tower. Lin Mo felt it was fine, as he had planned to challenge the tower to earn credits anyway. With his mind made up, Lin Mo headed toward the trial tower. Entering the room, Lin Mo lay on the massage chair, put on the headset, and his consciousness shifted into the trial tower. Would you like to resume from your last save point? A mechanical voice sounded. Yes, Lin Mo naturally chose yes. You last cleared the 20th floor of the trial tower. You are about to enter the 21st floor. Please prepare. After a few seconds of preparation, Lin Mo saw the environment shift as he arrived on the 21st floor. In front of him, a projection of a junior martial master materialized. P.S. I will try to write another chapter before 12 o'clock. I will finish the trial tower in this next chapter and start a new mission tomorrow. What? Seeing the light projection of the primary martial artist, Lin Mo did not use any weapons or physical strength, relying solely on his spiritual energy. A vast surge of spiritual energy erupted from within Lin Mo, with black and white energies forming a torrent that followed his punch. Boom! As Lin Mo struck forward, the primary martial artist's projection burst with earthy yellow energy, forming a shield before it. However, under Lin Mo's punch, the shield shattered instantly as if it were made of paper. With a single strike, Lin Mo pulverized the primary martial artist projection before him. My God, that is so strong. Lin Mo was taken aback himself. He had used neither his physical strength nor any spiritual skills, just raw spiritual power. How could it shatter the primary martial artist projection in one blow? It seems this bloodline upgrade has once again widened the gap between the quality of my spiritual energy and others of the same rank. Lin Mo was very satisfied with this bloodline upgrade. While lost in thought, Lin Mo arrived at the 22nd floor. This time he was faced with an assault from 3 primary martial artists. Lin Mo still did not use any weapons, attacking directly with his spiritual energy and crushing the 3 primary martial artist projections with overwhelming force. On the 23rd floor, Lin Mo encountered Beast General level exotic beasts again, 3 of them this time. In this battle, Lin Mo used his weapon and unleashed spiritual skills, slaying the 3 exotic beasts with fluid, effortless movements. It is a pity that the trial tower only simulates their appearance and lacks the true feeling of actual beasts, Lin Mo sighed. Then he reached the 24th floor, where his opponent was an intermediate martial artist. This time, Lin Mo decided not to use spiritual energy. He wanted to test his physical strength. Whoosh! Lin Mo lunged straight at the intermediate martial artist projection. As he closed the distance, his arm glowed with a golden luster, the blood energy in his body surging like an enraged dragon before he threw a punch. This punch unleashed power like a volcanic eruption. Instantly, the intermediate martial artist before him dissipated, killed in one hit. Sigh, how boring. Lin Mo sighed, having finished the fight with a single blow. This side note served to illustrate the formidable power of the indestructible Vajra body. Achieving such effects at the completion of the first level was truly remarkable. On the 25th floor, Lin Mo no longer wanted to play around, so he used both his spiritual and physical strength to quickly end the battle. Save progress. However, after clearing the 25th floor, Lin Mo chose to save his progress rather than continue. Of course, with his strength, he could certainly have cleared more floors, but he chose not to. When Lin Mo previously killed that severely injured martial arts master, he had actually sensed something suspicious. Given the Academy's stringent defenses, how could a mere martial arts master bypass the Academy's security and enter the mountain range? There could only be one explanation: there was an insider. Coupled with the previous attack by the Outer Heaven cult in Donghai City, this made Lin Mo wary of them. He could not reveal his full strength to the public. That was Lin Mo's thought process. If he had exposed his mastery of 3 basic spiritual techniques during the Seed Impact program, the hitmen sent by the Outer Heaven cult via Yuan Hongbo would likely have been much more than just junior-level martial artists. It could very well have been intermediate or even advanced martial artists. In that case, even with his mastery of 3 basic spiritual skills, he would have undoubtedly perished. The reason he survived that time was not only because of his 3 skills, but also, crucially, because the opponent did not know his true strength. In any case, clearing 25 floors was already sufficient to meet the standards. After exiting the trial tower, Lin Mo received the credits in his account. 40,000 credits. Lin Mo could not help but gasp. He did not expect the academy to be so generous as to grant 40,000 credits directly. This almost gave Lin Mo the urge to go back and clear more levels. Suppressing the impulse, Lin Mo returned to his dormitory and logged into the academy's internal network to successfully apply for that mission. Soon an email was sent to Lin Mo's brain-computer interface. He opened it, and a projection appeared before him. He saw a sweet-looking virtual character who smiled and said to him, "Distinguished student Lin Mo, you have successfully accepted the mission to assist the police in patrolling Kyoto and eradicating the demons appearing within the city. After receiving this email, please report to the Kyoto Public Security Bureau within 3 days. Failure to do so will be considered an automatic abandonment of the mission, and a penalty of 1,000 credits will be deducted." After the projection vanished, Lin Mo took a deep breath. He planned to head to the Kyoto Public Security Bureau tomorrow. Not long after, Lin Mo also received the reward from the Ruins Development Bureau. Student Lin Mo successfully killed the mole and helped the Ruins Development Bureau recover important information. You are hereby awarded 500,000 Chinese yuan and granted the status of a 1-star special contribution citizen. A 1-star special contribution citizen. Lin Mo knew that this honor was bestowed upon those who made significant contributions to the country. Special contribution citizens enjoy special privileges, such as priority in certain situations, preference in national service examinations under equal conditions, and the right to have a special review by designated personnel should they ever become a suspect. Compared to the 500,000 Chinese yuan, this 1-star special contribution status was actually the better reward. Because this status could not be bought for 50 million Chinese yuan, let alone 500,000. Looking at the numbers in his account, this was the first time Lin Mo had seen such a large sum. Of course, this was also because Lin Mo had not placed much importance on money since entering the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy. Otherwise, if he had gone out of his way to hunt down beast general level exotic beasts to sell, he would have certainly exceeded this amount. Let us practice the candle dragon nerve refining technique. Since breaking through to become a martial artist, Lin Mo had not run the candle dragon nerve refining technique yet. When he resumed the practice, a segment of information surfaced in his mind, which left him somewhat shocked. After absorbing this information, his expression remained stunned. It contained the introductory usage method for the candle dragon nerve refining technique. Lin Mo followed the instructions, and black and white energies surged out, condensing into a giant black python and a giant white python respectively. Both pythons hissed towards the heavens, and an astonishing pressure emanated from within Lin Mo's body. Such powerful pressure! Lin Mo felt the 2 pythons hovering above him. Indeed, the candle dragon nerve refining technique is not merely about improving the quality of spiritual energy. Lin Mo noted this to himself. A technique dropped by the system could not possibly be limited to just enhancing spiritual quality. As for how strong these 2 pythons were, Lin Mo did not yet know. Only future real-world combat would reveal that. Lin Mo retracted his spiritual energy, and the 2 pythons dissipated. The next morning, Lin Mo took the direct transport provided by the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy to the center of Kyoto, heading to the Public Security Bureau. P.S. A bit late, but it does not affect the story. This chapter was kept concise, covering both the trial tower and the candle dragon nerve refining technique to avoid accusations of padding. New arc starts tomorrow. Please leave a free gift and prompt for updates. The Kyoto Public Security Bureau is located in a vital part of the city. As Lin Mo arrived, he saw many hovercars coming and going, all there for official business at the bureau. "Hello, I accepted a patrol mission from the academy and have come to report for duty today."
Lin Mo found the desk responsible for processing academy task assignments. The officer, busy buried in paperwork, looked up at Lin Mo and frowned with a hint of impatience. What is going on? Does not this patrol mission require at least an intermediate martial master from the Martial Arts Academy? How can a primary martial master accept this task? Which academy are you from? I am from the Jeju Martial Arts Academy, Lin Mo replied. Jeju Martial Arts Academy. Upon hearing that Lin Mo was from there, the officer's expression softened and he said, "Please proceed with the identity verification." The Jeju Martial Arts Academy is the gold standard in Kyoto, the only 5-star academy in the city, and its authority is beyond question. Since this student was able to accept a task from the Jeju Martial Arts Academy, he must have some extraordinary qualities. Lin Mo went through the identity verification, and the system displayed his basic information along with the proof of strength he provided. Cleared the 25th floor of the trial tower. Seeing that Lin Mo's proof of strength was clearing the 25th floor of the trial tower, the officer finally understood why Lin Mo was able to take on this mission. The trial tower is not exclusive to the Jeju Martial Arts Academy. It is actually a ruin from a super ancient civilization. People in the academy enter by connecting to the tower through a special helmet. This means that as long as you have a helmet, you can enter the trial tower. Therefore, it is not just the Jeju Martial Arts Academy. Basically, all major martial arts academies have a trial tower. This man, being a police officer, must have come from a martial arts academy and understood what kind of strength it takes to clear the 25th floor. After the identity verification was approved, the officer stood up and said to Lin Mo, "Follow me." Lin Mo was taken to an office, and upon entering, he saw 6 people inside. Aside from the 2 police officers, the other 4 appeared to be just students, slightly older than Lin Mo. "Old Gao, did not you say you were still short 1 person? Well, another one just arrived." "Primary Martial Master. Old Lei, are you joking with me? The minimum requirement is an intermediate Martial Master," the officer called Old Gao said with a skeptical look. The officer who brought Lin Mo explained, "Do not underestimate him. He is a top student from the Jeju Martial Arts Academy and has cleared the 25th floor of the trial tower." Jeju Martial Arts Academy. The mention of this caught the attention of the other students. Although they were also students from other academies, the most famous one in Kyoto is naturally the Jeju Martial Arts Academy. Oh, so he is a genius capable of cross-rank combat. That is acceptable then. Old Gao had no more objections. Being able to clear the 25th floor of the trial tower certainly means he has the strength of an intermediate martial master. "Come in and take a seat." Old Gao grabbed a teacup, gestured for Lin Mo to join, and began to brew tea. Taking the opportunity, Lin Mo assessed the people in the office. Both police officers were advanced martial masters with restrained auras far stronger than average. They were clearly individuals with long experience, with potential to push toward the rank of martial grandmaster. As for the 4 students, there were 2 men and 2 women. One man, burly in build, was an advanced martial master, while the other, with an ordinary appearance, was an intermediate martial master. Both women were intermediate martial masters. After finishing the tea, Old Gao began to speak to the group. "For the coming days, you will follow me and Officer Zia to patrol the suburbs of Kyoto. Our requirements for you are simple. Follow instructions and do not act alone or try to be a hero. Now let us all introduce ourselves. My name is Gao. You can call me Officer Gao from now on." The other officer, who had a gentler appearance, stood up, and as for me, as Officer Gao just mentioned, my surname is Zia. Just call me Officer Zia. Next, the burly advanced martial master introduced himself. "Shi Zilong. Nice to meet you all." Lin Zhou, the average-looking intermediate martial master, said, seeming a bit introverted. "Fan Xin. Miao Ying." The remaining 2 women introduced themselves as well, and then it was Lin Mo's turn. "Hello everyone, my name is Lin Mo." Lin Mo kept his introduction brief. After everyone finished, Officer Gao added, "Also among you 4, Miao Ying is from the Kyoto Medical Academy. If a battle breaks out, we must all protect her." Kyoto Medical Academy. The 3 of them glanced at Miao Ying. The Medical Academy is different from the Martial Arts Academy. The latter specializes in training combat talent, while the former is focused on curing diseases and saving lives.
However, in combat, healers are crucial because their spiritual energy has restorative effects. They can quickly heal wounds and even keep you alive temporarily, even if you are severely injured. This is equivalent to the healer role in games from a past life. They are extremely important. Officer Gao took a sip of tea and explained their mission. While the general population in Kyoto is quite powerful, and martial artists are common, and martial masters are not that rare, you must know that the average person is not a combat-specialized martial artist. Their combat effectiveness is low, and they lack combat experience. They cannot easily protect themselves against demons, so we combat-oriented martial practitioners are needed to patrol and maintain safety. Lin Mo was already aware of what Officer Gao was talking about. The combat effectiveness and martial artists they usually refer to are specifically combat-focused. These are martial practitioners specifically trained for combat, such as those from the major martial arts academies. However, society cannot have every practitioner running off to fight. We also need development in economy, medicine, agriculture, industry, and so on. Therefore, not every practitioner walks the path of a combat martial artist. Those who do not have much lower combat effectiveness compared to those who do. Take Miao Ying for example. She is a medical-oriented practitioner. Her spiritual energy leans towards healing. As for combat, Lin Mo estimated that even an ordinary primary martial master on the combat path could defeat her. Besides those like Miao Ying who walk the path of medicine, most citizens do not follow the martial path. For instance, some practitioners have energy that can quickly repair damaged roads, while others can speed up the growth of herbs and crops. These practitioners play different roles in society, so their combat strength is not as high as those specifically trained for it. On top of that, these people lack combat experience. Their first instinct when seeing exotic beasts or demons is to panic and run, which further impacts their combat effectiveness. So even though martial artists and masters are common in Kyoto, if a demon comparable to a martial master appeared, one could likely sweep through a large crowd. That is why the police department always sends people out to patrol. However, police manpower is usually insufficient, and recruiting mercenary squads that hunt beasts outside the city is inconvenient because they tend to be a mixed bag of people. So the police department usually partners with martial arts academies to let students take on the tasks. After all, academy students have clean backgrounds, are easy to manage, and follow orders better. Our mission is to patrol. If we encounter a demon we can handle, we are responsible for killing it. If we encounter one that is too strong, we request backup from headquarters while engaging the demon to help nearby citizens evacuate safely. Officer Gao outlined the mission for Lin Mo and the others, then added with a chuckle. But do not worry, the probability of encountering a demon under normal circumstances is quite low. Many times, students who come to complete the mission do not even see a single demon by the time it ends. Well, it was the middle of the night. In the outskirts of Kyoto, every household had turned off their lights and gone to sleep, leaving the streets nearly deserted. This is a characteristic of Blue Star. Ever since the resurgence of spiritual energy, monsters occasionally appear in cities, making it much safer to stay indoors than on the streets. A police patrol car began its rounds through the streets, carrying 7 people, including Lin Mo and his group. 2 police officers sat in the front of the patrol car, with Lin Mo and the other 3 students in the back. In the back row, Shi Zilong held a disc that looked like a compass, though it was certainly not a compass, but an instrument for detecting monsters. Once a monster appears nearby, the pointer on it will turn in that direction. Hey, why do you think monsters appear in the city so often, while strange beasts are rarely seen? Fan Xin asked out of boredom. This question stumped everyone. Nobody knew the answer, because there has yet to be a completely convincing explanation for how these monsters are born or where they come from. You see, monsters are different from strange beasts. Everyone knows that strange beasts resulted from the resurgence of spiritual energy, causing original creatures to mutate and begin cultivating. But monsters are different. In the early days of the spiritual energy resurgence, there were no monsters. During humanity's toughest times, it was only a conflict between humans and strange beasts. But then monsters suddenly appeared, and no one knew how they were born. Some experts said that monsters were born from the combination of strange beast remains and certain environmental mutations. However, this theory was quickly debunked. It is true that some monsters incorporate the remains of strange beasts, but many monsters seem to appear out of thin air. For instance, monsters in the city often emerge in places where there are no remains at all,
yet they still appear. We do not know the reason for this yet, but according to our police investigations, the higher the concentration of spiritual energy in a city, the more frequently monsters appear and the stronger they are, Officer Gao chimed in. For example, data from the last decade shows that Kyoto has the highest number of monster sightings, and they are generally at the scholar tier. In some smaller cities, the frequency is extremely low, and those that appear are usually just soldier tier. As someone in the police force, Officer Gao naturally had access to more information than students like Lin Mo. And the soldier and scholar tiers he mentioned are how humans classify the strength of monsters. The monster ranking system goes: soldier, scholar, general, marquis, king, emperor, and sovereign. These correspond to the human cultivation system: martial disciple, martial master, martial grandmaster, martial sage, martial emperor, martial god, and the mysterious realm beyond. But that is not something for us to worry about. Let the experts research the origins of monsters. We just need to keep patrolling and protect this area. Besides, it is not that easy to run into a monster. I once led a group of students, and they did not see a single one until their mission ended. Officer Gao had just taken a sip from his teacup when the pointer on the disc in Shi Zilong's hand suddenly swung. The pointer moved southeast direction. Shi Zilong shouted in a hurry. Officer Zia, who was driving, heard the news and immediately sped toward the southeast. In less than 2 minutes, they saw a monster on the street, radiating overwhelming demonic energy. At that moment, 3 people were confronting the monster. All 3 were men, with strength at the entry-level martial master stage, and they were working together to hold off the monster. However, even with their numbers, they were at an absolute disadvantage, because the monster was at the high general tier. They must be independent martial practitioners from nearby. The 7 of them quickly got out of the car. Officer Zia pulled out a laser gun and fired a shot infused with spiritual energy. As the hissing sound rang out, the demonic energy around the monster's shoulder dissipated significantly, and its body stumbled back a few steps. It is the police patrol. The 3 independent martial artists were overjoyed to see the patrol and retreated immediately. After all, their strength was relatively low, and joining the battle recklessly would easily get them injured. Officer Zia put away his laser gun. His weapon used his own spiritual energy to power it. It was characterized by fast attacks but relatively lower power. Encircle and kill. Officer Gao pulled out an iron rod, golden spiritual energy, permeating the air as he issued the order. They could handle a monster of this level themselves. There was no need to call for backup. Shi Zilong and Lin Zhou moved into position to cut off the monster's escape route, while Officer Zia and Officer Gao launched the fatal strike. It must be said that Officer Gao and Officer Zia were quite powerful. Working together, they took less than 10 seconds to kill this high-tier monster. I do not know whether to call you guys lucky or unlucky to encounter a monster on your very first night of patrol. After disposing of the monster, Officer Gao seemed quite relaxed. Since only one monster appeared, it was quite easy to deal with. Officer Zia uploaded the location of the battle so that the relevant departments could come and repair the road. As a fight at the martial master level, it inevitably caused some damage to the street. In Lin Mo's past life, it might have taken days to repair the road, but here on Blue Star, there are specialized personnel who use spiritual energy for repairs, so it is done quickly. Let us go continue patrolling. The appearance of that monster was just a minor interlude. As the patrol car drove off, in an unremarkable apartment building along that stretch of road, a cold-looking young man with an evil glint in his eyes pulled back the curtain to watch the car disappear. Inside the room, there were several other people and the remains of a burned-out talisman in a brazier. The next morning, when Lin Mo and his group returned to the police station, they found that the atmosphere inside seemed a bit off. Old Gao, did you encounter any monsters on your patrol last night? The officer who had received Lin Mo earlier walked over to ask. We did, why? As I thought, you encountered one too, the officer said with a grim expression. What is wrong, Old Lei? By the sound of it, a lot of patrols encountered monsters yesterday. Old Gao felt that something was wrong. It is not just a lot, it is an exceptional amount. Nearly half of the patrol teams encountered monsters last night. Old Lei's statement shocked Old Gao and Lin Mo's group. Nearly half of the patrol teams encountered monsters. How is that possible?
Usually, at most 1 or 2 teams would encounter a monster a night, and sometimes none of them do. Old Gao was extremely surprised. If 2 or 3 more appeared, it might be a coincidence, but such a large-scale simultaneous appearance was definitely not that simple. Yeah, according to initial analysis within the Bureau, it is likely related to the Heaven Outer cult. Mentioning the cult made Old Lay grit his teeth. The Heaven Outer cult, those scumbags again. Officer Gao was so angry he threw his police cap onto the desk. Since when did the Heaven Outer cult become so arrogant? A sense of foreboding grew in Lin Mo's heart. It seemed something huge was about to happen. Although the Heaven Outer cult has many eyes and ears, they are several grades weaker than the government. They usually act like little rats hiding in the shadows, occasionally coming out to cause some trouble. How could they suddenly cause such a loud scene? What is most critical is that it happened in the Kyoto area. This is practically a direct declaration of war against the government. In the following days, the frequency of patrols for Lin Mo's group increased, and the number of encounters with monsters surged as well. This is Defense Zone D. We have a large number of monsters waking up, requesting support from nearby patrol teams. Zone D is not that right next to us. Let us go support them. Officer Gao said hastily. When Lin Mo and the others arrived, they discovered that there were over 30 monsters at once, and every single one was at the general tier. Fighting against them was another patrol team, and some nearby independent martial practitioners. Old Zia Shizailong Linzhou, follow me to provide support. Miao Ying, you go save the people. Lin Mo and Fan Xin, you two are responsible for protecting Miao Ying. Officer Gao gripped his iron rod and charged forward. Lin Mo manifested his ink and water power, protecting Miao Ying along with Fan Xin. Miao Ying immediately began casting healing spells to treat the wounded. Wow, it hurts so much. Because so many monsters appeared, many citizens were injured, including quite a few children. The nearby doctors and Miao Ying alone could not keep up with the treatments. If some people did not stop bleeding or receive treatment in time, they might not make it until the professional medical teams arrived. Sighing. Hearing the wailing and crying around him, Lin Mo sighed softly. His hands quietly formed seals, and strings of curse patterns condensed. Originally, Lin Mo just wanted to kill some monsters peacefully and earn credits in a low-profile way. But under these circumstances, he could not stay low-profile any longer. It was time to stop pretending. He was showing his hand. He was a curse master. What? While the patrol team and the freelance martial artists were fighting hard against the demons, in a building not far away, the young man who had been watching Lin Mo and his group from the shadows since their first encounter with the demons was now lifting the curtain, looking at the struggling fighters with a playful, mocking gaze. Even if you manage to hold off the demons this time, these civilians are bound to suffer casualties, the young man thought, his eyes filled with a sinister malice as he looked down at the injured commoners as if they were mere ants. Once the death toll among these civilians grew high enough, it would trigger massive public outcry, enough to leave the authorities in a state of total chaos. But when the young man saw curse patterns emerging below, the sinister look in his eyes deepened. Lin Mo formed seals with his hands, condensing the curse patterns as dense rays of spiritual energy intertwined, successfully casting a level 2 curse. Rejuvenation Curse. A massive spell covered the area, and green specks of light began to descend from the incantation. As these green lights landed on the wounded, they were amazed to find their bleeding slowing down, with some even seeing their wounds begin to heal. Fan Xin and Miao Ying widened their eyes in shock, their pretty faces filled with astonishment. Lin Mo was actually a curse master. Do not just stand there, hurry up and save them. Treat those below the martial artist level first, Lin Mo immediately reminded Miao Ying. Then his voice carried out across the area. Those at the level of martial artist or higher, circulate your spiritual energy to aid my curse in healing. Healers, prioritize those below the martial artist level. Once someone reaches the level of a martial artist, they possess a significant amount of spiritual energy, which inherently has healing properties for the body. Combined with his rejuvenation curse, even if they could not be fully healed, their lives would definitely be saved. That was why Lin Mo called for the healers to prioritize those below the martial artist level. When the young man saw the situation below, his face darkened, and the atmosphere in his room became heavy and stifling. Oh! The young man let out a long, heavy breath and sneered, so there is a level 2 curse master. They certainly have good luck this time. But so what? What is happening here is just one of many identical scenes across the capital tonight. Despite saying that, the young man still took a long look at Lin Mo before turning to leave with the others in the room. By deploying the rejuvenation curse, Lin Mo had kept the injured alive long enough for the professional medical team to arrive. With the medical team present, the burden on Miao Ying eased significantly. Furthermore, 2 more patrol teams arrived, and together, they completely eradicated the demons. Lin Mo, you are actually a curse master. You sure hid that well. After finishing his work, Officer Gao approached Lin Mo, his attitude now much more respectful. The status of a curse master is incredibly high. Take Lin Mo for example. His level 2 rejuvenation curse was far more effective than the efforts of Miao Ying, who came from a medical academy. Curse techniques can also be applied to many fields, such as secret security locks, connecting helmets for trial towers, defense, offense, and integration into various high-tech weapons. As a curse master, one can practically function as a jack of all trades. Therefore, the status of a curse master is generally far higher than that of a cultivator at the same rank. Your contribution today is immense. You have saved many lives. I will record this truthfully and report it to the police bureau. The bureau will relay this to the Jiaju Martial Arts Academy, and you will be rewarded with credits based on your contribution level. Officer Gao promised Lin Mo that he would make sure he received the credit for this achievement. I get credits for this. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. After all, his entire purpose for being here was to earn credits to pay off his debts. And he certainly was not here just for the base salary credits, but for the extra credits from his contribution score. Well, even though you did not kill any demons, saving so many people is worth far more in terms of contribution than just killing a few monsters. Reminded by Officer Gao, Lin Mo realized that making a contribution was not just about killing demons. Saving lives counted as a contribution too. And saving a life is said to be worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. It surely held more weight than killing a demon or 2. As the sky began to brighten, they all returned to the main headquarters, completely exhausted. Officer Gao and his team were worn out from hunting demons all night, and Miao Ying was equally drained from treating patients until dawn. However, the situation remained grim. Back at the station, Lin Mo checked the internet and saw that public opinion was indeed starting to ferment. Because demons had been appearing too frequently lately, civilian casualties were becoming an issue. This caused many citizens to worry about their safety and cast doubt on the efficiency of the Public Security Bureau. And that was not the worst part. The most critical issue was that someone was spreading rumors that the large-scale appearance of demons in the capital was a sign that the government had lost its mandate and was no longer recognized by the heavens. Others were claiming that the various factions in the capital were acting tyrannically, oppressing the common people, and creating so much resentment that the demons were actually manifestations of that grudge. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, pure science had lost its strong grip on authority, because the resurgence itself was unscientific, leading many to turn toward vague beliefs in theology, metaphysics, and destiny. This provided the perfect soil for rumors to take root. And the most terrifying thing about rumors is that by the time they spread, the truth no longer matters. At that point, the truth is irrelevant. What matters is the answer people want to believe. Often, those who spread the rumors know they are false, but they propagate them simply to serve an agenda. People only believe what they want to be the truth. It reminded Lin Mo of a plot from a movie in his past life. Did he eat 2 bowls of noodles but only pay for 1? In that context, how many bowls he actually ate became irrelevant. But what is the heaven-extending cult really trying to do? These rumors are useful, but they are not enough to collapse the government. Instead, they will only provoke an even stronger retaliation. Lin Mo could not figure out what the heaven-extending cult was thinking. But he had a lingering feeling in his gut that a massive upheaval was imminent. My strength is still not enough. Lin Mo deeply felt the inadequacy of his power. The strength of a martial master simply was not enough. Inside an ordinary residence in the capital, the young man who had spied on Lin Mo twice before was now sitting on an old chair with his legs propped up on the table. Tab, tab, tab. A knock sounded at the door. Come in. The young man toyed with a jade carving and said nonchalantly. An old man walked in. He possessed a powerful aura, clearly a martial arts master. Yet he maintained a submissive posture before the young man. Young master, the information you wanted on that person has been found. Tell me about it. The young man suddenly seemed to find something interesting and took his legs off the table. The man's name is Lin Mo, a freshman at Jeju Martial Arts Academy and a genius curse master. Our undercover agent in the Relic Development Bureau, whom we spent so much effort to infiltrate, was killed by an ambush he had set up in advance. The old man provided a brief summary of Lin Mo's dossier. A genius curse master, interesting, now that is interesting. Killing such a top-tier genius, that is what is truly satisfying. The young man licked his lips, revealing a morbid smile. Young master, the government has stepped up their enforcement. According to the orders of our guardian, we should withdraw from the capital immediately. It is best to leave while we can and not stir up more trouble. The old man reminded the young man. True, so we will leave tonight, but we will kill this genius on our way out. By the time the government reacts, we will already be long gone from the capital. Hearing the young man's words, the old man wanted to persuade him otherwise, but knowing the young man's temperament, he kept his peace. Indeed, eliminating a junior martial master would not take much time. It would just be a casual affair. What? To stabilize the situation in Kyoto, where demons were running rampant, and to address the shortage of manpower, the Kyoto Armed Police have joined city defense patrols. Normally, daily patrols within the city are handled by the Public Security Bureau, while the armed police are responsible for patrolling the border areas near Kyoto. However, given the current situation in Kyoto, the Public Security Department's manpower is insufficient to handle it, so the Military Commission has mobilized the armed police to assist with patrols. With the arrival of the armed police, newly birthed demons within the city are quickly eliminated. Of course, besides eliminating the demons, there are specialized departments investigating why demons are appearing so frequently. During their meticulous investigation, some poorly hidden members of the Outer Heaven sect had their whereabouts exposed, were immediately arrested by the relevant departments, and interrogated overnight. During the interrogation, some Outer Heaven sect members confessed that they were following orders from above to burn a specific type of charm all over Kyoto. After burning these charms, it would not take long for demons to be born. This answer caused an uproar among the government's top officials. Many experts who study demon origins dismissed it as nonsense, claiming it was just a prank by the Outer Heaven sect. How could demons be summoned and birthed just by burning a charm? Then, following subsequent experiments by the relevant departments, the conclusion immediately slapped those experts in the face. The departments conducted experiments in sparsely populated areas with pre-established defensive forces, and sure enough, every time a charm was burned, varying numbers of demons would appear in that area. This directly overturned some of the established knowledge held by the high-level government. During this period, Kyoto television has also been frantic, often appearing on the front lines to broadcast live reports on rescue efforts and the real-time combat situation against the demons. Meanwhile, some self-media creators and streamers are also broadcasting the situation on major live streaming platforms. Regarding this behavior, the government's current attitude is not to forbid it, provided it does not interfere with rescue and combat operations. Because the government is currently under significant public opinion pressure, these streamers and self-media channels broadcasting the government's all-out efforts to fight demons and rescue the wounded serve as positive energy, which can help alleviate some of that pressure. Zhao Dashan was formerly a minor streamer on a platform who usually broadcasted outdoor activities and sessions where martial artists hunted exotic beasts. During this period, by streaming the patrol teams hunting demons, he has gained quite a bit of popularity and is now considered a somewhat well-known streamer on the platform. He is currently on his way to a battlefield where a demon skirmish is taking place, but on the way, he sees a patrol team fighting with demons. That is not the key part. The key is that among them is a young person who looks like a student, using hand seals to actually set up a spell. A spellcaster is actually participating in the fight. Zhao Dashan was thrilled. There is a spellcaster in the middle of the battle. Spellcasters are an extremely rare profession. Many people have probably never even seen a spellcaster in the process of casting a spell. There are no other fellow streamers around. Hurry up and broadcast this. It is definitely a huge trending topic. Zhao Dashan hurriedly took out the live streaming photography equipment he had recently upgraded, set it up at a distance, and started streaming the battle ahead. At the same time, he also rushed to send a message to his fan group. Family, come into my stream quickly. I am broadcasting a battle between a spellcaster and demons. The moment Zhao Dashan sent that message, his fan group exploded. My god, a spellcaster fighting demons. I have to go watch it. It really is a spellcaster. I have never seen a spellcaster cast a spell in my entire life. I am entering the stream right now. Dashan, find a good angle and stream it well. If the stream quality is good, I will send you a rocket gift. The fans in the group were in a frenzy. After all, spellcasters are far too rare. Describing them as 1 in 10,000 would be an exaggeration of their numbers. Because in reality, you really cannot find one spellcaster among 10,000 people. Zhao Dashan immediately started the stream and then thought about the title for the stream room. He needed to come up with an eye-catching title to increase the popularity of his stream. That spellcaster does not look very old, and he appears to be a beginner-level spellcaster. He named it, streaming a genius spellcaster fighting demons. Once the word spellcaster appeared, it brought massive traffic to Zhao Dashan's stream room. It really is a spellcaster battle, not clickbait after all. This spellcaster looks a bit young though. Duh, if he were not young, would he be called a genius spellcaster? While Zhao Dashan's stream room was exploding with comments, Lin Mo finished casting his 1,000-blade spell and once again performed hand seals. Lines of spell scripts condensed and emerged, and within just a few breaths, another spell was formed beneath the patrol team. A burst of light emanated from the spell, and every member of the patrol team felt their own spiritual power being slightly reinforced. How can this guy cast spells so fast? Is not it said that spellcasters need a certain amount of time to cast spells? Why do I feel like he finished it in a few seconds? Look, the spiritual power of the others in the patrol team is different from before. The power seems fiercer, as if it has been reinforced. This spell should be an auxiliary type. The stream room was also boiling with discussion. Many people were seeing a spellcaster actually casting spells in combat for the first time, and they all felt it was too incredible. The fact that he can briefly reinforce other people's spiritual power proves that spellcasters are indeed a mysterious profession. This spellcaster looks like a student. Wonder which martial arts academy he is from. I bet a bag of spicy strips that this spellcaster is definitely from the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy. You're talking nonsense. Besides the 2 5-star martial arts academies, which other academy has recruited spellcasters? They are currently in the imperial capital. Could they possibly be from the Kunlun Martial Arts Academy? With the bonus from Lin Mo's spell, the patrol team, which was already holding the upper hand, quickly concluded the battle. It ended so quickly, I wanted to watch a little longer. Ending early is a good thing. It shows our people's police are highly efficient. Seeing that the battle was over, some people in the stream room were disappointed and planned to leave, but just at that moment. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of clapping echoed through the quiet street. A top-tier genius spellcaster from the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy is certainly different. The speed at which you set up spells is remarkably fast. A voice imbued with spiritual power resonated throughout the street. Lin Mo and the others looked over and saw 6 figures in black appearing. Of these 6 figures in black, 5 were high-level martial artists, and the aura of the old man among them had even reached the level of a martial arts master. Seeing this scene, Officer Gao quietly retreated to the side of the patrol car. Who are you people? Officer Zia felt that something was wrong and shouted loudly. Who we are, cannot you guess? The young man leading them spread his arms with an exaggerated smile. You are from the Outer Heaven sect. Officer Zia was certain now. These 6 must be from the Outer Heaven sect, and the demons that appeared earlier were summoned by them burning those charms. The Outer Heaven sect. Zhao Dashan's heart tightened instantly. Damn it, he was just streaming the killing of demons, and this time he actually ran into the Outer Heaven sect. People from the Outer Heaven sect. The comments in the stream room exploded. Although many streamers and media outlets had broadcasted the fight against demons recently, nobody had ever streamed the Outer Heaven sect members themselves. This time, they actually saw members of the Outer Heaven sect, and it looked like they were out there blatantly provoking the patrol team. Zhao Dashan took a deep breath, his entire body trembling. He knew he was going to be famous this time. Because he was very likely the first streamer on the entire web to broadcast the Outer Heaven sect, openly provoking the police. What? On the street, the young man spread his hands and looked at the patrol team in front of him, a sickly smile on his face. That is right, we are what you call the Outer Heaven sect. Before you die, remember my name, Jai Hengjiao. Jai Hengjiao's act of revealing his name stirred up the fury of countless people in Zhao Dashan's livestream. Damn it, this traitor actually dares to give his real name. My god, how arrogant. These traitors from the Outer Heaven sect actually have the nerve to announce their own names. It is so infuriating. If not for the screen between us, I would have slapped him across the face. I cannot take it. I really want to travel through the network cable and punch him. The live chat was filled with such rage that everyone wished they could rush in and beat Jai Hengjiao to death. However, some in the chat were worried about the safety of the patrol team. Of the 6 Outer Heaven sect members, 5 were high-level martial masters, and 1 was a martial arts grandmaster. On paper, their strength was absolutely crushing compared to the patrol. Young master, we should finish this quickly. They must have secretly called for reinforcements, the elderly martial arts grandmaster reminded Zhao Hengjiao. Understood, go ahead, take care of that spellcaster, Jai Hengjiao said with a wave of his hand. The next moment, the 4 high-level martial masters struck simultaneously, and the martial arts grandmaster exuded a terrifying aura as he prepared to deal with Lin. He wanted to eliminate Lin Mo as quickly as possible. Seeing the martial arts grandmaster coming for him personally, Lin Mo was shocked and cursed the man for his shamelessness, a grandmaster actually bullying a junior martial master. Just as Lin Mo prepared to give his all to buy some time, he saw Officer Gao holding a steel case nearby. Lin Mo had seen that case before. It had always been on the patrol car. But why was Officer Gao taking it out now? Could it be a secret weapon that could turn the tide of the battle? Click-clack. In the next instant, Lin Mo saw Officer Gao spread his arms as the steel case automatically assembled itself onto his body, forming a suit of armor. It looked just like a popular character from a sci-fi blockbuster Lin Mo had seen in his previous life. It is powered armor. The viewers in the livestream began to get excited. Powered armor is a piece of technology invented by humans that allows martial artists to unleash power far beyond their natural capabilities. Whoosh! Officer Gao, now wearing the armor, charged forward and clashed with the martial arts grandmaster. To everyone's surprise, they were evenly matched. He actually has powered armor, the old man muttered, feeling that things were becoming troublesome. Even though the policeman was only a high-level martial master, with the armor on, he was hard to defeat even for him. While the old man was held back, another high-level martial master lunged straight for Lin Mo. Shi Zilong and Officer Zia wanted to help, but they were each blocked by another high-level martial master. The remaining 3, Miao Ying, Fan Xin, and Lin Zhou, were only intermediate martial masters, and since Miao Ying was not even a combat practitioner, they were being suppressed by a single high-level martial master and could not provide any support. The high-level martial master's spiritual energy surged, and he charged straight at Lin Mo. One blow, and I can crush a junior martial master like you. The high-level martial master's eyes were ruthless and brimming with confidence. This was a punch with his full strength. There was no way a mere junior martial master could block it. Many viewers in the live stream felt their hearts tighten at the sight. Run, hurry, and run. Try to stall for time and wait for reinforcements. Why is he still standing there? Has he gone stupid? Seeing the aggressive high-level martial master rushing toward him, Lin Mo smiled. Then his gaze turned cold, his fingers clenched into a fist, black and white spiritual energy surfaced, and he activated his indestructible Vajra body. I might not be able to beat a martial arts grandmaster, but dealing with a mere high-level martial master like you is more than enough. The audience in the chat saw Lin Mo smile, and then actually channel his energy to stand his ground, and they were so annoyed they laughed. My god, has this guy learned so much magic that his brain stopped working. He is not running, he is trying to tank it. He is even smiling. What are you laughing at? Is that it? And they call him a genius spellcaster. Might as well rename the stream to Stupid Spellcaster. What kind of rubbish does the Jiuzhu Martial Arts Academy train? Hothouse flowers, bookish fools, they have no practical combat ability at all. The chat was filled with insults, and even Zhao Dashan felt that Lin Mo was really being a bit. Just as the chat was scolding Lin Mo, the high-level martial master arrived in front of him. His rolling spiritual energy formed a square seal on his fist, and he struck out. Facing the incoming punch, Lin Mo threw one of his own. Under the gaze of countless viewers, their fists collided. Boom! A visible shockwave rippled out in an instant. Under everyone's gaze, the black and white spiritual energy shattered the advanced martial artist's power as if it were nothing. Disbelief filled the high-level martial master's eyes as he felt a violent surge of energy destroy his attack and slam into him with overwhelming force. Impossible, the martial master shouted in denial. He was a high-level martial master. How could he possibly be weaker than a junior martial master? Boom! Reality proved ruthless. As Lin Mo shattered the energy on his fist, the opponent's arm suffered a twisted, sickening fracture. Thud! The high-level martial master's body was sent flying, crashing into a nearby railing. The immense impact snapped the railing, and the martial master's body was embedded into the wall at the edge of the street. There was dead silence in Zhao Dashan's livestream. Those watching the stream on their brain computers were stunned. This felt a little too exaggerated. Of course, the silence lasted only a second. The next moment, the tide turned, and the screen was flooded with 666s. Everyone who was just calling the genius spellcaster an idiot, come out and apologize. That is hilarious. A bunch of people who have never even attended a martial arts academy dared to question a talent trained by the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy. I am sorry, I am so sorry. A junior martial master knocking out a high-level one with a single punch. This guy is the real deal. Master, please accept my kowtow. I was ignorant and failed to recognize greatness. I was truly wrong. He is practicing both spells and martial arts. Masters are just built differently. Everything they do is amazing. The sentiment in the chat shifted immediately, leaving Zhao Dashan unable to decide whether to laugh or cry. Watching Lin Mo send the high-level martial master flying with a single punch, the smile on Jai Hongjiao's face gradually froze. Your target this time was me, right? Well, my life is right here now. Let us see if you have the ability to take it. Lin Mo manifested an inkwash sword in his hand and pointed the tip directly at Jai Hongjiao. Interesting, now this is interesting. Jai Hongjiao's gaze became sharp. A war blade appeared in his hand, and fiery red spiritual energy flowed across the blade like molten lava. Whoosh! Fiery red spiritual energy swirled around Jai Hongjiao's legs, and he turned into a red streak of light as he lunged forward. Clearly, Jai Hongjiao had also mastered a movement technique. The fiery red figure appeared at Lin Mo's side, slashing down with a blade infused with scalding spiritual energy. However, just as the blade descended, Lin Mo retreated, narrowly dodging the strike. In the next moment, Lin Mo swung his sword in a counterattack, the black and white spiritual energy covering his ink blade as he unleashed a storm of attacks on Jai Hongjiao. Facing Lin Mo's assault, Jai Hongjiao moved forward instead of back. He showed no intention of avoiding it and swung his blade to clash head-on with Lin Mo. The flashing of blades appeared repeatedly in the open area of the street. After trading blows, Lin Mo knew that Jai Hongjiao was not just an ordinary high-level martial master. His combat power was far superior to the previous one. However, he was in no rush to kill him. Because it was the opponent who should be anxious. Once reinforcements arrived, these Outer Heaven sect members would have nowhere to run. Zheng Lingyan, a top streamer in the gaming category. Of course, she did not become a top gaming streamer because of her skills, but rather due to her striking appearance and the fact that she is a graduate of a 4-star martial arts academy with the strength of a martial master. For a female gamer in the streaming scene, these credentials are a total game changer. Combined with the platform's heavy promotion, she naturally became the top sister of the gaming category. Just after finishing a game, Zheng Lingyan saw some comments in her chat room. Still watching someone play games, the stream next door is live broadcasting a mantra master destroying demons. Mantra master destroying demons. Buddy, you must be living in the last century. They are already dual cultivating mantras and spirits, blasting away high-level martial masters with a single punch. Looking at the comments scrolling by, Zheng Lingyan found it laughable, so she spoke up. Hey guys, can some of these trolls learn the basic common sense of martial arts before spamming the chat? Sure, dual cultivation exists, but it is always secondary to their main path, and they are definitely not as strong. A low-level martial master blasting a high-level one with one punch. Please, get your facts straight before you post. Do you have any idea what the gap is between a low-level and high-level martial master? Unless the high-level one is not a martial practitioner, the gap is massive. Honestly, a high-level martial master could easily take down 10 low-level ones.
Guys, I need to educate some of you. As a martial arts academy graduate, I remember there was a really talented person in my year who eventually became the top student. Even he could only manage to defeat a mid-level martial master when he was at the low level. Think about how ridiculous it is to suggest a low level one could blast a high-level one with one punch. Zhang Lingyun thought the trolling would die down after her explanation, but checking the chat, she found even more disruption. They are from the Jiazhu Martial Arts Academy. Hey, so what if they are from Jiazhu Martial Arts Academy? Are they not human? The top student from my academy back then was better than a lot of people from Jiazhu. Zhang Lingyun was left speechless. As a martial arts academy graduate and a professional practitioner, she could not imagine why people would believe such rumors. They are still live streaming. Go see for yourself if you do not believe me. Alright. Guys, let us go check it out. Let us see just how strong this low-level martial master the trolls are talking about really is. Zhang Lingyun knew it was useless to explain to the ignorant. They needed to see reality to truly shatter their illusions. Guys, what is the room number? After seeing the room number in the chat, Zhang Lingyun entered it and opened the stream to see the title. Then she read it out word by word. Shocking, the Heavenly Sect attacks a police patrol. Guys, look at this title, it is absurd. The Heavenly Sect attacking the police. Do they even dare? Let me tell you, do not believe everything you hear online about how strong the Heavenly Sect is. In reality, they are trash sewer rats that cannot even see the light of day, attacking a police patrol my foot. Guys, I am telling you, this stream will be banned in minutes, and it will be a permanent ban. Using things like this for traffic completely crosses the line. As she spoke, Zhang Lingyun clicked in and saw a fierce battle between Lin Mo and Jai Hongjiao in Zhao Dashan's stream. On the other side, several others were also fighting, one wearing a police uniform and another in power armor. Zhang Lingyun could not stay calm anymore. Even if the police uniform might be fake, the power armor did not look like a prop. If this were a skit, the production cost would be way too high. The key was that everyone in the stream was a martial master, and the one fighting the person in power armor was actually a martial grandmaster. If this was fake, the cost would be insane, and it was also a major red line to cross. Most importantly, she really saw a low-level martial artist in the stream holding a sword and going toe-to-toe with a high-level martial master wielding a war blade. Zhang Lingyun was a 4-star martial arts academy graduate. She had a sharp eye for these things. She could tell that the high-level martial master was not weak or holding back. In fact, his attacks were oppressive, the kind that even ordinary high-level masters would struggle to parry. Yet the low-level martial artist in front of him not only parried it, but was trading blows back and forth. This completely shattered Zhang Lingyun's common sense. Seeing the chat getting stirred up, Zhang Lingyun gave an awkward laugh. Guys, do not rush to conclusions, let us keep watching. Just as Zhang Lingyun said to keep watching, Jai Hongjiao's patience wore thin. He could see clearly that Lin Mo was intentionally stalling for time. He could not afford to drag this out with Lin Mo any longer. Soul skill, flame wave slash. Jai Hongjiao shouted as soul power surged out, wrapping his war blade in crimson flames, then he slashed at Lin Mo from a distance. The violent soul power swept out, and the heat distorted the air. Even through the screen, the viewers could feel the intensity. Zhang Lingyun was shocked. The power of that slash was immense, likely enough to kill an average high-level martial master instantly. She wondered if that low-level martial artist could survive it. Lin Mo noticed this and saw black and white soul power circling around his sword, crackling with black and white lightning. Boom! At that moment, thunder rolled as the soul power of heaven and earth rushed into Lin Mo's sword, the entire blade shrouded in black and white lightning. Soul skill, yin-yang lightning sword. Lin Mo swung and the blade light, wrapped in black and white lightning, came crashing down. Boom! When the yin-yang lightning sword collided with the flame wave slash, a massive explosion erupted, sending shockwaves of violent soul power rippling out. In the collision, the yin-yang lightning sword began to gain the upper hand, and the raging lightning completely shattered the flame wave slash. Jai Hongjiao vomited blood from the impact, skidding back and leaving long marks on the ground. 666. My god, he is a pro, absolutely a pro, way too strong. The chat in Zhao Dashan's stream was going crazy with 666s. Zhang Lingyun's chest heaved with excitement as she covered her mouth, finding it hard to believe if she had not seen it with her own eyes.
Is this a genius from the Jiazhu Martial Arts Academy? Only then did Zheng Lingyun realize that the gap between a 5-star and 4-star academy was even greater than she had imagined. It was just that she had never encountered the terrifying aspects of a 5-star academy before. At this moment, Jai Hengjiao realized things had taken a turn for the worse. "Young master, we have to retreat. If we do not, it will be too late," the old man said anxiously, knowing that if they dragged this out, the other side's reinforcements would arrive. Even though Jai Hengjiao was full of reluctance, he knew he could not leave if he stayed any longer. "Kid, you will not be this lucky next time we meet." After dropping the threat, Jai Hengjiao tried to slip away. Thinking of leaving, it is not that easy. Lin Mo would not let him go easily. He watched as black and white soul power poured out, held his sword in his right hand, and traced his left fingers from the handle to the tip before pointing to the sky. Soul skill, Heaven Net Sword Array. Densely packed sword shadows coalesced around Lin Mo, forming a formation that blocked every escape route for Jai Hengjiao. Faced with all his paths of retreat completely sealed off, Jai Hengjiao's eyes turned vicious, staring at Lin Mo with murderous intent. "Kid, you forced me to go all out." A crimson flame began to burn on Jai Hengjiao's body. Of course, that was not actual fire, but a manifestation of boosted soul power. "Bloodline power," Lin Mo remarked slowly. So-called bloodline power is a force that can be actively triggered once a bloodline physique reaches the heaven grade. It can temporarily increase the practitioner's combat effectiveness. Sai, why can others with heaven-grade bloodlines trigger bloodline power, while my quasi-god-grade bloodline physique cannot? Lin Mo felt quite helpless. He seemed to have no bloodline power to trigger. His quasi-god-grade bloodline only boosted his physique and the quality of his soul power. "Kid, go to hell." After triggering his bloodline power, Jai Hengjiao released a wave of violent force that shattered Lin Mo's sword array, and in the next moment, he jumped and slashed with his blade. This strike gathered all of Jai Hengjiao's strength. It was his peak performance. The reason he did not want to use it earlier was that once unleashed, he would not have much energy left to escape. But since Lin Mo was trying to trap him completely with no way out, Jai Hengjiao had no choice but to fight for his life. Dying. Jai Hengjiao unleashed his peak slash. Seeing this, Lin Mo showed no fear as soul power surged through him. His internal soul power condensed rapidly, black and white light blossomed, and 2 giant pythons emerged from the light, hovering above him. Hez. The 2 giant pythons roared to the sky, and an astounding sense of oppression swept out, making Jai Hengjiao's hands tremble as he gripped his war blade. Bluffing. Jai Hengjiao twisted his face in a fierce roar, suppressing his inner fear and the trembling of his arms as he swung his blade down. Behind Lin Mo, 2 giant pythons roared towards the sky, sending an overwhelming wave of pressure sweeping outward. Lin Mo had actually been looking for an opportunity to test just how powerful the black and white pythons, cultivated through the Zhulong refining nerve, truly were. Although the strength Jai Hengjiao displayed earlier did not merit Lin Mo's full effort, this strike was decent enough to serve as a test. Watching Jai Hengjiao's peak strike descend, Lin Mo's expression remained indifferent. With a wave of his sleeve, the black and white pythons lunged forward. The black python roared out, carrying a bone-chilling cold that froze the water vapor in the air into ice crystals as it passed, before opening its jaws to snap tightly onto Jai Hengjiao's blade. Upon contact, white steam instantly billowed up. Jai Hengjiao's blade hissed as its fiery red spiritual energy rapidly faded. How is this possible? Jai Hengjiao's face changed dramatically, shocked that his most powerful strike had been countered just like that. While Jai Hengjiao was still in a state of shock, the other white python circled behind him and struck with a fierce thrust. Blood splattered everywhere. Jai Hengjiao's body fell, his life force fading rapidly. This scene got Zhao Dashan, who was live streaming, fired up. When he checked the chat, it was completely flooded with praise. I am sorry, everyone. I apologize for my previous ignorance." Zheng Lingyun was also apologizing in her own livestream. Lin Mo looked at the dying Jai Hengjiao, who was trembling as he raised a hand and croaked, "Save me, save me. My father is a protector of the Heavenly Outer Sect." A protector of the Heavenly Outer Sect? What is that? Lin Mo had never heard of it. He immediately chose to join the other battles, swiftly taking down everyone except for the martial master fighting officer Gao,
leaving them heavily injured. Miao Ying keep that Jai Hengjiao alive. His identity does not seem low. He likely knows quite a lot. Officer Zia ordered Miao Ying to heal Jai Hengjiao to keep him alive. Given that his father is a protector of the Heavenly Outer Sect, he surely holds a high status and must be able to provide valuable information during interrogation. Understood. Miao Ying rushed forward and used her healing spiritual skills to stabilize Jai Hengjiao's condition. Just as Miao Ying finished the healing and prepared to get medical supplies and bandages to dress his wounds, Jai Hengjiao, showing signs of recovery, let a look of malice flash across his eyes. A small blade appeared in his hand, and he moved to strike Miao Ying. "Watch out!" Fan Xin, who had been watching the whole time, shouted immediately. Those watching Zhao Dashan's stream also felt their hearts skip a beat in front of the virtual projection. "Look out! Be careful, miss!" Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Miao Ying had no time to react and instinctively closed her eyes. However, after a few seconds, feeling as though nothing had happened, she slowly opened her eyes to see a sword plunged into Jai Hengjiao's chest. That sword was Lin Mo's Shui Mo. In that split second, Lin Mo had used his mental power to control Shui Mo, striking Jai Hengjiao down from the air and triggering a silver treasure chest drop. Nicely done. These traitors from the Heavenly Outer Sect are truly insidious. Even when the young lady was saving him, he still tried to stab her in the back. That boss is amazing, too strong. Forget it, I am going to work hard for the next 100 days. I am going to get into the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy. The audience in Zhao Dashan's livestream felt extremely satisfied. Young master. The martial master fighting officer, Gao in his power armor, saw this and his eyes nearly split with rage. At the same time, he was filled with fear and his body trembled. He knew very well how furious that protector would be if Jai Hengjiao died here. His only chance of survival now was to capture that boy and bring him to the protector. With that thought, the martial master unleashed his full spiritual energy. A crimson light surged from his body, actually pushing back Officer Gao and his power armor. This is a forbidden technique. Is he trying to kill himself? Officer Gao thought, shocked. Oh no, Lin Mo, watch out. Officer Gao shouted when he realized the martial master was charging straight at Lin Mo. It was too late for him to intervene. Violent spiritual energy surged from within the martial master, forming a giant hand of energy that aimed to snatch Lin Mo up. This martial master is truly shameless. Lin Mo felt the immense pressure. Running was clearly impossible now, so he had no choice but to fight with everything he had. Lin Mo channeled his Zhulong refining nerve, pouring out every ounce of his spiritual energy as his black and white pythons grew significantly in size. The two pythons coiled around each other, roared to the heavens, and crashed forward to meet the attack. Seeing this, countless viewers in Zhao Dashan's chat could not bear to look, as they could clearly sense the massive disparity in power between the two attacks. Humped like a mantis trying to block a chariot. No matter how gifted an entry-level martial master is, they are still like an ant before a true martial master. You traitor of the Heavenly Outer Sect, how dare you act so wantonly in the capital? However, right at that moment, a roar like a thunderclap resounded through the air. Upon hearing that shout, the martial master's spiritual energy instantly collapsed, and the giant hand of energy he had formed disintegrated in an instant. The very next moment, Lin Mo's black and white pythons met no resistance and caught the martial master off guard, piercing directly through his chest. Martial master killed, obtained a gold treasure chest. The system prompt left Lin Mo stunned. He had inexplicably killed a martial master and dropped a gold treasure chest. Of course, he realized immediately that the previous shout must have shattered the martial master's spiritual energy from a distance, allowing his pythons to pierce through him unhindered. Then Lin Mo and the others saw a burly, imposing middle-aged man in military uniform approach from the distance in just a few steps. Zhao Dashan hurried to turn off his camera and spoke to those in his stream. Alright, that is all for today's stream. A huge thanks to the government and to the police and everyone on the front lines hunting down the demons. Once the middle-aged man walked over, Officer Gao's power armor automatically disassembled, forming a steel case. General Wu. Officers Gao and Zia saluted the man in unison. General. Lin Mo now understood the man's identity. General Wu nodded, then looked at Lin Mo with an appreciative gaze. Not bad.
It is rare for an entry-level martial master to possess such combat power. You must be from the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy, right? Lin Mo saluted and replied, Lin Mo, Kyushu Martial Arts Academy. Since the other party wanted to know his name, and he could not hide it anyway, it was better to state it proactively and leave an impression on this big shot. After General Wu arrived, another group of soldiers appeared to take the remaining Heavenly Outer Sect martial artists into custody. At this point, Officer Gao said, General Wu, this young man seems to be the son of a protector from the Heavenly Outer Sect. We could have captured him alive, but he ambushed our medic while she was treating him. In the emergency, we had no choice but to kill him. The son of a protector, General Wu showed interest and stepped forward to examine the young man's face. Jai Hingjiao, so it is the only son of that scum Jai Yuansheng. Ha ha ha, his only son dying here in the capital. I bet he will be furious when he finds out. General Wu seemed to be in a very good mood. It seemed Jai Hengjiao's father was a man who made many enemies. May I ask what level a protector of the Heavenly Outer Sect is? Lin Mo asked. Generally, anyone serving as a protector in the Heavenly Outer Sect is at the martial god level. That scum Jai Yuansheng has killed many in our army, including 3 major generals. We have wanted to get rid of him for a long time, but we never had the chance. I never expected his son would end up dying here. While General Wu was happy, Lin Mo's expression stiffened. A martial god level protector. Damn it, Jai Hingjiao's father is actually a martial god. In that case, did not I just slaughter the son of a martial god? For a moment, Lin Mo felt like crying, but had no tears. Lin Mo had originally thought that a guardian rank in the Heavenly Outer Sect was not particularly high, probably just around the level of a martial arts master. Although he could not beat a martial arts master yet, he was not that scared either, since the person was from the Heavenly Outer Sect anyway. Who would have thought that a guardian would actually be at the martial god level? A powerhouse of this level, even within the Heavenly Outer Sect, definitely holds immense power. For now, Xiao Mo did not want to make an enemy out of someone of this level, even if they were from a hostile faction. Why are you getting a bit nervous? General Wu also sensed the shift in Lin Mo's emotions. They are a martial god after all. It would be a lie to say I am not nervous, Lin Mo replied honestly. General Wu could understand this. To suddenly offend a martial god to the point of no return, let alone Lin Mo, even he would feel a bit uneasy. At this moment, Lin Mo asked General Wu a question that had been puzzling him. General Wu, what are the ranks in the Heavenly Outer Sect? How come a guardian is already a martial god? General Wu did not hide anything from Lin Mo and explained directly. The ranks for members in the Heavenly Outer Sect go from non-affiliated members, official members, altar masters, hall masters, deacons, elders, guardians, vice sect leaders, and the sect leader. Non-affiliated members are just some unimportant people they develop. For instance, those who have not even reached the level of a martial artist. To become an official member, you must possess the strength of a martial artist. The foundation of the Heavenly Outer Sect is built upon altars and halls. One hall of the Heavenly Outer Sect basically manages all the sect members in a city, but it is not managed directly. Instead, they establish subaltars. The hall manages the subaltars, and the subaltars are the ones that directly manage the members. However, since the strength of each city varies, the strength of the altar masters and hall masters in each city also differs. For example, in a small city, perhaps a martial master is enough to become an altar master, and a martial arts grandmaster could become a hall master to manage all the sect members in that city. Some cities are very powerful. For example, in the capital, according to our intelligence, every altar master there possesses the strength of a martial arts grandmaster, and the exceptional ones have even reached the level of a martial arts master. The hall master who commands all the Heavenly Outer Sect forces in the capital has reached the level of a martial arts great grandmaster, with strength and status not inferior to some elders. Deacons are responsible for patrolling the various halls and serve as a means for the main sect to control the various sub-halls. Every deacon has the strength of a martial arts master. Elders are considered the figures with real power in the main sect. Most elders have the strength of a martial arts great grandmaster, and some extremely monstrous ones have even reached the martial god level. As for guardians, they are the trusted confidants of the sect leader and the messengers of the Heavenly Outer Sect leader's will. The Jai Hingjiao you killed was the left guardian of the Heavenly Outer Sect and the son of Jai Yuansheng. Furthermore, a normal guardian's strength is considered a very formidable existence, even among martial gods. General Wu's last sentence made the corners of Lin Mo's mouth twitch slightly. It turns out the person he offended to the death was not just any ordinary martial god.
For the days to come, do not stick with the patrol team anymore. I will arrange a new position for you. General Wu was considering Lin Mo's safety. In an underground palace within a district of the United Nations, there was a hexagram array on the ground. 6 figures were sitting cross-legged at the 6 corners of the hexagram array, and these 6 people possessed immense aura. Each one of them had reached the realm of a martial arts great grandmaster. And sitting in the center of the hexagram array was a young man who was handsome, with features like fine jade, and looked extraordinarily elegant. This young man was the left guardian of the heavenly outer sect, Jai Yuansheng, a powerhouse at the martial god level. Do not be fooled by his youthful appearance. It is because his martial cultivation has reached the level of a martial god, allowing him to maintain his appearance, which is why he looks this way. Left Guardian, there is a major event to report. At this moment, a voice came from outside the palace. Come in, Jai Yuansheng said in an indifferent tone. A martial arts master stepped forward, looking flustered and uneasy. What matter makes you so flustered? Jai Yuansheng appeared very calm. The martial arts master swallowed hard, then spoke with a trembling voice. Left Guardian, news has come from the capital that your son has been killed in the capital. Boom! As soon as the martial arts master finished speaking, a terrifying aura erupted from within Jai Yuansheng's body, and an invisible giant hand directly pinned the martial arts master to the wall. Someone as strong as a martial arts master was, at this moment, pinned to the wall by the invisible giant hand like a tiny chick, with no power to resist. Who killed him? Jai Yuansheng's tone was filled with killing intent. A beginner martial artist named Lin Mo, a freshman at the Jiazhu Martial Arts Academy, a beginner incantation master, who is the most talented incantation master in the Jiazhu Martial Arts Academy. Clearly, before this martial arts master entered, he had also quickly gathered basic information about Lin Mo. A beginner martial artist can kill my son. Jai Yuansheng was a bit skeptical. Although his son was not exactly a prodigy, he was still trained by a martial god father like himself, and his strength among advanced martial artists was hard to match, so how could he be killed by a beginner martial artist? Left Guardian, at that time, someone was live streaming, and I have the video here, the martial arts master hurriedly said. Only then did Jai Yuansheng retract his spiritual energy, the invisible giant hand dissipated, and the martial arts master hurriedly projected a video. The video showed the battle between Lin Mo and Jai Hengjiao. When Jai Yuansheng saw that Jai Hengjiao actually drew a knife at the end, he also cursed, "Idiot." Of course he knew what his son wanted to do. He did not want to kill that girl, but wanted to kidnap her, attempting to escape using that as leverage. But if he thought he could escape like this, he was simply underestimating the Chinese government. If Jai Hengjiao had not done that at the time, at worst he would have just been detained by the Chinese government. But as long as his life was still there, Jai Yuansheng could have saved him. This kind of rescue does not mean using force, but rather conducting negotiations with the Chinese government. Their heavenly outer sect actually has quite a few chips they can use to negotiate with the Chinese government. It is not impossible that they could have exchanged for him. However, his son actually used such a stupid method. But no matter what, Jai Hengjiao was his son, so naturally, Jai Yuansheng would not let Lin Mo off after killing him. Thinking of this, Jai Yuansheng wanted to stand up. The 6 martial arts grandmasters beside him noticed and immediately discouraged him. Left Guardian, you absolutely cannot leave here. This was ordered by the sect leader. Are you using the sect leader to pressure me? Jai Yuansheng's tone contained killing intent. Brother Jai, they certainly would not dare, but you truly cannot leave. You should know the importance of this period of time. Just then, a middle-aged man with a square face walked in with an imposing manner. Right Guardians. Seeing this middle-aged man walk in, the others all called out. This middle-aged man with a square face was the right guardian of the heavenly outer sect, Sha Ziyuqui. Seeing Sha Ziyuqui enter, Jai Yuansheng calmed down and said, "It cannot be that my son just died in vain. I will arrange for people to go and assassinate him," Sha Ziyuqui replied. Jai Yuansheng sneered, since the other party is a genius from the Jiazhu Martial Arts Academy. With such a big incident, he will surely be protected. Can the people you dispatch go into the Jiazhu Martial Arts Academy to assassinate him? Then what do you want? Sha Ziyuqui frowned slightly. Use the pawn in the Jiazhu Martial Arts Academy. As long as they make a move, they will definitely be able to kill him, Jai Yuansheng said as well.
Impossible, Sha Ziyuqi flatly refused. You should know the importance of that pawn. Once they make a move, it will absolutely be exposed. Then Lin Mo's talent is also extremely high, whether in martial arts or as an incantation master. Do not we usually adopt the strategy of stifling geniuses? Jai Yuansheng retorted. Sha Ziyuqi just shook his head. If it were before, with two matters overlapping, it might have been possible to take a big risk and make a move, but now you know the situation. There is no time to let this so-called genius grow up. The dimension tunnels of Blue Star will soon expand again. At that time, the power they descend with will be enough to sweep across the 5 major federations of Blue Star. So what if he is a genius? Could it be that he can grow enough strength in a few years to resist the Otherworld army? Jai Yuansheng went silent. As a core member of the Heavenly Outer Sect, he naturally knew some secrets. But I can arrange for it and see if we can kill him as much as possible. Sha Ziyuqi promised in the end. Hearing this, Jai Yuansheng sat back down. He also knew the urgency of the situation. What? Finally, I can open the treasure chests. Back in his single dormitory at the General Administration, Lin Mo looked at the 2 treasure chests within his consciousness space. The silver treasure chest dropped by Jai Hingjiao shone with a silver brilliance so intense that it faintly glimmered with gold. The other chest, dropped by the martial arts grandmaster, radiated a pure golden light. Open the silver treasure chest, Lin Mo said, choosing to open the silver one first. After all, the best surprise should be saved for last. Opened the silver treasure chest and received 50 low-level spirit beads, 30 comprehension fragments, and 2 epiphany fragments. Epiphany fragments again. I wonder when I will actually be able to use these. Lin Mo had obtained epiphany fragments before and had read the system descriptions. Unlike comprehension fragments, which are used for specific spirit techniques or cultivation methods, epiphany fragments put the user in a state of epiphany to grasp more ethereal concepts, such as sword intent or laws. But so far, Lin Mo had not found a good opportunity to use them. Of course, after opening the silver chest, it was time for the main event, the golden treasure chest. The golden treasure chest was still very precious to Lin Mo at this stage. Because to kill a martial arts grandmaster now, he needed a certain amount of luck. For instance, the grandmaster he killed previously was not only severely injured, but also poisoned. And the one he just killed was only defeated in a single strike because General Wu scattered the master's spirit energy from afar. The last golden chest gave him a level 3 evolution agent, which allowed him to break through to the martial master rank. I wonder what this one will yield. Lin Mo felt excited and expectant. Open the golden treasure chest, Lin Mo thought to himself. Open the golden treasure chest and receive the Xuan Python scaled armor. Only one item. Zhang Mo was slightly stunned to find that the golden chest only contained a single item, called the Xuan Python scaled armor. Lin Mo quickly checked the information on the Xuan Python scaled armor. Xuan Python scaled armor, a combat suit crafted entirely from Xuan Python scales, combining traditional forging techniques with cutting-edge technology. A combat suit combining forging techniques with cutting-edge technology. Lin Mo was ecstatic and almost shouted out loud. This is a real battle suit. Lin Mo was not entirely sure how powerful such a suit could be. But just looking at the power armor manufactured on Blue Star, one could make some deductions. For example, Officer Gao could stand his ground against a low-level martial arts grandmaster while wearing one. The system's battle suit must be of much higher value than Blue Star's power armor, though he did not know exactly how much stronger it would be. Xuan Python's scaled armor, activate. As Lin Mo focused his intent, a scale appeared on his chest and suddenly expanded, with dense scales covering his entire surface. In the blink of an eye, Lin Mo's body was fully covered by the armor. Lin Mo looked in the mirror and found that the armor was not as unsightly as he had imagined with individual overlapping scales. Instead, the scales fit together seamlessly, appearing as a unified whole with great aesthetic appeal. At the same time, as he channeled his spirit energy and threw a punch, he noticed that its power had increased significantly, clearly boosted by the armor. Lin Mo felt that while wearing the Xuan Python scaled armor, his spirit energy attacks could reach a truly astonishing level. He did not know the exact extent of its power, but he felt that with this armor, he could definitely take on the martial arts grandmaster he had just defeated. Hello, Master. Artificial intelligence Zioxy is at your service. At that moment, a voice echoed in Lin Mo's mind. Lin Mo was startled at first, but then realized that since the armor featured cutting-edge technology, perhaps the AI Zioxy was a built-in feature. Zioxy, are you the AI built into the Xuan Python scaled armor? Lin Mo asked. That is correct. Zioxy is here to assist you in using the armor, though I can also be used for other purposes. For instance, helping you process information. Zioxy's sweet voice echoed in Lin Mo's mind. Can you control my personal computer? Lin Mo could not help but ask. Please wait a moment, Master. I am identifying the level of your computer. About a second later, Zioxy reported, given the level of your current computer, I can perfectly infiltrate and take control. Would you like me to take over control to assist you? Infiltrate. Lin Mo gave the command. Infiltrating, please wait, Master. Infiltration successful. I have gained full control of the computer. Zioxy replied immediately. Zioxy opened the school's mission interface. Lin Mo tested the system with a command. The school's internal network mission interface immediately appeared before Lin Mo's eyes. It really is much smarter. Lin Mo could not help but sigh. A Blue Star computer is just a chip, functioning similarly to the mobile phones and computers of his previous life. Of course, a higher-level computer allows for verbal commands, and it will begin execution immediately. But this execution is not truly intelligent. You could say the computer is an AI, but it seems to lack a certain spark, a spirit, like the one Zioxy possesses. For example, if Lin Mo wanted to open the mission interface before, the computer could not reach it with a simple direct command. He would have to order it to open the Kyushu Martial Arts Academy internal network, then authorize his account, and then navigate there manually. With Zioxy, Lin Mo felt he could even command her to accept a specific mission, and it would be done the very next second. With Zioxy, his daily work and cultivation would definitely be much more convenient. The Xuan Python scaled armor has brought me immense benefits. Lin Mo felt joyful. Not only did he have a dedicated AI, but the armor could also serve as his greatest trump card at present. His true combat strength had been almost entirely exposed in the recent battle. In normal circumstances, this would not be a problem, as most people's strength is common knowledge, and no one would go out of their way to study you. But Lin Mo's situation is different. He killed the son of a martial god, and the other party will certainly not let it slide and will look for people to deal with him. With his strength revealed, the enemy will not treat him as a mere martial master. If they send assassins, they will definitely dispatch martial arts grandmasters or stronger. They will also closely monitor his growth to arrange even deadlier assassins. Given this situation, Lin Mo urgently needed a powerful trump card that no one had ever seen before. Clearly, the Xuan Python scaled armor is that trump card. Wait. Lin Mo thought of something and, with a flick of his mind, opened his attribute panel. A digital display, visible only to him, flickered into existence. Host Lin Mo. Cultivation, Junior Martial Master. Weapon Water Ink upgradable. Xuan Python scaled armor upgradable. Main Spirit Techniques, Lion Roar Soul Suppressor specialized, Extreme Shadow Step specialized, Yin Yang Thunder Sword mastered, upgradable, Heaven Net Sword Array mastered, upgradable. Cultivation Methods, Candle Dragon Nerve Refining Technique, Indestructible Vajra Body. Sure enough, the system recognized the Xuan Python scaled armor as a weapon that could be further upgraded. Confirmed in his thought, a smile played on Lin Mo's lips. He then thought to retract the armor, which quickly dissolved and returned into a single scale, sinking back into his chest. For the rest of the time, Lin Mo communicated with Zioxy to fully understand the various capabilities of the armor. P.S. Dear readers, this chapter did not describe the color of the Xuan Python scaled armor, primarily because I would like to hear your opinions on what color palette would be best. What? The next day. Just as Lin Mo woke up, Zioxy's sweet voice echoed in his ears. Master, among today's top 50 trending topics, you occupy 5 spots, ranking 1st, 3rd, 20th, 32nd, and 37th respectively. Hearing Zioxy's report, Lin Mo felt much more cared for. This was what a real artificial intelligence should be like. It was much more comfortable to use than the old brain-computer interfaces. Wait, why am I trending? and on 5 lists at once, with one of them being number 1. Lin Mo immediately ordered Zai open the trending topics list. Then the trending list appeared before Lin Mo's eyes, and the top breaking news was 16-year-old youth furiously slays members of the Outer Heaven sect. Clicking into it, he saw the video of his battle with Jai Hongjiao from last night. The third trending topic was the once-in-a-century genius of Jeju Academy. Clicking into it, it was him again. These media outlets had dug up everything he did at the Jeju Martial Arts Academy. The 20th trending topic was Lin Mo's looks. Clicking into it, he saw a group of girls acting love-struck in the comments. The 32nd, just how powerful is a 16-year-old primary spellcaster? Clicking into it, a blogger was explaining the difficulty of becoming a primary spellcaster and naturally brought him up as an example. The 37th, another blogger explaining the gap between primary and senior martial artists. In short, the media was praising him to the high heavens, and some bloggers, chasing clout, even called Lin Mo the greatest genius in human history and the savior of humanity's future. Sai, what is the point of all this? After Lin Mo finished washing up and stepped out of the police dormitory, a group of self-media and reporters swarmed over and surrounded him. Student Lin Mo, how do you feel about being ambushed yesterday? Student Lin Mo, you fought the Outer Heaven sect yesterday. What exactly is their strength like? The microphones were almost shoved into Lin Mo's mouth. Just as Lin Mo was feeling overwhelmed, he saw several martial artists in military uniforms stepping out of a hovering military vehicle. These soldiers quickly separated the reporters and media personnel, and then General Wu also stepped out of the vehicle. He took a microphone from a reporter and said, "Since student Lin Mo killed the son of a high-ranking Outer Heaven sect member yesterday, for his own safety, no further media interviews will be accepted from now on." With the military stepping in, the media naturally did not dare to be presumptuous and had no choice but to disperse. Lin Mo, according to your academy's requirements, for your temporary safety, your mission is being terminated and you are to return to the academy. After dispersing the reporters, General Wu found Lin Mo for a private talk. Sure, Lin Mo agreed. Compared to doing missions outside, the Jeju Martial Arts Academy would naturally be much safer. Besides, during this time fighting against demons, Lin Mo had also obtained several silver chests. He could return to the academy to cultivate and strive to break through to a middle-level martial artist. The fact that the Outer Heaven sect dared to summon demons in the capital so recklessly made Zhang Mo feel that something big might happen in the future. To survive in the upcoming major shifts, Lin Mo had to increase his strength as much as possible. Plus, he had just killed the son of a martial god. Once a major conflict erupted, they would definitely not forget to send people to take his life. Get stronger. As long as I am strong enough, I have nothing to fear. Lin Mo's eyes were burning with a fighting spirit. Afterward, the military specifically dispatched personnel to escort Lin Mo back to the Jeju Martial Arts Academy. On the way to the academy, Lin Mo had Zai check how many academic credits the school had settled for him. Reporting to Master, the academy has settled a total of 320,000 academic credits. 320,000 credits. Lin Mo was a bit surprised. He did not expect to have so many credits. Would not this pay off all his debt at once? Lin Mo checked the details and found that for the demons he killed, the lives he saved, and for slaying Jai Hongjiao, the academy had granted a large amount of credits. Especially for saving lives and slaying Jai Hongjiao, the number of credits was very high. Lin Mo, you are quite something, going out on a mission and ending up on the trending topics several times in a row. Just as Lin Mo returned to the academy, Tan Zini came to find him. Since it was already December, the weather had turned cold. Today, Tan Zini was wearing a luxurious exotic beast fur coat over a tight white dress, and the stockings on her legs accentuated how slim, long, and straight they were. You really cannot blame me for that, Lin Mo said, feeling very helpless. And you killed the son of a martial god. Quite an achievement, huh? Tan Zini said with a smile, but Lin Mo could not help but notice a hint of schadenfreude in her expression. Lin Mo could not help but roll his eyes and said in a dejected tone, "What else could I do? I did not know the Outer Heaven sect's protector was that strong at the time." Seeing Lin Mo like this, Tan Zini consoled him. It is okay. You are absolutely safe inside the academy." Lin Mo could only think the same now. In the following days, Lin Mo began his life of cultivation. As time passed day by day, it had been half a year since Lin Mo first arrived at the Jeju Martial Arts Academy. The number of people in the academy was gradually decreasing because the winter break had started. Although there is no such thing as a summer break in the martial arts academies of this world, there is still a winter break, as people need to go home to celebrate the new year with their families. Family reunion. Sitting on the rooftop of the teaching building, Lin Mo mocked himself. Home. Lin Mo had never experienced that feeling, whether it was because of his fate or some other reason. In his previous life, he was an orphan who grew up in an orphanage. After transmigrating here, although he had a father in name for the first 10 years, he never felt any fatherly love or warmth. His father seemed different from other kids' dads. Other kids' fathers would either play with them, urge them to cultivate, or be busy making money. In Lin Mo's memory, his cheap father never seemed to work, never urged him to learn, and only ensured he did not starve to death. Then, when he was in his teens, his father inexplicably vanished into thin air. Hey, why are you still staying at the academy? Are not you going home? When Tanzini passed by the teaching building, she looked up and was surprised to see Lin Mo sitting on the rooftop. Then she came up. Home? I would rather stay at the academy. I am alone either way if I go back. Lin Mo had no intention of returning to Donghai City. At this moment, Tanzini suddenly remembered that, when she looked at Lin Mo's records, he really did not have any relatives left at home. I am sorry, I did not think it through. Tanzini apologized, looking at Lin Mo cautiously, fearing that her words had hurt him. Lin Mo did not mind it, saying, "Do not look at me like that, I am not that fragile." After confirming that Lin Mo really did not care, Tanzini seemed to think of something and pulled Lin Mo along, saying, "In that case, to make it up to you, I will take you around the capital today." Take me around the capital. Is it me taking you or you taking me? Is this supposed to be an apology? However, Lin Mo did not refuse. It was indeed quite boring to stay at the academy alone. Going out with Tanzini, since she was a senior spellcaster, safety should not be an issue. Perhaps because the new year was approaching, the crowds in the capital were much smaller, and lanterns were hung everywhere, filling the city with a sense of festive atmosphere. Let us go, I know a shopping mall in the capital that is very famous. Sure enough, once they arrived in the city, the thing Tanzini dragged Lin Mo to do was to go shopping. What? Tanzini took Lin Mo to go shopping. Today, Tanzini wore a mist blue long coat over a v-neck knit dress, paired with a pair of high-heeled boots, giving her a tall and confident aura. At the mall, Tanzini was picking and choosing, looking through winter clothes. She would occasionally take some to the fitting room to try them on, then compare herself in the mirror for a long time before asking for Lin Mo's opinion. Well, they all looked good. Lin Mo could not offer any substantive advice, but he was enjoying the eye candy of seeing Tanzini in various styles today. What a perfunctory answer. Tanzini was clearly dissatisfied with Lin Mo's lack of any real input. Oh, what do you mean? It is mainly because you are beautiful, teacher, with fair skin, a pretty face and long legs, so you can pull off any style. Lin Mo was no player, but he definitely was not a clueless guy either. He knew when a girl needed to be complimented. Slick talker, I wonder how many other girls you have said that to. Although Tanzini said that, the slight upward curve of her red lips clearly betrayed her true inner thoughts. That sweet smile made Kaishan Mo feel a bit intoxicated. In the end, Tanzini really could not decide which one was the best, but unlike other girls, she simply waved her hand and bought all the clothes. And watching her pay, she did not seem to feel the pinch at all. What a rich lady, Lin Mo could not help but feel envious. The clothes they just bought totaled over $1 million, and she spent it without even blinking. Of course, there was one thing Lin Mo was relieved about. In this world, there are things like storage belts, so he did not need to help carry them. After shopping, Tanzini and Lin Mo found a restaurant with a retro decor. The two found a seat by the window, and Tanzini leaned back in her chair, holding a long-stemmed wine glass. Cheers, let us have a toast. A crisp sound of glass clinking together rang out. Tanzini boldly downed a large glass of wine, and immediately a flush appeared on her cheeks, giving her a slightly tipsy look. Tanzini in this state was full of allure. Normally, she wore silver-rimmed glasses, and being a spellcaster, she cultivated an intellectual and cold demeanor. Now that she was tipsy after drinking, her flushed cheeks contrasted with her usual temperament, making her even more seductive. This could be seen from the glances frequently cast from other tables. Tanzini's appeal completely overshadowed all the other women on that floor. Lin Mo even suspected that if it were not for the fact that he was sitting opposite her, some bold person would probably have come over to ask for her contact information. Soon the waiter served the food. Lin Mo was slightly surprised by the waiter. He was actually a martial artist. Is this restaurant this high-end, using a martial artist as a waiter? Although martial artists are not much in the capital, they are definitely at a white-collar level. Unless it is an extremely luxurious hotel or restaurant, they generally would not work as waiters. When the food was served, just as Lin Mo was about to eat, Xioxi's voice suddenly appeared. Master, testing shows that there are toxins in this food that can threaten you. Poisoned. Lin Mo was startled and immediately knocked the chopsticks out of Tanzini's hand. What are you doing? Tanzini was also startled by Lin Mo's sudden move. However, the next second she saw the waiter pull out a dagger and violently stab at Lin Mo. Snap! Lin Mo backhanded and grabbed the waiter's wrist, twisted it, and kicked him away. At this moment, several terrifying auras erupted in the restaurant, each reaching the level of a martial arts master. Oh! Instantly, the restaurant was in an uproar, and nearby diners fled far away. At the same time, in a symbolic government office in the capital, a middle-aged man with a determined face, dangerous eyes, and an aura of iron-blooded discipline was conversing with someone. The next moment, the man's expression changed drastically as he said to the person sitting opposite, "Old Chi, hold on a second." Then the middle-aged man turned into a flash of light and disappeared from the room. Go! Lin Mo grabbed Tanzini's hand and jumped out of the window. Several martial arts masters in the restaurant followed closely behind. At this time, Tanzini also deployed spells. With the strength of an advanced spellcaster, several level 3 spells were set up almost simultaneously. Level 3 spells, how are they so fast? Those martial arts masters were also shocked. They only saw the violent power erupt from the level 3 spells, sending the martial arts masters flying. After Lin Mo and Tanzini landed, Tanzini formed seals with her hands. Densely packed spell patterns appeared, and countless rays of spiritual energy wove them together to set up a terrifying spell. Level 4 spell. Lin Mo's pupils constricted. Before he could be too surprised, he saw a burst of violent spiritual energy approaching. A man in black held a hammer imbued with yellow spiritual energy and brought it crashing down. Martial Arts Grandmaster. Lin Mo felt he had been locked onto by a spiritual force and had no way to escape. As the hammer fell, Tanzini's spell was also completed, and a golden bell enveloped them both. Special flowing characters radiated from the golden bell, giving it an indestructible appearance. Clang! The martial arts grandmaster hammered against the golden bell, and the ground around them collapsed. Gravel splashed, dust flew everywhere, and the ground trembled. However, the grandmaster still frowned, looking ahead with a grave expression. Because there, the ancient golden bell stood as steady as a mountain, appearing indestructible and immovable. Lin Mo inside felt his heart racing. Had he not seen Tanzini set up the spell, he would have been ready to summon his black python scales. The power of a martial arts grandmaster was too terrifying for him. Even through the golden spell bell, he could feel the horror of that hammer strike. Let alone being hit directly, even if he were just standing close, the mere shockwave of that spiritual energy would likely have been enough to severely injure or even kill him. Sure enough, as Lin Mo expected, once they knew his true combat strength, they would not just send martial artists. The previous waiter was just a probe. If Lin Mo ate the poisoned food, he would be taken care of. These masters were the real threats, and the Grandmaster was likely there just in case of any accidents. I must step up my cultivation. Lin Mo now had an urgent desire to increase his strength. The Grandmaster frowned at the sight of the bell and shouted, "Retreat." He knew he could not break the bell in a short time, and if he got entangled for too long, they might have trouble escaping. Scum of the Sky Outside cult, causing trouble in the capital and still thinking of leaving. At this moment, a fierce shout rang out from afar, and a figure of light approached. "Martial God, run." The Grandmaster was terrified. They only came to assassinate someone. They never expected to alarm a martial god. However, just as the Grandmaster wanted to escape, he felt that the space around him was controlled, bearing down on him and leaving him completely unable to move. Not just him, the other martial arts masters felt squeezed by space and could not even move a finger. The light figure descended, revealing a middle-aged man with a determined face and an iron-blooded aura. Martial god. At this point, Lin Mo realized that the middle-aged man before him was actually a martial god. Does my status in the academy really carry that much weight? Is a martial god protecting me? From the start of the assassination until now, only tens of seconds had passed, unless the martial god was nearby or was specifically notified to rush over. Otherwise, it was impossible for the martial god to appear so coincidentally in such a short time. But the next moment, Tanzini shattered Lin Mo's illusions. Dad, you are here. Dad. 3 question marks appeared in Lin Mo's mind. What? A martial god. On Blue Star, that name is synonymous with supreme power, because it is widely known that the martial god is the very pinnacle of martial arts cultivation. Every martial god holds a position of immense weight in China, and they are rarely seen by the common people. When a martial god appeared, the crowd who had originally fled to a safe distance excitedly scrambled to pull out their optical computers to film the scene. However, to their utter shock, they found that they could not capture the martial god's image on camera at all. They could clearly see the person right there with their own eyes, but the moment they pointed their cameras, they could not catch a single frame of him. Is this the terrifying power of a martial god? At that moment, the awe these people felt toward the martial god deepened even further. Lin Mo, on the other hand, was a little stunned. Tanzini actually called this martial god Dad. What a massive background she has. She is actually the daughter of a martial god. I was getting ahead of myself, thinking the academy or the government had noticed my potential and sent a martial god to protect me in secret. Turns out this martial god was called by Tanzini. Before long, a group of police arrived, led by a grand martial master. Seeing the martial god, the grand martial master saluted him before stepping forward to negotiate. Teacher, is that your biological father? Lin Mo could not help but ask. Yeah, that is right, Tanzini replied, her red lips curving into a slightly smug expression. No wonder she spends money like water. It is great to have a martial god for a dad. Of course, even if Tanzini did not rely on her father, her status as a high-level spellcaster meant that money was no object to her anyway. What a shame. I was planning to go lingerie shopping after dinner to buy some new sets, but I guess that is out of the question now, Tanzini sighed. When Lin Mo heard this, he clutched his chest, his eyes practically spitting fire as he glared at the members of the Otherworld Church being detained. If he were stronger, he would have walked up and slapped them twice. Why did they have to choose this exact moment to attempt an assassination? After finishing negotiations with the police, the martial god walked over and took a look at Lin Mo. I have heard Xiao Wu mention you, Lin Mo, right? HMPH, not bad, the martial god said, scanning Lin Mo with his gaze and offering a word of praise. Xiao Wu. Lin Mo was stunned for a second, then immediately thought of General Wu. The Xiao Wuth martial god was referring to must be General Wu. Lin Mo, this is my dad, Tanzong. Tanzini quickly introduced them. Nice to meet you, martial god Tan, Lin Mo greeted him. Just call me Uncle Tan. Calling me martial god Tan sounds too awkward. Tanzong was far more approachable than Lin Mo had imagined. At the very least, he was much better than Su Hongkai back in Donghai City. He still remembered the arrogance of that martial master from back then. Lin Mo was not the same person he was back then. Honestly, he felt that a martial master was not all that special anymore. If they were to fight and he equipped his black python scale armor, it was hard to say who would win. I should find some time to head back to Donghai City and show him that the tides of fortune can change. Never look down on a poor youth, Lin Mo thought to himself. Lin Mo mused to himself. It was not that he was petty or small-minded, but Su Hongkai had been so infuriating. If he did not slap that arrogance right off his face, he would not feel at peace. Of course, that is beside the point. Dad, why do not you let Lin Mo come to our place for the new year? It is much safer there, Tanzini suggested, egging him on. No need for that, the academy is quite safe too. Lin Mo was taken aback. Yeah, that works, Tanzong agreed. In the end, Lin Mo could not resist the two of them and had to take a private car along with them. Tanzini's home was located between the center of the capital and the suburbs, with soldiers patrolling the perimeter. There were faint traces of several powerful auras inside. No wonder Tanzini said her home was safe. It was certainly very safe. Mom, we are adding an extra pair of chopsticks for New Year this year, Tanzini shouted as soon as she reached the door. Oh really? A woman's voice immediately came from inside. Lin Mo saw a woman dressed in elegant, refined clothing walking over quickly with a look of delight on her face. Then she glanced at Lin Mo, and the smile on her face stiffened slightly. Come in, have a seat. After a split second, Tanzini's mother invited Lin Mo and Tanzini into the living room. Then she inadvertently pinched Tanzini's arm and whispered, "Get over here." Tanzini was dragged into another room by her mother. Before Tanzini could even ask what was going on, her mother started lecturing her. Even though I have always urged you to bring someone home, you cannot just go after someone so young. Look at how young he is. Have you no shame in corrupting such a boy? What are you talking about? Tanzini was confused and immediately explained, "He is my student." He is your student. Tanzini, you will not even spare your own student. You are bullying someone who just came out into the world because he is innocent and easy to trick. Seeing her mother getting more and more ridiculous, Tanzini finally could not take it anymore. Mom, what are you imagining? This is Lin Mo. He was on the trending list a while ago for killing the son of a martial god from the Otherworld Church. The church wants him dead now. We were just attacked, and it is a good thing Dad arrived quickly, or those church members might have gotten away. Lin Mo, I remember now, that person who was trending, but it seemed like that topic was suppressed very quickly. Tanzini's mother finally remembered, then added, the report said he is a spellcaster too, and the top genius among your academy's freshmen. His talent is indeed high. He is already a primary level spellcaster. Oh, is that so? Tanzini's mother snuck up to the wall and stole a glance at Lin Mo, saying, he might be young, but that is actually fine. He is handsome, and if the reports are true, his character should be decent, plus you are both spellcasters. Actually, Mom is not that conservative either. Even though there is an age gap, it is still acceptable. Mom, if you do not go say hello, people are going to think we have no manners. Tanzini was speechless regarding her mother. Lin Mo is it? May I call you Zio Mo? Do you mind? Once back in the living room, Tanzini's mother was very warm toward Lin Mo. Auntie, feel free to call me whatever you like. Lin Mo was a bit flattered. Whether in his past life or this one, he rarely visited other people's homes, and to be honest, he felt a bit out of place. Why are you sitting so stiffly? You look a bit uncomfortable. Tanzini changed into home clothes and noticed Lin Mo looking uneasy when she returned to the living room. Yeah, I am just not used to it yet. I will be fine in a bit, Lin Mo replied with a smile. Then Lin Mo noticed that there was not even a housekeeper in Tanzini's home. Why do not you have a housekeeper here? Lin Mo was quite puzzled. With Tanzini's family status, it would be normal to have 10 housekeepers, let alone one. We do, but since it is almost New Year, Mom let them go home to be with their families. Plus, did you think my mom was one of those wealthy ladies who does not lift a finger? My mom is capable of handling everything from the living room to the kitchen. How else would she have caught my dad's eye? Tanzini said. About 2 days later, Tanzong shared some news with Lin Mo. They seemed to have extracted some information from the Otherworld Church members who had attacked him. Then on New Year's Eve, just as the reunion dinner was being prepared, Tanzong received some orders and rushed off in a hurry, seemingly on very urgent business. 2 days later, a piece of explosive news spread. The dimensional space gateways, suppressed by the 5 great federations of the world, had undergone an anomaly. 2 of the dimensional space gateways in the US Federation and the Economic Union had been breached. Today, only 5 major federations remain on Blue Star: the Huaxia Federation, the Fighting Nation Federation, the United States Federation, the Economic Alliance, and the United Nations Federation. Among them, the Huaxia Federation, the Fighting Nation Federation, and the United States Federation were already extremely powerful nations, even before the revival of spiritual energy. That is why, after the revival, they each established their own federations rather than uniting with other countries. These 3 are also the strongest federations in terms of combat power today. The United States Federation possesses advanced high technology that is unparalleled on Blue Star. The Fighting Nation is inherently fierce, fighting with a reckless, death-defying intensity. And the Huaxia Federation boasts the most developed martial arts civilization, largely because it has discovered the most super-ancient civilization ruins among all the federations. The Economic Alliance is also quite strong. It was organized by a group of established powers that had enjoyed a period of glory before the spiritual revival, and its economy is highly developed.
The United Nations Federation is the weakest of the five, composed of many smaller nations. It is riddled with internal conflicts and has become a refuge for many members of the Outer Realm cult. In this latest incident, the United Nations Federation's dimensional tunnel was not breached, but those of the United States Federation and the Economic Alliance were. Although this news is explosive, it is currently circulating only among the upper echelons. Those at lower levels are unaware of it, primarily to avoid causing public panic. Had Lin Mo not been staying at Tanzini's house, he likely would not have heard this news either. Is it serious? Lin Mo could not help but ask. Tanzini pondered for a moment and said, judging by my father's tone, it is quite serious. Although the number of foreigners who entered Blue Star from the dimensional tunnels this time is not large, they are all elites. Once they establish contact with the Outer Realm cult, the cult's strength will increase significantly. No wonder the Outer Realm cult has started acting so brazenly recently. They clearly knew about this information long ago. But there is no need to worry. While it is a bit serious, it is still within the controllable range. Faced with Tanzini's comforting tone, Lin Mo still felt the pressure. He felt that this was just the beginning, and subsequent problems would surely become increasingly severe. Under this pressure, Lin Mo broke through to the rank of Intermediate Martial Master that very day. Ever since General Wu sent Lin Mo back to the academy, Lin Mo had begun to focus on his training. After practicing at the academy for a while, and then staying at Tanzini's house for a few days, he finally succeeded in breaking through to Intermediate Martial Master under the pressure. Your foundation in spiritual energy is indeed solid. After Lin Mo's breakthrough, Tanzong also offered his praise. Lin Mo's foundation of spiritual energy was even more solid than his own when he was at the Martial Master stage. Uncle Tan, Lin Mo greeted him. You are from Donghai City, right? Tanzong sat down beside Lin Mo and asked casually. Yes, I pretty much grew up in Donghai City and did not leave until the martial arts college entrance exam. Lin Mo answered truthfully, then asked with some confusion, Uncle Tan, is there something special about Donghai City? In Lin Mo's memory, Donghai City should not have anything unique about it. There is nothing particularly special, except for one incident that occurred, Tanzong replied nonchalantly. Would it be convenient to ask what happened? Lin Mo asked tentatively, knowing that some things were classified and should not be probed lightly. What is there to be inconvenient about? Tanzong smiled. It used to be classified, but it is no longer a secret. About 16 or nearly 17 years ago, the Outer Realm cult held a ritual there to prepare for the arrival of outsiders from another dimension. At the time, the entire Outer Realm cult was unusually cooperative, causing trouble everywhere to confuse our perception. Furthermore, a vice leader of the cult personally led a team to Donghai City to welcome the outsiders. By the time we received the information, it was already late, and we were rushing there in a hurry. Just as we were about to reach Donghai City, we felt a violent spatial disturbance. Our expressions changed drastically as we thought it was too late. At that moment, a terrifying power erupted from the direction of Donghai City, a power so strong it was unimaginable. Speaking of this, even Tanzong, a martial god, displayed intense apprehension and fear. This made Lin Mo curious about how terrifying that power could have been to make even a martial god feel such fear. And then what happened? Lin Mo pressed. By the time we arrived at the scene, the Outer Realm cult's plan had failed, and that vice leader had been crushed to dust by that terrifying force. Later, after interrogating others, we learned that an individual had appeared at the time, easily shattering the cult's plan and casually sealing the spatial channel they had opened. At the time, those people only knew such a person existed, but they could not remember what the person looked like or recall a single feature. It felt as if their memories of that encounter had been wiped. Tanzong sighed. The Outer Realm cult's vice leader was no ordinary person. He was a high-level martial god, someone infinitely close to being beyond the martial god rank, yet he was casually crushed into ash by someone, and even the dimensional tunnel was sealed off. They had investigated the matter specifically afterward, but found no leads, so they eventually had to give up. However, they were certain that the person who intervened was definitely not a native of Blue Star, because no one on Blue Star could be that powerful. As for whether that person harbored malice or goodwill toward Blue Star, no one knew. Fortunately, in the years that followed, there was no sign of this person. The Federation eventually dropped its guard, knowing that if the other party truly intended harm and wanted to sweep across Blue Star, there was nothing they could do to stop it.
16 or nearly 17 years ago was not that around the time I was born. Lin Mo thought about this timeline. However, around the time he was born, he was not like protagonists in other transmigrated novels who had consciousness while in the womb. Lin Mo regained consciousness at around 2 years old. The previous 2 years were all a blur with no memory. After regaining consciousness, his only impression was of his father. There was no mother in his memory. After spending the new year at Tanzini's house, not many days had passed before the academy announced an early start to the semester. Presumably, this was a chain reaction caused by the two-dimensional tunnels being breached. Lin Mo returned to the academy with Tanzini. Upon returning, he thought about looking for a movement-based spiritual skill, then realized he had enough credits to pay them off. So soon, it seems my initial price was too low. The librarian Elder Mo's words made the corner of Lin Mo's mouth twitch. This was 300,000 credits. If it were not for the fact that he was a curse master who had saved some lives, plus the luck of slaying Jai Hingjiao, there is no way he could have gathered the credits so quickly. What level have you reached in the Vajra indestructible body? Elder Mo asked. The first layer is complete. Lin Mo began to cycle his Vajra indestructible body. Seeing that Lin Mo had mastered the first layer, Elder Mo was deeply impressed by his training speed. Not bad, since your progress is so good, I will reveal 2 pieces of news to you. Elder Mo looked to be in a very good mood. Reveal news. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Elder Mo was no ordinary person. He was a master hiding in plain sight, and he definitely knew a lot of inside information. First, the major martial arts academies are going to open their ruins. Open ruins. Lin Mo thought of the super-ancient civilization ruins. Exactly, you should know that our Jeju Martial Arts Academy was built based on one such super-ancient civilization ruin. This time, the academy has decided to open it and let students go in to seek their own fortune. Apart from the 2 5-star academies, Jeju and Kunlun, other academies do not have their own exclusive ruins, but there are a few ruins they hold jointly, and they will be opening those as well. It is impossible for every student to enter the ruins, right? Lin Mo hit on the crux of the issue. Correct, I do not know the rules of other academies, but our academy's rule this time is that you must pass the 31st floor of the trial tower to have the qualification to enter. Elder Mo disclosed the information to Lin Mo. And the second piece of news, Lin Mo asked. You should be aware that 2-dimensional channels were breached, right? Yes, I know. Because of this, the major martial arts academies have decided to move the freshman exchange tournament forward. Oh, so they are moving it up, so what? Lin Mo had no interest in the so-called freshman exchange tournament. That sort of thing only brings empty fame. Do not dismiss the importance of the tournament. Why do you think the academies insist on holding it? You think it is just child's play. This tournament determines the spots for the Martial God Cultivation Program. Martial God Cultivation. Lin Mo finally showed genuine interest. There was actually such a program. To speak of the Martial God Cultivation Program, one must mention the Martial God Palace. The palace is an organization formed by all the martial gods in our country to strengthen communication between them. The program was proposed by this very organization. There are 60 spots in the program every year. 1/3 of these are allocated to the prodigies of top domestic families and factions, and the remaining 2/3 are reserved for the major martial arts academies. These spots are all related to the annual freshman exchange tournament. Martial God Palace possesses a vast amount of rare resources, far more precious than anything at the Jeju Martial Arts Academy. Moreover, they control the largest super-ancient civilization ruin that has been excavated in the country so far. Your Vajra indestructible body was actually unearthed from there, though for some reasons, the complete text could not be brought out entirely. Elder Mo showed a look of regret. So the Vajra indestructible body was unearthed from that place. Lin Mo felt his heart race. He knew the power of the Vajra indestructible body, but it was a pity that it only had the first 4 layers. After reaching the Great Grandmaster level, it stopped. There was actually a complete edition in there. Elder Mo looked at Lin Mo solemnly and said, however, the complete version is in that ruin, and bringing it out does not depend solely on strength. Other factors play a role. If you can enter it, you might have a chance to bring it out. In Elder Mo's gaze, Lin Mo saw a flicker of expectation. If I get the chance, I definitely will, Lin Mo promised. The path of physical training is not easy.
Firstly, it lacks inheritance and ancestral experience, and secondly, it lacks specialized medicinal pastes and bathing formulas for physical refinement. The opening of the academies ruins this time might, if you are lucky, yield things beneficial to your Vajra indestructible body. Of course, that is assuming you have the qualification to enter. Postscript: I was a bit lazy these past 2 days and did not update last night. I have thought about it and cannot be lazy anymore, so I worked overtime to update. For the sake of my hard work, dear readers, how about a click for more updates and a free gift?